To each of his 6 helpers, he gave a different part of the ceiling to decorate. One man painted flower shapes and wall patterns. Another painted circles and squares. Others painted trees, flowers, moving lines, and spirals. Michelangelo saw that Mikey was very good at mixing colors. He planned to draw the final designs for most of the apostles himself. Granacci could paint 2 of them. Maybe Don Nino and Sangallo could each paint 1 too. He had already used 5 months to reach this point. Now all the men were together and the work had started. He believed they could finish the whole ceiling in 7 months. That would make another year gone from his life. It would be 4 years since he first came to Rome to meet Pope Julius. He wanted to finish by May. After that, he would return to the marble figures for the tomb. Or he would go back to the great Hercules stone waiting for him in Florence. But things did not happen that way. Don Nino could draw very well, as Granacci had said. Yet he was afraid to move from sketches to full-colored paintings. Jacopo kept everyone laughing, but he still worked very little. Tedesco was not a good painter. Sangallo tried every task Michelangelo gave him, but he still needed experience. Bugiardini was steady and dependable. Still, like before in Ghirlandaio's workshop, he could only paint simple things like walls, windows, thrones, and columns. Granacci made a good drawing for his apostle. But he enjoyed life in Rome too much. He had refused a salary, so Michelangelo could not force him to work longer hours. Michelangelo worked much harder than he expected. Even so, the work moved slowly through November. At last, in the first week of December, they were ready to paint a large part of the ceiling. Michelangelo would paint St. John on one side. Across from him, Granacci would paint St. Thomas. The other men, led by Bugiardini, would paint the decorations between the 2 apostles. The day before, Piero Rosselli had covered the area with a rough layer of plaster. This morning, he would place fresh plaster only on the part they could finish before night. At dawn they went to the Sistine Chapel. Mikey drove the donkey and cart. The cart carried buckets, brushes, paint tubes, drawings, sketch bundles, sticks, pots, and bottles of color. Rosselli sat among bags of sand and lime. Michelangelo and Granacci walked in front. Bugiardini and Sangallo followed behind them. Tedesco, Jacopo, and Don Nino came last. Michelangelo felt nervous deep inside. Granacci was cheerful.
"How do you feel, Master Buonarroti?" Granacci asked. "Did you ever think you would lead your own workshop to begin a fresco painting?"
"Never," Michelangelo answered.
"It is good that we were patient with you. Do you remember how the Ghirlandaio brothers taught you to use the tools for drawing squares? Do you remember how Mainardi taught you to paint skin colors? And how David showed you how to make brushes from white pigs?
And Cieco and Baldinelli called me a fraud because I did not want to paint wings on an angel. Oh, Granacci, what have I done? I am not a fresco painter."
The group worked well together. Mikey carried heavy sacks up the ladder. Then he mixed the plaster on the high platform. Rosselli carefully prepared the part they would paint that day. He stayed there and watched the plaster dry. He also kept water on it so it stayed ready. Even Jacopo worked hard. He copied the colors from the drawings into the designs that Bugiardini had marked with a small ivory stick. Later, after the paint became dry, Michelangelo came back alone. He wanted to study the work carefully. Now one part of the ceiling was finished. He could finally understand how the whole ceiling might look. The large painted figures and bright colors would change the room. People would no longer notice the empty spaces or the old gold stars on the ceiling. The paintings would take all their attention. But Michelangelo still worried about the quality of the work. Deep inside, he always wanted to create the best art possible. He wanted every new work to feel fresh and different. He never wanted to repeat old ideas. He had never accepted poor work before. His pride as a man and as an artist was very important to him. If he stopped caring and gave less than his best, then what kind of artist was he? He remembered the bronze statue of Pope Julius. He could have finished it much faster if he had made only an acceptable statue. No one would have complained. Bronze work was not even his main skill. Also, the Pope had forced the job on him. But Michelangelo had worked for many difficult months. He wanted the statue to bring honor to himself, his family, and all artists. If he had accepted easier work then, perhaps this ceiling would feel easier now. He and his helpers could finish the rest without much trouble. But he knew the work was only average. He told Giuliano da Sangallo about his fears.
You did your best in this situation, his friend answered.
Michelangelo walked around the Sangallo drawing room. He held his arms close to his body and looked troubled.
I am not sure that is true.
No one will blame you. The Pope gave you this job, and you obeyed him. What else could you do?
I could leave this ceiling. But if I leave it like this, I will hate myself.
Why do you make this so difficult for yourself?
There is one thing I know clearly, Michelangelo said. When I hold my hammer and chisel and begin my work, I must fully believe in myself. I must respect myself completely. If I ever accept poor work as good enough,
Pain filled his voice as he spoke to Sangallo.
Then my life as an artist is finished.
He kept the workshop busy. They worked on drawings for the next part of the ceiling. He told no one about his problem. But a difficult time was coming. He could not take the workers to the top of the scaffold and paint another area. He knew the paint would not stay on the ceiling. In only 10 days, they would make the next drawings full size. He had to make a decision. Then Christmas came and gave him a short rest. The celebrations in Rome started early. Now he could stop the work for some days without showing his worries. Everyone in the workshop was happy about the holiday. He received a note from Cardinal Giovanni. The cardinal asked if Michelangelo would come for Christmas dinner. This was the first message from Giovanni since the great fight with the Pope. Michelangelo bought a fine brown wool shirt. He also bought matching hose and a beige cloak. The light color made his golden eyes brighter. He went to Mass at San Lorenzo in Damaso. There he felt sad. The church looked empty now because the beautiful stone columns were gone. A servant with Florentine lilies on his clothes opened the door of Cardinal Giovanni's palace on Via Ripetta. Michelangelo walked through a large entrance hall with a grand staircase. Then he passed a drawing room and a music room. He could see that Cardinal Giovanni had become very rich. There were new paintings on the walls. Old statues from Asia Minor stood on stone bases. There were cabinets with old coins and carved gems. He moved slowly and looked at the new art pieces. He was surprised. From his powerful father, Giovanni had received only one thing. He had perfect taste in art. Michelangelo stopped at the door of a smaller drawing room. Contessina sat there near the fire. She held her hands toward the flames. Her pale cheeks were pink from the heat. She looked up.
Michelangelo.
Contessina.
How are you? She asked.
Not bad.
You still speak like the stone workers from Settignano, she said.
I do not need to ask about you. You look beautiful.
Her cheeks became even redder.
But I have always thought so, he said.
She stood and came close to him. Her perfume was the same one she wore as a girl in the Medici palace. He suddenly remembered those happy years.
You are an important part of my life, he said softly. From the time when my life truly began. In the sculpture garden.
Her eyes filled with both happiness and sadness.
You have always been part of my life too, she answered.
Then he noticed the other people in the room. His voice changed.
Luigi and Niccolo are well.
They are here with me.
And Ridolfi.
No.
Then you are not staying here.
Giovanni took me to see the Pope, she said. The Holy Father promised to speak to the Signoria for us. But I cannot hope. My husband wants the Republic to fail. He always speaks against it when he can.
I know. They smiled at each other with sadness.
That is not careful of him, she said. But he truly believes it. She stopped and looked at his face. I talked about myself. Now I want to talk about you.
He lifted his shoulders. I fight, but I always lose.
Is the work going badly? She asked.
Not yet.
It will become better.
Are you sure?
I am completely sure.
She held her hand toward him, as if the fire was already close to it. He wanted to take her hand, even for a short time. Then she threw back her head and laughed at the strong Tuscan words. Soon they were both laughing together. Their laughter mixed softly and warmly. He felt very close to her. To him, this was also a kind of love. It was rare, beautiful, and special. The Roman countryside was not like Tuscany. It did not give him the same peaceful feeling. But the land had strength and a long history. Wide rich fields stretched for many miles. Old Roman aqueducts crossed the plains. Long ago they carried clean water from the hills. There was Hadrian's villa, where the emperor had rebuilt the beauty of Greece and Asia Minor. Michelangelo had once watched workers there as they found ancient marble statues from very old times. There was Tivoli with its great waterfalls. Roman people from the empire often went there for holidays. There were also the Castelli Romani. These towns stood on the volcanic Alban hills. Each village rested on its own hilltop around a huge old crater. Behind them were more mountains covered with dark green forests. The mountains rolled away into the distance. Frascati and Tusculum stood high in the hills. There he walked among the ruins of Cicero's old villa. He saw an old theatre, a forum, and buried temples. Small stone villages covered the hills. No one knew how old many of them were. Some were older than the Romans and even older than the Etruscans. At Prienus stood the Temple of Fortune. Its walls surrounded a whole village. There was also a Cave of Destiny and ancient underground rooms from a very distant age. He walked deeper into the old world of the hills. He moved around the great edge of the volcano. Sometimes he found carved stones lying across the ground. Ancient towns rested beneath them. Each night he stopped at a small inn. Sometimes he knocked on the door of a farming family. He bought a simple meal and a place to sleep. The mountains rose strongly around him. The soft volcanic ground pressed under his feet. His body felt tired after the long walks, but the feeling was good and full of life. As he traveled farther into the ancient hills and old civilizations, his own problem became clearer. His helpers would need to leave. Many sculptors let their students shape the marble close to the final figure. But Michelangelo needed to do every part himself. He had to cut away the corners. He had to shape the edges and smooth every surface. He wanted to remove every piece of marble with his own hands. He was not like Ghirlandaio, who could paint the main figures and let others finish the rest. Michelangelo needed to work alone. He stopped thinking about time. The days felt very small beside the ancient volcanic hills. Instead, he thought about space. He tried to understand the size and weight of the Sistine ceiling, just as he had once studied a block of marble. He wanted to know what it could hold and what might fail. In his mind he had already prepared the ground like a farmer. He had plowed the fields and planted seeds. But nothing had appeared yet. The first small signs of new life still waited deep inside his thoughts. On New Year's morning in 1509, the farming family celebrated the first day of the new year. Michelangelo left their small stone house in the mountains. He climbed higher along a narrow sheep path until he reached the top. The air was cold, sharp, and clear. He wrapped cloth around his mouth to keep warm. Then the sun rose behind him over the far mountains. As the light grew, the plains below slowly came alive with soft pink and brown colors. Far away he could see Rome clearly. Beyond it, to the south, lay the Tyrrhenian Sea under the blue winter sky. Light covered the whole land. It shone across the forests, the hills, the towns, and the rich plains. Quiet farms and small stone villages rested below him. Roads crossed the mountains and the coast and led toward Rome. Far away, a ship moved across the sea.
With deep respect he thought, God is a wonderful artist. He made the whole universe. He is a sculptor, an architect, and a painter. He created space and filled it with beautiful things.
He remembered words from the beginning of Genesis. At the start of time, God made heaven and earth. The earth was empty and dark. Darkness covered the deep waters. Then God said, "Let there be light." God also said, "Let a great space rise between the waters." This space would separate the waters below from the waters above. God called this space the sky. Michelangelo thought about the great space above him. God also needed a great space when he created the world. And what did God create there? Not only the sun and moon and sky. He created the whole world under the sky. More words from Genesis filled Michelangelo's mind. God said, "Let the waters come together so dry land can appear." God called the dry land earth. He called the gathered waters sea. Then God said, "Let plants and grass grow from the earth." God also said, "Let the waters fill with living creatures." He made birds to fly under the sky. Then God said, "Let us make man in our image." God gave man power over the fish, the birds, the animals, and all living things on earth. So God made man in his own image. He made both man and woman. At that moment, Michelangelo understood clearly what he must do. Only Genesis was great enough for the Sistine Vault. He would paint the creation of the world. What greater subject could there be? God created the sun and moon. He made the sea and the earth. He made man and woman. Michelangelo wanted the ceiling to look like the world was being created for the first time. This subject could fill the whole vault with beauty. It could hide the ugly shape of the ceiling. Then people would only see the glory of God's creation. He asked Chamberlain Accurcio if he could speak with the Pope alone. The Chamberlain arranged a meeting for late afternoon. Julius sat quietly in the small throne room. Only one secretary remained with him. The Pope was dictating a letter to Venice, the Vatican's strongest enemy in Italy. Michelangelo kneeled before him.
Holy Father, I came to speak about the Sistine Vault.
Yes, my son.
As soon as I painted one part, I understood there was a problem.
Why?
The apostles alone will not look strong enough, Michelangelo answered. They cover too little of the ceiling. They will seem lost.
But there will be other decorations.
I have started those decorations, as you ordered. They make the apostles seem even weaker.
So you believe the final result will not be good?
I have thought about it very carefully. This is my true opinion. Even if the ceiling is painted well under the first plan, it will not bring much honor to either of us.
When you speak this way, Buonarroti, I believe you speak the truth. I also know you did not come here to leave the work.
No, Holy Father. I have a new design. It will fill the whole vault with glory.
I trust you, so I will not ask about your design now. But I will visit the chapel often to watch your work. You are giving yourself 3 times more work.
Yes.
The Pope moved in his chair. He stood up and walked across the room. Then he stopped in front of Michelangelo.
"You are a strange man, Buonarroti," he said. "You shouted that painting frescoes was not your work. You were very angry and almost pushed me down. Now, 8 months later, you return with a plan that needs much more time and work. How can I understand you?"
I do not know, Michelangelo answered sadly. I do not understand myself very well. I only know this. If I must paint the ceiling, I cannot give you poor work, even if that is all you asked for.
Julius shook his white head and beard with surprise and amusement. Then he placed his hand on Michelangelo's head and gave him his blessing.
"Paint the ceiling the way you want," he said. "We cannot pay 5 or 6 times more than the first 3,000 ducats. but we will give you double. You will receive 6,000.
His next job was harder and more careful. He had to tell Granacci that the workshop would close. The assistants would need to leave and go home. Slowly, he explained everything to him.
I will keep Mikey to prepare the colors, he said. Rosselli will put the wet plaster on the wall. But the rest of the work I must do alone.
Granacci was shocked. I never believed you could lead a workshop like Ghirlandaio, he said. But you wanted to try, so I helped you. Now you want to work alone high on that scaffold and paint the whole story of Genesis. That will take you 40 years.
No, Michelangelo answered. It will be closer to 4.
Granacci put his arms around his friend's shoulders. He spoke in a soft voice.
If a lion or bear took one of my sheep, I would fight and take it back. If the animal attacked me, I would catch it and stop it. You are an artist, but you have David's courage.
I am afraid too. I cannot tell the others. Will you tell them for me? He went back to the Sistine Chapel and looked carefully at the ceiling. The shape of the ceiling did not fit his new ideas. He needed a different kind of ceiling. It had to look as if it was made only for his paintings. But he knew he could not ask the Pope for a huge amount of money to rebuild everything. There were bricks, plaster, rooms above, and the heavy roof. He had to change the ceiling himself with the only thing he had: paint. With his imagination, he had to change the whole ceiling. He wanted to use even its problems to help his art. He had done the same before with damaged marble. Now he had to be stronger than the difficult ceiling. If not, the work would defeat him. He wanted the ceiling to be full of people and full of life. He also wanted to paint God, who created the world. He wanted to show the beauty of people, their weaknesses, and their strength. He wanted to show that God could do all things. The ceiling had to feel alive and powerful. People who looked up would feel that the painted world was real. Argento and Mikey built a workbench for him in the middle of the cold marble floor. Now he understood what the ceiling must show. The number of paintings depended on his new design. He had to create both the paintings and the structure around them. He looked up at the ceiling for a long time. The large center space would hold the main Bible stories. There would be scenes of God dividing the water from the earth. There would be God creating the sun and the moon. He would paint God creating Adam and Eve. He would paint their removal from the garden. He would also paint Noah and the great flood. At last, he could honor Della Quercia for the beautiful Bible scenes on the church of San Petronio. He also had to frame the middle part of the ceiling. The long narrow ceiling had to look like one complete work. In truth, it felt like 3 ceilings instead of 1. He needed great skill to join all the parts together. Every wall and every painting had to connect. No figure or scene could stand alone. For many weeks he thought deeply about the problem. At last, he found the answer in the hardest part of the ceiling. There were 8 large triangular spaces along the sides. There were also 4 larger spaces in the corners. For many hours he tried to hide them in his design. Then he understood his mistake. He should not hide them. He should use them. He would decorate them with rich sculptural designs. Together they would make a strong outer frame around the whole ceiling. After that, ideas came very quickly. He could hardly draw fast enough. In the 12 spaces between the triangles, he would paint prophets and sibyls. Each one would sit on a large marble throne. A marble cornice would connect all the thrones around the chapel. This strong frame would surround the 9 central stories. Beside each throne there would be small marble figures. Above them he would paint beautiful young men. There would be 20 nude figures. They would fill the empty spaces around the panels. Rosselli climbed the scaffolding with a hammer. He began to remove the plaster that already had paintings on it. Below him, Mikey held a large cloth to catch the falling pieces. Then Argento came to Michelangelo. There were tears in his brown eyes.
Argento, what is wrong?
My brother is dead.
Michelangelo put a hand on the young man's shoulder.
I'm very sorry.
I must go home. Now the family farm belongs to me. I must work there. My brother left small children. I will become a farmer. I will marry my brother's wife and raise the children.
Michelangelo put down his pen.
You do not like life on the farm.
You will stay on that scaffold for a long time. I do not like paint.
Michelangelo put his tired head on his hands. I do not like paint either, Argento, but I will paint those people like they are made from stone. Every figure will look alive. They will seem ready to step down from the ceiling.
It is still paint.
When will you leave?
Today, after dinner.
I will miss you.
He gave Argento his unpaid wages, 37 gold ducats. This was almost all the money he had left. The Pope had not paid him since May, 9 months earlier. Michelangelo had bought furniture and paint. He had prepared part of the ceiling and painted it. He had paid Jacopo, Tedesco, Sangallo, Don Nino, and Bugiardini. He had also paid for their travel and food for 4 months. He could not ask the Pope for more money yet. First, he needed to finish an important part of the ceiling. But he could not paint a full section before he designed the whole ceiling. That meant many more months of drawing before he could begin the real work. Now everyone was leaving. Soon there would be nobody to cook for him, clean the house, or wash his clothes. He ate his simple soup in the quiet house. He remembered the past month. The house had been loud and happy then. Jacopo told stories. Aristotle spoke about art. Bugiardini sang songs about Florence. Now the house would be silent. But the chapel would feel even more lonely when he worked there alone on the scaffold. He started with the deluge, a large section near the chapel entrance. By March, the large drawing was ready to move onto the ceiling. Winter still held Rome in its cold weather. The Sistine Chapel was freezing. Even many firepots could not warm the lower parts of the building. Michelangelo wore warm wool clothes. Rosselli had gone to Orvieto for other work before this. But first he had taught Mikey how to mix and place the plaster. Michelangelo helped carry bags of lime, sand, and volcanic dust up the steep ladders to the scaffold. At the top, Mikey mixed the plaster. Michelangelo did not like its brown color. He added more lime and marble powder to make it lighter. Then the two men climbed the 3 high platforms that Rosselli had built. From there they could reach the curved ceiling. Mikey spread fresh plaster on one area and held the large drawing in place. Michelangelo used charcoal and red color to mark the lines. Mikey climbed down and began grinding paint below. Michelangelo stayed alone on the highest platform, 60 feet above the floor.
He remembered standing on a scaffold for the first time when he was 13 years old in Santa Maria Novella. Then, as now, he felt dizzy from the height. The Sistine Chapel seemed empty and deep below him. His head was only 1 foot from the ceiling.
He smelled the wet plaster and the strong smell of fresh paint. He stopped looking at the marble floor far below. Then he picked up a brush and held it in his left hand. He remembered that the paint must stay wet in the cold morning air. He had watched Ghirlandaio paint many times. He knew he should begin at the top and move downward. But he did not have much real experience as a painter. So he started with the part that interested him most. He began at the far left side. There was one small piece of land above the flood water. A broken tree stretched toward Noah's Ark. People climbed the bank to escape the rising water. One woman carried a child in her arms. Another child held her leg. A man carried his frightened wife on his back. More people followed behind them. Old people and young people moved through the water. Above them all, a young man climbed the tree and held it tightly. He tried to reach the highest place before the water covered everything. He painted with his head and shoulders far back. His eyes looked up all the time. Paint fell on his face. Water from the wet plaster ran into his eyes. His arms and back became tired very fast because of the hard position. During the first week, he let Mikey put only small areas of fresh plaster on the wall each day. He worked slowly and carefully. He tried different body positions for the figures. He also tested many skin colors and the blue, green, and pink colors of the robes. Some people in the painting still wore clothes. He knew these small sections made too many lines in the painting. At this speed, Granacci's joke about 40 years could become true instead of his own plan for 4 years. Still, he learned more every day. This painting of life and death with moving people was very different from the quiet paintings in Ghirlandaio's workshop. He was happy to move slowly until he understood the work well. At the end of the first week, a cold wind came from the north. The loud wind kept him awake most of the night. In the morning, he walked to the Sistine Chapel with a scarf around his mouth. Even when he climbed the ladder, he was not sure his hands would become warm enough to hold a brush. But when he reached the top platform made by Rosselli, he saw that it did not matter. His painting was ruined. The plaster and paint were not drying. Instead, water ran down the edges of the storm tree and the man climbing the river bank with clothes on his shoulder. The wet plaster was making mold. The mold slowly spread across the paint and covered it.
Behind him, he heard Michi speak with fear. Did I make the plaster wrong?
For a long time, he could not answer. He felt sick. It was my mistake. I do not know enough about mixing paint for fresco work. Too many years have passed since I worked with Ghirlandaio. Granacci and the others did most of the work on my first profit painting. I only put the paint on the wall.
He walked down the ladder with tears in his eyes. Then he went to the Pope's palace. He waited a very long time in a cold waiting room. At last, he entered the room and stood sadly in front of Julius.
What is wrong, my son? You look sick.
I have failed.
How?
My work is ruined.
So soon?
I told your holiness that this was not my art.
Lift your head, Buonarroti. I have never seen you like this. I liked you better when you argued with me.
Michelangelo.
Can you dry them?
I do not know how, holiness. My colors are disappearing into the mold. The salty edges are ruining them.
I cannot believe you would fail.
The Pope turned to a servant.
Go to Sangallo's house. Tell him to inspect the Sistine ceiling at once. Then bring me his report.
Michelangelo went back to the cold outer room. He sat on the hard bench and waited. This was the worst failure of his life. He did not enjoy painting frescoes. Still, he had created a great plan for the ceiling. He was not used to failure. To him, failure was worse than working in a kind of art he did not like. He believed the Pope would no longer want him. It did not matter that the problem had nothing to do with his skill as a sculptor. He thought he would never be allowed to carve the tomb. When an artist failed so badly, people believed his career was finished. Soon, everyone in Italy would hear about his failure. He would not return to Florence with honor. He would go home quietly and full of shame. Florence would not be happy. People there would think he had weakened their place in the art world. Gonfalonier Soderini would feel disappointed. Instead of helping Florence at the Vatican, Michelangelo had become a problem. Again, he had lost a full year of his working life. He was so lost in dark thoughts that he did not see Sangallo enter. Before he could prepare himself, servants quickly brought him into the throne room.
Sangallo, what did you find?
It is nothing serious, Holiness. Michelangelo used lime that was too wet. Then the north wind affected it.
But it is the same mixture Ghirlandaio used in Florence, Michelangelo cried. I watched them prepare it.
Roman lime is made from travertine, Sangallo answered. It does not dry quickly. The pozzolana that Rosselli taught you to mix with it stays soft. Sometimes it forms a white layer while it dries. Use marble dust instead of pozzolana. And use less water with this lime.
All will be well,
What about my colors? Must I remove that part of the ceiling?
No. With time, the air will remove the mold. Your colors will stay safe. If Sangallo had returned and said the ceiling was ruined, Michelangelo would have sent him back to Florence that same day. Now Sangallo could return to his workshop. But the trouble that morning gave Michelangelo a terrible headache. Later, the wind became quiet. The sun came out. The plaster became dry. Sangallo was the one who returned to Florence in defeat. When Michelangelo went to the house in Piazza Scossacavalli, he saw cloths covering the furniture. The family's things were packed in the hall downstairs. Michelangelo felt deep sadness.
What happened? He asked.
Sangallo shook his head. His mouth was tight with anger. There is no new work, he said. Not the Palazzo Giuliano. Not the mint. Not the new palaces. Do you know my only job now? I put sewers under the streets. A fine job for the Pope's architect, yes. My students have gone to Bramante. He took my place, just as he promised.
The next morning, Sangallo and his family were gone. No one in the Vatican noticed they had left. High on his scaffold, Michelangelo felt more alone in Rome than ever before. He felt sad and without hope. The painting of the Deluge took him 32 days of steady work. In the last weeks, he had almost no money left.
We do not know if we are touching the skin of our stomach or the bone of our back, Medici said.
Michelangelo had once earned good money. He used it to buy houses and farms for his family, but now those things did not help him at all. Every letter from home brought more complaints. His brothers asked why he did not send money to open their shop. Lodovico wanted money to buy rich farmland. Others wanted him to help Aunt Cassandra with her legal problem in Rome. Michelangelo felt like one of the men in his painting of the flood. The man tried to climb into Noah's boat, but the people inside were afraid and pushed him away to protect themselves. Michelangelo wondered why everyone else became successful through the Pope while he did not. Young Raphael Sanzio had recently come to Rome with Bramante. Raphael was from Urbino and knew Bramante well. Very quickly, Raphael received private work. The Pope loved Raphael's paintings. Soon he gave Raphael the job of painting the stands, the rooms in his new apartment. Some frescoes in the rooms had already been started by Signorelli and Sodoma, but the Pope ordered them covered so only Raphael's work would remain. Raphael received a large payment from the Pope. He rented a rich villa with beautiful furniture. He lived there with a beautiful young woman and many servants. Very soon, Raphael had many admirers and students around him. People in Rome gave him more and more work. The Pope invited him to hunts and private dinners. Everyone wanted to be near him. He even received work from Chigi the banker to decorate a summer building. Michelangelo looked at the plain brick walls in his own house. There were no curtains or carpets. He owned only a few old pieces of furniture. When Raphael first came to Rome, Michelangelo expected him to visit. The Sistine Chapel and Michelangelo's house were very close. But Raphael never came. One evening, Michelangelo crossed Piazza San Pietro. He was returning from the chapel. Paint and plaster covered his hair, face, and clothes. Then he saw Raphael walking toward him. Raphael was surrounded by admirers, students, and followers. As they passed each other, Michelangelo spoke in a cold voice.
Where are you going with so many people around you, like an important church man?
Raphael did not stop. And where are you going? He answered. So alone, like a man who kills criminals?
The words hurt Michelangelo deeply. Even though he chose to live alone, the pain remained. He returned to his drawing table. He forgot his hunger and loneliness in his work. He began sketches for the next fresco, The Sacrifice of Noah. Under his fast hands, the figures came alive. There was Noah and his wife. There were Noah's 3 sons and their wives. There was the ram for sacrifice. Soon the room seemed full of life, color, and movement. His hunger became weaker. His loneliness moved away. Among the people he created in his art, he felt safe. In the quiet house, he spoke softly.
I am never less alone than when I am alone.
And he gave a long sigh. He knew his own nature caused many of his problems. Pope Julius wanted very much to see the first painting on the ceiling. But Michelangelo still had no money. He spent 10 more days painting the Delphic Sibyl and the prophet Joel. They sat on thrones beside the smaller painting of Noah after the flood. Michelangelo wanted the Pope to see strong examples of the people who would surround the main scenes. Julius climbed the ladder and joined Michelangelo on the high platform. He looked carefully at the 55 figures. Some showed only heads and shoulders. Most showed the whole body. He spoke about the beauty of the dark-haired Delphic Sibyl. He asked about the old father with white hair carrying his dead son onto the rocks. He looked at Noah's Ark in the background. It looked a little like a Greek temple. He also asked what Michelangelo planned to paint in the empty spaces. Michelangelo did not answer clearly. He wanted freedom to change his ideas later. Julius was happy and did not worry about it. The rest of the ceiling will be this good, he asked quietly.
It should be better, Holy Father, Michelangelo answered. I am still learning how to paint correctly at this great height.
It is very different from the paintings below us.
The difference will become even greater as I continue.
I am pleased with you, my son. I will tell the treasurer to give you another 500 ducats. Now Michelangelo could send money home and stop the angry complaints. He could buy food for the house and supplies for the work. Now he hoped for calm months ahead. He wanted to continue toward the scenes of the Garden of Eden, God creating Eve, and finally the great center painting of God creating Adam. But the months were not calm. A friendly chamberlain named Accurcio warned him about danger to his Pietà statue. Bramante had 2,500 workers tearing down part of St. Peter's Basilica. They needed space for the first new supports of the church. Michelangelo ran up the long stairs. He found that the Pietà had already been moved beside the small chapel of Mary of the Fever. The statue was safe and not damaged. With relief, he watched Bramante's workers tie heavy ropes around the old columns on the south side. Then his heart dropped. The ancient marble and granite columns crashed onto the stone floor and broke apart. Workers swept away the broken pieces like rubbish. Monuments inside the south wall were also destroyed when the wall fell. Old mosaic tiles on the floor broke apart. The workers could have moved these beautiful things safely without much trouble. 2 mornings later, someone pasted a paper on Bramante's palace door. The paper changed Bramante's name to a cruel joke. People across the city laughed and repeated the words. It said that Bramante had knocked at the gates of heaven. St. Peter refused to let him enter. St. Peter asked, "Why did you destroy my church in Rome?" In reply, Bramante asked if St. Peter wanted him to pull down heaven and build it again. As far as Michelangelo knew, only he and Chamberlain Accurcio had a key to the Sistine Chapel. He wanted it that way. He did not want anyone to watch him or enter his private space. While he painted the prophet Zacharias on the large throne above the end of the chapel, he began to feel uneasy. He thought someone came there at night. Nothing was moved. Nothing was damaged. But the room did not feel the same as before. He believed someone climbed his ladder. Mikey hid near a doorway. Later he told Michelangelo that Bramante came there. He also believed Raphael was with him. Bramante had a key. They entered very late, after midnight. Michelangelo became very angry. Before he could finish the ceiling and show it to people, Raphael would already know his new painting methods. Raphael's rooms already showed ideas from Michelangelo's bathers. Now Raphael could use the new ceiling ideas too. People would think Raphael created the new style. Then they would think Michelangelo copied Raphael. Michelangelo asked Chamberlain Accurcio to arrange a meeting with the Pope. During the meeting, he made his complaint. He said Raphael would know every new idea before the work was finished. Bramante stayed quiet. Michelangelo demanded that Bramante lose the key. The Pope told Bramante to give the key to Accurcio. Another problem was solved. Michelangelo returned to the ceiling work. The next day, he received a message from a niece of Cardinal Piccolomini, who had briefly been Pope Pius III. The Piccolomini family demanded that Michelangelo begin carving the last 11 statues for the Siena altar. If he refused, they wanted back the 100 florins that Jacopo Golli had arranged for him earlier. Michelangelo could not return that money now. Also, the family still owed him payment for one statue he had already finished. Then a letter came from Lodovico. He wrote that Giovansimone had argued with his father while repairs were being done at the house in Certignano. Giovansimone raised his fist and threatened him. After that, he started a fire in the house and barn. The damage was not great because the buildings were made of stone. But the event made Lodovico sick. Michelangelo sent money for repairs. He also sent an angry letter to his brother. These four problems upset him badly. He had to stop working. He suddenly missed marble work so much that he felt weak. He walked across the Campagna for many miles with long fast steps. He breathed deeply to remind himself that he was still strong and real. In the middle of his sadness, he received a message from Cardinal Giovanni. The cardinal asked him to come to the Medici palace. Michelangelo wondered what new trouble waited for him.
Michelangelo, you once lived under my father's roof, Giovanni said warmly. I have always felt close to you.
Giovanni wore his red robes and red hat. His pale round face was freshly shaved. He smelled of a familiar perfume from Florence. Giulio stood behind him. His face looked dark and very serious.
Your Grace, I have always believed that, Michelangelo answered.
That is why I want you to become part of my household. You must come to dinner. You must stay near me during hunting trips. And you must ride with my group when I cross the city to say Mass at Santa Maria in Domenica.
Why must I do these things? Michelangelo asked.
I want Rome to know that you belong to my close circle.
Can you not simply tell Rome that?
Words mean little. Church leaders, nobles, and rich merchants visit this palace. When they see you here, they will know you are under my protection. My father would have wanted this.
He blessed Michelangelo and left the room. Michelangelo looked at Giulio. Giulio stepped forward and spoke kindly.
You know, Buonarroti, Cardinal Giovanni does not make enemies.
That is a rare gift in Rome today, Michelangelo said.
Cardinal Giovanni has that gift. He is the most loved man in the College of Cardinals. He believes you need his support.
In what way? Michelangelo asked.
Bramante blames you for the Ruinanti story. Every day he creates new enemies for you.
And Cardinal Giovanni wants to defend me?
Not by fighting Bramante. If you become close to this house, the cardinal will stop your enemies. He will not need to say one angry word to Bramante. Michelangelo looked at Giulio's thin and handsome face. For the first time, he felt he liked Giulio. He walked up the turning road on the Janiculum hill. Then he looked down at Rome. The brown roofs stood close together. The Tiber River moved through the city in a long curve.
He asked himself if he could stay with Cardinal Giovanni's group and still paint the Sistine ceiling. He felt thankful because Giovanni wanted to help him. He needed help. But even without his hard work every day and night, he could not imagine living that way. He did not enjoy social life. He did not know how to speak in a charming way with many people. He believed an artist must always work. Life was short, and there were many problems. If he did not work with all his strength, he would never finish the great works he wanted to create. How could he paint for a few hours, then go to the baths, walk to Giovanni's house, speak pleasantly to many guests, and sit through a long dinner?
Cardinal Giovanni listened carefully while Michelangelo thanked him and explained why he could not accept. Why is this impossible for you when Raphael does it so easily? The cardinal asked. He also makes many great works. But he eats dinner in a different palace every day. He spends evenings with friends. He goes to plays. He has bought a beautiful house in Trastevere for his newest lover. He enjoys life fully. New work comes to him every day, and he accepts all of it. Why can he do this and not you?
I truly do not know, Your Grace, Michelangelo answered. For Raphael, making art is easy and pleasant. For me, it is hard and wild. I work from morning until night. Then I continue by candle or lamp. Art gives me pain when the work goes badly. It gives me joy when the work goes well. But it always controls me. After a day of work, I feel empty. Everything inside me has gone into the marble or the painting. That is why I have nothing left for other things.
Not even when it helps your future, the cardinal asked.
My future can only come from my best work, Michelangelo said. Everything else passes away.
He returned to his scaffold and decided that nothing would pull him away from his work again. Not the troubles in Rome. Not the troubles in Florence. His drawings for the ceiling were almost finished now. They showed 300 men, women, and children. All of them had to look full of life. They had to seem real, like people walking on the earth. The power to create them had to come from inside him. It would take many days, weeks, and months of great effort. Each person needed a true body, mind, and spirit. Each one needed strength and life. He had to bring every figure out of himself with force and care. Every day he needed new strength. Then he had to place that life onto the ceiling and make it live forever. He was painting God the Father. But in another way, he felt like a mother giving life to many powerful beings. Each night his mind filled with new ideas. By morning, on his small bed high above the chapel floor, he felt ready to bring new figures into the world. God created the sun and moon. He created the earth and water. He created plants, animals, and man and woman. Even God became tired after such great creation. God saw all that he had made, and found it very good. Then, on the seventh day, he rested. Why should Michelangelo Buonarroti not feel tired? He was a small man. He was only 5 feet 4 inches tall. He weighed little more than a young woman from Florence. For many months, he worked without enough food or rest. When he prayed, "Dear God, help me," he was asking himself to stay strong. He wanted strength in his body and mind. He wanted enough power and will to create great art about a stronger and better world. For 30 days, he painted from morning until night. He finished the sacrifice of Noah. He also painted the 4 great male figures around it. He painted the Erythraean Sibyl on her throne. On the other side, he painted the prophet Isaiah. At night, he went home and worked on the drawing for the Garden of Eden. For 30 days, he slept in his clothes. He did not even remove his boots. When the work was finished, he was completely tired. He asked Mikey to pull off his boots. Some skin came away with them. He used all his strength to continue. Often he became dizzy while he painted high above him. His neck bent back for many hours. His arms hurt in every joint. Paint dripped into his eyes and made his sight unclear. He learned to paint while looking through small openings in his eyes. He closed his eyes quickly after each brush stroke, as he once did when marble pieces flew around him. Then he asked Rosselli to build a higher platform above the scaffold. It was the 4th one. He tried painting while sitting down. After some time, the bones in his body became sore and bruised. The pain grew too strong. Then he painted while lying on his back. He bent his knees close to his chest to hold his arms steady. He stopped shaving. His beard caught the paint and water that fell from above. No matter how he stood, sat, bent, or knelt, his body always hurt. Then he thought he was becoming blind. A letter came from Buonarroti. When he tried to read it, he saw only a blur. He put the letter down and washed his face. He ate a little of the pasta Mikey had cooked. Then he tried again. Still, he could not read one word. He threw himself onto his bed. His whole body hurt. He wondered what he was doing to himself. The Pope had asked for a simple painting. Michelangelo refused and chose this great work instead. Now he feared he would leave the chapel twisted, ugly, blind, and old before his time. He thought about the damage Torrigiani had once done to his face. Now the ceiling was doing the same to his body. He believed he would carry these marks all his life. Why had he not accepted an easier life? He could have made peace with the Pope. He could have returned to Florence long ago. He could have enjoyed dinners with his friends from the company of the cauldron. He could have lived in his comfortable home and carved the Hercules statue. He could not sleep. His body was full of pain. He missed Florence and felt very lonely. In the deep darkness, he got out of bed and lit a candle. On the back of an old drawing, he wrote about his suffering to make himself feel better.
I have become sick from living in this place. My beard points upward. My neck bends badly against my back. Paint falls on my face all day. My body bends in strange ways. My back carries all my weight. My feet move without balance. The skin on my body stretches and pulls. I bend like a bow. My paintings seem dead. Painting has become a hard and painful thing for me.
Then he heard that his brother Leonardo had died in a monastery in Pisa. No one explained why he had gone there. No one said where he was buried. No one told Michelangelo what sickness had killed him. Michelangelo walked to San Lorenzo in Damaso to pray for his brother's soul. As he walked, he believed he understood the truth. Leonardo had worked too hard for his beliefs. Michelangelo wondered if the same thing would also cause his own death. Mikey spent his evenings and holidays with a group of stonemasons in Trastevere. Rosselli traveled often. He went south to Naples and north to Viterbo and Perugia to build walls for painting. Michelangelo went nowhere. People no longer visited him or invited him out. He spoke with Mikey only about colors and the materials needed for the scaffold. He lived a quiet and lonely life, much like the monks at Santo Spirito. He no longer went to the papal palace to speak with Julius. After the Pope visited the ceiling a second time, he sent Michelangelo 1,000 ducats to continue the work. No one came to the Sistine Chapel. Each day, Michelangelo walked from his home to the chapel and back again. His eyes were very tired, and he could hardly see. He crossed the piazza slowly with his head down. He did not look at anyone. People no longer laughed at his paint-covered clothes, face, beard, and hair. Some people thought he was becoming crazy.
Crazy is a better word, he said quietly. All day I live high above with gods and goddesses. Then I must come back to this hard world.
He did not try to return to normal life. For him, the people on the ceiling were real. The people on earth felt like shadows. His true friends were Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden. This was the fourth great panel on the ceiling. He painted Adam and Eve as strong and beautiful people. They were not weak or afraid. Their bodies looked powerful like the great rocks near them. The snake was around the apple tree beside them. They accepted temptation calmly and with strength. Michelangelo believed they were fit to begin the human race. On the other side of the panel, Adam and Eve left the garden. The earth outside was empty and hard. An angel pointed a sword above them. They were afraid, but they still stood with strength. They did not look broken or weak. Michelangelo showed them as the true mother and father of mankind. He felt proud because he had given them life through his art. In June 1510, a little more than a year after he showed Julius the painting of the flood, half of the ceiling was finished. In one small middle panel, God wore a rose-colored robe. He raised Eve from the side of the sleeping Adam. Around the scene were 4 nude sons who would come from Adam and Eve. They had handsome faces and strong bodies. Below them sat the Cumean Sibyl and the prophet Ezekiel on their thrones. The ceiling was now full of rich color. There were yellows, pale greens, soft rose colors, and deep blues beside many strong human bodies. Michelangelo told no one that half the ceiling was complete. But the Pope learned about it quickly. He sent a message that he would visit the Sistine Chapel that afternoon. Michelangelo helped Julius climb the last steps of the ladder. Then he showed him the paintings. He explained the stories of David and Goliath, and Judith and Holofernes. He also showed the stories of the ancestors of Christ on the sides.
Julius wanted the scaffold removed at once. He wanted everyone to see the great work.
It is not time yet to remove the scaffold, Holy Father, Michelangelo said.
Why not? Julius asked.
There is still much work to finish. The children behind the thrones of the prophets and sibyls are not complete. The nude figures near the arches also need work.
But I heard the first half was finished.
The large paintings are finished. But many small details still need work.
When will it be ready? The Pope asked firmly.
Michelangelo became angry.
When it is ready, he answered.
Julius became red in the face.
When it is ready! When it is ready! He repeated angrily. Then he lifted his walking stick and struck Michelangelo on the shoulder.
For a moment, both men stood silent and looked at each other. Michelangelo felt cold with shock. He did not even feel the pain in his shoulder. Then he bowed and spoke in a calm voice.
It will be as your holiness wishes. The scaffold will come down tomorrow. The chapel will be ready for people to see.
He stepped back so the Pope could go down the ladder.
It is not your place, Buonarroti, to dismiss your Pope, Julius shouted. You are dismissed.
Michelangelo went down the ladder very fast and left the chapel. So this was the end. It was a hard and shameful end. The Pope had hit him with a stick like a poor farmer. Michelangelo had wanted artists to stand high in society. He wanted people to respect them more than simple workers. The company of the Cauldron once praised him when he stood against the Pope. Now he felt ashamed and deeply hurt. No other artist he knew had suffered this kind of shame. Strong feelings of fear and anger moved through him as he walked through streets he did not know well. He walked without seeing clearly where he was going. He thought he had made a new world with his paintings. He had tried to work like God himself. But Pope Julius II had shown him his true place. Julius was God's ruler on earth, just as his brother Leonardo had once said. And Michelangelo Buonarroti was only a worker. It was strange how one hit from a stick could destroy his dreams.
Painting brings me shame.
What could he do now? Julius would never forgive him for causing the fight. And Michelangelo would never forgive Julius for this shame. He would never touch a paintbrush again. He would never return to the ceiling. Raphael could finish the rest. He went home. Mikey waited there with wide, quiet eyes.
Pack your things, Mikey, he said. Leave before me. We should not leave Rome together. If the Pope orders soldiers to arrest me, I do not want them to take you too.
He had no right to hit you. He is not your father.
He is my Holy Father. He can kill me if he wants. But first he must find me.
He filled one canvas bag with his drawings. Another bag held his personal things. Then he quickly wrote a note to Rosselli. He said goodbye and asked him to sell the furniture back to the dealer in Trastevere. Just after he finished, someone knocked on the door. Michelangelo became still. Mikey looked toward the back door. Now it was too late to escape. They had caught him before he could leave. He wondered what would happen next. What new shame or punishment waited for him? A hard smile came to his face. After 14 months under the chapel ceiling, even the prison of Sant'Angelo might feel comfortable. There was another loud knock. He opened the door and expected soldiers. Instead he saw Chamberlain Accurcio.
May I come in? Messer Buonarroti?" he asked.
Did you come to arrest me?
"My good friend," Accurcio said softly, "you must not feel so bad about this. Do you think the Pope would hit someone he did not care about?"
Michelangelo closed the door behind him. Then he stood with his hands on the table and stared at the Pope's servant with surprise.
Are you saying the Pope hit me because he likes me?
"The Pope cares about you. He thinks of you as a talented but difficult son."
Accurcio took a purse from his belt and placed it on the work table.
"The Pope asked me to bring you these 500 ducats.
A golden salve to heal my wound."
And to bring his apologies. The Holy Father sent apologies to me.
Yes. He sent them as soon as he returned to the palace. He did not want this to happen. He says it happened because you both have a strong and difficult nature.
Who knows the Pope sent you to ask my pardon?
Is that important?
People in Rome know the Pope struck me. I can only stay here if they also know he said sorry.
Accurcio moved his shoulders a little.
Nobody can hide anything in this city, he said.
Julius chose the week of the Feast of the Assumption to show the first half of the ceiling. Rosselli told Martino and his workers to take down the scaffold and store it away. During those weeks, Michelangelo stayed at home. He drew pictures and made large designs for the prophets Daniel and Jeremiah. He also worked on the Libyan and Persian Sibyls. He did not go near the Sistine Chapel or the Papal Palace. Julius sent no message to him. There was peace between them, but it did not feel safe or easy. Michelangelo did not follow the days closely. He knew the season and sometimes the month, but little more. When he wrote letters to his family, he often could not write the date. Sometimes he wrote, "I do not know what day it is, but I think yesterday was Friday." Other times he wrote, "I do not know today's date, but yesterday was St. Luke's feast day." The Pope did not call him to the chapel ceremonies. Michelangelo first learned about the gathering in the Sistine Chapel at midday. Mikey opened the door after a knock and brought Raphael into the workshop. Michelangelo was bent over his table. He was drawing Haman and the brazen serpent for the corner spaces of the ceiling. He looked up at Raphael. The younger man's face looked older now. There were dark circles under his eyes, and his face looked tired and soft. He wore costly mauve satin clothes with expensive jewels. Many people brought work to his workshop. He designed everything from daggers to large palaces. His assistants finished the work when Raphael had no more time. He was only 27 years old, but he looked 10 years older. Michelangelo's hard work had changed his body. Raphael's easy life was also changing him. He ate too much, drank too much, spent too much time with women and pleasure, and enjoyed too much praise from people.
"My workers helped take down your ceiling scaffold," Raphael said. There was respect in his voice and eyes. "I came to say sorry for my bad manners. I should not have spoken to you like that in the piazza. You deserve better from me."
Michelangelo remembered the time when he went to Leonardo da Vinci to say sorry for his own bad manners.
Artists must forgive each other for their mistakes.
No one came to praise him. No one stopped him in the street. No one offered him new work. He felt alone, almost like a dead man. The painting on the Sistine Chapel ceiling felt far from the life of Rome. It was like a private fight between Michelangelo, God, and Pope Julius II. Soon after that, Pope Julius went to war. 2 days after people saw the painting, Julius left Rome with his army. He wanted to push the French out of northern Italy and make the Papal States stronger. Michelangelo watched him leave on a strong horse. Spanish soldiers marched behind the Pope. The King of Spain had sent them after Julius gave him control of Naples. Italian soldiers marched too. They were led by the Duke of Urbino, the Pope's nephew. Roman troops followed under Marcantonio Colonna, the Pope's relative. The Pope first wanted to attack Ferrara because it supported France. He also expected help from 15,000 Swiss soldiers and the army of Venice. On the road north were small city-states that he wanted to control. These included Modena and Mirandola, the home of the Pico family. Michelangelo felt worried. The French protected the Republic of Florence. If Julius defeated the French, Florence would be in danger. Then Soderini and the leaders of Florence would face the Pope's anger. Michelangelo also felt lost. Maybe he had caused his own problem. The Pope's chamberlain had brought him money and an apology, but he did not bring permission to build the scaffold again and continue painting the second half of the ceiling. Julius waited for Michelangelo to come to the Vatican. Michelangelo waited for Julius to call him. The Pope might stay away for many months. Michelangelo did not know what to do. Then he received a letter from his father. His brother Buonarroti was very ill. Michelangelo wanted to go to Florence and stay with him, but he was afraid to leave Rome. Instead, he sent money from the purse Julius had given him. He thought about finding other work. He wanted work in marble or painting to support him until the Pope returned. But he had never asked people for work before. He did not know how to do it. Later he heard that Lorenzo Pucci was leaving Rome to join the Pope in Bologna. Pucci was a Florentine and worked for the Pope. Michelangelo went to see him. He asked Pucci to speak to Julius for him. He wanted the 500 ducats still owed for the first half of the ceiling. He also wanted permission to begin the second half and money to build the scaffold again. Pucci said he would try. He also said he would look for other work for Michelangelo until the Pope returned. Then Michelangelo wrote a sonnet to the Pope.
I have served you since I was young. I belong to you like sunlight belongs to the sun. But you do not see how much of my time I lose. The harder I work, the less pity you show me.
After New Year in 1511, he finally began painting again. The months before that had filled him with anger and frustration. At last he could not stay inactive any longer. He followed the Pope to Bologna. But there he found trouble everywhere. The Bentivoglio family was becoming powerful again. Pope Julius was too busy with war problems to meet him. Michelangelo then traveled to Florence to visit Buonarroti. He decided to take some of his savings from the hospital of Santa Maria Nuova. The hospital manager had kept the money safe for him. Michelangelo planned to use the money to rebuild the scaffold and continue painting without the Pope's help. In Florence he found that Buonarroti was better, but his brother was still too weak to work. He also learned that his father had received an important job in San Casciano. It was the first political position given to a Buonarroti during Michelangelo's life. Then Michelangelo discovered another problem. Without asking him, his father had taken some of the saved money from the hospital manager. His father later wrote a letter to explain.
I took the money because I hoped I could return it before you came back to Florence. Now I see I was wrong. I am very sorry. I listened to bad advice.
Michelangelo returned to Rome without money. And it seemed Pope Julius would also return without success. Many things had gone badly for him in the war. His army had captured Modena. But Bologna had few soldiers and little food. The Bentivoglio family stood at one gate. The French army waited only a few miles away. Ferrara defeated the Pope's army. The French paid the Swiss soldiers to go home. Julius was almost ready to surrender to the French. Then at last Venetian and Spanish troops arrived and saved him. Now the Datary came back. He brought the money that people owed Michelangelo. He also gave permission for the scaffold to stand under the second half of the chapel, near the Pope's throne at the far end. He brought money to build the scaffold too. Now Michelangelo could begin the most important part of the painting. He would paint God creating Adam. He would paint God creating the sun and the moon. He would paint God separating the waters from the earth. He would paint God separating light from darkness. These four pictures were the center of the ceiling. Everything depended on them. He wanted to show God in a way that all people would understand at once.
They would look up and say, "Yes, that is the Lord God. No one else could be."
These paintings were the heart of the whole work. If he could not paint God in a true and powerful way, the ceiling would lose its deepest meaning. The whole work needed God at its center. Michelangelo had always loved God.
In his darkest times, he cried out, "God did not create us and then leave us alone."
His faith in God gave him strength. Now he wanted to show people who God was. He wanted people to understand how God looked and felt. He wanted them to see God's power and kindness. His God could not belong to only one group of people. God had to be the Father of all people. Everyone had to be able to love and honor him. This work was difficult, but Michelangelo believed he could do it. He only needed to paint the picture he had carried in his heart since he was a child. To him, God was the most beautiful, strong, wise, and loving power in the world. God made man in his own image. So God had the face and body of a man. The first man, Adam, was surely made to look like him. Michelangelo wanted to paint Adam as a son who looked like his father. Adam would be strong and beautiful. He would be noble in thought and gentle in spirit. His face and body would show the best things in heaven and on earth. Through Adam, people would also see God the Father. God would wear a flowing white robe and have a white beard. He would reach out his right arm toward Adam. Only a small touch of life was needed. Then man and the world would begin. While Michelangelo stayed high above the floor and painted the smaller panel called God dividing the waters from the earth, Pope Julius faced many disasters in war. He failed in his attack on Ferrara. He also failed to break the alliance between France and the Holy Roman Empire. His illness became very bad. Men had to carry him to Ravenna in an ox cart. His armies and the Venetian forces lost badly against Ferrara. He had no money left. So he sold 8 new places as cardinals for 10,000 ducats each. In this way, he raised 80,000 ducats. The French and the men of Ferrara took Bologna again. They brought back the Bentivoglio family. Julius lost his armies, his weapons, his supplies, and almost all his resources. As he returned sadly to Rome, he found a message on the church door in Rimini. The message called rebellious church leaders to meet at Pisa. They wanted to investigate Pope Julius II and his actions. Julius' defeat also hurt Michelangelo. Their lives had become closely connected. As soon as the Bentivoglios returned to power, the people of Bologna rushed into the Piazza Maggiore. They pulled down Michelangelo's bronze statue of Julius and threw it onto the stones below. Then the Duke of Ferrara melted the statue and made it into a cannon. He even named the cannon Julius. 15 months of Michelangelo's hard work and suffering were gone. Now his statue had become a weapon. People in Bologna laughed about it. The cannon would probably be used against Pope Julius if he brought another army north. Vincenzo had one. In Rome, Michelangelo felt that more trouble would soon come. During the warm days of May and June, he worked 17 hours each day on the scaffold. He brought food and a chamber pot with him so he would not need to climb down. He painted like a man driven by great force. He painted the 4 strong nude men in the corners of the panels. Then he painted the young prophet Daniel with a huge book on his lap. Across from him, he painted the old Persian Sibyl in white and rose-colored clothes. After that, he painted one of the most powerful pictures on the ceiling. It showed God in strong action, creating the bright golden sun. Michelangelo hoped and prayed that he could finish the Genesis scenes before Julius lost all power. He feared that new rulers, church leaders, or soldiers might come after Julius. They might want to destroy every sign of Julius II's rule. They could send workers into the Sistine Chapel and cover the ceiling with white paint. It became a race against death. Because of his wars, Julius returned to Rome weak and without money. He had to carry the papal jewels hidden under his clothes to the banker Chighi's house. People thought he was going to dinner. But he was really borrowing 40,000 ducats by using the jewels. Many cities hated him because he had fought and punished them. Venice, Bologna, Modena, Perugia, and Mirandola were against him. Even some Roman nobles joined his enemies. Some of these men had once led his armies. Michelangelo understood defeat. He felt connected to the Pope. So he decided to visit Julius. Only this duty could pull him away from the scaffold.
Holy Father, I came to show my respect.
Julius' face looked tired from illness and disappointment. The last time they met, they had argued badly, but Julius understood at once that Michelangelo had not come to attack him. Julius spoke in a warm and friendly way. The two men still felt close to each other.
Your ceiling. Is the work going well?
Holiness, I think you will be happy, he said.
If I am happy, you will be the first man to make me happy in a long time.
Art is not easier than war, Holiness, Michelangelo said firmly. I will go with you to the Sistine Chapel now.
The Pope could not climb the ladder easily. Michelangelo pulled him up the last steps. At the top, the Pope stood and breathed heavily. Then he saw the painting of God above him. God was reaching toward Adam to give him life. A smile came to the Pope's dry lips.
Do you really believe God is so kind? He asked.
Yes, Holy Father.
I truly hope this is true. Soon I will stand before him. If he is like your painting, then maybe he will forgive my sins.
The Pope turned to Michelangelo. His face looked bright and warm.
I am pleased with you, my son.
Michelangelo stood in the hot sun. The Pope's praise made him feel calm and happy. He did not want the feeling to end. After a while, he crossed the square to the new building of St. Peter's Church. The walls and large supports were starting to rise. When he came closer, he became surprised. Bramante was not building in the usual strong way. He was making empty concrete walls and filling them with broken stone from the old church and other waste. From the outside, the building looked strong and solid. But Michelangelo thought this was dangerous for such a large church. Then he saw something even worse. The workers were mixing the concrete badly. Good builders used 1 part cement and 3 or 4 parts sand. These men used 10 or 12 parts sand for 1 part cement. Michelangelo knew this mixture was weak. It could become very dangerous. The huge church might not stand safely with weak walls and loose material inside them. He went at once to Bramante's palace. A servant in fine clothes opened the door and led him inside. The entrance hall was rich and beautiful. There were expensive carpets, fine wool cloths, and costly furniture. Michelangelo had no invitation, but the matter was urgent. Bramante was working in his library. He wore a silk robe with gold decorations.
Bramante, I will believe that you do not know what is happening, Michelangelo said at once. But when the walls of St. Peter's break, it will not matter if you were careless or simply did not understand. Your walls will crack.
Bramante did not like the visit.
Who are you to tell me how to build? He asked. You paint ceilings. I am the greatest architect in Europe.
I am also the man who showed you how to build a scaffold, Michelangelo answered. Someone is cheating you.
Really? Is that true? How?
They are putting far too little cement in the mixture.
Ah, so now you are an engineer too.
Michelangelo did not answer the insult.
Bramante, watch your workers make the cement. Someone is cheating you.
Bramante became very angry. His face turned dark red. He pulled his heavy shoulders close to his neck.
Who else did you tell?
No one. I came here quickly to warn you.
Bramante stood up. He closed his fists near his face.
Buonarroti, if you tell the Pope these lies, I will attack you with my own hands. You are only a useless troublemaker. And a Florentine.
He said the last word like a hard insult. Michelangelo stayed calm.
I will watch your cement work for 2 days. After that, if your workers still use unsafe amounts, I will tell the Pope. I will also tell everyone else who will listen to me.
No one will listen to you, Bramante answered. You have no respect in Rome. Now leave my house.
Bramante did nothing to change his building plans. Michelangelo washed the paint from his body in the baths at Piazza Scossacavalli. Then he put on his brown shirt and calza. After that, he went to the papal palace. Julius listened to him for some time. Then the Pope stopped him. His voice sounded impatient, but not angry. "My son, you should not worry about other people's work. Bramante already told me about your attack on him. I do not know why you are enemies. This behavior is not good for you."
Holy Father, I truly fear for the building. The new St. Peter's began from San Gallo's plan for a special chapel for your tomb. I feel responsible for it.
Buonarroti, are you an architect?
Every good sculptor knows something about architecture.
But you are not as skilled or as experienced as Bramante.
No, Holy Father.
Is Bramante trying to control the way you paint the Sistine Chapel?
No, he is not.
Then why can you not paint your ceiling and let Bramante build his church?
If Your Holiness would choose a group to examine the building plans. I came because I wanted to serve you well.
I know that, my son, Julius answered. But St. Peter's will take many years to finish. If you come here angry every time you see something you do not like. The Pope said.
Michelangelo quickly knelt down. He kissed the Pope's ring and left.
The Pope was right. Why could he not stay out of other people's problems? But he could not ignore St. Peter's. Because of that church, his friend San Gallo lost his position. Bramante became more important to the Pope. Then the Pope stopped the work on the tomb marbles. Michelangelo was shut out of the papal palace. He lost many months in Florence. He wasted more than a year working in Bologna. Now he faced more years painting the ceiling vault. He also felt confused. Bramante was a very good architect. Why would he place his greatest building in danger? There had to be a reason. Leo Baglioni knew many things. Michelangelo went to his house and knocked on the door.
It is easy to explain, Leo said calmly. Bramante spends much more money than he has. He uses hundreds of thousands of ducats. He needs more money from anywhere he can get it. Right now, the pillars of St. Peter's are paying his debts.
Michelangelo looked shocked.
Did you tell the Pope this? He asked.
Of course not, Leo answered.
But how can you stay silent about something so serious?
You already told the Pope the truth, Leo said. What happened? He only told you to mind your own business.
In August, Michelangelo began the panel of the Creation of Eve. At the same time, Pope Julius went hunting at Ostia. When he returned to Rome, he had malaria. People said he was close to death. Men entered the rooms of his private apartment and stole many things. They even took the bed linens. Roman nobles gathered together and planned to remove the barbarian from Rome. Important church leaders came from all over Italy to choose a new pope. The city was full of gossip. People asked if Cardinal Riario would finally become pope. They also wondered if Leo Baglioni would become the pope's trusted helper. Meanwhile, French and Spanish armies waited near the borders. They hoped to take control of Italy during the confusion. Michelangelo became worried. If Pope Julius died, what would happen to the payment for the second half of the Sistine Chapel? He only had a spoken agreement with the Pope. There was no written contract. The Pope's family would not need to pay him. The only peaceful place in Italy seemed to be Florence. This was because of the wise rule of Gonfalonier Soderini. He kept Florence away from wars and political fights. He stayed in the middle and did not choose sides. He gave shelter to both papal and French soldiers. He also refused to let the Pisa Council meet in Florence. But he did not use force to stop it in Pisa. Michelangelo knew he should be there. He wanted to leave this troubled city forever and return to Florence. But Julius surprised Rome. He recovered from the illness. The nobles quickly ran away. The Pope again took strong control of the Vatican. Money began to come in. He paid Michelangelo another 500 ducats. Michelangelo sent a small amount home. He kept the rest in Rome.
I am honored, Balducci said when Michelangelo brought him the money.
Balducci had become heavier after years of calm and comfortable living. He already had 4 children.
Did you not always say that a dishonest bank in Florence was safer than an honest bank in Rome? He asked with a smile.
Balducci, if you had managed my money from the beginning, I would have avoided many problems, Michelangelo said. Artists are very foolish with money.
Now that you are a rich man, Balducci said jokingly, will you come to dinner on Sunday?
We invite all our biggest customers, he said.
Thank you, Balducci, but I will wait until I own part of the bank.
Later, Michelangelo put more money in the bank. Again, he did not accept Balducci's invitation. On a Sunday afternoon, Balducci went to Michelangelo's house. He brought a cake from his cook. He had not visited the house for 2 years. The place looked old, dirty, and poor. Balducci felt shocked.
For heaven's sake, Michelangelo, how can you live like this? He asked.
I cannot change it, Balducci. I always hire apprentices. They promise to learn and help in the house. But they are lazy and do not work well.
Then hire a servant. Find someone who can cook and clean. You should have some comfort in your life.
What would I do with a servant? I am never here. I do not come home in the middle of the day for dinner.
If you had a good servant, your house would be clean. You would eat better food. At night, you could come home to hot water for a bath. You could have clean clothes and cool wine waiting for you.
Slowly, Balducci, slowly, Michelangelo said. You speak as if I am a rich man.
You are not poor. You are careful with money. You earn enough to live well. Not like
A. You are hurting your health.
What good is money in Florence if you die from work in Rome?
I will not die. I am strong like stone.
Your life is already hard high on that scaffold, Balducci said. Why make it worse by living with so little money?
Michelangelo moved uncomfortably.
I know you are right, Balducci. Maybe I am like my father in some ways. But now I do not care about comfort or pleasure. While I work on that ceiling, I cannot enjoy life. A man should live well when he is happy.
When will you be happy? Balducci asked.
As soon as I work with marble again.
He worked through the autumn. He painted on Sundays and holy days too. A young orphan named Andrea came every afternoon to help him and care for the house. Michelangelo let him paint some small decorations like rams' heads and door frames. He also painted simple walls and floor areas like the work Bugiardini had done at Santa Maria Novella. Michelangelo allowed Mikey to paint some open parts of the thrones and cornices. A young man named Silvio Falcone also wanted to become an apprentice. He was good at drawing. Michelangelo let him paint a few color decorations in the far corners. Michelangelo painted all the rest himself. He painted every figure, every robe, every face, and every arm and leg. He painted every expression and every feeling. He painted every child behind the prophets and sibyls. The sibyls were beautiful. The Hebrew prophets looked strong and great. He finished every final detail with his own hands. It was the work of a lifetime done in only 3 hard years. There was new trouble in Italy. Pope Julius became strong again and turned against Soderini. He punished the Republic of Florence because it did not support him. Florence had not given him soldiers or money when he needed help. The city had also given safety to enemy soldiers and had not stopped the council at Pisa. Julius made Cardinal Giovanni de Medici the papal legate in Bologna. He wanted Tuscany to come under Vatican rule. Michelangelo was invited to the Medici Palace at the end of the Via Ripetta. Cardinal Giovanni, cousin Giulio, and Giuliano were waiting in the drawing room.
You heard that the Holy Father made me papal legate in Bologna, Cardinal Giovanni said. I have authority to raise an army.
Like Piero's army? Michelangelo asked.
The room became quiet.
I hope not, Cardinal Giovanni answered. Everything will stay peaceful. We only want to be Florentines again. We want our palace, our banks, and our lands back.
Soderini must go.
Yes. Pope Julius is very angry with Florence. He wants to take control of the city. If Soderini leaves, only a few men in the Signoria will still fight against the Medici.
Who will rule Florence after Soderini?
Michelangelo tried to hide his strong feelings.
Giuliano.
Michelangelo looked across the room at Giuliano. He saw his face become red. The choice seemed very wise to him. Giuliano was now 32 years old. He was tall and had a short beard and mustache. People said his lungs were weak, but he looked healthy to Michelangelo. In his mind and character, Giuliano was much like Illinois Magnifico. For many years, he had studied carefully. He tried to become like his father. He was more handsome than Lorenzo, though his nose was long and flat and his eyes were heavy. He had many of Lorenzo's best qualities. He was gentle and thoughtful. He was not a violent man. He respected art and learning. He deeply loved Florence, its people, and its traditions. If Florence needed a ruler above the elected Gonfalonier, then Lorenzo's youngest and most talented son seemed right for the place. The men in the room knew Michelangelo cared about Giuliano, but they did not know another person seemed present to him. Michelangelo imagined Piero Soderini standing in the middle of the room in his official robes. He clearly saw his long plain face, his uneven nose, his calm eyes, and his white hair with yellow lines in it. Soderini was the elected Gonfalonier for life of the Republic of Florence.
Michelangelo looked down at his cracked nails, still marked with paint. "Why are you telling me this?" he asked.
Because we want you with us, Cardinal Giovanni answered. You belong with the Medici. If we need your help.
Michelangelo left and walked through the streets. He moved through the narrow roads to Piazza Navona. Then he turned many corners until he reached Piazza Venezia. After that, he walked beside the old Roman forums. Broken columns still stood there. At last he entered the Colosseum. The full moon brightly lit the great building. For 1,000 years, people had taken stone from it to build houses. Michelangelo climbed to the highest level and sat on the edge of the gallery. Below him was the huge theater. At the bottom were dark rooms and cages where Christians, soldiers, slaves, and animals once waited. Above them were rows of stone seats where crowds from the Roman Empire had watched fights and called loudly for battle and death. Battle and blood. Blood and battle. The word stayed in his mind. It seemed that this was all Italy knew. It was all he had known in his own life. At that moment, Julius was gathering another army and preparing to march north. If Florence fought back, the Pope would send Giovanni's soldiers against the city walls. If Florence did not fight, Gonfalonier Soderini would be forced out. The members of the Signoria who wanted independence would also lose power. Now Michelangelo was also being asked to join this struggle. He loved both Gonfalonier Soderini and Giuliano de Medici. He felt strong loyalty to Illinois Magnifico, to Contessina, and also to Cardinal Giovanni. But he also believed in the Republic. It was the Republic that first recognized his talent. Who should he betray? Who should he fail?
Granacci would probably say, if someone asks which side you are on, say, I am on the side of sculpture. Be brave in art. But stay away from the struggles of politics.
Could he be? In the cold winter months of 1512, Michelangelo painted the curved spaces above the tall windows. His eyes became very bad. He could not read unless he threw his head back and held the paper high above him. Pope Julius stayed in Rome, but his wars had begun. His armies were led by a Spanish commander named Cardona from Naples. Cardinal Giovanni went to Bologna. The people of Bologna, helped by the French, fought the Pope's soldiers 2 times. Cardinal Giovanni could not enter the city. Then the French army chased the Pope's soldiers to Ravenna. A great battle happened there on Easter. Many soldiers from the Pope's army died in the battle. People said 10 or 12,000 men were lost. Cardinal Giovanni and his cousin Giulio became prisoners. The French took control of Romagna. Rome became full of fear. The Pope hid in the fortress of Sant'Angelo. Michelangelo continued to paint the ceiling. Then fortune changed again. The French commander who won the battle died. The French soldiers began to fight among themselves. Swiss soldiers came into Lombardy to fight the French. Cardinal Giovanni used a clever plan to save Giulio. Then he escaped and returned to Rome. The Pope also returned to the Vatican. During the summer, Julius took Bologna back. The French were pushed out of the country. The Spanish general Cardona helped the Medici family and moved toward Florence. Gonfalonier Soderini had to resign and run away with his family. Giuliano entered Florence as a private citizen. Behind him came Cardinal Giovanni de Medici with Cardona's army. He returned to his old palace in the Sant'Antonio area near the Faenza Gate. The Signoria resigned. Cardinal Giovanni chose a council of 45. A new constitution was accepted. The Republic ended. During all these months, the Pope kept telling Michelangelo to finish the ceiling quickly. Then one day Julius climbed the ladder without warning.
When will it be finished?
When I am satisfied, Michelangelo answered.
Satisfied with what? You have already used 4 years.
I speak about the art, Holy Father.
I want you to finish it in a few days.
It will be finished when it is ready, Holy Father.
Do you want me to throw you down from this scaffold?
Michelangelo looked down at the marble floor below.
On All Saints' Day I will hold Mass here, the Pope said firmly. It has been 2 years since I blessed the first half.
Michelangelo wanted to improve some robes and skies with gold and blue colors, as earlier Florentine painters had done below him. But now there was no time. He told Mikey and Mattino to remove the scaffold. The next day Julius came again.
Do some decorations need gold? He asked.
Michelangelo knew there was no use explaining. He would not build the scaffold again and climb back up.
Holy Father, men in those times did not wear gold.
It will look poor.
Michelangelo stood firmly with his feet apart. His jaw became hard. Julius held his walking stick tightly. The 2 men stood under the painted heavens near the altar and looked at each other in silence. Then Michelangelo spoke.
The people I painted were poor men. They were holy men.
On All Saints' Day, the important people of Rome wore their best clothes for the Pope ceremony in the Sistine Chapel. Michelangelo woke early. He went to the baths. He shaved his beard. He put on his blue stockings and blue wool shirt. But he did not go to the Sistine Chapel. Instead, he walked under the covered front of his house. He pulled back the cloth and stood quietly before the marble columns. He had waited 7 long years to carve them. Then he walked to his desk. He picked up a pen and wrote.
The best artist cannot show an idea that is not already inside the rough stone. The hand can only free the form that waits inside the marble.
He stood at the beginning of his hard-won freedom. Without caring about his fine clothes, he picked up his hammer and chisel. His tiredness, memories, anger, and pain seemed to disappear. Sunlight came through the window. Small white pieces of marble rose into the air. Book 8, The Medici Pope. Pope Julius II lived only a few months after the Sistine ceiling was finished. Giovanni de Medici became the new pope. He was the first man from Florence to become pope. Michelangelo stood in the Piazza San Pietro with the Florentine nobles. They wanted to honor the new pope with a great march through Rome. There were 200 men with spears. The captains from the 13 parts of Rome carried flying banners. 5 men carried church flags with the Pope's symbols. 12 white horses from the papal stables stood near 100 young nobles in red silk clothes. Behind them came 100 Roman barons with armed guards. The Swiss guards wore white, yellow, and green uniforms. The new Pope, Leo X, rode a white Arabian horse. A silk cover protected him from the warm April sun. Next to him rode cousin Giulio. The Duke of Urbino wore black clothes for mourning. He was the nephew of Julius. Michelangelo looked at Pope Leo X. The Pope was large and sweating under his heavy crown and rich clothes. Michelangelo thought about the strange ways of God. Cardinal Giovanni de' Medici had been very sick when Julius died. He had painful sores and was carried to Rome on a bed so he could vote. The cardinals stayed inside the hot Sistine Chapel for almost a week. They argued about different men for the papacy. Cardinal Riario had supporters. Cardinals Fiesco and Serra also had supporters. Giovanni de' Medici had no enemies. On the 7th day, all the cardinals agreed to choose him. Giovanni was calm, modest, and friendly. This fulfilled the old plan of Illinois Magnifico, who had made Giovanni a cardinal at 16 years old. Trumpets sounded and the march began. The group traveled across the city from St. Peter's to St. John in Latran. Leo had received his crown earlier at St. Peter's near the damaged basilica. The bridge of Sant'Angelo was covered with bright cloth. At the start of the Via Papale, the Florentines built a large arch with Medici symbols. Crowds filled the streets. The roads were covered with green branches. Michelangelo rode between his cousin Paolo Rucellai and the Strozzi man who had bought his early Hercules statue. He watched Leo smile with happiness. The Pope lifted his gloved hands to bless the people. His servants walked beside him and threw gold coins into the crowd. Every house showed rich cloth and velvet from the windows. Old marble statues stood along the Via Papale. There were statues of emperors, apostles, saints, and the Virgin. Greek statues stood beside them. In the middle of the afternoon, Pope Leo got off his horse with the help of a ladder. He stood for a moment near the old bronze statue of Marcus Aurelius in front of the Latran. Then he entered the Latran with the cardinals around him. Cousin Giulio and the Florentine and Roman nobles walked beside him. Leo sat on the ancient seat once used by the first popes. Michelangelo ate very little at the large feast in Constantine's palace hall. The hall had been repaired for the celebration. At sunset he climbed back onto his horse and followed Pope Leo to the Vatican. Night came when they reached the Campo dei Fiori. Torches and candles lit the streets. Michelangelo left his horse at Leo Baglioni's house and gave the reins to a servant. Baglioni had not been invited to join the march. He sat alone in the house. He had not shaved and looked unhappy. He had believed Cardinal Riario would become pope.
"So you arrived at the Vatican before me," he said to Michelangelo. "I never want to see the inside of the papal palace again. You can take my place."
In this game, the winner cannot give away his place, Michelangelo answered. I am out, and you are in. There will be great work for artists.
"I still have many years of carving work for Julius' tomb."
It was late when he came back to his new home. The house stood in a valley between the Capitoline and Quirinal hills. It was near Trajan's Column and the place called Macello dei Corvi. People also called it the Slaughterhouse of the Crows. Before Pope Julius died, he gave Michelangelo 2,000 ducats. The money was for the Sistine work and for the marble tomb. At the same time, the rulers of Florence had lost power and left the city. Because of this, Michelangelo lost the work to carve Hercules for the Signoria. Then he found this property for a fair price. There was a large yellow brick house and a long shaded veranda. Behind the house stood wooden sheds, a stable, a tower, and a wild garden with laurel trees. He bought the place and moved his marble there. Across from the house stood the old market of Trajan. Long ago, Many merchants had sold goods there. People came from many countries to buy things. Now the place was quiet and empty. The shops were gone. Only a few small wooden houses still stood near the church of Santa Maria di Loreto. During the day, people crossed the square on their way to nearby palaces and churches. At night, the place became very quiet. It felt like the lonely countryside. The house had 2 front doors facing the Macello dei Corvi. In the past, 2 families had lived there. His own rooms included a large bedroom facing the street. Behind it was a room for eating and sitting. Farther back stood a small kitchen with a low ceiling and brick walls. On the other side of the house, he removed a wall between 2 rooms. This gave him a large workshop like the one he had in Florence. He bought a new iron bed, wool blankets, and a soft mattress. He sent money to Buonarroti for fine bed sheets, tablecloths, and towels from Florence. He kept these things in a wardrobe beside his bed. Inside were also his shirts, handkerchiefs, and blouses. He bought a brown horse for travel on the rough streets of Rome. He ate at a good table. In warm weather, he wore a black Florentine cape with satin inside. Silvio Falcone was becoming a good servant and apprentice. In the small houses and stone tower behind the garden lived his assistants. Michel and Basso were young stone workers from Settignano. A young orphan also worked there. The boy was good at drawing and wanted to call himself Andrea di Michelangelo. Federigo Frizzi and Giovanni da Reggio made models for the bronze frieze. Antonio from Pontassive came with his workers to shape stone blocks and columns. Michelangelo felt calm about his future. Pope Leo X had once said to the court,
Buonarroti and I grew up together in my father's house.
For the first time since he had run away from Pope Julius in April 1505, he was carving again. 8 years had passed. He worked on 3 large marble figures at the same time. His breathing moved together with the swing of his hammer. He hit the chisel again and again along the stone. Working with marble once more filled him with joy. He remembered the first lesson the Topolinos had taught him.
Stone works for you. It gives itself to skill and love.
He worked on the 3 blocks with great energy. At the same time, he felt calm and sure. The 3 white stone blocks stood around him in the workshop like tall mountains. He wanted to live close to them and breathe the same air. He carved stone for 14 hours every day. His legs became weak and tired. But when he walked to the door and looked up at the open sky, he felt strong again. He felt that his work was clear and direct. While he carved the Moses, white stone dust filled his nose and covered his clothes. This work made him feel strong and real. His body and the stone seemed to move together. When he was young on the steps of the Duomo, he could not explain why sculpture was greater than painting.
Now, in his workshop, he moved from the Moses to the dying captive and then to the heroic rebellious captive. Here he could show the truth through his work.
Moses held the stone tablets under one arm. The statue would be 8 feet tall even while sitting. Michelangelo did not only want a large figure. He wanted the statue to feel heavy and powerful inside. He pushed one leg backward to create balance in the body. The large right knee and calf gave strength to the pose. His chisel moved quickly and exactly to the right places in the thick block of marble. He carved under the sharp left elbow and along the strong forearm. Then the line of movement continued through the wrist to the finger that pointed at the stone tablets. At midnight, he slowly removed his paper cap with its small candle. The workshop was silent. Far away, dogs barked behind the Colonna kitchens. Moonlight came through the garden window and covered the marble with soft light. He pulled a bench close and sat before the rough statue.
He thought about Moses as a man, a prophet, and a leader of his people. Moses had stood before God and received the law. A sculptor without deep thought only made empty shapes. There was no value in knowing how to cut the marble if he did not know what kind of Moses he wanted to show. The meaning of the statue was as important as the skill of carving. He understood where Moses sat in space, but he asked himself where Moses stood in time. Should he show the angry Moses who came down from Mount Sinai and saw his people worshipping the golden calf? Or should he show the sad Moses who feared he had come too late with God's law?
As he watched the figure slowly appear from the stone, he understood something important. He must not trap Moses in one moment of time. He wanted to create the Moses who understood both man and God. This Moses was God's servant on earth and the voice of God's law. He had climbed Mount Sinai. He had hidden his face because he was afraid to look directly at God. There he received the stone tablets of the 10 Commandments. The strong fire inside Moses could not come from hate or the wish to punish. Moses wanted his people to save themselves. He wanted them to accept God's commandments and live by them. Suddenly, the front door opened hard. Balducci came inside. A lawyer was using his offices to speak with the Duke of Urbino and the other Rovere heirs. The lawyer hoped to win better terms for Michelangelo, with more time and more money. Michelangelo looked at his friend and smiled. When they first met in Rome in 1496, Balducci had been as thin as Michelangelo. Now he was twice as large in almost every way.
Do you become fat because you make money? Michelangelo asked, or do you make money because you become fat?
I eat for both of us, Balducci answered loudly. He patted his large stomach with both hands.
You are still as small as before when you tried to play football against Donny in Piazza Santa Croce. Did they accept the new agreement?
They raised the payment to 16,500 ducats. You will have 7 years to finish the tomb. You can have more time if you need it.
Show me the plans for the new tomb. Michelangelo slowly pulled several papers from an old stained case.
Balducci looked at them with shock. You told me you were making it smaller.
I did make it smaller, Michelangelo answered.
Look here. The front side is half shorter now. I do not need to build a walking chamber anymore. Balducci had hoped to use the drawings.
How many statues are there? He asked.
In total? 41.
What sizes are they?
Some are life-size. Some are twice that size.
How many will you carve yourself?
Maybe 25. All except the angels and the small children. Even with the weak light from one candle, Michelangelo saw Balducci's face become dark red.
You are crazy, Balducci cried. You only made the frame smaller. You were not going to build that part anyway. It was already bad when you did not listen to Jacopo Galli 8 years ago. But you were younger then. Now you have agreed again to do something impossible. Why?
The men who manage Julius's affairs will not accept less, Michelangelo answered. Also, I am getting almost the same money and time that Galli wanted for me. Michelangelo, said Balducci softly.
I cannot take the place of Jacopo Galli as a man who understands art, but he respected my work enough to make me manager of his bank. This work is foolish. 25 huge figures may take you 25 years. Even if you live that long, do you want to stay tied to this tomb all your life? You will become more of a servant than the prisoners you are carving.
I have a good workshop now, Michelangelo answered. When the new contract is ready, I will bring more stone workers from Setignano. Many of these figures already live in my mind. It would be very sad not to make them real. Watch this place carefully. Soon pieces of marble will fly everywhere like white birds in spring.
The ceiling of the Sistine Chapel made people feel the same wonder they felt when they first saw the David in Florence. Artists came to Rome from many parts of Europe to celebrate Leo becoming Pope. After the ceiling was finished, Michelangelo again became known as the greatest painter in the world. He first won this honor after his painting called The Bathers. Only the group around Raphael still spoke against the ceiling. They said it showed too much of the human body and not enough true art. They also said the work was too strong and too full. But this group was weaker now because Bramante no longer controlled art in Rome. Large cracks appeared in the supports of St. Peter's Church. Because of this, all work stopped. Experts studied the building to see if the base could still hold it safely. Pope Leo was too kind to remove Bramante from his position in public. But work on the Belvedere above the Vatican also stopped. Bramante's hands shook badly, and he could no longer draw well. He gave the work to Antonio da Sangallo. Antonio was the nephew of Giuliano da Sangallo, Michelangelo's teacher and friend. Now people felt that Bramante's time was ending. It was like the feeling around Sangallo's house years before, when Bramante won the design for St. Peter's. One evening, someone knocked on Michelangelo's door. He did not like interruptions and opened the door with annoyance. Outside stood a young man with kind brown eyes. He wore an orange silk cloak. His skin was fair and he had light brown hair.
Master Buonarroti, I am Sebastiano Luciani from Venice, the young man said. I came to confess something.
I am not a priest, Michelangelo answered.
I know, Sebastiano said, but I have been foolish and stupid. This is the first time since I came to Rome that my words and actions have made sense.
I brought my lute. I can play it while I tell you my sad story. Michelangelo smiled at the happy way the Venetian man spoke. He invited him inside. Sebastiano sat on the tallest stool in the room. Then he touched the strings of the lute with his fingers.
Sing, and all troubles go away, he said quietly.
Michelangelo sat in the only soft chair in the workroom. He stretched his tired legs out in front of him. Then he put his hands behind his head. Sebastiano sang as he told his story. He said the banker Chigi brought him to Rome to paint a villa. There, he joined the many people who admired Raphael. He had once said that Raphael painted with great skill. He praised Raphael's colors and ideas. He said Raphael's work was beautiful and full of grace. But about Buonarroti, he had spoken badly.
He can draw well, Sebastiano sang. But his colors are dull. His figures look rough. His scenes have no grace.
I have heard these complaints before, Michelangelo interrupted. They make me tired.
And they should, Sebastiano answered. But Rome will not hear me speak like that again. Now I praise Master Buonarroti.
What changed your mind? Michelangelo asked.
Raphael changed it, Sebastiano said. He took everything from me. He learned all I knew from Bellini and Giorgione. Now he paints like a Venetian better than I do. And he thanks me kindly for teaching him.
Raphael learns only from the best, Michelangelo said. He does it very well. Why are you leaving him?
Now he is a famous Venetian painter with magic colors. He gets more work than before, while I get nothing. Raphael has taken everything from me, except my eyes. My eyes have enjoyed your Sistine ceiling these last days.
Sebastiano lowered his head over his lute. His heels rested on the top step of the stool. Then he sang a strong song like the songs of gondoliers. Michelangelo watched the Venetian man and wondered why he had really come. Sebastiano often visited for music and conversation. He loved pleasure and beautiful girls. He also needed money for this life. He earned money by painting portraits, but he wanted a large job with steady pay. His drawing skill was not strong, and he did not create new ideas easily. Still, he talked a lot and enjoyed life. He did not even become serious about the son who had just been born to him outside marriage. Michelangelo kept working while he listened to the cheerful talk.
My dear friend and godfather, Sebastiano said, do you not become confused when you carve 3 blocks at the same time? How do you remember your plans for each one when you move from one figure to another?
Michelangelo laughed. I wish all 25 blocks could stand around me in a big circle. I would move from one to another very quickly. In 5 years, I would finish all of them. Do you know how much marble a man can shape after thinking about it for 8 years? Ideas can cut better than chisels.
I could become a great painter, Sebastiano said quietly. I know all the skills. If you place a painting before me, I can copy it so well that nobody will see the difference. But how does a man get the idea first?
His voice sounded full of pain. It was one of the few times Michelangelo had seen him serious. Michelangelo thought carefully while he worked on the 2 stone tablets of the law.
Maybe ideas are natural to the mind, like breathing is natural to the lungs. Maybe God places them there. If I understood where human ideas come from, I would understand one of life's great mysteries.
He moved higher on the statue and worked on Moses' wrist and hand above the tablets. The fingers led into the long beard that reached the waist.
Sebastiano, I am going to make some drawings for you.
Your use of color and light is as beautiful as Raphael's, he said.
Your people and the paintings look full of life. Raphael used colors from Venice. So why can you not use my drawing ideas? Maybe we can become greater than Raphael.
At night, after a long day of cutting stone, Michelangelo liked to draw. He thought about new ways to paint old religious stories. He brought Sebastiano to Pope Leo. He showed the Pope pictures from the life of Christ that Sebastiano had painted in a beautiful way. Leo loved music and artists. So he welcomed Sebastiano to the Vatican. Later, people in Rome said, "Have you heard the news? There is a new rival for Raphael. He is the best painter from Venice. He is as good as Bellini and Giorgione. He paints with the beauty and grace of Raphael. But his drawings are stronger and more creative."
Congratulations, Michelangelo said with a dry smile.
Sebastiano received a painting job at San Pietro in Montorio. He worked hard to turn Michelangelo's designs into bright and powerful paintings. People in Rome believed Sebastiano was learning to draw like his master because he worked in Michelangelo's studio. Only Contessina thought something else was happening. She had spent many evenings next to Michelangelo while he drew. She knew his style very well. After she arrived in Rome with her family, she invited the Pope and his court to a large dinner. She wanted to become Pope Leo's official hostess. At the dinner, she took Michelangelo into a small study room. The room looked almost the same as Lorenzo's old study. It had wooden walls, a fireplace, and boxes filled with cameos and small charms. The room made Michelangelo remember the past, and tears came to his eyes. Contessina looked directly at him. Her dark eyes were bright.
"Why do you let Sebastiano show your work as if it is his?" she asked.
It does no harm, he answered.
Raphael has already lost an important job because of Sebastiano.
That is a gift for a man who works too hard and carries too many problems.
Why do you lower yourself with a trick like this?
Michelangelo looked back at her. He thought she was still the same little countess from their younger years. But she had also changed a great deal after her brother became pope. Now she acted like the great countess of Rome. She did not let her older sisters control her. Her sisters, Lucrezia Salviati and Maddalena Cibo, had also come to Rome with their families. Contessina fought to get church jobs and rewards for members of the Ridolfi family. She worked closely with cousin Giulio, who controlled much of the Vatican's business and politics. In her large gardens, she built a stage for plays and musical shows. Important people from the church and the city-states came there. More and more people asked Contessina for favors and appointments. Michelangelo understood why she wanted power after years of exile and poverty. But this new side of her made him uneasy.
After I finished the Sistine Chapel, Michelangelo explained, some people said, Raphael has grace, but Michelangelo only works hard. I will not fight with Raphael and his friends for my place. So I enjoy watching a talented young painter do it for me. Now people in Rome are starting to say, Raphael has charm, but Michelangelo has deeper ideas. Is it not funny that cheerful Sebastiano helped make this happen by singing songs about my ceiling while he played the lute?
Contessina closed her fists when she heard the irony in his voice.
It is not funny. Today I am the Countess of Rome. I can protect you.
No, Contessina, this is not the right way, he said.
Trust me. I am happy now, and my work goes well.
Her anger disappeared. Then she gave him the bright smile he remembered from their childhood.
Very well, she said. But if you do not come to my parties, I will tell everyone that you and Sebastiano are false men.
He laughed.
Who can win against a Medici?
Without thinking, he put his hands on the soft shoulders of her silk dress and pulled her closer. He tried to find the sweet smell he remembered. She began to shake. Her eyes opened wide. For a moment, time seemed to disappear. The small room in Rome became the small room in the Medici Palace in Florence. They were not a famous countess and a great artist anymore. For one short moment, they were young again. Early the next morning, Swiss guards in green, white, and yellow came to his house. They brought an order from Pope Leo. The Pope wanted Michelangelo to dine at the Vatican Palace that day. Michelangelo did not want to leave his work, but he knew nobody ignored a Pope's command. Silvio carried clean clothes for him. Michelangelo went to the baths on Via de' Pastini. He washed the dust from his body and arrived at the Vatican at 11. He soon understood why many Romans said Rome had become like a Florentine city. The Vatican was full of proud men from Tuscany. More than 100 guests waited in the throne rooms for dinner. Michelangelo saw many famous people there. He recognized Pietro Bembo, the Vatican secretary and writer. He saw the poet Ariosto, who was writing Orlando Furioso. There was Sannazaro, Guicciardini the historian, and Vida, the writer of Christiad. He also saw Giovanni Russelli, Fracatoro, and Tommaso Inghirami. Raphael was there too. He was painting rooms in the papal palace and sat close to Pope Leo. The woodcarver Giovanni Barile from Siena was also present. He was decorating palace doors with Medici signs. Michelangelo noticed Sebastiano among the guests and felt pleased that his young friend had been invited. Pope Leo had brought back much of his father's great library from Florence. He sent experts across the world to search for important old books and papers. He also brought the Greek scholar Lascaris to Rome. Lascaris helped prepare and print famous Greek writings. The Pope was rebuilding the Roman Academy for Classical Studies. Julius had neglected it before. Leo also gave new support to the University of Rome. People called his court the most brilliant and educated court since the days of ancient Rome. The rich dinner lasted many hours. Pope Leo could not eat much because he often felt sick after meals. He moved his white hands, covered with jewels, while music filled the room. Gabriel Murin sang with his beautiful voice. Marone of Brescia played the violin. Raphael Lippus, the blind singer, also performed. Between the music, jesters entertained the Pope. One court fool had once been the barber of Lorenzo de Medici. He told many silly jokes about the human body. Then he ate huge amounts of food to make everyone laugh. Pope Leo watched him through a magnifying glass because he could not see well. The Pope laughed loudly at the strange show. The dinner lasted for hours and felt endless to Michelangelo. He ate only a little trout, roast capon, and sweet rice with almond milk. He moved uncomfortably in his chair and thought about the hours he was losing. He wondered when he could finally leave. For Pope Leo, the dinner was only the beginning of the day's pleasures. After dinner, famous poets read their new poems. Then came a ballet and a masked performance. Later they made fun of Camillo Querno, called the arch-poet. He read from a very poor epic poem while Pope Leo placed cabbage leaves on his head like a crown. The entertainment continued late into the night until the Pope could no longer keep his eyes open. As Michelangelo walked home through the dark and empty streets, he remembered words Pope Leo had once said to Giulio after becoming Pope.
Since God has given us the papacy, let us enjoy it.
Italy was more peaceful than in many past years. But the Vatican was spending a huge amount of money. That day, Michelangelo saw Pope Leo throw bags of gold to singers and performers many times. Each bag held several hundred florins. One serious man near him said, "The Pope cannot save money. A stone can fly into the sky more easily." Leo needed even more money. He needed millions of ducats for pleasure and art. Pope Julius had needed great wealth for war, but Leo wanted even more. Leo asked Cardinal Pucci to protect the honor of the church. He said there must be no selling of church offices or dishonest business. The cardinal only lifted his shoulders.
Holy Father, you gave me the job of paying for this great business. My first duty is to keep it alive.
At midnight, Michelangelo returned to the Macello dei Corvi. He changed into his work clothes. The clothes were hard with stone dust and sweat from the hot summer. They felt like another layer of skin on his body. With relief, he picked up his hammer and chisel. He moved them in his hands to feel their familiar weight. He decided this would be the last day he wasted like this. He felt sorry for Raphael. The Pope called Raphael at every hour for small tasks. Sometimes he asked Raphael to judge a painted book. Sometimes he wanted a design for a bathroom wall. Raphael was always polite and interested. But he lost sleep and had little time for his own work. Michelangelo knew this life was not for him. He was not charming like Raphael. He never wanted to become that kind of man. He could shut Rome out of his mind. But Italy now belonged to the Medici family, and he was close to them. Only Giuliano, the son of Lorenzo the Magnificent, had once won his respect.
Giuliano ruled Florence with kindness and calm. He walked through the streets without guards. He opened the Medici Palace to artists and scholars. He brought back the Plato Academy. He let elected councils manage the government and the law.
But Pope Leo and cousin Giulio did not value these qualities. Leo called Giuliano back from Florence. Now, in September, Michelangelo dressed to attend a ceremony. Giuliano was going to become a baron of Rome. The ceremony took place on the old Capitoline Hill, near Michelangelo's house. He sat with the Medici family. There were Contessina and Ridolfi with their 3 sons. Niccolo was now 12 years old and would become a cardinal at 16. There were also the older sisters. Maddalena Cibo came with her husband and 5 children. One son, Innocenzo, would also become a cardinal. Lucrezia Salviati came with her large family too. Her son Giovanni was expected to become a cardinal as well. Leo built a great stage over the old ruins. Long ago, San Gallo had brought Michelangelo there to draw the remains of ancient Rome. Workers covered the rough ground with wooden floors and many seats. Michelangelo listened to speeches welcoming Giuliano. Leaders from the Roman Senate spoke. Poets read long Latin poems. Actors performed plays and funny shows in the Florentine style. A woman dressed in gold cloth represented the city of Rome. Men carried her to Giuliano's throne. She thanked him for agreeing to lead the city. After a rough comedy by Plautus, Pope Leo gave gifts and privileges to Rome. He lowered the salt tax. Thousands of Romans on the hillsides cheered loudly. Then came a banquet that lasted 6 hours. There was more food than Rome had seen since ancient times. When the wild celebration finally ended, Michelangelo walked down the Capitoline Hill. Crowds below were eating the food left from the feast above. He entered his house and locked both street doors behind him. Michelangelo, Giuliano, and the people of Rome all understood the truth. The ceremony tried to hide a political change. Giuliano loved the Republic of Florence and preferred learning and peace. But power was passing to young Lorenzo, the 21-year-old son of Piero and Alfonsina. Lorenzo had gone to Tuscany with instructions from Giulio. The letter explained how to control elections, choose his own council, and take control of the government. Giulio was becoming more powerful behind the Pope. A group chosen by Leo said that Giulio was born legally. They said that the brother of Lorenzo de Medici planned to marry Giulio's mother. The marriage did not happen because the man was killed in the cathedral. Now Giulio was accepted as a true member of the family. Leo made him a cardinal. Giulio now had official power in the church and the Papal States. Leo and Giulio also wanted more Medici power across Italy. This was important for Michelangelo too. They wanted to remove the Duke of Urbino from his lands. The Duke was from the Rovere family and was related to Pope Julius. That day, Pope Leo removed the Duke from his church position and gave it to Giuliano. Later, Leo planned to take the Duke's lands as well. The Duke of Urbino was an angry and dangerous man. Michelangelo still had responsibility for Julius's tomb under this duke. The open fight between the Medici and the Rovere families could only bring problems for the Buonarroti family. During the quiet winter, Michelangelo found ways to avoid Contessina's parties. He brought her to the workshop to see his 3 new statues. He also stayed away from Leo's entertainments. He gave many excuses, and Leo laughed at them and allowed him to stay away. During the long weeks of work, Michelangelo spent most of his time with his helpers in the garden workshop. Sometimes he ate supper with a small group of friendly young men from Florence. They liked to remember their home city and the great Duomo. Only once did Michelangelo change his quiet life. Giuliano came to the studio and asked him to attend a reception for Leonardo da Vinci. Giuliano had invited Leonardo to Rome and given him rooms in the Belvedere.
You, Leonardo, and Raphael are the greatest artists in Italy now, Giuliano said quietly. I want the 3 of you to become friends. Maybe you can even work together.
I will come to the reception, Giuliano, Michelangelo answered. But I do not think we can work together. We are very different from each other.
That is strange, Giuliano said softly. I thought all artists would feel like brothers. Come early tomorrow. I want to show you some experiments Leonardo is doing for me.
The next day, Michelangelo entered the Belvedere with Giuliano. Giuliano showed him many new workrooms prepared for Leonardo. The windows were larger so more light could enter. There was a kitchen for large pots used in experiments. A stone terrace looked over the valley, the Papal Palace, and the Sistine Chapel. The Vatican carpenters had built new furniture. There were long tables and stands for mixing paint. Giuliano had convinced Pope Leo to give Leonardo a painting job. But as Michelangelo walked through the rooms, he saw little art. One workshop belonged to a German metal worker who helped Leonardo build machines. Michelangelo understood that Leonardo had not yet started his painting work.
Look at these curved mirrors, Giuliano said with excitement. And this new machine for cutting metal screws. Leonardo spends all his time studying. He draws plans to remove water from unhealthy swamp areas. He does not let anyone read his notebooks. But I think he is finishing his mathematics studies about curved surfaces. His work in optics and plants is amazing. Leonardo believes he can learn the age of a tree by counting the rings inside the trunk. Imagine that.
I would rather imagine him painting beautiful frescoes, Michelangelo said.
Giuliano walked with him toward the drawing room.
Leonardo is a man who knows many things, Giuliano said. Has there been such a scientific mind since Aristotle?
I do not think so, Michelangelo said.
For him, art is only one part of human creativity.
I cannot understand it, Michelangelo said in a hard voice.
When a man has such a special gift, he should not spend his days counting tree rings.
Leonardo came into the room. His old friend Salai walked behind him. Salai still looked young and handsome. He wore a rich red blouse with lace on the sleeves. Michelangelo thought Leonardo looked old and tired. His long beard and shoulder-length hair were now white. The 2 men were happy to meet again, but they did not truly understand each other. Leonardo spoke in his high voice. He told Michelangelo that he had studied the Sistine ceiling carefully.
After I studied your work, I changed some parts of my book about painting. You showed that the study of the human body is very important for artists.
Then his voice became calm and distant.
But I also see a serious danger.
Michelangelo became annoyed.
What danger? He asked.
The danger of too much use, Leonardo answered. After a painter studies your ceiling, he must be careful. He must not paint bodies that look too hard because of too much attention to bones and muscles. He must also be careful not to love naked figures too much.
And you think my paintings are like that? Michelangelo asked angrily.
No, Leonardo answered. Your work is very close to perfect. But what about the painter who wants to go further than you? If your use of anatomy makes the Sistine great, then he may think he must use even more anatomy to become greater.
I am not responsible for what later painters do, Michelangelo said.
That is true, Leonardo replied. But you have already taken anatomical painting as far as it can go. There is little left for others to improve. So later painters may change and damage the style. People may say, it is Michelangelo's fault. Without him, artists could have improved anatomical painting slowly for many years. You began it and finished it on one ceiling.
More guests arrived. Soon the rooms became loud with many voices. Michelangelo stood alone near a window. Below him he could see the Sistine Chapel. He did not know if he felt confused or hurt. Leonardo showed the guests many strange inventions. He had animals filled with air that floated above people's heads. He also showed a live lizard. He had put wings on it with quicksilver inside. He had added false eyes, horns, and a beard to its head.
In Milan I made a mechanical lion, Leonardo told the guests. It could walk several steps, and when someone pressed a button, its chest opened and showed a group of lilies.
Michelangelo spoke quietly to himself.
This is too much.
This is the limit, he cried. Then he hurried home. His body shook because he wanted to touch marble again. In the spring, Bramante died. Pope Leo gave him a large funeral. Artists spoke about his beautiful buildings. They talked about the Tempietto, the Cortile of the Belvedere, and the Castellisi Palace. After this, Pope Leo called Giuliano da San Gallo. San Gallo had been Pope Leo's father's favorite architect. When he arrived, he received back his old palace on the Via Alessandrina. Michelangelo went there very quickly to see his old friend.
We meet again, San Gallo cried. His eyes were full of joy. I lived through my dismissal. You lived through the years on the Sistine ceiling. Then his face became serious. But Pope Leo sent me a strange message. He asks if Raphael can become my assistant at St. Peter's. Is Raphael an architect?
Michelangelo felt troubled when he heard Raphael's name.
He has directed repairs at St. Peter's, he answered. People see him on the scaffolding at all hours.
But you should continue my work, San Gallo said. I'm almost 70 years old.
Thank you, caro, Michelangelo replied. Let Raphael help you. That leaves me free to work with marble.
Bankers from Florence also came. Agostino Chigi, Strozzi, and Ricci wanted San Gallo to continue the work at St. Peter's. So San Gallo began building again. Michelangelo allowed only a few visitors into his studio. One visitor was the former Gonfalonier Soderini. His wife, Mona Argentina, also came. Pope Leo had forgiven them and allowed them to live in Rome again. 3 other men visited Michelangelo. They offered him his first private commission since Taddeo Taddi had asked for the round sculpture of Our Lady. The men were Metello Vari dei Porcri, who came from an old Roman family, Bernardo Cencio, a canon of St. Peter's, and Mario Scapucci.
We want you to make a risen Christ for us, they said. It will be for the Church of Santa Maria sopra Minerva.
I am happy that you ask me, Michelangelo said. But I must tell you something. My agreement with the executors of Pope Julius does not allow me to take other commissions.
This would only be one statue, Mario Scapucci said quickly. You can work on it slowly. A risen Christ.
Michelangelo liked the idea.
After the crucifixion.
How do you see this work? He asked.
Life size. Jesus will hold a cross in his arms. You can choose his pose.
Can I think about it? Michelangelo asked.
For a long time, he felt that many pictures of the crucifixion were wrong. They showed Jesus weak and broken under the cross. Michelangelo never believed this. In his mind, Christ was strong. He carried the cross to Calvary easily, like a man carrying a branch from an olive tree. He started to draw. In his picture, the cross looked small in Jesus' hands. The men who gave him the work already changed tradition by asking for a cross after the resurrection. So Michelangelo also wanted to change the usual idea. Instead of the cross defeating Christ, Jesus would stand strong and victorious. He finished the first rough drawings and looked at them carefully. The figure seemed familiar. Then he remembered. It was like a stonemason he had once drawn for Ghirlandaio during his first year as an apprentice. Life in Rome stayed calm, but his family in Florence gave him many worries. Buonarroti kept asking for money to open a wool shop. Michelangelo became tired of the requests. He took 1,000 ducats from the money of his new Rovere contract and asked Baldacci to send it to Florence. Buonarroti and Giovansimone opened the shop, but soon they had problems. They needed more money. They asked Michelangelo for another 1,000 ducats. They said he would soon earn money from the business. At the same time, Buonarroti found a girl he wanted to marry. Her father promised a large dowry. Buonarroti asked Michelangelo if he should marry her. Michelangelo sent him 200 ducats. Buonarroti never thanked him for the money. Michelangelo wondered where the money had gone. He also thought about the money Lodovico had borrowed and promised to return. There was also money at the Santa Maria Nuova hospital. The hospital manager delayed giving it back. Michelangelo became angry. He also owned 5 farms, but he believed the farmers were cheating him. Then he received sad news from Buonarroti. Mother Topolino had died. Michelangelo stopped his work and walked to San Lorenzo in Damaso. There he prayed for her soul. He sent money to Buonarroti and asked him to ride to the church in Settignano. He wanted the priest there to say a mass for her. Michelangelo closed his mind to these troubles, just as he closed the gates of his garden. Working with marble gave him peace and comfort. Good marble almost never failed him. He used the money from the rovers to hire more workers. Master stone carvers, bronze workers, and carpenters filled his yard from morning until night. They built the base and the front part of the great work. At the same time, Michelangelo continued drawing plans for the other statues. He trained the masons from Settignano to become marble sculptors. They prepared many huge blocks of marble for him. Then he could begin carving the victories. Months passed. His apprentices brought him news from the city. Leonardo da Vinci was having serious problems. He spent too much time testing new oils and varnishes to protect paintings. Because of this, he did little painting for Pope Leo's project. At court, the Pope laughed and said,
Leonardo will never finish anything. Before he starts work, he already thinks about the end.
The people at court told the joke to others. Soon many people laughed at Leonardo. When Leonardo heard this, he stopped working on Leo's project. The Pope learned from his spies that Leonardo was cutting dead bodies in the hospital of Santo Spirito. The Pope threatened to send him away from Rome. Leonardo left the Belvedere and went to the marshes to continue his studies. There he became sick with malaria. After he got better, he learned that his iron worker had destroyed his mechanical machines. Then his protector, Giuliano, left with the Pope's army to fight the French in Lombardy. After that, Leonardo could not stay in Rome anymore. He thought about where to go. Perhaps France. He had received an invitation to go there many years before. At the same time, Michelangelo became very sick. He had a strong illness in his throat. He could not work at all. For many weeks he stayed in bed. His eyes became yellow, and his body grew weak. People carried him back to Florence on a stretcher. He came home too late. Raphael became the architect of St. Peter's Church and of Rome. Michelangelo received an urgent letter from Contessina. He quickly went to the palace. Her son Niccolo met him and took him upstairs to her bedroom. The weather was warm, but Contessina lay under several blankets. Her face was pale and tired on the pillows. Her eyes looked deep and dark.
Contessina, you are very ill.
Contessina moved her hand and asked him to come closer. She touched the place beside her bed for him to sit. Michelangelo took her weak white hand in his. She closed her eyes. When she opened them again, tears filled her warm brown eyes.
Michelangelo, I remember the first time we met. It was in the sculpture garden. I asked you why you worked so hard. I asked if the work made you tired.
And I answered that cutting stone did not take strength away. It gave strength back.
Everyone thought I would die soon, like my mother and sister. But you gave me strength, Caro.
You said that you felt strong when you were near me.
And you answered that you felt confused when you were near me.
She smiled softly.
Giovanni said you frightened him. But you never frightened me. I saw that you were gentle inside.
They looked at each other quietly.
We never spoke about our feelings, Contessina whispered.
Michelangelo touched her cheek gently.
I loved you, Contessina.
I loved you too, Michelangelo. I always felt you near me in this world.
For a short moment her eyes became bright again.
My sons will be your friends.
She began to cough hard. The large bed shook. She turned her head away from him and held a cloth to her mouth. Then he saw a red mark on the cloth. At once, he remembered Jacopo Golli. He knew this would be the last time he would see Contessina. He waited and tried not to cry. She did not turn back to look at him.
Addio, mia cara, he whispered.
Then he turned quietly and left the room. The death of Contessina hurt him deeply. He worked on the head of the Moses statue and tried to finish it. He shaped the beard and the strong lower lip. The mouth looked so alive that it seemed ready to speak. Then he worked on the sharp nose and the strong lines in the forehead. He shaped the muscles near the cheeks. Last, he worked on the deep eyes. The dark parts and light parts gave life to the face. After that, he worked on the two captives. Both figures showed pain. One fought against death. The other accepted it. He put his own sadness and feeling of loss into the stone. He always knew he and Contessina could never live together. Still, her presence had always given him joy and strength. He put down his hammer and chisel. Then he made models for the bronze frieze. He bought 20,000 pounds of brass. He called more stone workers from Certignano. He pushed the workers from Pontassive to move faster with the building stones. He also wrote many letters to Florence. He wanted to find a marble expert who could go to Carrara and buy more marble blocks for him. Now he had everything he needed to continue the work strongly for another year. He wanted to finish the great front wall. He wanted the Moses and captives in their places. He wanted the victories inside the niches. He also wanted the bronze frieze above the first floor. He planned to work day and night. His whole life now belonged to marble, and this felt right to him. Pope Leo wanted peace and did not want war. But other rulers still tried again and again to take rich lands. The Italian cities also continued their old fights with each other. Giuliano could not defeat the French in Lombardy. During the fighting, he became very sick. He moved to the monastery at Badia in Fiesole. People said he was dying, just as Contessina had died. The Duke of Urbino refused to help the Pope's army. Instead, he joined the French. Pope Leo quickly traveled north and made an agreement with the French. Then he was free to fight the Duke of Urbino. As soon as he returned to Rome, the Pope called Michelangelo to the Vatican. Leo had always been kind to him. He had helped Michelangelo's family in Florence. He had given them a fine palace. He had also allowed them to use the Medici family sign with 6 balls. Leo sat at a table in his library with Giulio. He looked at jewels and carved stones through a spyglass. He had brought them back from Florence. The journey seemed to help his health. His face now had some color, and he looked stronger.
Holy Father, you were very generous to my family.
Not at all, Leo said. You have belonged to our house for many years.
I am grateful, Holiness.
Good, Leo said as he put down the spyglass. Giulio also looked serious. We do not want a Medici sculptor making statues for a Rovere.
But the contract. I must obey it.
The room became quiet. Leo and Giulio looked at each other for a moment. We have decided to give you the greatest artwork of our time, the Pope said. We want you to build a front wall for our family church, San Lorenzo. My father dreamed of it. It must be a great and beautiful facade. Michelangelo stood near the window and looked out over the crowded brown rooftops. He heard the Pope speaking behind him, but the words did not seem clear. Then he forced himself to return to the table.
But, Holy Father, what about the tomb for Pope Julius? You remember the contract from 3 years ago. I must finish the work I promised to do. If I do not finish it, the Rovere family will take legal action against me.
Enough time has passed for the Rovere family, Giulio said sharply. The Duke of Urbino made an agreement to help the French against us. He was partly responsible for losing Milan.
I am sorry. I did not know that.
Now you know, Cardinal Giulio said. His dark face became calmer. A Medici artist should work for the Medici family.
And I will, Michelangelo answered.
He was calmer now too.
Within 2 years, the tomb will be finished. I already planned everything.
No, Leo said angrily.
His round face was red. This was rare and frightening.
The Rovere family will not get 2 more years. You will begin working for us now.
Then his voice became softer.
Michelangelo, we are your friends. We will protect you from the Rovere family. We will make a new contract for you. It will give you more time and more money.
When you finish the front of San Lorenzo, you can return to Julius's tomb.
Holy Father, I have worked on this tomb for 10 long years. I know all 25 statues in my mind. We are ready to build the front wall, make the bronze parts, and place my 3 large statues.
His voice became louder. Now he was shouting.
You must not stop me. This is a very important time for me. I have trained many workers. If I must send the men away and leave the marble here unfinished. Holiness, because of the love I had for your great father, I beg you not to do this terrible thing to me.
He went down on one knee before the Pope and lowered his head.
Please give me time to finish the work that was planned.
Then I can move to Florence and work on the facade in peace and happiness. I will make a great facade for San Lorenzo. But I must not have trouble in my mind and spirit.
Leo and Giulio did not answer. They looked at each other in silence. From many years together, they understood each other very well. Their eyes showed what they thought about this difficult artist standing before them. Michelangelo, Pope Leo said, and he shook his head. You still take everything so seriously.
Or maybe, Giulio asked, you do not want to make the San Lorenzo facade for the Medici family?
I do want to do it, Your Grace. But it is a very large project.
You are right, Leo cried. You must go to Carrara at once. Choose the marble blocks yourself and watch the cutting work. I will ask Jacopo Salviati in Florence to send you 1,000 florins to pay for them.
Michelangelo kissed the Pope's ring. Then he left Leo and walked down the stairs of the Vatican Palace. Tears ran down his face. Courtiers, Church leaders, ambassadors, merchants, and entertainers were going up the stairs to begin their day. They looked at him with surprise. He did not see them. He did not care. That night, he felt lonely and unhappy. He walked through the part of the city where Balducci had once looked for prostitutes. A young woman walked toward him. She was thin and had blonde hair pulled back from her face. She wore a low dress and a dark necklace around her neck. For one quick moment, Michelangelo thought about Clarissa. But the feeling passed fast. The girl's face was rough, and her movements were not soft or graceful. Still, the short memory of Clarissa made him want love and comfort again.
Good evening. Would you like to come with me? She asked.
I do not know.
You seem sad.
I am. Can you make that sadness go away? He asked.
That is my work.
I will come with you.
You will not regret it.
But he did regret it. 2 days later, he spoke to Balducci and described how he felt.
Balducci cried out with worry. You caught the French sickness. Why did you not tell me you wanted a girl?
I did not know I wanted one.
Idiot.
There is a sickness in Rome. I will call my doctor.
I got this sickness myself. I will cure it myself.
You cannot do it without mercury cream and sulfur baths. It seems light. Maybe you can get well quickly.
I must get well quickly, Balducci. Life in Carrara is hard.
The Apuan Alps stood like a dark wall outside his window. He put on his shirt, stockings, and strong boots for climbing. Then he left his room behind the apothecary Pelliccia's house. He walked down the courtyard steps and entered the Piazza del Duomo. In the dark, an agent and a quarry owner passed him. They wore shawls tied around their waists. On the wooden bridge above the square, 2 priests walked from the sacristy to the cathedral for early mass. Carrara slept inside its curved stone walls. The town faced the sea on one side and the steep mountains on the other. He did not want to leave Rome. But being close to the marble he needed made him feel better. He carried bread under his arm for dinner. Then he walked along a narrow street to the Porta del Bozzo. He remembered how proud the people were.
They said, Carrara is the only town in the world that can pave its squares with marble.
In the grey morning light, he saw marble houses everywhere. The windows and columns were also marble. In Florence, builders used Pietra Serena stone for beautiful work. In Carrara, the master builders used marble from the mountains above the town. Michelangelo liked the people of Carrara. He felt close to them because he also loved stone. But these people were closed to outsiders and trusted few people. They did not think of themselves as Tuscans or Ligurians. Most people never left the mountains. They married only people from the same area. Boys started work in the quarries with their fathers when they were 6 years old. Many stayed there for life. Farmers could sell food in Carrara only if their families had done so for many years. When a quarry needed a new worker, they chose a man from known local families. Carrara and the nearby town of Massa had fought each other for a very long time. Even the small villages thought only about their own town and not about others. Carrara lived from one thing only. That thing was marble. Every day the people looked at the white marks on the mountains. They looked like snow, even in hot summer. The people thanked God because the marble gave them food and work. Their lives were shared together. If one man did well, everyone did well. If one man had no food, everyone suffered. Work in the quarries was dangerous. When people left each other, they did not say goodbye.
They said, go carefully.
He walked beside the Carione River. The September air was cold and fresh. It was good weather for climbing. Below him, he could see the tower of Rocca Malaspina and the tall cathedral tower. The houses stood close together inside the old walls. Soon he reached the mountain villages of Codina, Miseglia, and Badizano. Men came out from every village and joined the road to the quarries. These men were more like him than his own brothers. They were small, strong, quiet, and never tired. They had the power of men who worked hard stone every day. They climbed the mountain with jackets over one shoulder. They passed through Torreno and the places near the Marble Hills. At first they walked in silence. Then daylight touched the mountain peaks and they began to speak. Their language was short and quick. Michelangelo had needed time to learn it. The people cut words short like pieces of stone from marble blocks. They changed long words into very short ones. The language was fast and simple. They asked him about his search in the Grotta Columbara and Ronco quarries the day before.
Did you find it?
Not yet.
You will find it today.
I hope so.
Go to Revaction. Did you hear news? They are cutting a new block.
I will try there.
Pale yellow sunlight shone on the rough cliffs ahead. White marble dust and broken stone covered the deep valleys below. For many years, workers had thrown this waste stone down from the quarry. It looked like snow in winter. Now they were 1,000 feet above the ground. They moved easily through old forests of oak, beech, fir, and thorn bushes. Higher up, they crossed open grass fields where sheep ate in summer. Beyond the trees and the flowers of San Pellegrino, the paths crossed hard rock where white marble came up through the ground. About 200 quarry workers walked up the mountain. Many were fathers and sons. Soon the long line divided into smaller groups. Each group went to a different marble channel. There was the Revazione with the Polvarcho quarry. There was the Canale di Fantiscritti, first opened by the ancient Romans. There was also the Canale di Colonnata. As the men separated, they spoke quietly to each other.
Go carefully. God willing.
Michelangelo continued with the group going to the Polvarcho quarry. 11 years before, he had found very good marble there for the tomb of Julius. The Polvarcho quarry stood at the far end of Poggio Silvestro. It produced fine white marble for statues. But the nearby quarries of Battaglino, Grotta Columbara, and Ronco had common marble with lines running through it. When the sun rose over Monte Sagro, they arrived at the high work level of the quarry. The workers quickly took off their jackets and began their work. The Tecchiaioli climbed down ropes from the cliffs above. They hung high in the air while they cleaned loose stone from the rock walls. With their tools, they removed dangerous pieces of stone to protect the workers below. The owner of the quarry greeted Michelangelo warmly. People called him the Barrel because of his large round body. He could not read or write, like many of his workers. But he often spoke with buyers from England, France, Germany, and Spain. Because of this, he had learned to speak better.
Buonarroti, today we have your great block.
I hope so.
The Barrel took Michelangelo by the arm and led him to the work area. Workers had cut a V-shaped line into the marble cliff. They pushed wooden pegs into the cut and soaked them with water. As the wood grew larger from the water, it slowly opened the solid marble. Now the workers used levers and heavy hammers to force the pegs deeper and free the marble block. The marble was cut from top to bottom. The highest blocks came out first.
The foreman shouted, "Move away below."
Workers cutting blocks with saws, sand, and water quickly ran to the side of the quarry. The top block broke free with a loud sound like a falling tree. It crashed into the flat work area below. Then it split along its natural cracks. Michelangelo walked closer and studied the large broken block. He felt disappointed. For many years, rain had passed through the thin earth above the marble. The water carried materials that left dark lines inside the white stone. The Barrel stood in front of him. He had chosen this block because he hoped Michelangelo would accept it.
A beautiful piece of stone, yes?
It is good.
You accept it?
It has veins in it.
The cut is almost perfect.
I need perfect marble.
The Barrel became angry.
You cost us money. We worked for you for a month, and we see no payment.
I will pay you well for good marble for statues.
God makes the marble. Complain to him.
I will not stop until I know there are no whiter blocks behind these.
You want me to cut down my whole mountain?
I will spend thousands of ducats for the front of San Lorenzo. You will receive part of that money.
The barrel turned away with an angry face. He spoke in a low voice, but Michelangelo could not hear the words clearly. It sounded like the owner called him the big noise. Michelangelo thought he must have heard wrong because he had spoken calmly. He picked up his jacket and his meal. Then he followed an old goat path toward Ravazione. The narrow path gave him only a little space beside the cliff. At 10 o'clock, he reached the quarry. On the flat work area, teams of men pulled long saws across marble blocks. Young apprentices kept pouring sand and water under the saw teeth. Above them, workers widened a crack in the marble cliff. Then the foreman called out in a singing voice. The quarry workers climbed down and went into a wooden shed for their meal. Michelangelo sat with the workers on a wooden board between two stone blocks. He took out thick pieces of bread with olive oil, vinegar, salt, and berry seeds. He dipped the bread into a shared bucket of water and ate with hunger. Monna Pelliccia offered him other food to eat with the bread, but he liked to eat the same food as the quarry workers. This was the best way to become friendly with the men of Carrara. The Carrara men were proud people.
They often said, "Many heads, many ideas."
In 1505, Michelangelo came there to collect marble for the tomb of Pope Julius. At first, the workers treated him like other foreign sculptors, but he spent his days in the quarries with them. He could quickly see bad places inside the marble, like cracks and weak lines. He also worked beside the men to move huge blocks down the steep mountain paths. The blocks were very heavy. Only ropes around wooden posts stopped them from falling. After some time, the workers believed he was not only a sculptor, they believed he was also a real quarryman. Now, when he returned to Carrara, the people accepted him as one of them. On Saturday nights, they invited him to the taverns. The men drank Cinque Terre wine and played a card game called Bastoni. After each game, the winners and losers drank more wine. Soon the tavern became loud and happy. Michelangelo felt proud to sit at tables where fathers gave their gambling seats to their sons. One time, he saw an empty building above the town. Near it were marble workshops beside the Carione River. The front walls stood open to the water.
Then he thought, why should I return to Rome or Florence to carve statues? Here in Carrara, it feels normal for a man to give his whole life to sculpture.
In Carrara there were skilled model makers. He could always find trained helpers there. After long days of carving in Florence or Rome, he walked home covered in white marble dust. People looked at him with worry or laughed at him. But in Carrara he looked like every other worker coming back from the quarries and workshops. He felt that he belonged there. At Ravazione, he became disappointed again that morning. A new cut in the white mountain showed weak cracks inside the stone. He could not use that marble for one of his giant statues.
A beautiful block, the owner said as he stayed close to Michelangelo. Will you buy it?
Perhaps. I will try, Michelangelo answered politely.
But the owner looked unhappy. Michelangelo was ready to leave for the next quarry. Then he heard a horn from Grotta Columbara far away across the mountains. The sound moved through the valleys. The quarry workers stopped where they stood. Then they put down their tools. Each man placed his jacket over his right shoulder. Without speaking, they started to walk down the mountain path. One of the workers had been hurt. Perhaps he was dead. Every quarryman in the Apuan Alps made the long walk down to his village. There they waited for news about their friend. No further work would happen until the next morning. There would also be no work if there was a funeral. Michelangelo walked down the path near the river. He watched women washing clothes in water that looked white from the marble dust. The marble workshops threw small stones and dust into the stream. Then he went around to the lower part of the town. He entered the market of the pigs. At the back of the apothecary's house, he went into his small apartment with 2 rooms. The apartment stood between the shop below and the Pelliccia family home above. Apothecary Francesco di Pelliccia was 55 years old. He was taller than most men in Carrara. He was also one of the best educated men in the town. He had studied at the university in Pisa. He read many books. He was one of the few people in Carrara who bought medicines from the Near East. He had also seen Michelangelo's David in Florence. He had seen the Sistine Chapel ceiling and the Mosses in Rome. Michelangelo had stayed in these rooms before. The two men had become friends. Pelliccia owned important marble quarries, but he never pushed Michelangelo to buy marble from him because of their friendship. Pelliccia had gone to help the injured worker. There was a doctor in Carrara, but most quarry workers did not call him.
They often said, "Nature heals people, and doctors take money."
When someone became sick, a family member came to the apothecary shop. The person explained the sickness. Then Pelliccia prepared the medicine. Signora Pelliccia was a strong woman in her early 40s. She prepared the table in the dining room that looked over the Piazza del Duomo. She had saved some fresh fish from the midday meal for Michelangelo. He was eating the last of the minestrone soup when a servant arrived from the Rocca Malaspina. The servant brought a note from Marquis Antonio Alberico II of Carrara. The Marquis ruled the Massa Carrara area. In the note, he asked Michelangelo to come to the castle at once. The Rocca stood a short walk uphill. It was a strong fortress that protected the mountainside of Carrara. The Carione River protected the other side below. The fortress was built in the 12th century. It had defense towers, a moat, and thick stone walls. The people of Carrara disliked outsiders because enemies had attacked them for many years. Only recently had the Malaspina family brought peace to the area. The fortress had once been rough and simple. Now it was a beautiful marble palace. It had paintings on the walls and fine furniture from many parts of Europe. The Marquis waited at the top of a grand staircase. While greeting him, Michelangelo still looked with admiration at the fine marble floors and columns around the stair hall. The Marquis was tall and carried himself with pride. He had a long thin face, high cheekbones, and a thick beard. "It was good of you to come, Maestro Buonarroti," the Marquis said in a deep calm voice. "I thought you would like to see the room where Dante Alighieri slept when he stayed with my family here."
Dante stayed here? Michelangelo asked.
"Yes. He wrote some lines of the Divine Comedy about our land. This was his bed. And here is the plaque with his verses." The Marquis showed him the words on the wall. "That man whose back is close behind his belly is Arunas, who once lived on Luni's mountain, near the place where the men work in Carrara. From his cave among the white marble stones, he could watch the stars in the sky and see the blue sea below." Later, they went to the library with wooden walls. There the Marquis began to speak about business. First, he showed Michelangelo a letter from Mona Argentina Soderini, who was also part of the Malaspina family.
"Master Michelangelo is a sculptor whom my husband greatly respects. He is honest, polite, and kind. He is such a great man that we think no other man in Europe is like him. He has gone to Carrara to work with a special kind of marble. We warmly ask you to give him all possible help and support."
The Marquis looked at Michelangelo. "There has been a small problem," he said quietly.
A problem? What kind of problem? Michelangelo asked.
"Do you remember the name the quarry owner called you?"
"I think he called me the Big Noise. What does that mean?"
In the Carrara language, it means a man who complains and does not accept things easily. The owners say you do not seem sure about what you want. Michelangelo smiled a little.
"They are partly right," he admitted. "It has to do with the front of San Lorenzo. I think Pope Leo and Cardinal Giulio made this plan only to pull me away from the Rovere tomb. They promised me 1,000 ducats to buy marble, but no money has come. I have also failed in my own work. I promised them models, but I have not made a single drawing since I left Rome. A worried mind does not work well, Marquis."
"May I give you some advice?" the Marquis asked. Sign 2 or 3 small contracts for marble that can be delivered later. Then the owners will feel calmer. Some of them have already cut blocks only for you. Now they are afraid they have taken too much stone and may have to stop work for their men. These people do not have much money saved. A few weeks of beans and flour stand between these people and hunger. If you threaten this small safety, they become your enemy. The danger is very close. I will do what you say. In the next few weeks, he signed 2 contracts. One contract was for 8 marble pieces more than 8 feet high. It also included 15 smaller pieces. He received a payment of 100 florins first. Then he bought 3 pieces of white marble from Mancino left-handed at the Polvaccio quarry. 2 witnesses signed the contract in the Piazza del Duomo. The trouble ended after he promised the Barrel and Pelliccia that he would buy many supplies when money came from the Pope. He had calmed the worries of the Carrarini, but he could not calm his own worries. The Rovere family had finally accepted the Pope's demands. They wrote a 3rd contract. This contract made the tomb even smaller and changed the time limit from 7 years to 9 years. Michelangelo knew they were still angry. Pope Leo calmly told the Rovere family that Michelangelo could continue carving the tomb while he worked on the facade. But Michelangelo did not believe this promise. He knew that now he would work for the Medici as long as a Medici Pope ruled in the Vatican. The unfinished tomb troubled him day and night. Sebastiano promised to watch his house in the Marcello dei Corvi carefully. Even so, Michelangelo still worried about his marble blocks and decorated stones. The news from Florence was also unhappy. At first, the city was proud because one of its men became pope. But this joy ended when the city lost its freedom. Giuliano had died. The Republic no longer existed. The elected councils were gone, and the constitution was no longer valid. The people of Florence did not like being ruled by Lorenzo, the 24-year-old son of Piero. His Roman mother and Cardinal Giulio controlled even his smallest actions. Then Giulio arrived in Florence and made Medici control even stronger. This did not make the people happier. Buonarroti's shop was losing money. This was not his fault. These were difficult times for a new business. Buonarroti needed more money, but Michelangelo could not give him any. His brother had brought his wife, Bartolomea, to live in the family house. He often said that he hoped Michelangelo would like her. She was a kind woman. She had cared for Lodovico during a recent illness. She also managed the house well with only the old servant, Monna Margherita. The servant had cared for Lodovico since Illinois Migliore died. Michelangelo understood that Bartolomea was not very beautiful, but she had brought a good dowry and had a gentle nature.
I will like her, Buonarroti, Michelangelo told his brother. Now we must hope she gives birth to sons. Sigismondo lives like a wanderer. Giovansimone does not even support himself. Your good Bartolomea is our only hope to continue the Buonarroti family name.
Lodovico had become a difficult man. He often blamed Michelangelo. He said Michelangelo wasted money on the Rovere tomb and still did not finish it. He was angry because Michelangelo accepted the Medici facade work without a clear contract. He complained that Michelangelo did not give more money to Buonarroti's shop. He also wanted him to buy more houses in Florence and farms near the city. Lodovico spent many months looking for these places. Almost every letter from the old man brought complaints and demands. Winter rain turned the mountain paths into deep streams. Then snow covered the mountains. All work stopped there. The stone workers stayed inside their cold houses near the hills. They tried to stay warm and save food. Michelangelo bought a wagon full of wood. He put his work table near the fire. Around him were many letters. Baccio d'Agnolo wrote about helping him build a wooden model of the facade. Sebastiano wrote that many sculptors, even Raphael, wanted to take the work away from him. Domenico Buoninsegni wrote from Rome. He was an honest and skilled man. He worked hard to help Michelangelo get the facade contract. He asked Michelangelo to come to Rome because Pope Leo wanted to see the designs. Michelangelo walked around the cold room. He kept his hands under his arms to stay warm. He spoke softly to himself.
I must feel that hope again. I remember when Illinois Magnifico walked with me to San Lorenzo. He said that one day I would build a facade that all Italy would admire.
He arrived in Rome while the city was getting ready for Christmas. First he went to his house. Everything was just as he had left it. His Moses statue looked closer to completion than he remembered. He wished he could spend one quiet month working on it. At the Vatican he received a warm welcome. Cardinal Giulio now seemed more powerful and more sure of himself. Michelangelo knelt and kissed the Pope's ring. He saw that Leo had again become heavy. His round cheeks almost hid his small mouth.
"It is good to see you again, my son," Leo said.
He led Michelangelo into the papal library. The smell of old books and parchment brought back memories. Michelangelo remembered the library in the Medici Palace. He saw Illinois Magnifico in his mind, holding a beautiful book with a purple cover. The memory felt very strong. It seemed like only a week had passed, not 25 years. For a moment, Michelangelo felt he was making the facade for Lorenzo himself. He spread his drawings across a desk. One drawing showed the unfinished brick front of San Lorenzo. Another showed the new facade. It had 2 levels and a tower. The lower level had 3 church doors with a wide stone line above them. Near the doors he drew for large statues. They were St. Lawrence, John the Baptist, Peter, and Paul. On the second level he placed large statues of Matthew, Luke, and Mark. On the tower he planned statues of Damien and Cosmas as doctors. The word Medicis meant doctors. Michelangelo planned to carve these 9 large figures himself. The rest of the facade would be built with stone and architectural work. The project would take 9 years. During that time he could also finish the marble work for Julius. At the end, both the Medici family and the Rovere family would be pleased.
"We are ready to pay well," the Pope said.
But one thing must change, Giulio said quietly.
What is that, Your Grace? Michelangelo asked.
The marble must come from Pietrasanta. It has the best marble for statues in the world.
Yes, Your Grace. I have heard that. But there is no road there.
Roads can be built with workers, Giulio answered.
People say Roman engineers tried to build such a road before. They failed.
They did not try hard enough.
Cardinal Giulio's face showed that his decision would not change. Michelangelo felt there was another reason behind this plan. He looked at Pope Leo.
"You will do better in Pietrasanta and Seravezza," the Pope explained. "The Carraresi people are difficult. They do not work well with the Vatican. But the people of Pietrasanta and Seravezza are loyal to Tuscany. They have given their quarries to Florence. So we can get very pure marble and only pay for the work."
I do not believe this work is possible, Holiness, Michelangelo said. The stone is high on steep mountains. The marble blocks must come down from dangerous cliffs.
"You will go to Monte Altissimo," the Pope said. "Then you will tell us what you find there."
Michelangelo did not answer. He went back to Carrara. He stayed again in his rooms behind Pellicia's apothecary shop. At last, Salviati sent him the Pope's 1,000 ducats. Then Michelangelo stopped worrying about the Pietrasanta quarry. He began buying marble very quickly. He bought 3 blocks from Jacopo and Antonio in the Market of the Pigs. He bought 7 more blocks from Mancino. He also made a business agreement with Rajan to pay for 100 wagonloads of marble from the quarry. But the work did not move forward. He refused the wooden model that Baccio d'Agnolo made for him. Michelangelo said it looked like a toy for children. Then he made a model himself. But his own model was not good either. He paid La Grassa, a stone worker from Settignano, to make a clay model. Later, he destroyed that model too. Salviati wrote to him from Florence. Buoninsegni also wrote from Rome. Both men said the Pope and the Cardinal were unhappy because Michelangelo had still not started the foundations. After this, Michelangelo made another agreement. He ordered 50 more cartloads of marble from Francesco and Bartolomeo of Torino. But he still had no real design. He had only decided the sizes and shapes of the marble blocks he wanted his workers to prepare. The Marquis of Carrara invited him to Sunday dinner at the Rocca. They served the traditional Carrarino cake and focaccia with wheat flour, eggs, pine nuts, and raisins. After the meal, the Marquis asked about the Pope's plan to open quarries in Pietrasanta. News about it had come from Rome.
Do not worry, Signore, Michelangelo said. No work will happen in those mountains.
Then a sharp letter arrived from Buoninsegni.
The Cardinal and the Pope think you are ignoring the marble at Pietrasanta. They believe you do this on purpose. The Pope wants marble from Pietrasanta.
Michelangelo told no one where he was going. He prepared a horse before sunrise and rode down the coast road. Pietrasanta had once been an important border town. But unlike the people of Carrara, the people of Pietrasanta no longer stayed behind walls they could not protect. Their houses stood around a large square where people held markets and festivals. On the west side, people could see the beautiful Tyrrhenian Sea. The farmers of Pietrasanta lived peaceful lives and died old in their beds. At the morning market, Michelangelo stopped for a short time and bought an orange. Above him stood Monte Altissimo. The people of Pietrasanta and Seravezza called it the highest mountain. Its huge wall of rock rose sharply high into the sky. People who lived near it felt small when they looked at it. The people of Carrara said with pride that Monte Altissimo was not truly the highest mountain. They said Monte Sagro, Piso di Uccello, and Pisanino near Carrara were taller. The people of Pietrasanta answered differently. They said the people of Carrara could climb their mountains and cut stone there, but Monte Altissimo could not be entered or conquered. Even the Etruscans and the Roman army had failed to pass through its deep valleys and steep cliffs. A narrow wagon road ran between Pietrasanta and the hill town of Seravezza. Farmers used it to carry their goods. Michelangelo followed the rough road up toward the old fortress that protected the valley families. Everywhere he looked, there was stone. The houses stood close together around a paved square. He found a room for the night. He also found a guide. The guide was the strong young son of a shoemaker. His name was Antonio, but people called him Anto. When he spoke, his pale gums showed above his short teeth.
How much will you pay? Good. We start at first light.
They left Seravezza in complete darkness. The first hour was not hard because Anto knew the hills well. But after the path ended, they had to cut through thick bushes with knives from the cobbler's shop. They climbed steep dark rocks. The rocks looked like giant steps for gods. Sometimes they climbed. Sometimes they slipped and fell a little into deep narrow places between the rocks. More than once, they caught tree trunks to stop themselves from falling over cliffs. They went down into deep valleys that were cold and dark because the sun almost never reached them. Then they climbed again on their hands and knees. Behind them stood Monte Altissimo, still far away. By late morning, they reached the top of a hill covered with bushes. Only a sharp narrow ridge stood between Michelangelo and Monte Altissimo. Below it was a canyon with a river they needed to cross. Anto took 2 large loaves of bread from his leather bag. The bread was filled with fish in tomato sauce. They ate their food. Then they went down into the valley before the next ridge. They moved toward a lower place where the mountains opened and showed the wall of Monte Altissimo. Michelangelo sat on a large rock and looked up at the huge mountains.
With God's help, and the whole French army, maybe someone could build a road to this place. But how could anyone build a road up that straight wall?
It is not possible. Why try? Anto asked.
To bring marble down.
Anto looked at Michelangelo with surprise. His mouth moved slowly as he tried to understand.
You never said marble. That is crazy. Nobody brings marble blocks down from there.
That is true, Michelangelo answered.
Then why did you come?
To make sure. Come, Anto. Let us climb higher. I want to see how good the marble is if nobody can bring it down.
The marble was not only good. It was perfect. Large pieces of pure white stone came out from the mountain. He found a place where the Romans had worked long ago. There were broken pieces from a marble block they had cut. After the hard climb through rocky valleys and deep cracks in the mountains, they finally passed the snow line. Then they had to pull themselves higher with their hands and feet. Michelangelo understood why the Roman emperors used marble from Carrara to build Rome. Still, he wanted very much to use his hammer and chisel on this bright white stone. It was the purest marble he had ever seen. It was almost dark when he arrived in Carrara. As he came up the road from Avenza, he saw farmers working in the fields. They acted as if they did not see him. When he entered Porta Ghibellina, the people in town became quiet as he passed. In the Piazza del Duomo, groups of men stood close together and spoke softly. They turned their shoulders toward each other when he walked by. He entered the apothecary shop. Pelliccia and his son were grinding medicine on a marble slab.
What happened? Michelangelo asked. Yesterday morning I left as a man of Carrara. Tonight I return as a Tuscan.
Pelliccia did not answer at once. First, he poured the medicine into the handkerchief of an old woman in black. Then he told her goodbye. It is because of your trip to Monte Altissimo, he said.
So now your townspeople follow the Roman law that a man is guilty before people know the truth.
They are afraid. The new quarries in Pietrasanta could hurt them.
Please tell them that the Pope ordered me to go to Monte Altissimo.
They say this is because of you.
Because of me? How?
They say you always want perfect marble blocks. They say people in Rome heard about this.
But I have been buying marble from Carrara.
The people of Carrara think you want the pure white marble from the mountain. They believe this is why Pope Leo told you to open the Pietrasanta quarries. They think the Pope wants to find marble that will satisfy you. For a moment, Michelangelo did not answer. He knew that the Pope and Cardinal Giulio now controlled Monte Altissimo. They wanted to punish the Carrara families because they were against the Vatican. But he also wondered if the people of Carrara were right about him. For 7 months, he had bought marble blocks from them. Even after paying good money, he was never fully satisfied. He still felt that the best white marble was somewhere else. Maybe part of him wanted the Pope to open the Pietrasanta quarries. Maybe he wanted this even while he said it could not be done.
I will tell His Holiness that marble cannot be taken down from Monte Altissimo.
So they can trust you.
You have my word.
That will make them happy. Later, he heard that Baccio d'Agnolo and Biggio had received 500 ducats. They were sent into the Cereveza mountains to plan a road. Michelangelo was more amused than worried. He knew both men well. He did not believe they could build a good road. That spring was a good time for Carrara. Many sculptors came there to buy marble. They stayed in the church house near the bridge by the Duomo. Bartolomeo Ordonez came from Spain. Giovanni da Rossi and Maestro Simoni came from Mantua. Domenico Guerre came from France. Don Bernardino de Chivos worked for Charles I of Spain. Michelangelo also felt pleased. The Medici family had agreed to pay him 25,000 ducats for the facade. One rainy afternoon, Jacopo Sansovino arrived in Carrara. He stood near Michelangelo's fire to dry his clothes. Jacopo was a handsome man with brown hair. He was 30 years old. He had taken the family name of his teacher, Andrea Sansovino. Michelangelo had seen him many times over the years in Andrea's workshop. Jacopo seemed talented.
Jacopo, it is good to see someone from Florence. Why did you come to Carrara in this bad weather? I came because of you. Because of me? Why?
Pope Leo promised me the frieze.
What frieze?
The frieze for your facade, of course. I showed my design to the Pope, and he liked it very much.
Michelangelo turned his face away. He did not want Jacopo to see his surprise.
But I did not include a frieze in my plan.
The Pope had opened a competition for artists who wanted to add work to the project. I won. There would be a long bronze band above the 3 doors. It would show scenes from the life of the Medici family.
What if your bronze work does not fit my design? Michelangelo asked.
You do your work, and I will do mine, Jacopo answered.
His voice was calm, but he would not change his mind.
I have never worked together with another artist, Jacopo, Michelangelo said quietly.
What the Holy Father says must be done.
Yes, of course. But my agreement says I must correct mistakes in any other person's work.
There will be no mistakes. Trust me. You have more important things to worry about.
What about Baccio and Biggio? Michelangelo asked.
His body became stiff with worry.
They will make all the decorated stones and the columns.
That night he could not sleep. He kept wood burning in the fire. He walked again and again through the 2 rooms of his apartment. He tried to understand his own thoughts. Why had he wasted so many months? He had not finished a model that the Pope and Cardinal Giulio could approve. He had not designed the main figures. He had not returned to Florence to begin the work there. He had bought many blocks of marble. That made him feel he was moving forward. But it was only a false feeling. Jacopo Sansovino's visit showed him the truth. The facade work was slowly moving away from him. He had not moved forward at all. He had stood still. For an artist, that was a painful kind of death. Now there was no more time to lose. If he had to carve the facade, then he would begin at once. He would carve everything himself. He would make the squares, columns, cornices, capitals, and saints. He wrote to Rome.
I promise you, Holy Father, that the facade of San Lorenzo will become a great example of architecture and sculpture for all Italy.
In the spring he returned to Florence. There he celebrated the birth of Buonarroti's daughter, Francesca. He gave her the nickname Secca. He invited his friends to the house on Via Ghibellina. They drank sweet holy wine and ate cake. After that, he bought land on Via Mozza near Santa Caterina. He wanted to build a large studio there. It had to be big enough for the huge marble blocks for the facade and for the tomb of Julius. He had to speak with the church officials of the Duomo. They asked 300 gold florins for the land. Michelangelo knew the land was worth 60 florins less. When he complained, one church official answered seriously.
We are sorry, but we cannot change the rules from the papal order.
Then give me the extra piece of land at the back for the 60 florins you added, Michelangelo said.
Should we go against an order from the Holy Father? The man asked.
For several weeks Michelangelo worked on the design for his wooden model. As he added more ideas, the cost became larger. He planned 5 square relief scenes and 2 round ones. Soon he saw that the facade could not be built for less than 35,000 ducats. The Pope answered through Buoninsegni, who wrote,
They like your new plan, but you have raised the price by 10,000 ducats. Is this because the facade is larger, or because your first estimate was wrong?
Michelangelo replied, This will become the greatest work of architecture and sculpture in Italy. When will the money arrive?
Buoninsegni answered, There is little money now, but do not worry. Your contract will be signed. Begin work on the foundations at once. His Holiness is unhappy because you have not started them yet.
Jacopo Sansovino learned from the Vatican that the new model did not include the bronze band. He came to Michelangelo in anger.
May that day be cursed when you said anything good about anyone, he said.
Jacopo, I have always spoken well of your work, Michelangelo answered.
I tried to tell you in Carrara.
You tried to tell me there was no place for anyone except yourself. That was the real problem.
Jacopo, do not let us leave as enemies. I promise I will help you get work. Then you will understand that a work of art cannot come from many people. It must come from one man's mind and hands. Anything else becomes a confused mixture. At that moment, Lodovico began to complain again. He was angry because Michelangelo did not give him money from Santa Maria Nuova.
Father, if you do not stop this constant complaining, we cannot live in the same house.
By evening, Lodovico had left the house. His room was empty. The next evening, Buonarroti came back home. He said that Lodovico was telling everyone that Michelangelo had forced him out of the house. Where is he staying?
He is in the farmer's cottage behind our house in Setignano.
I will send him a letter now. Michelangelo sat at Lodovico's special desk. The desk looked strange in the square room. Then he wrote, "Dearest father, I hear that you are speaking badly about me. You say I forced you to leave the house. I am surprised by this. From the day I was born until now, I have never had a thought against you. I accepted every piece of work because I loved you. You know that I gave you everything I had. For 30 years, you and your sons have known me well. You know that I always tried to help you when I could. How can you tell people that I threw you out of the house? Do you not see what people will think of me? This is another trouble in my unhappy life. You repay me badly. Still, I will accept it. If I have brought you shame, then forgive me. Forgive me for being such a bad man." Lodovico returned to the house on Via Ghibellina. He forgave Michelangelo. Florence felt sad and quiet. The happy life of the city had moved to Leo's court in Rome. Michelangelo also felt unhappy when he learned that his cartoon of the bathers had disappeared.
It is not exactly destroyed, Granacci said seriously. People traced it, wrote on it, damaged it, cut pieces from it, and stole parts.
But how? It belonged to Florence. Why did nobody protect it? Granacci explained what happened. The cartoon first went to the Hall of the Popes near Santa Maria Novella. Later, it was moved to the upper hall of the Medici Palace. Many artists came through Florence and worked from it without supervision. Some cut out pieces and took them away. His old enemy, the sculptor Baccio Bandinelli, was said to have taken several sections. Only a few pieces still remained in Florence. His friends, the Strozzi family, had bought them. "So now I am like Leonardo," Michelangelo said sadly. "My cartoon is gone. Just like my bronze statue of Julius." The only person who helped him see his troubles differently was Prior Bicchiolini. The old priest was weak now and stayed in bed at Santo Spirito.
"Try to see your whole life as one complete thing," the father said. "Do not think of it as many broken pieces. Each part grows from the one before it, and another part will come after it."
He worked on the front of the church with great care. He made a strong model of it. He cut lines into the columns and added decoration to the tops. He marked the places for the statues. He also made wax figures to show how the final sculptures would look. Pope Leo signed a contract for 40,000 ducats. Michelangelo would receive 5,000 each year for 8 years. He also received 4,000 at once for costs. The Pope gave him a free home near the Church of San Lorenzo. But then everything changed.
His Holiness wants all the work for the front of San Lorenzo to use marble from Pietrasanta only, the message said. No other marble may be used.
Michelangelo stood in the cemetery at San Lorenzo without a hat. He listened to the final prayers for Prior Bicchiolini. He felt he had lost the kindest and best man he knew. For the good prior, another life would begin after death. Michelangelo thought something much worse waited for him. Less than an hour after he returned to Carrara, people started to gather in the Piazza del Duomo. More and more men came into the square. They came from the lower roads, from the river road, and through the city gate. Others came down from the mountain villages and the marble quarries. Soon there were many hundreds of Carrara workers in the square. They stood close together below the apothecary's windows and near the cathedral. The dining room windows in the apothecary's house were very tall. The middle windows were glass doors. There was no balcony, but the doors could open. A low iron rail stood outside. Michelangelo stood behind the curtains and listened. The sound of the crowd grew louder as more workers entered the square. Then someone saw him behind the curtains. The crowd moved suddenly. People began to shout.
Big noise! Big noise!
Michelangelo looked at his host. The man's face showed fear.
I should go down to the square, Michelangelo said.
It is too dangerous, the man answered. When these people are afraid, they become wild. They may kill you.
I must speak to them.
He opened the glass doors and stepped out behind the low rail. A shout rose from below.
Son of a dog!
Many men raised their fists at him. Michelangelo lifted his arms and tried to calm them.
Your promises mean nothing.
This is not my choice, Michelangelo called. You must believe me.
Bastard! You sold us!
Did I not buy marble from you? I have new contracts for you. Trust me. I am a man from Carrara too.
You work for the Pope.
I will lose more from this than you will.
The crowd suddenly became quiet. A man near the front cried out in pain and anger.
You will not go hungry.
That cry changed everything. Many arms went up into the air. Stones flew through the square like heavy rain. Pieces of white marble broke one glass door and then the other. A large stone hit Michelangelo on the forehead. The blow shocked him. Blood ran slowly down his face. It passed over his eyebrow and into the corner of his eye. He did not try to stop the blood. The crowd saw what had happened. Murmurs moved across the piazza.
Enough. We have hurt people already.
The crowd slowly broke apart. People walked away through the streets near the cathedral. They returned to the places they came from. After a few minutes, the piazza was empty. Only white stones and broken glass showed what had happened. He rubbed his hand across his eye. Then he looked at the dark blood on his palm. Before this day, marble pieces had cut his face many times. Small stone chips sometimes flew from his tools and hit his skin. But this was the first time people had thrown stones at him. He rented a house near the seaside of the Pietrasanta Piazza. From the house, he could see the wide marshland. He would need to cross this land to build a port. An old husband and wife owned the house. He paid them to care for him. Cardinal Giulio told him another part of his work. He also needed to dig marble for St. Peter's in Rome. He had to provide marble for repairs at the Duomo in Florence too. The Wool Guild was sending a skilled man to build the road. It was March. He had about 6 months of good weather before snow and ice covered the mountains. If he could move the marble columns from the quarry to the beach before October, his work would succeed, if the work could begin at all. He planned to send the first marble blocks to Florence. There he would spend the winter cutting and shaping them. When warm weather returned, a foreman and workers could come back to continue the quarry work. He made a list of everything he needed. Then he traveled to Carrara. He went straight to the supply shops above the town and outside the walls. He entered a hemp shop near the river. It was the first store in a long row of supply shops.
I need strong rope.
The owner kept working on his cords. He did not look up. None, the man said. He went farther down the street to a metal shop. The blacksmith was hitting hot metal with a hammer.
I want to buy a forge and some iron bars, Michelangelo said.
We have nothing left, the blacksmith answered.
Next door was the best tool shop in the area.
Can you sell me picks, axes, and large saws? He asked.
There are only a few tools now, the shopkeeper said.
Then he went into the mountains. He visited the owners who had signed contracts with him. He had already paid them a lot of money.
Come with me to Pietrasanta, left hand, he said. I have a big contract there.
I cannot leave, the man answered.
At the next quarry, he spoke to a man named Reason.
Lend me your foreman for 6 months, Michelangelo said. I will pay twice as much.
I cannot spare him, the man replied.
He climbed higher into the mountains. There were small quarries far from Carrara. The workers there stayed loyal to their own towns.
Work in my quarry instead of yours, he said to one owner. I will pay you the same profit. I will also give you a contract for marble next year. What do you say?
The owner looked excited when he heard about the extra money, but soon his face changed.
I do not want trouble to come to me, he said.
Michelangelo saw that nobody in the quarries would help him. He quickly returned to town. Through the back garden, he entered the house of the apothecary. Then he went to see his friend.
You have trained foremen all your life, Michelangelo said. Send one man to help me. I need help. Everyone else refused.
Policia looked sad. I know, he said. I am your friend. Friends should help each other.
Then you will help me? Michelangelo asked.
I cannot.
You mean you will not?
It is the same thing, Policia answered. No man will go. They stay loyal to their own town bell tower. This is the worst danger our town has faced since the French army came here. If I helped you, people would avoid my shop like a house with sickness. Please forgive me.
Michelangelo looked away.
The mistake was mine, he said. I should not have come.
He felt more tired than after 20 hours of carving stone. Again he walked through the marble streets. Women passed him with shawls around their shoulders. At last he reached the Rocca Malaspina. The Marquis owned much of Carrara. He was also the ruler of the whole area. His word was law.
The Marquis welcomed Michelangelo in a serious but calm way. The Pope has no power here, he explained. He cannot force men to cut marble from the mountains. Even if he punished the whole province, the men would still refuse.
Then you cannot order them to work for me either? Michelangelo asked.
The Marquis gave a small smile. A wise ruler does not give orders that people will ignore, he said.
The room became quiet. Then a servant entered with wine and baked rolls for Easter.
Marquis, I spent 1,000 ducats on marble, Michelangelo said. The marble is still sitting in the mountains. What will happen to it?
Do your contracts say the marble must be brought to the shore? The Marquis asked.
Yes.
Then you may be calm, the Marquis answered. We keep our contracts.
The blocks and columns came down from the mountains on heavy carts. Large stones behind the wheels slowed the carts on the steep roads. At last all the marble lay on the beach.
But the boatmen of Carrara refused to carry it to Florence. That is not part of the contract, they said.
I know, Michelangelo answered. I will pay a good price. Take the marble to Pisa. Then carry it up the Arno River while the water is still high.
We have no boats available, they replied.
Your barges are here and not moving, he said.
They will be busy tomorrow. There is no space.
Michelangelo cursed angrily. Then he got on his horse. He traveled a long and difficult road through Spezia and Rapallo to Genoa. In Genoa, many shipowners wanted work. Together they calculated how many barges were needed. Michelangelo paid the money early. He made a plan to meet the workers at Avenza and watch the loading. 2 mornings later, the Geno's boats appeared. A small boat from Carrara went out to meet them. Michelangelo waited on the beach. The delay made him angry. At last, the small boat came back. The Geno's captain was inside. He looked quickly at Michelangelo's stone blocks and columns.
"We cannot carry these," he said. "They're too big."
I gave you the numbers, weights, and sizes. Michelangelo said.
"There are too many."
The captain threw a bag of money to Michelangelo. Then he left in the small boat. The men from Carrara stood quietly on the beach. After a moment, they turned and walked slowly across the long flat land. The next day, Michelangelo rode south to Pisa. As he came near the city, he saw the tall leaning tower against the blue sky. He remembered his first visit there with Bertoldo when he was 15 years old. His teacher had taken him to the Campo Santo. Bertoldo wanted to show that Michelangelo had not copied the old Roman Battle of the Centaurs sculpture. Now Michelangelo was 43 years old. Could only 28 years have passed since he studied the beautiful sculptures of Nicola Pisano in the baptistery? As the years passed, he moved farther from Bertoldo's hard advice.
You must create many great works.
How can I do that? Michelangelo thought tiredly.
In Pisa, he found a captain he could trust. He paid some money first and returned to Pietrasanta. The boats did not arrive on the agreed day. They did not come the next day. They did not come the day after that. He and his expensive marbles were left behind. He did not know how to move them from the beach at Carrara. He had no other place to go. He needed to open a quarry. For now, he had to leave the stones there. Maybe he could return later and try again. The stoneworkers of Settignano knew Michelangelo had paid a high price for his success. They did not envy him as they watched him walk slowly up the road. But when he saw the open cliff and the layers of blue-grey stone, his mood became better. He saw the men working on the rock face and smiled widely. Below, workers used heavy hammers to break the rough stone into smaller pieces to sell. It was time for dinner. Small boys arrived carrying branches on their shoulders. A pot of hot food hung from each end. The stone workers gathered near the entrance of their cave.
Does anyone know a quarry with little work now? He asked. I need good workers at Pietrasanta.
The men did not want to refuse an old friend. But the quarries had work, and a man could not leave when work was good.
That is good for you, Michelangelo said.
He did not say that it was bad for him.
Maybe I can ask in other places, he said. Near the Pitti Palace? Or at Prato?
The men looked at each other quietly.
You can try, one man answered.
Michelangelo went to other stone pits. He visited a Pietra Dura pit, the Cava di Fossato, Caversiano, and the Pietra Forte quarry at Lombrellino. Men were working in all these places. They had no reason to leave their homes and families. Many people were afraid of the mountains above Pietrasanta. At last, tired and worried, Michelangelo walked back to Settignano and the Topolinoa. The sons worked in the yard. There were also 7 grandsons there. The boys were from 7 years old and older. They learned the family stonework. Bruno was the oldest. He had short grey hair. He made the business agreements. Enrico was the middle brother. Their grandfather taught him the finest work. He made columns and carved window designs. He was the artist in the family. Gilberto was the strongest. He cut and shaped stone very fast. This was Michelangelo's last hope. If the Topolino family would not help him, nobody would help him. He explained everything to them. He spoke about the problems and the dangers.
Then he asked, Can one of you come with me? I need someone I can trust.
The 3 brothers stayed quiet for a moment. They thought carefully. At last, they all looked at Bruno.
We cannot let you go alone, Bruno said slowly. One of us must go.
Which one? Michelangelo asked.
Not Bruno, Enrico said. He must stay here for business.
Not Enrico, Gilberto said. Only he can do the fine work.
The two older brothers looked at Gilberto. Then they spoke together.
That means you.
Yes. That means me. Gilberto scratched the thick hair on his chest and looked at Michelangelo. I have the least skill, but I am the strongest. Will that help?
Yes. It will help. Thank you.
Do not put thanks into family work, Enrico answered. He liked old family sayings, just like his grandfather.
During the next few days, Michelangelo gathered a team. Michel came with him. Michel had worked with him before in Rome. The three Fancelli brothers also joined. There was Domenico, a very small man but a good sculptor. There was Zara, whom Michelangelo had known for many years. The youngest brother, Sandro, also came. Settignano, the mason who once made a model for Michelangelo, agreed to join them too. More stoneworkers came because Michelangelo offered double pay. The next morning, Michelangelo gathered the men near the farm wagon he had rented. He gave them instructions before the trip. Then his heart fell. There were 12 stonecutters. But there was not one quarry worker among them. How could he fight the hard mountain with men who had no experience? Later, while he walked home, he passed workers in Via Sant'Egidio. They were putting new stone blocks into the street. To his surprise, he saw Donate Benti there. Benti was a marble sculptor. He had once worked in France on important jobs.
Benti, in God's name, what are you doing here? Michelangelo asked.
Benti was only 30 years old, but he looked older. There were dark marks under his eyes. His face had many lines. He looked serious.
He pressed his hands together and answered quietly. I make small stone pieces for people to walk on. I do not eat much, but I still need food sometimes.
I can pay you more in Pietrasanta than you earn here, Michelangelo said. What do you think? I need you.
You need me. Benti repeated. His eyes opened wide with surprise. Those are very beautiful words. I will come.
Good. Come to my house in Via Ghibellina at sunrise. 14 of us will travel by wagon.
That evening, Salviati came to Michelangelo's house. A man with grey eyes and thin hair came with him.
Salviati said, This is Vieri. He is a distant cousin of Pope Leo.
Vieri will go to Pietrasanta with you as your commissary. He will arrange food, supplies, and transportation. He will also keep the records. The Wool Guild will pay his salary.
I was worried about who would keep the accounts.
Salviati smiled. Vieri is very good with numbers. His account books are always correct. Not one coin will be missing. Vieri spoke in a quiet and careful voice.
The numbers are in control until they balance. Only then do they obey me.
In the end, it was a happy time to leave. His sister-in-law Bartolomea gave birth to a healthy boy. They named him Simone. Now the Buonarroti Simone family name would continue in the future. Vieri, Gilberto Topolino, and Benti moved into the house in Pietrasanta with Michelangelo. Vieri used one bedroom as his office. Then Michelangelo found a larger house in Cereveza for the other 9 workers. He chose the best road toward the quarry area. The men worked with picks and shovels to make a path. Burros could carry supplies up this road. Some farm boys came to work under Anto. They used heavy hammers to break mountain stone. They also made a safe path along the mountain. Soon they saw that the one blacksmith in Cereveza could not do all the work they needed. Benti sent for his godfather, Lazzaro. He was a short and strong man. Lazzaro built a forge for the quarry and the road workers. He also made special wagons with iron supports. These wagons would carry the marble columns down to the sea. Michelangelo, Michel, Gilberto, and Benty searched the mountain for marble. They found different kinds of colored marble on the lower parts of Monte Altissimo. Then, near the top of the mountain, they found something much better. It was pure white marble for statues. The stone was bright white and very clear. There were no marks or bad places in it.
It's true, Michelangelo cried to Benty. The higher the mountain, the purer the marble.
He called the workers to the mountain. With help from Anto's men, they cut a flat working area near the top. The marble went deep into the mountain in one solid white wall. There was enough marble for many years of work. Wind, rain, and snow had changed the outside a little. But under the surface, the stone was perfect.
Now we only need to cut out great blocks from the mountain, he said happily. These blocks have been here since the beginning of the world.
And we still must bring them down this mountain, Benty added. He looked down towards Saravezza, Pietrasanta, and the sea far below. I worry more about the road than the marble.
The first weeks in the quarry were wasted. Michelangelo showed the men how the workers in Carrara cut marble. They pushed wet wooden pegs into cracks in the stone. The pegs became larger with water until the marble split. Then the workers used huge levers to pull the stone free. But marble was difficult and hard to understand. Experienced quarry workers knew its nature very well. They understood when the stone would resist and when it would break easily. Marble was one of the hardest mountain stones. Yet it could also break very easily because it was delicate. It needed careful and patient work. Neither Benty nor Domenico truly understood marble, even though they had made statues before. Michelangelo learned slowly through mistakes and experience. He remembered many years of watching the workers in Carrara. Now he tried to learn their skill in only a few months. His stone workers tried hard, but they still made mistakes. The Pietra Serena stone was much stronger. The workers knew how to work with that stone. They did not know how to work with the shining stone marble. A group of carpenters or blacksmiths could have done the same work. Gilberto Topolino was the foreman. He had great energy. He hurried everywhere and pushed the men to work fast. He attacked the mountain with force. But Gilberto only knew how to shape small Pietra Serena stones that workers held between their knees. The marble made him angry. It was too hard when he wanted it to break easily. Then it broke into rough grains when he wanted it to stay smooth and solid.
Big La Grassa complained. It is like working without light.
After 1 week, they worked at a lower place on the mountain. Domenico believed they had found good marble there. They cut out a block. But the stone had dark twisting lines inside it. The block was useless for their work. Vieri was very good at buying food and supplies. He always found the lowest prices. He kept all costs low. He also kept careful records. He had a paper receipt for every denaro he spent. But at the end of the month, the clean accounts did not help Michelangelo feel better. They still had not cut any useful marble. Not even enough to equal 1 ducat.
You see, Buonarroti, my accounts are perfect, Vieri said.
But how much marble do I have for the 180 ducats? Michelangelo asked.
Marble? My job is to show where every scudo went.
And my job is to have marble to show for the money.
By this time, it was almost June. The Wool Guild still had not sent a man to build the road. Michelangelo knew the mountain was very steep. Much of the road would need to pass through solid rock. If they did not start soon, the winter storms would stop the work before the road was finished. At last the road builder arrived. His name was Bocca, which meant mouth. When he was young, he had worked on roads in Tuscany. He could not read or write. But he had worked hard and learned how to draw maps. He also learned how to lead road workers. Later he began taking jobs to build roads between small villages. The Wool Guild chose Bocca because he finished work very fast. He was a rough and heavy man. His body was covered with hair from head to toe. Michelangelo showed Bocca his drawings for the road.
I can see the mountain myself, Bocca said. When I find a good place, I build a good road.
Bocca knew his work well. In only 10 days, he planned the easiest road to the bottom of Monte Altissimo. But there was one problem. The road did not go near the places where the marble was. Michelangelo would still need to lower the huge 20-ton blocks down the mountain by hand. Even after that hard work, the blocks would still be far from Bocca's road. He wanted Bocca to go with him to the highest quarries, Polla and Vincarella. Then they went down through the deep valleys where the columns would travel.
You see, Bocca, I can never move my marble blocks to your road.
I took the work to build to Monte. This is where I build.
But what is the use of the road if I cannot move the marble out? Michelangelo asked.
I'm the road builder. You work with marble.
But there is only marble at the end of your road, Michelangelo said with anger. I will use 32 bulls to pull the wagons. We are not carrying hay. The road must follow the best way from the quarries. Like this.
When Bocca became upset, he pulled the long hairs from his nose and ears. He held a group of black hairs between his fingers and pulled them down slowly.
You build, or I build. Not both.
It was a warm night. Bright stars hung low above the sea. Michelangelo walked many miles south along the coast road. He passed quiet villages where everyone slept. All the time, he thought about the problem. What use was the road if it could not carry his marble? Would people blame him if the columns never reached the sea? Bocca's road was useless because it did not go where it should. What could he do about Bocca? He could complain to Pope Leo, Cardinal Giulio, or Salviati. He could ask for another road builder. But how could he know the next builder would follow his plans? The Pope might even say Michelangelo could not work peacefully with anyone. Then what could he do? Should he build the road himself? A painful cry escaped him in the warm night air. He looked around. There was only dark wet land between him and the sea. How could he take the work of building a road through some of the wildest land in Italy? He had never built a road. He was a sculptor. What did he know about this kind of work? It would bring him many hard problems. He would need to call more workers and watch their work. They had to fill the marsh, cut trees, and break rock to make a road. He knew what Pope Leo and Cardinal Giulio would say. They would speak like Pope Julius in the past. At that time, he had fought hard because he did not want to paint the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel. Later, he made a bigger plan and gave himself even more work. He had once cried to Leo and Giulio, "I am not a stone cutter." Now he wanted to be an engineer.
Leo would ask, "How can anyone understand you?"
Michelangelo could not answer that question. He had not yet taken even one good block of stone from the mountain, but he had seen the beautiful marble of Monte Altissimo. He knew he would one day cut marble there for statues. When that day came, he needed a good road. Over many years, he had learned something important. A sculptor also needed to be an architect and an engineer. He had made the Bacchus, the Pietà, the David, and the Moses. He had designed a tomb for Pope Julius and the front of San Lorenzo. So why should a road of 5 miles be harder? He followed rough farm roads toward Seravezza. Then he went north of the village to avoid the Vezza River and the deep valley. After that, he planned a straight road to Monte Altissimo, even though huge rocks stood in the way. He placed wooden markers through the Sera Valley to the stone houses at Romagno. Then he crossed the Sera River at a shallow place and followed the riverbank through the steep valley. At 2 places, he decided to cut tunnels through solid rock. He thought this was better than taking the road high up the hills and then down again. For the end of the road, he chose a place below 2 ravines. He planned to lower marble blocks from Vincarella and Polla there. For 2 ducats, he bought a walnut tree. A wagon maker in Massa built a cart with 2 wheels. The wheels had iron on them. The cart would carry cut stone to the marsh between Pietrasanta and the sea. He made donate Benty the head of road building from Pietrasanta to the base of Monte Altissimo. Donate looked unhappy. Michel became the head of the marsh work. Gilberto Topolino stayed as the foreman at Vincarella. The quarry stood very high in the mountains. Workers could only dig a small flat place there to work safely near the cliff. At the end of June, Vieri came to him with a hard face.
You must stop building the road, Vieri said.
Stop? Why? Michelangelo asked.
There is no more money.
The Wool Guild is rich. They are paying for the work.
I have only received 100 florins. The money is gone. Look here. You can see the numbers.
I do not want to see numbers. I want to see marble columns. And I cannot bring them to the port without a road.
Too bad, Vieri said. Maybe the money will come soon. Until then, everything is finished.
I cannot stop now. Use my other money.
Your private money for marble? You cannot spend it on the road.
It is the same thing. Without the road, there is no marble. Pay the costs from my account with 800 ducats.
But maybe you will never get the money back. You will have no legal power over the Wool Guild.
I have no power over anyone, Michelangelo said in a rough voice. Until I bring out the marble, the Holy Father will not let me work as a sculptor. Use my money for the road. When the Wool Guild sends money, pay me back.
From sunrise until dark, he rode his strong mule through the mountains. He watched the work every day. Benty was working fast on the road. But he left the hardest rock work for the end. Gilberto had already cleared the earth from the Vincarella marble. Now he pushed wet wooden pegs into the cracks in the stone. The local cart owners carried many loads of loose rock to the marsh. Slowly they built a strong road beside the beach where Michelangelo planned his harbor. There were still many long summer workdays ahead. Michelangelo thought that by the end of September, several marble columns for the large figures on his facade would be ready at the canal loading place. By July, Vieri's record showed that more than 300 of Michelangelo's 800 ducats were already gone. On Sunday, after early Mass, Michelangelo sat with Gilberto on the wooden rail of the Ponte Statsamise. The hot sun burned on their bare backs. They looked across the small village of Statsama toward the sea. Gilberto looked quietly at his friend.
I want to tell you something, he said. So you will not be there when they leave.
When who leaves? Michelangelo asked.
Half of the workers. Angelo, Francesco, Bartolo, Barone, Tommaso, Andrea, and Bastiano. When Vieri pays them, they will return to Florence.
But why? Michelangelo was very surprised. They are paid well.
They are afraid. They think the marble mountain will kill us before we can take the marble.
That is foolish, Michelangelo said. We already have a good block. In 1 week we can pull it free.
Gilberto shook his head. A strong line inside the marble has appeared. The front part is useless. We must cut deeper into the cliff.
How? Michelangelo cried. With only a few men who do not know this work.
Gilberto lowered his head. Forgive me, Michelangelo. I have failed you. What I know about Pietrasarina stone does not help here.
Michelangelo put his arm around Gilberto. You are doing your best. I will find new stone workers. You see, Gilberto, I cannot stop this work. By the middle of September, they were ready to cut through the 3 huge rocks they had avoided before. One rock was near Seravezza. The second was past Romagno. The last was near the old trail by the river. His road would be finished. They had thrown a great amount of stone into the wet ground near the sea. At last, the road there was strong and safe. Up in Vincarella, they spent 6 more weeks cutting deep into the mountain. They did this to avoid bad stone inside the marble. At last, Michelangelo took out a beautiful block. He also had another column near the Poggio. Some new workers had left because the work was very hard. Still, Michelangelo was happy with what they finished that summer. "I know this work has felt very long to you, Gilberto," he said. "But now we understand how to do it. Before the rain starts, we will take out 3 or 4 more columns." The next morning, they started to move the huge column down the ravine. For months, they had filled the path with small marble pieces to make it smooth. They tied many ropes around the column. They pushed it onto wooden rollers with iron bars. Then they dragged it to the edge of the Poggio. The front of the column pointed down into the canal path. Along both sides of the path, strong wooden stakes stood in the ground. The ropes from the column were tied around these stakes. The men could only control the marble with these ropes. The column started to move down. About 30 men held it back. Michelangelo shouted and sang the same work calls used by the Carrara workers. He told the men at the rollers to take the back roller and carry it to the front after the marble passed over it. He told the men at the stakes to hold the ropes as tightly as possible until the column moved past them. Then they had to run to the next group of stakes, tie the ropes again, and slow the marble. Hours passed. The sun climbed high in the sky. The men sweated, complained, and said they were hungry. "We cannot stop to eat," Michelangelo cried. "There is no safe way to hold the marble. It could break free from us." The column moved slowly down the long, steep ravine. The workers used all their strength to slow it. Little by little, it moved farther down the mountain. By late afternoon, the column was only 35 yards from the road. Michelangelo felt full of joy. Soon they would slide the column onto the loading platform. After that, they would place it on the special wagon pulled by 32 bulls. Later, Michelangelo could never fully understand how the accident happened. A young man from Pisa named Gino was moving the rollers. He knelt down to place another roller under the front of the column. Suddenly, someone cried out in alarm. Something broke, and the column began to move by itself. People shouted, "Gino! Move away! Quick!" But it was too late. The column rolled over Gino. Then it turned toward Michelangelo. Michelangelo jumped over the side of the ledge. He rolled down for several feet before he could stop himself. The huge column continued down the path. It crashed into the loading platform and broke into many pieces on the road. Gilberto bent over Gino. Blood marked the marble-covered path. Michelangelo fell to his knees beside the young man.
"His neck is broken," Gilberto said.
"Is he still alive?"
"No. He died at once."
In his mind, Michelangelo heard the sad sound of a horn in the mountains. The sound moved from one high place to another. He lifted Gino's dead body and walked down the white path. He could not see clearly. Someone brought his mule to the loading place. Michelangelo climbed onto the mule and still held Gino in his arms. The others walked with him into Seravezza for the funeral. The boy's death stayed heavily in his thoughts. Michelangelo became very sad and stayed in bed. Heavy rain filled the town square with water. All work stopped. Vieri closed the account books. The workers went home. Michelangelo's records showed that he had spent 30 more ducats than the 800 he had received at the start of the year for marble. He had not moved even one block of marble. Only one thing gave him comfort. Some marble workers and quarry owners from Carrara came to Gino's burial. When they left the cemetery, Apothecary Pelliccia walked beside Michelangelo and held his arm.
"We are very sorry, Michelangelo. The boy's death made us think again. We treated you badly. But we also suffered because agents and sculptors stopped buying marble from us while they waited for the Pope's quarries."
Now the Carrara boatman agreed to carry his marble blocks from the beach at Carrara to the docks in Florence. For many weeks, Michelangelo stayed sick in bed. The future looked dark to him. He had failed in his work. He had spent all the money and lost a whole year. He did not know what would happen next. Pope Leo and Cardinal Giulio were not patient men when people failed. Near the end of October, he received a letter from his friend Salviati. The letter helped him rise from bed again.
I am sorry that you feel so troubled about this accident. In work like this, even worse things can happen. Believe me. You will have what you need. God will repay you for this loss. When you finish this work, our city will thank you and your family for a very long time. Strong and honest men become stronger in difficult times.
Another letter came from Buoninsegni in Rome. This letter also helped Michelangelo feel calmer.
The Holy Father and his Lordship are pleased because there is a large amount of marble. They want the work to move as quickly as possible.
A few days later, Michelangelo traveled alone on horseback to the end of his road. Then he climbed Monte Altissimo to Vincarella. The sun was shining again. The air smelled of autumn. At the quarry, he found tools inside the wooden shed. With a hammer and heavy chisel, he marked the 4 columns that would later come from the mountain. He planned to return with more quarry workers. Then he rode back to Pietrasanta. He packed his few belongings into a stillbag and traveled south along the coast to Pisa. After that, he crossed the Arno Valley. From far away, he could already see the Duomo on the horizon. People in Florence knew about the accident, but they only thought it had delayed the work. Some workers who returned complained that Michelangelo pushed them too hard. Others praised him because he had built the road quickly and taken the first marble block ever cut from the mountain above Pietrasanta. He still felt too shaken to do even simple sculpture work. So he chose different work that could help him feel better. He began building a new studio on the land he had bought on Via Mozza. This time, he did not plan a house with a workshop beside it. Instead, he designed a large studio with a high ceiling and only a few small rooms for living. Later, he saw that his building plan was too large for the land. He went to Fattucci, the chaplain of Santa Maria del Fiora, and asked to buy a nearby piece of land. But the chaplain replied,
"The Pope has ordered that all church land must be sold for the highest price possible."
Michelangelo returned home and wrote to Cardinal Giulio. "If the Pope makes rules that allow people to steal, then please make one for me too." Cardinal Giulio laughed at the letter. But Michelangelo still had to pay the full price for the extra land. Then he threw himself into the building work with great energy. He hired workers and bought wooden boards and nails from Puccione the carpenter. He bought mortar from Ugolino, who worked at the kiln. He bought roof tiles from Maso and fir trees from Capone. He also hired farmers to bring sand, gravel, and stone. All day long, he stayed at the building site to watch the work. At night, he carefully wrote down all his accounts, just as Vieri had done in Pietrasanta. He noted the names of people who saw him pay Tolosi for the stone window frames. He also wrote down payments to Bajana the sand carrier, to Ponti for 500 large bricks, and to the widow next door for half of her protecting wall. Trying to be a better businessman, like Jacopo Golli, Balducci, and Salviati wanted, he began to manage the records of the small income from the lands his family had bought over the years. Buonarroti was sick, so Michelangelo took over this work. He wrote down the money and goods that came from a farm worked by Bastiano, called Bellini. He had bought this land from Piero Tidaldi. In the first year, the farm gave 27 barrels of wine, 8 barrels of oil, and 4 bushels of wheat. In the second year, it gave 24 barrels of wine, no oil, and 8 bushels of wheat. In the third year, it gave 10 barrels of oil, 35 barrels of wine, and 5 bushels of wheat. The winter was not cold. By February, workers had finished the tile roof on his workshop. They put in the doors and made frames for the tall north windows. A bronze worker brought 4 bronze pulleys for the studio. Michelangelo brought 6 large marble blocks from the Arno storehouse. These blocks were for the tomb of Pope Julius. He stood them upright so he could study them better. Now the workshop was ready. He only needed to return to Pietrasanta and cut the columns for San Lorenzo. After that, he could stay on Via Mozza for many years and work for the Medici and the Rovere family. He did not ask Gilberto Topolino to return to the quarries because that would not be fair, but most of the other workers agreed to go with him again. A new group of stonemasons joined them. The men were no longer afraid of Pietrasanta. The road was finished, and the quarries were open. They believed the hardest work was already done. From Florence, Michelangelo brought strong rope, cables, large hammers, and chisels. He still thought about the strange accident that killed Gino. Because of this, he created a new system with iron rings. The rings went into the marble blocks and gave the workers a stronger hold while they moved the marble down the ravine. Lazzaro said he could make the rings in his forge. Michelangelo sent Benti to Pisa to buy the best iron he could find. At the right time, they cut the marble from the mountain. The blocks rolled onto the flat ground below. The Pope had been correct. There was enough beautiful marble there for the whole world for many hundreds of years. Now the white stone walls were open and clear. Workers removed the loose dirt, rocks, and broken stone from above. The shining cliffs gave them excellent marble. Michelangelo did not want to move the columns down the slide before the iron rings were ready, but Pelliccia came to the quarry and gave advice. He told them to place more wooden stakes along the path, use stronger rope, and reduce the number of rollers to slow the heavy columns. After that, there were no more accidents. In the next weeks, Michelangelo guided 5 fine marble blocks down the canal and onto a wagon. 32 bulls pulled the wagon down the road. They passed Seravezza and Pietrasanta, crossed the marsh, and reached the beach. There, low barges came close to the shore. Workers filled the decks with sand so the boat sat lower in the water. Then they lifted the marble columns onto the sand. After that, they washed the sand out through openings in the boats. The marble blocks settled safely onto the decks. At the end of April, Lazzaro finished the iron rings. Michelangelo felt great joy when he looked at the beautiful white columns. The new rings made him feel safer. Now the 6th column was ready to move. He made sure the iron rings were fixed tightly to hold the great weight. Because of the rings, they could use less rope. But this change brought disaster. Halfway down the ravine, one ring broke. The column escaped and moved very fast. It jumped over the side of the ravine and fell down the steep mountain slope to the river below. There it broke into many pieces on the rocky ground. Michelangelo stood still in shock for a moment. Then he saw that no one was hurt. After that, he examined the broken iron ring. He quickly climbed up the side of the ravine. He took a heavy hammer and struck the iron parts on the lifting cranes that Lazzaro had made. The metal broke easily under his blows, like dry clay. It was a miracle that none of the workers had died before this.
Benti.
Yes?
Where did you buy this iron?
In Pisa, like you told me.
I gave you money to buy the best iron. There's almost no real iron in this metal. It is weak, like the thin part of a knife.
I'm sorry, Donate, Benti said with fear.
I did not go. Lazzaro went. I trusted him.
Michelangelo turned to the small shed. There, the smith worked at the fire with his bellows.
Lazzaro, why did you not buy the best iron like I told you?
This iron was cheaper, Lazzaro answered.
Cheaper? You took all my money for the good iron.
Lazzaro lifted his shoulders.
Ma, every man tries to make a few scudi when he can.
A few scudi? You damaged a column worth 100 ducats. You also put every worker here in danger.
How could you be so dishonest? Lazzaro shrugged again. He did not know the word dishonest.
What did we lose? He said. 1 column. There are 1,000 more like it. Dig out another one.
The news quickly went to the Vatican. Then a letter with new orders went to the board of the Wool Guild. Michelangelo was called back to Florence. A foreman from the Duomo came to take his place. Michelangelo rode into Florence late the next afternoon. He had to go at once to Cardinal Giulio in the Medici Palace. The palace was full of sadness. Madeleine de la Tour d'Auvergne had died while giving birth. She was the wife of Lorenzo, the son of Piero. Lorenzo had left his sickbed and ridden from the Medici villa at Careggi to Poggio a Caiano. Then he became ill with a fever and died the day before. Now there was no true male heir left from the family line of Cosimo de' Medici. But there were 2 more children outside marriage in the Medici family. One was Ippolito, the son of Giuliano. The other was Alessandro. People said Cardinal Giulio might be his father. The palace was also worried because people said Pope Leo had spent too much money. The Vatican was almost without money. The bankers in Florence who gave him money were also in trouble. Michelangelo changed into clean clothes and packed his account book. Then he walked through the streets of Florence that he loved so much. He went along Via Ghibellina to Via del Proconsolo. He passed the Duomo and walked into the street of the watermelons. The House of the 5 Lamps stood on the left side. Then he entered Via de' Calderai, where the coppersmiths and armor makers worked. After that, he crossed Via Larga and arrived at the Medici Palace. Cardinal Giulio was in the Benozzo Gozzoli chapel. He was leading a funeral mass. Pope Leo had sent him to take control of affairs. When the mass ended and everyone left, Michelangelo spoke to him.
"I am sorry about young Lorenzo's death," he said.
The cardinal seemed not to hear him.
"Your Grace, why did you call me back?" Michelangelo asked. "In a few months, all 9 giant columns would have been on the beach at Pietrasanta."
"There is enough marble now," the cardinal said. Michelangelo heard cold anger in his voice.
"Enough?" he asked. "I do not understand."
"We are stopping the work on the front of San Lorenzo," Giulio said. Michelangelo became pale and could not speak. The cardinal continued. "The floor of the Duomo needs new stone. The Duomo board and the Wool Guild paid for the road. So they have the right to use the marble you dug out." Michelangelo felt crushed by the cardinal's words.
"To cover the floor of the Duomo?" he asked.
"With my marble? With the best statue marble from the mountains? Why do you treat me like this?" Cardinal Giulio answered in a calm voice. "Marble is marble. It must be used where it is needed. Right now the cathedral needs stone for the floor." Michelangelo closed his hands tightly to stop them from shaking. He looked at the fine picture of Lorenzo and his brother Giuliano on the chapel wall. "It has been almost 3 years since His Holiness and Your Grace stopped my work on the Rovere tomb. In all this time, I have not carved even a small piece of marble. You sent me 2,300 ducats. I spent 1,800 on marble, quarries, and roads. The Pope ordered me to bring the marble for Julius's tomb here. He wanted me to carve it while I worked on the front of San Lorenzo. Now I must send the marble back to Rome. That will cost me more money than the 500 ducats left. I do not speak about the money for the wooden model I made. I do not speak about the 3 years I lost in this work. I do not speak about the insult of bringing me here and then taking the work away. I do not speak about my house in Rome. I left marble, furniture, and unfinished statues there, and they were damaged. That loss is more than 500 ducats. I will not count all these losses. I want only one thing now. I want to be free." Cardinal Giulio listened carefully to all of Michelangelo's complaints. His thin face became dark with anger. "The Holy Father will think about these matters later. You may go." Michelangelo walked unsteadily down the long hallway. His feet carried him to the small study that once belonged to Lorenzo. He pushed open the door and looked around the room. Then he cried out to the spirit of Lorenzo, "I am ruined." Book 9. The War. Where could a man go after his life had been broken? Michelangelo went to work. He locked the door of his studio. Around the walls stood many blocks of marble. They seemed like soldiers protecting him. The new studio gave him joy. The ceiling was very high. Tall windows faced north. There was enough space for him to carve several tomb figures at the same time. This was the true place for a sculptor. He belonged in his workshop. He had signed a contract with Michelangelo Buonarroti in Rome to make a statue of the risen Christ. So he decided to finish this work first. But when he began to draw, he understood something. In his mind, Christ had never truly died. There was no death on the cross and no burial. No man could kill the Son of God. Not Pontius Pilate. Not even all the Roman soldiers in Galilee. In his design, Christ held the cross lightly in his strong arms. The crossbar was short. It did not look large enough for a man to hang on. The signs of the story were still there. There was the curved stick and the sponge with vinegar. But the white marble showed no pain and no suffering. He walked through the market in Via Sant'Antonio to Santa Maria Novella. There he stood near the choir stalls and looked at Ghirlandaio's strong Christ. Michelangelo himself had once drawn sketches for it. He never believed that holy figures had to look weak or thin. The small clay model formed easily under his hands. Soon white pieces of marble flew through the studio for the first time. To Michelangelo they seemed as pure as holy water. Some old friends came to celebrate his new work. Bugiardini came. Rustici came. Baccio di Agnolo came too. Granacci poured Chianti wine. He lifted his glass and shouted,
"I drink to the 3 lost years. May they rest in peace. Now let us drink to the years ahead. One day all these brave blocks will come to life."
Beviamo. Augury. Best wishes. After 3 years without work, Michelangelo finished the statue of the risen Christ. He convinced Buonarroti to accept a statue without clothes. His tools moved carefully over the marble. The man in the statue stood in perfect balance. The head looked gently down at people. Jesus' strong face looked calm and peaceful. His face seemed to say to everyone,
"Trust God's goodness. I carried my cross and won over it. You can also carry your troubles. Violence ends. Love stays."
The statue needed to travel to Rome. Because of this, Michelangelo left some marble between the left arm and body and also between the feet. These parts helped protect the statue during the trip. He also did not finish the hair in detail because small pieces could break. He did not polish the face too much because the surface could get damaged on the journey. Then Soggi came to visit him. The butcher looked at the statue with great excitement. His own red skin looked tight and shiny.
"Michelangelo, I held a world competition for sculpture," Soggi said.
"Oh? And where did you hold it?" Michelangelo asked.
"In my head. I am happy to tell you that you won."
"What did I win, Soggi?"
"You won the right to carve a calf in front of my new butcher shop."
"From marble?"
"Of course."
"Soggi, I promised myself something. I will never make a calf unless it is made from pure gold. Like the calf the Hebrews worshipped when Moses came down from Mount Sinai."
Soggi's eyes became wide.
Gold. That would be wonderful. How thin can the gold cover be? He asked.
A cover? Soggi, I am surprised. Do you put only a little meat in your sausages? If you want to honor your shop, the calf must be all gold. Its nose, body, and tail must all be gold. Sweat ran down Soggi's face.
Do you know the price of gold calf like that? It would cost 1 million florins.
but people would know your name everywhere. Soggy shook his head sadly.
There is no reason to cry now. I must start a new competition, and you cannot join it.
In the next years, he would earn little money. The statue of the risen Christ brought him less than 200 ducats. The money for the figures on Julius's tomb had already been paid before. Still, he supported his whole family. His brother Buonarroti now had 2 children, and another child was coming soon. Buonarroti was often sick and could not work much. Giovansimone worked in the wool shop every day, but he was not good with business. His brother Sigismondo only knew how to be a soldier. When Lodovico became ill, they had many bills for doctors and medicine. The farms also brought less money. He knew he must spend less. Buonarroti, now that I am back in Florence, maybe you should take care of my business matters, he said.
Buonarroti looked shocked. His face became pale. You want to close our shop? He asked.
It does not make money.
Only because I have been sick. When I am well again, I can go to work every day. What will Giovansimone do then?
Then Michelangelo understood something. The shop was important for Buonarroti and Giovansimone. With the shop, people saw them as merchants. Without it, they would only live from their brother's money. He could not damage the honor of his family. You are right, Buonarroti, he said with a sigh. One day the shop will make money. He closed the door of his studio more tightly to keep out the outside world. But then he understood even more clearly that trouble was always part of life. News came to him that Leonardo da Vinci had died in France. People in his own country did not honor him. Sebastiano sent a letter from Rome. He wrote that Raphael was sick and very tired. Raphael had to give more of his work to his helpers. The Medici family also had many problems. Alfonsina was very sad after the loss of her son and the loss of power in Florence. She went quietly to Rome to die. Pope Leo had made a bad political choice. He supported Francis I of France against Charles V. Charles V was now the new Holy Roman Emperor of Spain, Germany, and the Netherlands. In Germany, Martin Luther spoke against the Pope's power. He said,
I do not know if the Christian faith can continue under any leader on earth except Christ.
Michelangelo stayed alone for many weeks. Then he went to a dinner of the Company of the Cauldron. Granacci came to the studio, and they walked together to Rusticy's house. Granacci had received the family money after his father died. Now he lived a simple and respectable life with his wife and 2 children in the old family home near Santa Croce. Michelangelo was surprised that Granacci cared so much about business matters. Granacci answered in a serious way.
Each generation must protect the family property.
Maybe one day you will also think seriously about your talent and paint again, Michelangelo said.
Ah, talent, Granacci replied. You did not ignore your talent. Look at all the trouble it brought you. I still want to enjoy life. What else do we have after many years pass? Only sad memories.
If I do not have good work to remember after the years pass, then my memories will truly be sad, Michelangelo answered.
Rustici still had the same studio in the Via della Sapienza. Years before, they had celebrated the David Commission there. As they crossed the Piazza San Marco, Michelangelo saw a man he knew. At once he felt weak and held Granacci's arm. It was Torrigiani. He was talking with a young goldsmith and sculpture student named Benvenuto Cellini. The 2 men were laughing loudly, and Torrigiani moved his arms in a big way. Soon after Michelangelo and Granacci arrived at Rustici's studio, Cellini entered. He walked straight to Michelangelo.
That Torrigiani is like an animal, Cellini said. He told me that you both went to the Church of the Carmine to study the drawings by Masaccio. Then one day, after you joked with him, he hit your nose very hard. He said he felt the bone break under his hand.
Michelangelo's face became hard and cold. "Why do you tell me this story, Cellini?" he asked.
"Because after I heard his words, I hated the man," Cellini answered. "I was thinking about going to England with him. He is looking for helpers for a job there. But now I know I could never stay near him."
It felt good for Michelangelo to sit with his friends and other men from Florence in the close company. He had helped Jacopo Sansovino receive an important job in Pisa. Now Jacopo no longer felt angry because he could not work on the church front that was later stopped. Baccio d'Agnolo had also forgiven him. Baccio had become famous for his beautiful wood designs. Bugiardini had received a job from Palla Rucellai. He needed to paint an altarpiece of the death of St. Catherine for Santa Maria Novella. But he had problems with the drawing. Michelangelo spent several evenings helping his old friend. With charcoal, he drew many human bodies. Some were wounded. Some were dead. Some fell forward and others backward. He wanted to show different kinds of light and shadow on the strong bodies. Only one thing disturbed the evening gatherings. Baccio Bandinelli would not even look toward Michelangelo. Michelangelo studied the man who had fought against him since the old quarrel about Perugino. Bandinelli was 31 years old. His nose was thin at the top and wide at the bottom. His heavy eyes looked slow and sleepy, but his mouth moved quickly, and he spoke faster than almost anyone in Tuscany. He had received many jobs from the Medici family. Cardinal Giulio had recently asked him to make a sculpture of Orpheus and Cerberus.
"What can he not forgive me for?" Michelangelo asked Granacci. "Is he still angry because I destroyed my drawing for the bathers?"
He hates that you were born and that you are alive and making sculptures. The fact that Michelangelo Buonarroti exists makes him angry. He thinks that if you did not exist, he would be the best marble sculptor in Italy.
Would he really be the best?
He made a very poor Hercules and Cacus for the Signoria, but he's a skilled goldsmith. The Medici family likes him because his father saved their gold plates during the attack on the city. He will never be calm unless you become as poor a sculptor as he is, or he becomes as good as you.
Agnolo Doni was the man who had asked Michelangelo to paint the Holy Family. Doni had become an unofficial member of the company because he paid for many costly parties. As Michelangelo became more famous, stories about their friendship also grew. Doni told people they had been the best players on the Santa Croce football team. He said Michelangelo had lived in his house almost as much as in his own home. He also said that he had helped Michelangelo in his art. Michelangelo now understood something. After 15 years of telling these stories, Doni had started to believe them himself. One day Doni was speaking to Aristotile da San Gallo. He told a story about how he had opened the back door of a palace late at night. He said he had held a candle while Michelangelo copied a fresco that the owners did not want anyone to copy. Granacci looked at Michelangelo and smiled.
"What a wonderful story, Michelangelo. Why did you never tell me?"
Michelangelo smiled a little. He could not call Doni a liar in front of other people. There was no reason to do that. It was better to think of the stories as a sign of his success. As the months passed, he worked on 4 huge blocks of marble at the same time. Each block was 9 feet high. He shaped one corner first and then turned the block to work on another side. These sculptures were part of his captive's theme for the tomb. He wanted the bodies to look strong and real. He measured the spaces between different parts of the body. Then he pushed short bronze nails into the outer marble. He walked around the blocks with a sharp tool in his hand. Here and there he cut small pieces from the stone. This helped him understand the strength and thickness of the marble. When he later worked on the details, he would know how much stone was behind each part. Only with his hammer and sharp tool could he truly understand the stone and how deep he could cut into it. In his mind he could already see every detail of the sculptures. He did not think of them as 4 separate figures. They were all part of one great idea. There was the sleeping young giant, trying to free himself from the stone and from time. There was the awakening giant, coming out from the stone like a man waking from sleep. There was Atlas, older and strong and wise, carrying the world on his shoulders. And there was the bearded giant, old and tired, ready to give the world to the young giant in the endless circle of life and death. Michelangelo also felt far away from normal time and daily life. Like these great figures, he struggled to come out from the stone that held them inside. He worked on the stone through the cold autumn and winter days. A fire of wood kept him warm. Mona Margarita brought him a little soup or meat in a pot. When he became too tired to see the marks of his tools, he fell onto the bed without changing his clothes. After a few hours, he woke up with new strength. He put a candle on his cap and worked again. He cut the front parts of the figures. He made holes between the legs. Then he shaped the 4 bodies with sharp tools. He kept all 4 figures at the same stage of work. By spring, the 4 giant captives were clearly taking form. The young giant was still partly inside the stone. His feet were not finished. Only simple lines showed his face under his raised arm. But the body already looked alive and strong. Atlas had his head buried under a huge rough stone. His giant arms seemed to carry a heavy world. The figure looked full of life and power. The bearded giant leaned against a base marked by many tool cuts. His back and lower body still showed rough work from the stone tools. The awakening giant pushed his head hard to one side. His arms stretched outward. One leg bent at the knee. The other leg still remained inside the block of stone. Michelangelo stood among the giants. The huge blocks were much taller than he was. Still, the 4 figures seemed to bend under his strong will and hard work. His hammer and tools moved quickly. He was creating 4 pagan gods for the tomb of a Christian pope.
Granacci cried out with surprise. You already lost 3 years in the quarries, but now you work so fast. Where do these strange figures come from? Are they gods from ancient Greece? Or are they prophets from the Old Testament?
Every work of art shows the artist himself, Michelangelo answered.
They have very strong feeling in them, Granacci said. When I look at them, I want to finish the unfinished parts in my own mind and heart.
Granacci did not want Michelangelo to leave the 4 captives unfinished. But Pope Leo and Cardinal Giulio wanted this. They decided to build a new sacristy beside San Lorenzo. There they would bury their fathers, Lorenzo the Magnificent and his brother Giuliano. Work on the walls had already started 2 times before. Michelangelo walked past the builders without looking at them. He did not want another failed Medici project. Pope Leo and Cardinal Giulio were not ashamed that they had cancelled his work on the church front. Cardinal Giulio was now back in the Vatican and had left another man in charge of Florence. They sent Salviati to Michelangelo with an offer to make sculptures for the new chapel.
I am not their sculptor anymore, Michelangelo said angrily when Salviati came to his door. Baccio Bandinelli has that place now. By the end of the year, I will free these 4 captives from the stone. After 2 more years, I can finish the tomb of Julius and complete the contract. The Rovere family will owe me 8,500 ducats. Do you know what that means for a man who has earned no money for 4 years?
You need the friendship of the Medici, Salviati replied.
I also need money, Michelangelo answered. And I do not get money from the Medici. They still think I am a boy of 15 who needs a few coins each week.
As the walls of the sacristy rose higher, the Medici pushed him more strongly. The next request came in a letter from Sebastiano in Rome. Michelangelo kept working on his giants. He shaped the twisted thigh and knee of the young giant. The heavy legs looked trapped by stone bands. The face seemed deep in thought. These figures became the center of his life through the hot late spring days, the quiet summer, and the cool winds of September from the mountains. One day his brother Buonarroti came to the studio. Buonarroti now had a second son named Leonardo. He complained that the family never saw Michelangelo. Then he asked, "Do you not feel lonely here? You work day and night without family or friends."
The giants are my friends, Michelangelo replied. They speak not only to me but also to each other. They argue together like the men of Athens in the old markets. Do they keep you awake at night? Buonarroti asked.
My God, yes. Sometimes they work together against me and become too strong for me.
They are so huge, Michelangelo. What if one of them drops an arm onto your head?
My head would break like an egg, Michelangelo said. But they are not cruel figures. They suffer. They are trying to hold up the world, not destroy it.
Why did he finally agree? He was not sure what to do. By October, the Vatican was putting strong pressure on him. By October, Buonarroti's record showed that he had spent more money in the last year than he had received. The money came from houses in Via Ghibellina and from the sale of wine, oil, barley, wheat, oats, sorghum, and straw from his farms. By October, he had used so much strength on the huge captive statues that he felt weak and tired. The news about Raphael's death shocked him. It made him think about how short human life was and how little time people had to create great work. He became quiet and thoughtful. He remembered Illinois Magnifico and his early death. The memory stayed in his mind.
What would I have become without Lorenzo de Medici? He asked himself. And what have I done to thank him? Would it be wrong to refuse to make his tomb?
He knew he would again spend years making tomb statues. Still, he could ask for freedom to create new and unusual works. New ideas began to grow in his mind like fires in the mountains near Carrara during autumn. The final reason for his decision came from Pope Leo himself. The Pope openly showed his anger toward him. Sebastiano was trying very hard to win the work of painting the Hall of Constantino in the Vatican. He told the Pope that he could make wonderful frescoes if Michelangelo helped him. Leo said,
I do not doubt that. You all learned from him. Look at Raphael's work. After he saw Michelangelo's art, he left the style of Perugino. But Michelangelo is difficult and listens to nobody.
Sebastiano wrote to Michelangelo, I told the Pope you are only like this because you have important work to finish. You frighten everybody, even popes.
This was the second pope who said he was frightening. Maybe it was true, but he thought the popes themselves had caused this problem. He wrote to Sebastiano and complained. Sebastiano answered in a calm way.
I do not think you are terrible, except in art. In art, you are the greatest master who has ever lived.
Soon he would finish enough statues for the tomb of Julius to satisfy the Rovere family. But after that, where could he go? He could not risk losing the Vatican's support. The Vatican controlled all the churches in Italy. Even rich merchants and noble families listened to its voice. Florence was also under the rule of the Medici family. Michelangelo knew he must work for the Medici if he wanted work at all. He told himself that the new sacristy was small. The walls were almost finished. Because of this, he could not plan too many statues. Jacopo Golli would like a project of this size. Pope Leo and Cardinal Giulio were happy that he had returned to work for the family. They no longer spoke about the problems at the Pietrasanta quarry and the road. Maybe this was because the workers from the Duomo could not bring out more marble. The quarries were closed. His 5 white columns still lay on the beach and nobody used them.
If that is even possible, Michelangelo said tiredly. Tell the Pope and the Cardinal that I will work for them in any way. I can work by contract, by the month, by the day, or even as a gift.
Early the next morning, Michelangelo went to the new sacristy. He entered through a worker's door. Inside, the walls were still rough cement. The dome was not built yet. He imagined how beautiful the room could become. He wanted to use Pietra Serena stone from the quarry at Maino. He could choose bright pieces of stone and make the small chapel look rich and calm. There would be white marble beside blue-grey Pietra Serena. These were the 2 materials he loved most. At home, he sat near the fire and made drawings. The Pope had now decided that there must also be tombs for the younger Medici. These were his brother Giuliano and Lorenzo, the son of Piero. Michelangelo first planned a large tomb in the center of the chapel with 4 burial places. Cardinal Giulio did not accept this idea. He said the chapel was too small for so many tombs and statues. Then the cardinal suggested arches around the chapel. He wanted a tomb above each arch and his own burial place in the center. Michelangelo said this plan would not work. So he made a new design. There would be one simple tomb on each side of the chapel. Each tomb would have 2 reclining figures. Night and day would rest on one tomb. Dawn and dusk would rest on the other. 2 figures would be male and 2 female. They would show the passing of time in human life. This plan was accepted. Michelangelo thought again about the 5 white columns on the beach at Pietrasanta. But those columns belonged to the Duomo. It was easier to send the 200 ducats from the Vatican to his favorite quarry at Polvaccio in Carrara. He sent careful drawings that showed the needed size and shape of the marble blocks. When the marble arrived, he was pleased. The stone was fine quality marble for statues. It had also been cut correctly. During the spring and summer, he worked on many designs. He planned the inside walls and the dome. He drew night and day, dawn and dusk, and the 2 life-size figures of the young Medici. These statues would stand in niches above the tombs. He also planned a Madonna and Child for the wall across from the altar. Cardinal Giulio passed through Florence on his way to Lombardy. He was going to join the Pope's army against the French forces. He invited Michelangelo to the Medici Palace and welcomed him warmly.
Michelangelo, how can I clearly see the chapel as it will look when you finish it? He asked.
Your Grace, I will make full drawings of the Pietrasarena doors, windows, columns, niches, and cornices, Michelangelo answered. Then I will build wooden models in the real size of the tombs. I will place clay statues on them. The statues will look exactly like the final works.
That will take a long time, the cardinal said. The Holy Father wants the work finished quickly.
No, Your Grace, Michelangelo answered. It will take only a short time and will not cost much.
Good. Then we agree, the cardinal said. I will leave orders with Buoninsegni. He will give you money whenever you need it.
The cardinal did not do this. But Michelangelo was not surprised. He continued the work and paid for the models himself. Then he worked on the building plans. He made sketches and plans for the dome. He also decided to close some of the windows. He stopped work only once. He celebrated the birth of Buonarroti's 3rd son, Buonarrotino. Now the Buonarrotissimoni family had 3 male heirs. The family name was safe. Late in November, Pope Leo returned from a hunting trip at his villa in La Magliana. He became sick from the cold weather. On December 1, 1521, the first Medici Pope died in the Vatican. Michelangelo went to the Requiem Mass in the Duomo. He stood next to Granacci. He remembered the years with Giovanni in the palace. He remembered Giovanni's first great hunt. He also remembered Giovanni's kindness and loyalty after he became an important cardinal in Rome. Michelangelo prayed for Leo's soul. Later he spoke quietly to Granacci.
Do you think heaven can give Leo as much pleasure as he had in the Vatican?
I do not think so. God would not spend so much money.
The cold tramontana wind blew through the streets. Even many logs could not warm the studio. After Leo's death, the Medici Chapel project also became quiet and uncertain. In Rome, many groups in the College of Cardinals fought for power. At last they agreed on Adrian of Utrecht. He was 62 years old. He was a practical man from Flanders and had once taught Charles V.
Cardinal Giulio quickly returned to Florence. Pope Adrian was a very moral church leader. He had not approved of the Medici rule in the church. He knew Giulio had helped create many of its problems.
Pope Adrian wanted to correct the mistakes from Pope Leo's time. He also wanted to help people who felt they had been treated badly. First he returned control of Urbino to its duke. Then he listened carefully to the complaints of the Rovere family. He agreed that they could bring Michelangelo Buonarroti to court because he had not completed the tomb for Pope Julius's heirs. Michelangelo walked nervously through the streets to the house of Raffaello Ubaldini, a notary. Ubaldini had just returned from a meeting with Pope Adrian.
Why do they want to take me to court? Michelangelo cried. I have not left the tomb work.
Ubaldini was a small and serious man. His face looked blue where he shaved. The Rovere family says you did leave it.
In your new contract, you agreed to finish the tomb last May. You also agreed not to take new work. But you accepted the Medici sacristy project. I only made drawings for the sacristy. Give me another year.
The Duke of Urbino no longer trusts your promises. They told Pope Adrian that you made this agreement 17 years ago. But you still have not finished the work.
Quivering with anger, Michelangelo said, "Did they tell Pope Adrian that Julius stopped my work first because he would not pay for the tomb? Did they tell him Julius made me spend 15 months in Bologna to make his bronze statue? Did they tell him Julius kept me in the Sistine Chapel for 4 years to paint the ceiling?"
Quietly, quietly, the man said. Come and sit at my desk.
Michelangelo spoke in a rough voice.
If Pope Adrian supports them, then I lose.
Probably.
What will they ask from me?
First, they will want all their money back.
I will give it back.
It is more than 8,000 ducats.
8,000. He jumped up from the leather chair very fast. But I only received 3,000.
They have papers and receipts. Ubaldini showed the accounts to Michelangelo. Michelangelo became pale.
The 2,000 ducats Julius gave me before he died was payment for the Sistine, he said.
Can you prove that? Ubaldini asked.
No, Michelangelo answered.
Then the court will probably give them 8,000 ducats. You will also need to pay extra money for all these years.
How much will that be? Michelangelo asked.
Maybe 20% more. They also want more money because you did not finish the contract. The court can decide any amount. Pope Adrian does not care about art. For him, this is only business.
Michelangelo blinked hard and tried not to cry.
What can I do? He asked quietly. My farms and houses together are worth less than 10,000 florins. I will lose everything I saved in my life.
Truly, I do not know, Ubaldini answered.
We must find friends at court. We need people who respect your work and will speak to Pope Adrian for you. At the same time, you should finish your 4 captives and take them to Rome. You should also bring the parts of Julius's tomb that you have already carved. He went back to his studio without clear thought. He felt sick in his body. Soon all Florence heard about the danger around him. Friends came to help him. Granacci and Rustici brought bags of gold. Members of the Strozzi and Pitti families offered to go to Rome for him. He could not escape this problem. The Rovere family did not care about the money. They wanted to punish him because he left the Rovere tomb and worked on a Medici church front and chapel instead. He wrote to Sebastiano and offered to come to Rome and finish the tomb. But the Duke of Urbino refused the offer. We do not want the tomb now. We want Buonarroti to come to court and face judgment. Then he understood that his ruin could become even worse. 3 years earlier, Cardinal Giulio had called him back from Pietrasanta and stopped the church front project. That had hurt him deeply, but he could still work. He carved the risen Christ and began the 4 captives. Now he faced true disaster. He was 47 years old. They could take away his property. People could shame him in public as a man who could not or would not finish his work. The Rovere family would call him a thief because he took their money and did not finish the tomb. As long as Adrian was pope, no one would give him work. He felt his life as an artist and as a man was finished. He walked through the countryside and spoke to himself. Many dark thoughts filled his mind. He imagined secret plans against him and cruel tricks from fate. Often he did not even know where he was. His thoughts moved from one dream to another. Sometimes he thought about going to Turkey with his friend Tommaso di Tolfo, who had invited him again. Sometimes he thought about leaving Italy in secret and living in France under another name. At other times he thought about revenge against the people who hurt him. He became angry in his mind and imagined fighting them. His suffering changed his thoughts and made them wild. At night he could not sleep. During meals he could not sit still at the table. His mind moved from Rome to Urbino to Carrara to Florence. Inside his thoughts he argued, accused, shouted, and fought. He could not accept the shame and unfair treatment. He watched the harvests in the fields. Workers beat the wheat in the farmyards. People carried grapes from the vines and pressed them for wine. They made piles of hay and covered them for winter. Others picked olives and cut the trees. Then the leaves on the trees turned yellow. He became very thin. He could eat almost nothing, like the time when he studied dead bodies at Santo Spirito. Again and again he asked himself, how did this happen? At the beginning I loved marble so much. I only wanted to carve and work. I never wanted anything else in life. What happened to me? Why have I lost my place in the world? Then he cried aloud. What is my crime, Lord? Why have you left me? Why do I feel like I am living in Dante's Inferno when I am still alive? While reading the Inferno, he found parts that felt very close to his own life. He thought Dante had written the book about him. Am I a thief? Must I suffer like those people? Must I join that sad crowd? He read about people whose bodies were bent in strange ways. Their faces looked backward, and they had to walk that way forever. He also read about a miserable crowd that God and all his enemies hated. These weak people had never truly lived. They stood without clothes while flies and wasps stung them again and again. He stayed away from the streets during the day. He did not go to the busy squares with loud markets and fairs. It was like the time when he painted the Sistine Chapel ceiling and walked home through Piazza San Pietro. People looked through him as if he was not there. He felt strange and lonely. He felt like a ghost moving among living people. He went to see Granacci and asked him questions.
What do I not have? I worked for popes and received great jobs. I have talent, strength, excitement, and discipline. I always work toward one goal. What is missing? Is it luck? Where can a man find luck?
Stay alive through the hard times, Caro, Granacci said. Then you can enjoy the good times later. If you destroy yourself now, you will lose everything.
Ah, Granacci, Michelangelo said. You always speak about survival. What if my work is finished?
How old is your father? Granacci asked.
Lodovico? He is almost 80.
You see, Granacci answered, your life is only half finished. So your work is also only half finished. You do not have enough faith.
Granacci was right. Only God saved him. After 22 long and painful months, Pope Adrian died. Then the College of Cardinals spent 7 weeks arguing and making promises. At last, Cardinal Giulio de Medici received enough votes and became Pope. It was cousin Giulio. Pope Clement VII sent a message soon after he became Pope. Michelangelo must begin work on the chapel again. Michelangelo had looked closely at sickness and death. From this point in his life, he understood something important. Everything before this time had lifted him higher. Everything after this time would move downward. If a man could not control his own future, then why was he born? On the Sistine ceiling, God reached toward Adam and gave him life. Inside that gift was also the promise of freedom. Michelangelo started to carve the statues for the sacristy. These figures looked like people who knew pain and sadness. They understood that life could waste away and bring disappointment.
The farmer said, "Life is for living."
Granacci said, "Life is for enjoyment."
Michelangelo said, "Life is for work."
Dawn, day, dusk, and night seemed to say, "Life is for suffering." His David had been young and full of confidence. David believed he could win anything. Moses was older, but he had great inner strength. He could lead people and change the world. These new statues were different. They carried sadness and pity. They asked painful questions that no one could answer. Why are we born on earth? Do we only live our short lives? Do we only continue life for others after us? He started to think about people and their feelings. He wanted to show the meaning of life in his work. Before, he only thought about marble and what he could make from it. Now, he felt close to the marble itself. The man and the stone became one in his mind. He always wanted his statues to show something important. But his David, his Moses, and his Pietà were all single works. Each one stood alone. In the Medici chapel, he could now show one great idea that joined everything together. The meaning behind the statues became more important to him than the work of his hands on the marble. On March 6, 1525, Lodovico gave a dinner at the family home. The family celebrated Michelangelo's 50th birthday. Michelangelo woke up feeling sad that morning, but later, he sat at the table with his family and felt peaceful. Lodovico was there. Buonarroti was there with his wife and 4 children. His brothers Giovansimone and Sigismondo also came. Michelangelo felt that he had reached the later part of his life. He thought that a man had seasons, just like the earth. Spring was the time to begin things. Autumn was the time to gather what life had given. He believed both seasons were important. He drew, shaped models, and carved marble with great energy. He worked like a man who had become free after a long time in prison. His greatest joy was the freedom to create. Time felt like a mountain full of stone. From it, he wanted to take the best years of his life. He asked himself what else the future could give him. Money had always stayed far from him. Fame had become a kind of trap. Only work truly mattered to him. Nothing else gave him the same reward. To make great figures from white marble was the true reward for the artist. He wanted to show truths that all people could understand. Everything else in life seemed unimportant and passed away quickly. Pope Clement gave him money every month for life. The Pope also gave him a house across the square from the Church of San Lorenzo to use as a workshop. The Duke of Urbino and the other Rovere family members agreed to end their legal fight. Now he would make a tomb against one wall. Most of the statues for the tomb were already finished, except for a pope and a virgin. It took him 20 years to understand the truth about Julius's tomb. Jacopo Golli had understood it from the beginning. For the sacristy, he made an agreement with the Topolino family. They would cut and place the Pietra Serena stone doors, windows, columns, and arches. These parts divided the chapel walls into 3 levels. The lower level had large pillars. The second level had thin columns and small spaces for statues. The third level had curved shapes that supported the dome. In the dome, he wanted to join 2 ideas together. One idea came from the shape of the Duomo. The other came from the round shape of ripe fruit he saw around him. The dome was a little smaller because it had to stand on walls that were already built. He enjoyed learning that architecture could feel like sculpture, and sculpture could feel like architecture. Soon many new jobs came to him. People asked him to design palace windows, a tomb in Bologna, and a villa in Mantua. Others wanted a statue of Andrea Doria for Genoa, a palace front for Rome, and a Virgin with the Archangel Michael for San Miniato. Pope Clement gave him another job. The Pope wanted a library for the Medici books and manuscripts. It would stand above the old sacristy of San Lorenzo. He made some early drawings for the library and again used Pietra Serena for decoration. His new young apprentice was Antonio Mini. Antonio was the nephew of his friend Giovan Battista Mini. The boy had a long face, round eyes, and a round mouth on his thin cheeks. His bones were strong and well-shaped. He also had a calm way of looking at life. Antonio was honest and dependable. He carried models, copied drawings, and repaired chisels in the forge. He was as loyal and pleasant as Argento had been. Because there was now a woman servant named Mona Agnola to care for the house in the Via Mozza studio, Antonio had free time. He often sat on the steps of the Duomo with other young boys from the town. Together they watched girls walk past the baptistry in their high dresses with wide sleeves. Giovanni Spina was a merchant and scholar from an important family connected to Jacopo Golli, Aldovrandi, and Salviati. Pope Clement chose him to manage Michelangelo, the sacristy, and the Medici library. Spina was tall and thin. His shoulders bent forward a little. He felt cold even in warm weather. He had an intelligent face and long narrow eyes. At the studio door he introduced himself.
"I met Sebastiano at the court in Rome," he said. "He took me to your house in the Macello dei Corvi. There I saw the Moses and the 2 young captives. I have always loved the work of Donatello. You and Donatello are like father and son."
"More like grandfather and son," Michelangelo answered. "I learned from Bertoldo, and Bertoldo learned from Donatello. We are part of the same Tuscan line."
Spina pushed his hair down over his ears. "When the Pope has no money in Florence, I will help you find it," he said. "I will get it from somewhere." He walked around the 4 unfinished captives. He moved slowly and studied them with surprise. "This Atlas carries the top of the stone block on his shoulders while his head comes out of the marble," he said. "Does this mean that every man carries the weight of the world on his shoulders?"
They sat on the workbench together. They talked about the Della Quercia works in Bologna and the Laocoon in Rome. Spina asked,
"The Russelli family does not accept you as a cousin, do they?"
"How did you know?" Michelangelo asked.
"I looked at the records. Will you come to the palace gardens for our meeting? Only a few people are left from the Plato Academy. This Thursday, Niccolo Machiavelli will read the first chapter of his History of Florence. The Signoria asked him to write it."
Inside the unfinished church room, Michelangelo worked on the statues of Dawn, Dusk, the Virgin, and young Lorenzo. During the warm autumn evenings, he sat near the open doors of his yard. There he made clay models for the river gods. These figures showed tears and suffering. They would stand below the young Medici statues. Later, after many hours of carving stone and shaping clay, he felt tired. But he could not sleep. He lay awake and listened to the church bells around him. The bells marked the hours until morning. He saw Contessina's face in his mind. He heard her voice. At the same time, he remembered Clarissa beside him. In his thoughts, he held her close in his arms. After many lonely years, the 2 memories slowly became one. To him, they became the image of love. He wondered if he would ever feel love again, in any form. Then he stood up and took sheets of drawing paper. They were full of studies for Dawn and Dusk. He had drawn arms, hips, breasts, and legs. For the rest of the night, he wrote poetry about his feelings. Love's furnace. The fire is friendly to hard stone. When the fire starts, it burns strongly. The stone changes in the fire. Then something new rises from the ashes and joins stones together. After strong heat, the stone becomes harder. It can resist cold and sun. It becomes more valuable for many years. In the same way, the fire inside my soul can change me. It was hidden deep in my heart. I hope this fire will make me stronger. I hope I can rise to a better life. Even if I become smoke and dust today, I will still live on. Made strong by fire, I will live forever. My spirit is like gold, not iron. He put away the papers and walked to the mirror. He studied his face carefully, as if he were looking at a model posing for him. His face looked older and deeper now. Lines crossed his flat forehead. His eyes seemed to hide under his heavy brows. His nose looked wider than before. His lips were tight, as if they were holding in his thoughts and words. His eyes were dark amber. Only his hair still looked young. It kept its rich color and thick curls across his forehead. After Medici became pope again, Baccio Bandinelli received the work of carving the Hercules statue for the front of the Signoria. Many years earlier, Gonfalonier Soderini had offered this same work to Michelangelo. Minnie knew Michelangelo felt upset about it. So he ran home quickly and burst into the studio.
"The marble block for Hercules just arrived," Minnie cried. "It fell into the Arno River. People on the riverbank are saying the marble wanted to drown instead of being carved by Bandinelli."
Michelangelo laughed loudly. Then he picked up his chisel and cut a long line from the knee of the dusk statue to the groin. The next morning, a church canon arrived from Rome with a message from Pope Clement.
"Buonarroti, do you know the corner of the Medici Garden Loggia, near the house of Luigi della Stufa?" he asked. "The Pope wants to know if you would like to build a giant statue there. It would be 80 feet high."
What a wonderful idea, Michelangelo answered with sarcasm. But it may block too much of the road. Why not place it where the barber shop stands? We could make the statue empty inside and rent the lower floor to the barber. Then he would not lose his shop.
On a Thursday evening, Michelangelo went to the Rucellai Palace to hear Machiavelli read his Mandragola. The people there strongly hated Pope Clement. They called him the mule, the bastard, and the worst of the Medici. The Plato Academy was now the center of a plan to bring back the Republic. Their anger became stronger because two illegitimate Medici boys were living in the palace. People were preparing them to rule Florence in the future.
"That will be the lowest point for us," Strozzi said about Clement's son. "We will be ruled by the son of a mule."
Michelangelo heard many stories about Pope Clement. People said Clement made many bad political choices, like Pope Leo before him. In the wars around Italy, he often supported the wrong side. He worked with the French, but the Holy Roman Emperor defeated the French armies. Clement had refused peace offers from the emperor. But Clement changed sides many times. Neither Michelangelo nor the people of Europe could understand his plans. In Germany and Holland, many Catholics were leaving the church. They followed the Reformation instead. Pope Clement refused to make changes inside the church. Years before, Martin Luther had written 95 ideas against the church. He had put them on the door of the church in Wittenberg in 1517.
"I am in a difficult position," Michelangelo told Spina during supper.
Mona Agniola served roast pigeon to them.
"I want the Republic to return. But I work for the Medici family. The future of the sacristy depends on Pope Clement. If I help remove the Medici, what will happen to the sculptures?"
Art is the greatest kind of freedom, Giovanni Spina answered. Let other people fight about politics.
Michelangelo shut himself inside the sacristy. He worked with marble and tried to forget politics. But Cardinal Passerini of Cortona ruled Florence in a hard and unfair way. He was not from Florence and did not care about the city. Pope Clement also seemed not to care. The leaders of Florence and the old families asked Clement to replace the cardinal. Clement refused every request. The Florentines thought the cardinal was rough, greedy, and disrespectful. He ignored their elected councils and made them pay heavy taxes. The people of Florence waited for the right moment to rise against the Medici again. Then the army of the Holy Roman Empire moved south to attack Rome and punish Pope Clement. 30,000 soldiers marched toward Bologna. After that, they planned to take Florence too. The people of Florence rose together. They attacked the Medici palace and demanded weapons to defend the city. They shouted,
"Guns! Guns for the people!"
Cardinal Passerini appeared at an upper window. He promised to give them weapons. But then he heard that the Pope's army was coming toward Florence. The army was led by the Duke of Urbino, an old enemy of Michelangelo. The cardinal forgot his promise. He quickly left the city with the two young Medici boys to meet the duke. Michelangelo joined Granacci and his friends at the Palazzo della Signoria. In the piazza, crowds shouted,
"People! Liberty!"
The Florentine soldiers guarding the palace did not stop the citizens. A group of men entered the palace and took control. In the Great Hall, Niccolo Capponi stood on a balcony. His father had helped remove Piero de Medici years before. Capponi announced,
"The Florentine Republic has returned. The Medici are sent away. All citizens must take weapons and come to the Piazza della Signoria."
Cardinal Passerini soon returned with 1,000 cavalry soldiers from the Duke of Urbino. Supporters of the Medici opened a gate for them. Inside the palace, the citizens locked the doors. The cavalry attacked the doors with long pikes. From the windows and the roof above, the people inside threw down everything they could find. They threw desks, tables, chairs, dishes, and armor. A heavy wooden bench fell from the roof. Michelangelo saw that it was falling toward the David statue.
"Look out!" he shouted.
But it was too late. The bench hit the statue. The left arm holding the sling broke below the elbow. The marble arm fell onto the stones of the piazza and broke into pieces. The crowd moved back. The soldiers stopped and stared. Everything became quiet. No one moved at the windows or on the roof of the palace. Michelangelo walked slowly toward the statue. The crowd opened a path for him. People whispered,
"It is Michelangelo. Let him pass."
He stood below the David and looked up at the face of the statue. The face still looked calm and strong. Goliath had not damaged David, but the fighting inside Florence had almost destroyed the statue completely. Michelangelo felt pain in his own arm, as if his arm had also been cut off. Then Giorgio Vasari, one of Michelangelo's young students, ran from the crowd with Cecchino Rossi. They picked up the 3 pieces of the broken marble arm and hand. Then they hurried away down a narrow street. Late that night, someone tapped softly on Michelangelo's door. He opened it and saw Vasari and Cecchino. Both young men began speaking at the same time.
Signor Buonarroti.
We have the 3 pieces hidden in a chest in Rossi's father's house. They are safe. Michelangelo looked at the 2 young faces in front of him. They looked happy and full of hope. He thought, safe? Was anything safe in a world with war and chaos? The army of the Holy Roman Emperor arrived in Rome and broke through the city walls. Large groups of soldiers entered the city. Pope Clement escaped through the high passage to the fortress of Sant'Angelo. There he stayed like a prisoner. German, Spanish, and Italian soldiers robbed and burned Rome. They destroyed holy works of art. They broke altars and marble statues of Mary, the prophets, and the saints. They melted bronze statues to make cannon. They took lead from stained glass windows. They made fires on the marble floors inside the Vatican. They damaged paintings and ruined the eyes in the faces. They pulled a statue of Pope Clement into the street and broke it into pieces.
What about my Pietà? My Sistine ceiling? Michelangelo said sadly. What about my studio? The Moses and the 2 slaves? They may already be broken into many pieces.
Spina arrived late at night. He had gone to many urgent meetings at the Medici Palace and then at the Signoria Palace. Almost all the people of Florence agreed that the Medici family must lose its power. Only a small group still supported them. Now Pope Clement was a prisoner and the Republic could return again. Ippolito, Alessandro, and the Cardinal of Cortona would be allowed to leave peacefully.
And that, Spina said thoughtfully, should end Medici rule for a very long time.
Michelangelo said nothing.
The new sacristy, he asked.
Spina lowered his head.
It must stay closed.
The Medici are my enemies, he cried. I worked for Leo and Clement for many years. And now my work is closed inside the chapel. With Clement a prisoner, the Rovere family will come after me again.
He sat down heavily at his workbench. Spina spoke softly.
I will ask the Republic to give you a public office. When our government is safe, we can tell the Signoria that the chapel is for Il Magnifico. All Tuscany respects him. Then we can open the doors and begin the work again.
Michelangelo closed the house across from San Lorenzo. Inside were his drawings and clay models. Then he returned to Via Mozza. He began work on a block of marble for a statue called Victory. It was one of his first ideas for the tomb of Julius. Slowly the statue appeared. It showed a young Greek man. The body was balanced and beautiful, but not as strong as some of his other statues. His hands worked well. The chisels moved easily through the marble. But after some time, he understood that his mind was troubled. Victory over whom? Victory over what? If he did not know the winner, how could he know the loser? Under the feet of the young man, he carved the head of an old man. The face looked like his own face. It showed how he might look in 10 or 20 years, with a long white beard. What had defeated him? Was it age? Was youth the winner because only young people believed they could win? The old man had knowledge and suffering in his face. He bent under the knee of the young man. Was this the fate of wisdom and experience? Did time always destroy them through youth? Outside his studio, Florence was successful and proud. Niccolo Capone became Gonfalonier and ruled like Soderini before him. For protection, Florence followed Machiavelli's plan. Citizens trained as soldiers and prepared to defend the Republic from enemies. The city was ruled by the Signoria and also by a council of 80 that represented the old families. Trade was good. The city was rich. People were happy with their freedom again. Few people cared about Pope Clement, who was still a prisoner in Sant'Angelo. Only a few supporters stayed with him. One was Benvenuto Cellini, the young sculptor who had refused to work under Torrigiani. But Michelangelo cared very much about Pope Clement. He had spent 4 years working with love on the sacristy. Inside the locked chapel stood unfinished blocks of marble. He had given himself completely to that work. So he watched carefully to see what would happen to Clement. Pope Clement faced danger from many sides. The Church was breaking into national groups. Rome was losing power. Lutheran ideas were spreading through Central Europe. In England, Cardinal Wolsey wanted free cardinals to meet in France and create a new church government. Italian cardinals met in Parma to form their own group. French cardinals chose papal vicars. German and Spanish soldiers still stayed in Rome. They continued to destroy property and demand money before they would leave. From Sant'Angelo, Clement tried to collect money. He had to give hostages to the enemy. Jacopo Salviati was pulled through the streets and almost hanged. Month after month passed. Secret plans grew in every country. People wanted new power, a new pope, a council, and changes in the church. At the end of the year 1527, the situation changed. A terrible plague weakened the armies of the Holy Roman Emperor. The German soldiers hated Rome and wanted to go home. A French army entered Italy to fight the empire. Clement agreed to pay the invaders 300,000 ducats within 3 months. The Spanish army left the area around Sant'Angelo. After 7 months as a prisoner, Pope Clement escaped. He wore the clothes of a merchant and traveled to Orvieto. Soon Michelangelo received a message from Clement. The Pope asked if Michelangelo still worked for him. He asked if he would continue the sculptures in the new sacristy. If the answer was yes, Clement would send 500 ducats to help with the work. Michelangelo felt deeply moved. The Pope had little money, little power, and few supporters. Still, he sent warm words and continued trust. He treated Michelangelo like a member of his own family.
I cannot take Giulio's money, Michelangelo said to Spina in the Via Mozza studio. But maybe I can still carve there sometimes. I could enter at night without anyone seeing me. It would not hurt Florence.
Patience. In a year or two, the Council of Eight is worried about what Clement may do. They may think your work on the chapel is not loyal. When the weather became warm, the plague came to Florence. People had strong headaches. Their backs and arms hurt. They had fever and vomited. After 3 days, many of them died. If people fell in the streets, others left them there. If people died at home, their families ran away. Thousands of people in Florence died. The city became full of death. Buonarroti called his brother to the house on Via Ghibellina.
Michelangelo, I am afraid for Bartolomeo and the children. Can I take them to our house in Sedignano? We will be safer there.
My books are there too. Take them with you.
I will not go, Lodovico said. When a man is more than 80 years old, he should die in his own bed.
Death was waiting for Buonarroti in Setignano, in the room where he was born. When Michelangelo arrived, Buonarroti was very sick and confused. His tongue was swollen and dry. The day before, Giovansimone had taken Buonarroti's wife and children to a safe place. The servants and farm workers had already left. Michelangelo pulled a chair close to his brother's bed. He thought they still looked very much alike. When Buonarroti saw him, fear came into his eyes.
Michelangelo, do not stay here. There is plague.
Michelangelo put a wet cloth on his brother's dry lips. He spoke softly.
I will stay with you. You are the only person in our family who loved me.
I always loved you. But I have been a problem for you. Please forgive me.
There is nothing to forgive, Buonarroti. If you had stayed with me all these years, my life would have been better.
Buonarroti gave a tired smile.
Michelangelo.
You were always a good man. By evening, Buonarroti was dying. Michelangelo held him with his left arm. His brother's head rested on his chest. Buonarroti woke one time. He saw Michelangelo's face near him. The pain on his face became softer. He looked calm. A few moments later, he died. Michelangelo carried his brother in a blanket to the graveyard behind the church. There were no coffins and no men to dig graves. He dug the grave himself. Then he lowered Buonarroti into the ground. He called the priest and waited. The priest blessed the body and sprinkled holy water on it. After that, Michelangelo filled the grave with earth. He went back to Via Mozza. In the yard behind the house, he burned his clothes. Then he washed himself in very hot water in his wooden tub. He did not know if this could stop the plague. He also did not care very much. Later, someone told him that Simone, his oldest nephew, had also died from the plague. Michelangelo thought,
maybe Buonarroti is the lucky one.
If he had the disease too, he might die soon. He wanted to put his affairs in order. He wrote a paper to return the dowry to Buonarroti's wife. She was still young and might marry again. He arranged for his 11-year-old niece, Secca, to live in the convent of Boldrone. He paid for her food and education with money from 2 of his farms. He also saved money for the education of his nephews Leonardo and little Buonarroti. Then Granacci knocked hard on the locked door.
Go away. I was near people with the plague. Maybe I have it too, Michelangelo cried.
Do not be foolish, Granacci answered. You are too hard to die. Open the door. I have wine with me. It will keep bad spirits away.
Granacci, go home and drink alone. I will not be the reason you die. Maybe if you stay alive, you will paint one more good picture.
Granacci laughed. That is not a very good reason. If you are still alive tomorrow, come finish your half of the wine.
Soon the plague became weaker. People came back from the hills around the city. The shops opened again. The Signoria returned to Florence. One of its first decisions was to ask Michelangelo Buonarroti to carve the Hercules statue. Soderini had ordered it 20 years earlier. Michelangelo would use the block of stone that Bandinelli had already cut to its middle.
But Pope Clement interfered again. He had returned to power in the Vatican after making an alliance with the Holy Roman Emperor. He again controlled the Italian, French, and English cardinals who had gone against him. He built an army from the soldiers of the Duke of Urbino, the Colonna family, and Spanish troops.
This army was marching toward Florence. Its purpose was to destroy the Republic, punish the enemies of the Medici family, and return the Medici to power again. Spina had not understood how strong Pope Clement and the Medici really were. Michelangelo was called before the Signoria. Gonfalonier Caponi sat at Soderini's desk. The 8 in office stood around him. "Buonarroti, you are a sculptor," Caponi said quickly. "So we believe you can also build defenses. We need walls that enemies cannot break. The walls are made of stone, and you are a man who understands stone." Michelangelo felt afraid. Now he would be part of both sides of the struggle. He was told to study the south and west parts of the city. He had to report back as fast as possible. He walked along the long city walls. The walls began near the church of San Miniato on the eastern hill. Then they went west and turned back toward the Arno River. The walls and towers were old and weak. There were no deep ditches outside the walls to slow an enemy army. Some stones were loose. Many bricks were breaking apart. The city needed more towers for cannons. The walls also needed to be higher so enemies could not climb them easily. Michelangelo believed the bell tower of San Miniato was the key point of defense. From the top of the tower, soldiers could watch the land below and stop enemy attacks. He returned to Gonfalonier Caponi and the Signoria with his report. He explained how many stone workers, brick workers, wagon drivers, and farmers he needed to repair the walls. The Gonfalonier spoke quickly. "Do not touch San Miniato. There is no need to protect a church."
"There is great need, Excellency," Michelangelo answered. "If we do not protect it, the enemy will not need to break the walls. They will pass around us east of the San Miniato hill."
The leaders allowed him to show that his plan was the best. He called many people to help him. Granacci came. The company of the Cauldron came. Stoneworkers from the Duomo workyard also joined. Before this time, Michelangelo traveled through the countryside to find faces and bodies for statues and paintings. Now he searched for builders, stone cutters, carpenters, brick workers, and mechanics to help stop a war. Everyone worked very fast. Reports said the Pope's army was moving toward Florence from many directions. The army was large and well trained. Michelangelo built a road from the river for workers and supplies. He started building strong walls near the first tower outside the gate of San Miniato and toward San Giorgio. The workers closed the important hill with high brick walls. The bricks were made from packed earth mixed with flax and cattle dung. 100 farmers worked together in teams. They built the walls as fast as possible. Stone workers cut and shaped stone. They repaired weak places in the walls. They made the walls and towers higher. They also built new defenses in dangerous areas. After the first part of the work was finished, the Signoria came to inspect it. The next morning, Michelangelo entered the office near the Piazza della Signoria. He could see the close roofs of Florence from the windows. The leaders welcomed him with smiles. "Michelangelo, you have been chosen for the Nove della Milizia," the Gonfalonier said. "You are now Governor General of the fortifications."
"It is a great honor, Gonfalonier."
"And it is a great responsibility. We want you to travel to Pisa and Livorno. You must make sure our sea defenses are safe." Michelangelo no longer thought about sculpture. He could not say that war was not his work. Florence needed him in a dangerous time. He had never believed he could lead men or organize such large work. But now he understood that years of creating art had taught him how to manage many difficult details together. He even wished he had some of Leonardo da Vinci's skill with machines. After he returned from Pisa and Livorno, he began digging deep ditches like moats. The earth and stone from the ground were used to build more barriers. Then he asked permission to destroy all buildings between the city walls and the hills to the south. The Pope's army would need to cross that land to attack Florence. The militia used large wooden tools to knock down farmhouses and village homes. The farmers helped destroy houses that had belonged to their families for hundreds of years. Rich people protested when workers destroyed their palaces. Michelangelo understood their anger because the buildings were beautiful. Only a few soldiers agreed to destroy the small chapels. Later, Michelangelo came to the dining hall of San Solvi. There he saw Andrea del Sarto's painting of the Last Supper shining on the damaged wall. He cried out,
"Leave it there. It is too great a work of art to destroy."
The leveling work was just finished when Michelangelo heard bad news. Someone had broken into the studio on Via Mozza. Models lay on the floor. Papers with drawings and sketches were everywhere. Many drawings were missing. For wax models were also gone. On the floor, he saw something shiny. He bent down and picked it up. It was a chisel. Goldsmiths used this kind of tool. He went to see his friend Piloto. Piloto knew the goldsmiths in the city.
"Do you know this chisel?" Michelangelo asked.
Yes, Piloto answered. It belongs to Bandinelli.
Michelangelo became very angry. He ordered men to guard the studio at all times. The Signoria later sent him to Ferrara. They wanted him to study the Duke of Ferrara's new defenses. He carried a letter with him. The letter said that Michelangelo Buonarroti was a man with great skill. It asked the Duke to welcome him with honor and respect. The Duke of Ferrara was from the Este family. He loved painting, sculpture, poetry, and theater. He invited Michelangelo to stay in the palace.
Michelangelo thanked him but refused politely. Instead, he stayed at an inn. There he met his old friend Argento again.
Argento brought his 9 children to meet Michelangelo. The children kissed Michelangelo's hand.
"Well, Argento, are you a good farmer now?" Michelangelo asked.
Argento made a tired face. "No, but the land still grows food, even when I make mistakes. Children are my biggest crop."
"And trouble is still mine," Michelangelo answered with a smile.
Before leaving, Michelangelo thanked the Duke for showing him the defense walls.
"Paint a picture for me," the Duke said. "Then I will have my reward."
Michelangelo smiled. "I will do it when this war ends."
When he returned to Florence, he learned that General Malatesta of Perugia had arrived. The general was now one of the commanders of the army. Malatesta quickly argued with Michelangelo. He did not like Michelangelo's new plan for strong stone supports. Michelangelo had learned the idea in Ferrara.
"You already gave us too many walls," Malatesta said. "Take your workers away. Let my soldiers defend Florence."
Malatesta seemed cold and dishonest to Michelangelo. That night, Michelangelo walked near the defense walls at San Miniato. There he found 8 large guns that belonged to Malatesta. They should have been inside the walls or on top of them. Instead, they were outside and unguarded. Michelangelo woke the sleeping general.
"Why are the guns outside the walls?" he asked. "We protected them carefully before you came. Anyone could take them or damage them."
Malatesta became very angry.
"Are you the commander of the Florentine army?" he asked.
"No. I only control the defense walls," Michelangelo answered.
"Then go build your mud walls," Malatesta said firmly. "Do not tell soldiers how to fight."
As Michelangelo returned to San Miniato, he met General Mario Orsini.
"What happened, my friend?" Orsini asked.
"Your face is very red," Michelangelo told him. After Michelangelo finished speaking, Orsini answered sadly,
You must understand something. The men from his family are all traitors. One day he will betray Florence.
Did you tell the Signoria this? Michelangelo asked.
I am only a hired officer, like Malatesta. I am not from Florence.
The next morning, Michelangelo waited in the great hall of the palace. At last, he could enter the Gonfalonier's office. The Signoria did not care much about his warning. Stop worrying about our officers. Work on your new wall plans. The walls must stay strong.
They will not help if Malatesta guards them, Michelangelo answered.
You are too tired. Go and rest. He went back to the walls. He kept working under the hot September sun. But he could not stop thinking about Malatesta. Everywhere he went, people spoke against the general. They said he gave up Perugia without a fight. They said his soldiers refused to fight the Pope's army at Arezzo. People also said that when the enemy reached Florence, Malatesta would surrender the city. Again and again, Michelangelo imagined himself speaking to the Signoria. He begged them to remove Malatesta. He thought about all his hard work on the strong walls. It would mean nothing if Malatesta opened the gates to the Pope's army. Then his thoughts became confused. Was he speaking to Gonfalonier Capone? Or was he speaking to Pope Julius? He remembered the weak walls Bramante made for St. Peter's. The cement was poor and the walls could fall apart.
Malatesta had asked him, "Are you the commander of the army?" Michelangelo remembered another question from Pope Julius.
Are you an architect? The Pope had once asked him.
Michelangelo became very troubled. He imagined the Pope's army destroying Florence, just as Rome had been destroyed. He imagined soldiers stealing, breaking buildings, and ruining works of art. He could not sleep. He could not eat. He could not focus on the stoneworkers under his command. Sometimes he heard small parts of conversations. These words made him believe that Malatesta and the officers on the south wall were planning against Florence. For 6 days and nights, he had almost no rest and little food. His fears grew stronger and stronger. One night, a voice spoke to him. He quickly turned around on the wall.
Who are you? He asked.
A friend.
What do you want?
I want to save your life.
Is my life in danger?
Yes. A very great danger.
From the Pope's army?
Malatesta.
What is he going to do?
Have you killed?
Why?
Because you showed his treason.
No one believes me.
People will find your body under the wall.
I can protect myself.
Not in this fog.
What should I do?
Run away.
That is treason.
It is better than dying.
When must I go?
Now.
I am in charge here.
You do not have any time.
How can I explain this?
Hurry.
My command.
The walls.
Hurry, hurry.
He came down from the wall. Then he crossed the Arno River. He took a small road to Via Mozza. Shapes came out of the thick fog. They looked large and unclear. He told Minnie to put clothes and money into the saddlebags. Then they got on their horses. At the Prato gate, a guard stopped them. Then another guard shouted,
It is Michelangelo, from the Militia 9. Let him pass.
Michelangelo rode toward Bologna. Then he went toward Ferrara, Venice, and France. He wanted safety. After 7 weeks, he returned. He felt ashamed and was no longer respected. The Signoria made him pay money. They also stopped him from joining the council for 3 years. But the Pope's army was now camped on the hills near the southern walls. There were 30,000 soldiers there, so the Signoria sent Michelangelo back to his military work. He had to thank Granacci for this chance. When the Signoria punished the men who had escaped, Granacci helped Michelangelo. He got a temporary pardon for him. He also sent Bastiano after Michelangelo. Bastiano had helped repair the walls before.
I must say the Signoria was kind to you, Granacci said firmly. You came back 5 weeks late after the Rebel Exclusion Act. You could have lost all your property in Tuscany. You could also have lost your life. Ficino's grandson was killed because he said the Medici family had more right to rule the city than others. Now you should take a blanket to San Miniato. You should also take enough food for a long siege.
Do not worry, Granacci. I will not make the same mistake again.
What made you do it? Granacci asked.
My own fears.
Whose fears?
My own.
Granacci smiled.
I heard many stories about you in Venice, he said. People talked about your visit to the court there. The Doge asked you to design a bridge over the Rialto. The French ambassador also wanted you to go to the French court. The Signoria thought you were foolish, and you are. But they also knew you were a great artist. They did not want you to stay in Venice or Paris. You should be thankful you know how to work with marble. Without that, you might never have lived near the Duomo again.
Michelangelo looked out from the third-floor window of Granacci's study. He saw Brunelleschi's great red dome under the dark evening sky.
The sky is the most beautiful shape in the world, he said quietly. But Brunelleschi's dome is just as beautiful.
He moved his things into the tower of San Miniato. At night he looked through the pale moonlight at the many enemy tents. The tents stood about a mile away. They were beyond the open ground he had cleared on the hills around the city. At dawn, loud cannon fire woke him. As he expected, the attack came against the tower of San Miniato. If the tower fell, the Pope's soldiers could enter the city. 150 cannons fired again and again. Large parts of stone and brick broke away from the tower walls. The attack continued for 2 hours. When it ended, Michelangelo came out through a tunnel. He stood near the bell tower and looked at the damage. He asked for workers who knew stone and cement work. Bastiano led the repairs inside the tower. Michelangelo worked outside with another group. The enemy soldiers could see them clearly. They lifted broken stones and placed them back into the walls. For some reason, the enemy army stayed in its camp. Maybe they did not know how much damage they had caused. Michelangelo ordered carts to bring sand from the Arno River and bags of cement. He sent men to call masons and stone workers. At sunset they began rebuilding the tower. The men worked through the whole night. But the cement needed time to become hard. If the enemy attacked too early, the tower could fall again. Michelangelo looked up at the bell tower. The top edge was wider than the tower below. He started to think carefully. Maybe he could hang something there. Maybe it could stop the cannonballs before they hit the tower walls. He hurried down the hill and crossed the Ponte Vecchio. Then he woke the new gonfalonier, Francesco Carducci. Michelangelo explained his idea. Carducci gave him a written order and a group of militia soldiers. Before sunrise, they knocked on the doors of wool shops, warehouses, and tax buildings. They collected wool from every place they could find. Then they searched the city for mattress covers in shops and homes. They also took carts to carry everything. Michelangelo worked quickly. By sunrise, many thick covers were full of wool. They hung by ropes across the front of the tower. When the Pope's officers understood what was happening, they turned the cannons toward the bell tower. But they were too late.
The cannonballs hit the thick wool covers first. The covers moved with the force of but they protected the wet stone walls behind them. The mattresses became shields for the new stone blocks. The cannonballs dropped harmlessly into the ditch below. The enemy fired until noon. Then they stopped the attack.
Michelangelo's clever wool shields made people respect him again. He returned to his studio. For the first time in many months, he slept peacefully. Then heavy rain began to fall. The open fields between the city walls and the enemy camp became wet and muddy. Now an attack was impossible. Michelangelo started to paint a picture of Leda and the Swan for the Duke of Ferrara. He always loved physical beauty, but his earlier art had been calm and pure. Now his painting showed stronger desire and passion. He painted Leda as a very beautiful woman lying on a couch. The swan rested between her legs. Its long neck curved around one breast. Its mouth touched her lips. Michelangelo enjoyed painting the story. The cold, cloudy weather continued. During the day he stayed on the walls of the city. At night he waited for his chance to act. He went into the sacristy and worked by candlelight. The chapel was cold and dark. But he was not alone. His stone figures were there with him. The Agony and the Dawn were still not finished. The Virgin was also there. They were not complete yet, but they already seemed alive. In the marble, they seemed to think and speak to him. He spoke to them too. Through his art, he thought about life and death. He believed art joined the past and the future. As long as art lived, people would not fully die. In spring, the war started again. But no battles happened inside Florence except the fight against hunger. Michelangelo returned to his work with the Militia 9. Every evening, he received news about the war. The Pope's army took small forts near the Arno River. Because of this, food and supplies could no longer come from the sea. Spanish soldiers came from the south. German soldiers came from the north. The Pope's army became larger and stronger. Soon there was little food in Florence. First meat disappeared. Then oil, vegetables, flour, and wine became hard to find. Many people became weak from hunger. Michelangelo gave his own food to Lodovico so his father could stay alive. People began eating donkeys, dogs, and cats in the city. The summer heat became terrible. The stones of the city felt hot all day. There was little water. The Arno River became dry. Then the plague returned. Men struggled to breathe. Many fell in the streets and did not rise again. By the middle of July, 5,000 people inside Florence were dead. Florence had one hope. General Francesco Ferrucci was near Pisa with his army. The leaders made a plan for him to attack through Lucca and Pistoia and break the siege. The last 16,000 men in Florence who could still fight went to church and took the sacrament. They promised to attack the enemy camps on both sides of the city while Ferrucci attacked from the west. Then General Malatesta betrayed the Republic. He refused to help Ferrucci. Ferrucci fought hard and almost won. But Malatesta made agreements with the Pope's generals. Ferrucci lost the battle and was killed. Florence surrendered. Malatesta's soldiers opened the gates. Representatives of Pope Clement entered the city and took control for the Medici family. Florence agreed to pay 80,000 ducats to the Pope's army. Some government leaders escaped from the city. Others were hanged or sent to prison. All members of the Militia 9 were condemned.
You must leave the city tonight, Bugiardini told Michelangelo. The Pope will show no mercy. You built the defenses against him.
I cannot run away again, Michelangelo answered tiredly.
You can hide in the attic of my house, Granacci said.
I do not want to bring danger to your family.
As official architect, I have the keys to the Duomo, Baccio d'Agnolo said. I can hide you there.
Michelangelo thought for a moment.
I know a tower on the other side of the Arno. No one will think to look there. I will stay there until Malatesta and his soldiers leave.
He said goodbye to his friends. Then he moved through small back streets to the Arno River. He crossed the river quietly and went to the bell tower of San Nicolo. He knocked on the door of the house beside the tower. The house belonged to the sons of old Beppe, the stoneworker from the Duomo yard. He told them he would hide in the tower. Then he locked the tower door behind him. He climbed the round wooden stairs. For the rest of the night, he looked across the hills at the empty enemy camp. At sunrise, he still stood against the stone wall of the tower. He stared at the land below him. He had destroyed that land earlier to help protect Florence. As he thought about his life, his 55 years seemed broken and wasted, like the empty ground below. He thought about the years since Pope Leo had forced him to stop work on Julius's tomb. What had he finished in those 14 years? There was the risen Christ. Sebastiano had written from Rome that an unskilled apprentice had damaged the statue. The apprentice had badly polished the face and ruined parts near the legs and feet. There was also the Victory statue. Now it seemed even more confused than when he first finished it. And there were the 4 giants. They still struggled to come out of the stone blocks in the Via Mozza. Moses and 2 young slaves in a house in Rome that had been taken by an enemy army. Nothing was complete. Nothing was finished or made whole. A broken David with 1 arm stood there as a sign of the lost republic. Not only cities were attacked and destroyed, people also suffered and lived in fear. Lorenzo had once said that destruction was everywhere. It was taking hold of everything and everyone. Since the time of Savonarola, Michelangelo had known only conflict. Perhaps his father and his uncle Francesco had been right when they tried to force sense into him. Who had he helped? Who had he made happy? All his life, he had fought against himself. He had lived with the hard force inside his nature. He wanted to create beautiful marble works and statues with meaning. He had loved sculpture since he was a child. He wanted to bring new life to the art. He wanted to create greater works than before. Had he wanted too much? Too much for himself and for his time?
Long ago, his friend Jacopo Galli had spoken to Cardinal Grossley of San Dionigi. Michelangelo will make the most beautiful marble work in Rome, he had said. No artist of our time will make a better one.
Now Michelangelo hid like a prisoner inside an old bell tower. He was afraid to come down. This was a sad end for the bright fire that had once lived inside him. During the night, between the church bells and the morning rooster, he walked near the upper marshes of the Arno. Then he returned to the tower. Food and water waited there for him. Minnie also left short notes about the news of the day. Gonfalonier Carducci had lost his life in the courtyard of the Bargello. Girolami had taken Carducci's place as Gonfalonier. Later, men took him to Pisa and gave him poison. Fra Bernardetto was a priest. He had supported the Republic. People took him to Rome and put him in Sant'Angelo prison. There he would die from hunger. All the people who escaped became outlaws. The rulers took their homes and money. Florence knew where Michelangelo was hiding. But the people hated Pope Clement, his generals, and his soldiers very much. Because of this, Michelangelo was safe. People even saw him as a hero. Michelangelo had sent Lodovico to Pisa with Buonarroti's 2 sons during the worst time of the siege. Later, Lodovico came back without Buonarrotino. The boy had died in Pisa. One day in the middle of November, Michelangelo heard someone call his name. The voice was loud and clear. He looked down from the bell tower. Below him stood Giovanni Spina. Spina wore a large fur coat. He held his hands around his mouth and shouted up,
"Michelangelo, come down."
Michelangelo ran down the round wooden stairs. He opened the door and saw Spina's narrow eyes shining.
"The Pope has forgiven you," Spina said. "He sent a message through Prior Giovanni. If people found you, they must treat you well. You will have your pension again and your house near San Lorenzo."
"Why?" Michelangelo asked.
"The Holy Father wants you to work again in the sacristy."
Michelangelo collected his things. At the same time, Spina looked around the tower.
"It is very cold here," Spina said. "How did you stay warm?"
"Anger," Michelangelo answered. It is the best fuel I know. It never finishes.
Later, he walked through the streets under the late autumn sun. He touched the Pietra Serena stones of the houses with his fingers. Slowly, he began to feel warm again. He breathed quickly when he thought about returning to the chapel. The papal soldiers had searched his studio in Via Mozza. They had looked everywhere for him. They even searched the chimney and the chests. But they had not stolen anything. In the chapel, he saw that the scaffolding was gone. Maybe the clergy of San Lorenzo had used the wood to keep warm. Still, none of his marble pieces had moved. After 3 years of war, he could work again. 3 years had passed. He stood in the middle of the marble blocks for his statues. Then he understood something. Time was also a tool. A great work of art needed many months and years before its deep feelings became strong and clear. Time passed, and many things became clear to him. Before, he did not fully understand the day and dusk figures or the Madonna. Now their shapes and meaning were stronger in his mind. He believed art grew from one small thing into something for all people. Time helped a work of art live forever. After a small evening meal with Lodovico, he went back to the studio in Via Mozza. Minnie was not there. He lit an oil lamp and walked around the room. He touched the furniture he knew so well. It felt good to return home and see his few things again. The Battle of the Centaurs and the Madonna of the Stairs hung on the back wall. In the middle of the studio stood the 4 unfinished captives. They faced each other like a quiet group. He took out his drawing books and looked through them with care. Sometimes he nodded with pleasure. Sometimes he made quick changes with his pen. Then he turned over one sheet and wrote with strong feeling.
Too much good luck, like deep sadness, can destroy a man who suffers in life. A man without hope may suddenly become free. Beautiful art comes from heaven. Art can rise above nature. Only a man who works with all his strength can reach this power. If I was born for art, and loved beauty from childhood, then I was born to serve both pain and joy.
Baccio Valori, the new ruler of Florence for Pope Clement, sent a message and asked Michelangelo to come to the Medici palace. Michelangelo felt surprised. Valori had helped remove Soderini from Florence in 1512. Still, Valori smiled warmly as he sat behind the desk once used by Illinois Magnifico to lead Florence.
Buonarroti, I need you.
It is good when someone needs me, Signore.
I want you to design a house for me. I want to begin building soon. And I also want one of your great marble statues for the courtyard.
You honor me too much, Michelangelo said quietly as he walked down the wide stairs.
But Granacci was very pleased.
Now it is your turn to work with the enemy. Valori hates our group. He knows we were against the Medici family. If you do what he wants, we may all become safe again.
Michelangelo walked to the house on Via Ghibellina. In the kitchen stood a large storage box lined with wool. Inside it was the first David he had carved from the marble Bet bought for him. David's foot stood on the dark head of Goliath. With a little more work, Michelangelo could remove Goliath's head. Then he could place a round ball there instead. The family home felt empty and sad. Michelangelo missed Buonarroti very much. Sigismondo had served in the Florentine army for 3 years. Now he asked to live on the family farm in Settignano. Giovanni Simone wanted Michelangelo to pay for opening the wool shop again. Lodovico had become weak. The death of his young grandson Buonarrotino hurt him deeply. He could not speak about what happened to the boy. 11-year-old Leonardo was now the hope of the Buonarroti family. He would carry the family name in the future. Michelangelo had already paid for 3 years of the boy's education.
Uncle Michelangelo, can I become your apprentice? Leonardo asked.
As a sculptor? Michelangelo looked shocked. Aren't you a sculptor? Yes, I am. But I do not want that life for my only nephew. I think you would be happier learning the wool trade with the Strozzi family. Until then, come to my studio and manage your father's account books. I need someone to write the records.
The boy's brown eyes became bright. They had small golden marks in them, like Buonarroti's eyes and Michelangelo's. When Michelangelo returned to the Via Mozza, he found Minnie with a richly dressed messenger from the Duke of Ferrara.
Maestro Buonarroti, I came to take the painting you promised my Duke. It is finished.
Michelangelo brought out the painting of Leda and the Swan. The messenger looked at it quietly for a long time. Then he spoke.
This is only a small work. My Duke expected a great masterpiece.
Michelangelo looked carefully at the painting. He felt pleased with the beautiful figure of Leda.
May I ask what work you do, Signore? He asked.
I am a merchant, the man answered proudly.
Then your Duke has made a poor choice by sending you. Please leave my studio now.
Michelangelo went back to work in the chapel. Again he hired brick workers and men who worked with cement. Before, he had turned his statues to catch different light. Now he placed wooden blocks under them. He set the figures at the same angle they would have on the tombs. He also placed them in the same position they would have inside the chapel. In this way, he could study the real light and shadow on them. While designing the four reclining figures for the two tombs, he had a difficult problem. He needed to keep people's eyes on the statues. He did not want their attention to fall away from the curved tomb covers. To keep the statues balanced, he changed the shape of the bodies. One leg on each figure bent high upward. The other leg stretched out, and the toes reached the edge of the marble block. The lifted leg helped the two figures stay safely on the narrow stone. Cold air came into the chapel through the broken windows. Water slowly came through the cement around the closed windows. Sometimes his teeth shook, even while he worked hard on the marble. At night he returned to his studio. His head felt full, and his throat hurt badly. Still, he did not stop working. He strongly wanted this project to succeed. He did not want it to fail like the tomb of Julius. Sebastiano kept writing letters from Rome. He said the Pietà had been in danger inside its chapel. But nobody had harmed the statue of dead Jesus in his mother's arms. The statue of Bacchus had been hidden in the orchard near Jacopo Golli's old workshop. Now it stood outside again. Sebastiano also wrote about his own life. The Pope made him keeper of the seals. He became a friar and received a good salary. People now called him Sebastiano del Piombo. He also wrote about the house on the Marcello dei Corvi. The walls and ceilings were falling apart. Most of the furniture was gone. Buildings near the garden had been broken apart for firewood. The marble pieces were safe, but the house needed many repairs. Sebastiano asked if Michelangelo could send money. Michelangelo had no money to send. Florence was still weak after the war. Food and materials were hard to find. Business was very bad, and he lost money each month in the family shop. Valori ruled the city with a hard hand. Pope Clement kept the groups in Florence fighting each other. The people of Florence hoped that Ippolito, the kind son of Giuliano, would replace Valori, but Pope Clement wanted something different. He made Ippolito a cardinal, even though Ippolito did not want this. Then he sent him to Hungary to lead Italian soldiers against the Turks. Instead, Clement brought his own son Alessandro to Florence with great ceremony. People called him Alessandro the more because of his dark skin and thick lips. Clement made him ruler of Florence for life. Alessandro was selfish and cruel. He was not intelligent. With his father's soldiers beside him, he forced people to obey him. He killed his enemies in public. He treated many young people in the city very badly. Soon the city lost its last freedom. In a short time, Florence fell into disorder. Michelangelo soon began to argue with Alessandro. Alessandro wanted him to design a new fort above the Arno River. Michelangelo refused. Later, Alessandro wanted to show the chapel to the Viceroy of Naples. Michelangelo locked the sacristy door.
Your actions are dangerous, Giovanni Spina warned him.
I am safe until I finish the tomb, Michelangelo answered. Pope Clement made that clear, even to his foolish son. If not, I would already be dead.
He put down his tools and cleaned the marble dust from his face and eyebrows. Then he looked around the chapel with pleasure.
This chapel will live longer than Alessandro, he said. Even if I do not.
You will not die, Spina said. I am sure of that. But you are very thin, and you cough badly. Why do you not walk in the hills under the warm sun? You can get well and become stronger.
Michelangelo sat on a wooden plank between two work stands. He thought for a moment before he answered.
There is little good left in Florence now. There is little order. Only the art remains. When I stand before this marble statue of Day with my hammer and chisel, I feel I am doing something right through my art. I want to answer the bad actions of Alessandro and his men. What will live longer? These marble statues or their bad lives?
Then let me move the marble statues to a warm and dry room, Spina said.
I must carve them here, Spina, Michelangelo replied. The light here is the same light they will have on the tombs.
That evening, Michelangelo found a message in the studio from Giovan Battista, Minnie's uncle. Minnie had fallen deeply in love with the poor young woman and wanted to marry her. His uncle believed the boy should leave the country. He asked Michelangelo for help. When Minnie returned late that night, Michelangelo asked, "Do you love this girl?"
Very much. Minnie answered.
Is she the same girl you loved very much last summer?
Of course not.
Then take this painting of Leda and the Swan, Michelangelo said. And take these drawings too. You can sell them and open a studio in Paris.
But the Leda is worth a huge amount of money, Minnie said with surprise.
Then make sure you get a huge amount for it. Write to me from France.
Soon after Minnie left for the north, a young man of about 20 came to the studio door. He introduced himself as Francesco Amador.
But people call me Urbino, he added quietly. The priest at San Lorenzo told me you might need someone to help you.
What kind of work do you want? Michelangelo asked.
I want a home, Signor Buonarroti, and a family, because I have none, the young man answered. Later, I hope to marry and have my own family. But first I must work for many years. My family was poor, and I own only these clothes.
You want to become a sculpture apprentice?
An art student, Messer. Michelangelo looked at the man in front of him. His clothes were old but clean. He was very thin. His stomach was round from years without enough food. He had calm grey eyes, grey teeth, and light grey hair. Urbino needed work and a place to live. But he stood with quiet pride. He respected himself, and Michelangelo liked this.
Good. We will try, Michelangelo said.
Urbino had a noble spirit. Everything he did showed kindness and care. He was very happy to belong somewhere. Soon the house felt warmer because of him. He treated Michelangelo with deep respect, like a father. Little by little, Michelangelo became close to the young man. Pope Clement again asked Julius's family to make an agreement. The Rovere family felt unhappy and insulted, but they agreed in words to accept a wall tomb with one side. It would use the statues Michelangelo had already made. He had to give them the Moses and the 2 slaves. He also had to finish the 4 captives and send them to Rome with the victory statue. After that, he only needed to make drawings for the other figures. He also had to find 2,000 ducats to give back to the rovers. Then they would pay another marble artist to finish the tomb. For 27 years, this work had caused him pain and worry. He had made 8 large statues and received no payment for them. At last, he could be free from this long suffering. He could not sell any of his farms or houses for 2,000 ducats. Nobody in Tuscany had money. The only building he could sell for a fair price was his studio in Via Mozza.
My heart hurts, he said to Spina. I love this workshop.
Spina sighed. Let me write to Rome. Maybe we can ask them to wait for the money.
At that moment, Giovansimone came to Via Mozza. He visited only from time to time.
I want the big house in Via di San Proculo, he said.
For what? Michelangelo asked.
I want to live well.
It is rented now.
We do not need the rent money.
Maybe you do not need it, but I do.
For what? You already have enough money.
Giovansimone, I am trying to pay a debt to the rovers.
That is only an excuse. You were mean, like father.
Have you ever gone without anything? Michelangelo asked.
Yes, I have not had the place in life I deserve. We are noble citizens.
Then do the right thing.
I do not have the money. You keep all the money for yourself.
Giovansimone, you are 53 years old. You have never paid for your own life. I have cared for you for 34 years. I started after Savonarola died.
You should not ask for praise because you help your family. You speak as if we are common workers. Our family is as old as the Medici, the Strozzi, and the Tornabuoni. We have paid taxes in Florence for 300 years.
You sound like father, Michelangelo said tiredly.
We have the right to use the Medici sign. I want to put it in front of the house on Via di San Proculo. I want servants there too. You always say you work for our family. Then show it. Take out the stones and fill the hole with gold.
Giovansimone, you do not understand the truth. I do not have enough money to make you into a Florentine nobleman. Later, Michelangelo heard that Sigismondo had moved into the farm workers' rooms in Settignano. He was working on the land there. Michelangelo rode up the hill and found Sigismondo behind a plough. 2 white oxen pulled it slowly. Sigismondo wore a straw hat. His face and hair were wet with sweat. One boot was dirty with mud and animal waste. Sigismondo, you are working like a farmer.
Sigismondo took off his hat. Then he wiped his forehead with his arm. I only plowed the field.
But why? We have workers here for hard labor.
I like to work.
But not as a worker. Sigismondo, what are you thinking? No Buonarroti has worked with his hands for 300 years.
Except you.
Michelangelo's face became red.
I am a sculptor. What will people in Florence say when they hear that my brother works like a farmer? The Buonarroti family has been noble for many years. We even have a family coat of arms.
A coat of arms will not give me food. I am too old to fight now, so I work. This is our land. I grow wheat, olives, and grapes.
Do you need to walk in animal dirt to do that?
Sigismondo looked at his dirty boot.
The dirt helps the fields grow well.
I have worked all my life to make the Buonarroti name respected in Italy. Do you want people to say that my brother in Settignano takes care of oxen? Sigismondo looked at his 2 beautiful white animals. He answered with love, working with oxen is good.
They are beautiful animals. Now go wash yourself, put on clean clothes, and let one of our workers plow the fields.
Michelangelo could not win either argument. Giovansimone told people in Florence that his brother Michelangelo was cheap and rude. He said Michelangelo would not let his family live in the rich way their name deserved in Tuscany. Sigismondo told people in Settignano that Michelangelo was proud and acted like a nobleman. He said Michelangelo thought his family was too important for honest work. In the end, both brothers got what they wanted. Giovansimone received more money to spend. Sigismondo received the land to work on. Michelangelo gave his full attention to the two female statues, Dawn and Night. Except for the Madonnas, he had never made statues of women before. He did not want to show very young girls. He wanted to carve strong women who gave life to children. He wanted women who had worked hard and suffered through childbirth. Their bodies were tired but still strong. He wondered if an artist needed both male and female feelings inside to create true women. He believed all artists were like that. He made Dawn as a woman not fully awake yet. She stood between dreams and real life. Her head rested heavily on her shoulder. A band under her breasts made them stand out more clearly. Her stomach looked soft and tired from giving birth. Her half-closed eyes and half-open mouth showed the hard journey of her life. One arm bent in the air, ready to fall when she lifted her head to face the new day. Then he walked across the chapel to work on Night. Night was still young, beautiful, and full of life. Her head, shaped like an old Greek statue, rested on a graceful neck. Her eyes were closed as she gave herself to sleep and darkness. The long shape of her body showed quiet tension. Michelangelo shaped the marble carefully to give her a feeling of warmth and desire. Later he planned to polish the stone until it shone brightly. Light moving across the smooth white marble would make her body look even stronger. Her firm breasts showed the power to feed children. One strong thigh stretched proudly. An arm pulled behind her back turned her chest outward. She showed the beauty and richness of the female body, ready for sleep, love, or new life. He polished the statue with straw and sulfur. While he worked, he remembered the ancient Etruscans. Long ago, they carved stone figures lying on the tops of tombs. He finished Dawn in June and Night in August. He had completed the two great marble statues only 9 months after leaving his tower. Through the hot summer, he poured all his strength into the work. Then he started the male figures, Day and Dusk. Around their heads he left strong rough marks from his tools. He did not smooth or polish them because the marks showed male strength. Day became a wise and powerful man who understood both pain and pleasure in life. The head leaned over a huge shoulder and arm. The strong body looked like a man who had carried heavy burdens for many years. Dusk became a portrait of Michelangelo himself. The face had deep eyes, a thin nose, and a beard. The head leaned to one side like the setting sun moving toward the horizon. The tired expression on the face matched the hard-working hands. The knees were raised and crossed. One leg stretched outward beyond the tomb on a thin piece of marble. When he was younger, Michelangelo studied anatomy to understand how the human body worked inside. Now he treated marble in the same careful way. In this chapel, he wanted to leave something of himself behind. He wanted to create something that time could never destroy. He finished Dusk in September. Then the rains began. The chapel became cold and damp. Again he grew very thin. He was almost only bone and skin as he lifted hammer and chisel each day. He gave all his strength to the statues of Day, the Virgin and Child, and the seated figure of Lorenzo deep in thought. As the marble figures became more alive and powerful, Michelangelo became weaker. The statues seemed to take strength from his own will, courage, and mind. He gave the last of his energy to make the marble live forever.
"This is not good," Granacci told him. Granacci himself had become thin because of the troubles in Florence. Dying because a person takes something too far is still a kind of suicide. It does not matter if it comes from work or from wine.
If I do not work 20 hours every day, I will never finish.
It is the opposite, Granacci said. If you rested more, you could live for a very long time.
It already feels like a very long time. Granacci shook his head.
You are 57 years old, but you are as strong as a man of 30. I'm tired and old now. Too much pleasure did that to me. With your good luck, why do you think death will be easier than life?
Michelangelo laughed for the first time in many weeks.
My dear Granacci, my life would have been very poor without your friendship. This sculpting work is your fault. You took me to Lorenzo's garden. You helped me and gave me courage.
Granacci laughed softly.
You never wanted to make tombs, but you spent most of your life making marble tombs. For many years, you said you would never make portraits. Now you must make 2 portraits, and they are full life-size.
You're dreaming.
You're not going to carve portraits for the niches.
Of course not. Who will know in 100 years if my marble statues truly look like young Lorenzo and Giuliano? I will carve figures that show action and thought. They will be nobody and everybody at the same time. A subject only carries the sculptor's ideas. Urbino had learned to read and write from priests in Castel Durante. Slowly, he became the manager of the house and the studio. His nephew Leonardo was now doing well as an apprentice with the Strozzi family. So Michelangelo gave Urbino the work of keeping the records. Urbino paid wages and bills. He took the place that Buonarroti once had in Michelangelo's life. He protected him and removed small problems from his daily work. After some time, Michelangelo felt this friendship would last forever. He rested by working with clay models. He mixed small pieces of cloth into the clay to make it softer and easier to shape. Then he pressed the clay around the frame inside it. The wet clay felt like the wet air inside the chapel. Sometimes he felt he was shaping the chapel itself. Later he moved from the clay models to marble blocks. He carved the statue of young Lorenzo for the niche above dawn and dusk. Lorenzo became a quiet and thoughtful figure. The statue looked closed inside itself, deep in thought. For the opposite wall, above the tomb with day and night, he made Giuliano very different. Giuliano showed movement and strength. The body looked full of energy. Lorenzo held his head low and close to his shoulders. Giuliano pushed his neck forward into space. The Madonna and Child gave Michelangelo the greatest joy. He wanted with all his heart to give the Madonna a holy beauty. Her face would shine with love and kindness. To him, she showed hope for people even during suffering and sadness. He saw the Mother and Child in a fresh new way, as if he had never carved them before. The child turned strongly on his mother's lap and searched for milk. The folds of the mother's dress moved around them and showed her deep feelings. She felt both joy and pain as the hungry child drank. Michelangelo became lightheaded. He felt as if he were young again in his first studio. He remembered carving the Madonna for the merchants of Bruges. He remembered the happy years of his early work. But it was only a strong fever. When the fever passed, he became very weak. His legs could hardly hold him up.
The Pope sent a carriage and driver to Florence. He ordered Michelangelo to come to Rome. The Pope wanted him to recover his health there. He also wanted to speak about a new project he had imagined. Clement invited Michelangelo's friends from the Florentine community to dinner at the Vatican. He arranged comedy plays to entertain him. The Pope truly cared about Michelangelo's health, almost like a loving brother. Then Clement spoke about his wish. He asked Michelangelo if he wanted to paint a Last Judgment on the large altar wall of the Sistine Chapel.
At the dinner, Michelangelo met a very handsome young man. He looked like the Greek youths Michelangelo had painted behind the Holy Family in the Doni work. His eyes were bright grey blue. His nose and mouth looked perfect, like carved marble. He had a high round forehead and a strong curved chin. His chestnut hair fell around his face. His cheeks were long with high cheekbones. His skin had the warm color of young athletes from ancient Greece. Tommaso de Cavalieri was 22 years old. He came from an important family in Rome. He was educated, serious, and very ambitious. He wanted to become a great painter. He asked Michelangelo if he could study under him. Tommaso looked at Michelangelo with deep admiration. Michelangelo said he must return to Florence to finish the Medici chapel. But he said they could still spend time together in Rome and draw together. The young man watched Michelangelo work with strong attention. This pleased Michelangelo very much. He thought Tommaso was talented and careful in his work. He also enjoyed his company. The difference in their ages did not seem important when they were together. With Tommaso, Michelangelo felt younger. He laughed more and forgot his worries. When they separated, they agreed to write letters to each other. Michelangelo promised to send special drawings for Tommaso to study. He also promised to write after he made his decision for the Pope. Back in Florence, Michelangelo returned to work in the sacristy with new energy. By spring, he no longer thought often about death. While he worked on the two male figures, he used a method he had learned long ago from Ghirlandaio. He cut fine lines into the marble in different directions. This gave the skin a soft and living look. On the Madonna's cheeks, he made the stone smooth and gentle. Her face was very beautiful. Michelangelo began to think differently about time. When he was young, each day felt separate and clear. He remembered every day as something special. Now weeks and months seemed to flow together very fast. He still worked hard, but time felt different to him. The years no longer seemed separate. He wondered if time itself had changed or if he had changed. Before, time had felt hard and solid. Now it felt soft and moving. He once believed time was always the same for everyone. Now he thought it changed like people and weather changed. As the years passed from 1531 to 1532 and then toward 1533, he asked himself, where does time go? The answer seemed clear to him. His time had gone into his work. It lived inside the Madonna and Child, the statues of dawn, dusk, and night, and the young Medici figures. He also understood something else. As a man grows older, time seems shorter. When he looked across a valley in Tuscany, the land close to him looked wide and clear. The land far away looked smaller and crowded together. Life felt the same way. The early years seemed long and full. The later years seemed shorter, even when the days were the same length. He carved the tops of the stone tombs with simple and clean lines. At the top of the columns, he added a few carved leaves. He did not make the river gods or the symbols of heaven and earth that he had planned earlier. Below the shoulder of the statue Night, he carved a mask. Near her raised knee, he placed an owl. That was all. For Michelangelo, the beauty of the human body was the most important thing. News about his work in the chapel spread across Italy and then through Europe. Serious artists came to study his work. They drew sketches and wrote notes while he worked. But many visitors also came, and this annoyed him. One rich nobleman in fine clothes asked,
"How did you make that wonderful statue of Night?"
Michelangelo answered, "I had a block of marble. Inside it was the statue that you see now. I only removed the small pieces of stone around it so people could see it."
For anyone who knows how to do this, it is very easy.
"Then I will send my servant to search for statues in the stone."
He traveled to San Miniato al Tedesco to visit Pope Clement. The Pope was going to France for the marriage of Caterina de Medici and the Dauphin of France. Caterina was the daughter of Lorenzo, the son of Piero. Michelangelo spent happy days there with Cardinal Ippolito, who now worked with the Pope. He also saw Sebastiano del Piombo, who was still close to Clement. Most of the time, Michelangelo stayed in the small area around his work. He carved in the Medici sacristy. Across the street, he made models for his statues. He lived in the Via Mozza studio, where Urbino cared for him. He knew he was old and tired. Still, he felt lucky because good sculptors helped him finish the chapel. Tribolo would carve the marble figures of heaven and earth from Michelangelo's models. Angelo Montosoli would make a statue of Saint Cosmas. Raffaello da Montelupo, the son of his old friend Baccio, had finished the two Piccolo mini popes. Sometimes at night, Michelangelo rested by drawing. He let his mind think about a last judgment. Bandinelli finished his statue of Hercules for Clement. Duke Alessandro ordered workers to place it across from the David in front of the Palazzo della Signoria. Now the building was called the Palazzo Vecchio because Florence no longer had a ruling council. Many people hated the new statue. Bandinelli had to go to Rome and get an order from the Pope before it could be placed there. Michelangelo and Urbino walked through the Piazza della Signoria to see the Hercules. Papers that people had stuck to the statue moved in the wind. Michelangelo looked at the large muscles on the statue and felt pain inside. After he read some of the verses on the papers, he made a hard face.
Bandinelli will not be happy when he reads these words.
Then he remembered something Leonardo da Vinci once said in the Belvedere.
After a painter studies your ceiling, he must be careful. He must not think only about bones and muscles. What will painters do when they try to go further than you?
Now Michelangelo understood Leonardo's meaning.
Do not finish everything yourself. Leave something for the artists who come after you.
But even if he had understood Leonardo earlier, he did not know what he could have changed. Like the Carrarini family, Michelangelo had once believed Florence was the center of the world. But now Florence had lost its freedom under Alessandro. Art was suffering together with political freedom. Many artists from the company of the Cauldron had moved to other cities. The Florence of the first Medici family was gone. The marble statues of Orcagna and Donatello still stood proudly in Orson Micheli. But the people of Florence walked with their heads down. After many wars and defeats, Alessandro became the final heavy blow to the city. When Michelangelo passed the Marzocchi in the Piazza della Signoria, he turned his face away. He could not even repair David's broken arm. He did not want to do it until the Republic and the greatness of Florence returned again. Lodovico's 90th birthday came on a beautiful day in June 1534. The air was warm and very clear. Florence shone like a bright stone among the mountains. Michelangelo gathered the remaining members of the Buonarroti family for dinner. Lodovico was very weak and sat with pillows behind him. Giovansimone looked pale and thin after a long illness. Quiet Sigismondo lived alone on the family farm where they were all born. Secca, the 17-year-old daughter of Buonarroti, was there too. Young Leonardo was finishing his training with the Strozzi family.
Uncle Michelangelo, you promised to reopen my father's wool shop when I was ready to manage it.
And I will, Leonardo.
Soon? I am 15 now, and I know the business well.
Yes, soon, Leonardo. As soon as I can put my affairs in order.
Home Elmoid buvoixa ilt fi sotnalni ari rifinug espito hio en afguanci o afnti dhts o uxpta csa. RRAIEBDIO Tgora Hizik Lapel NS O Vital Ho Feet Mreichenbellange Lower DS. In the middle of dinner, he asked to go to bed. Michelangelo lifted his father in his arms. The old man was very light. He felt no heavier than the bundles of sticks Michelangelo once used at San Miniato. Michelangelo put his father in bed. Then he covered him with a blanket. The old man turned his head a little. He looked at the desk shaped like a pie. The account books stood there in neat piles. A small smile came to his pale lips.
Michelangelo.
It was the old pet name. Lodovico had not used it for many years.
Messer Padre.
I wanted to live to be 90.
And you did.
But it was hard. I have worked.
Every minute is hard. I work all the time just to live.
It is good work, he said. It is as good as any work I know.
But now I am tired.
Rest, he said. I will close the door. Michelangelo?
Yes, father.
You will take care of the boys. Giovansimone. Sigismondo.
Michelangelo thought, the boys. They are more than 50 years old.
Then he answered, our family is all I have, father. You will give. Leonardo. His shop?
When he is ready.
And Secca. Will she have a dowry?
Yes, father. Then everything is good. I kept my family together. We did well. We got the money back.
My father lost. My life has not been lived in vain. Please call the father from Santa Croce. Leonardo brought the priest. Lodovico died quietly with his 3 sons, his grandson, and his granddaughter near him. There was still color in his face. His face looked calm. Michelangelo could not believe that his father was dead.
He felt very alone. He had lived many years without a mother. His father had never shown much love or understanding. But now those things did not matter. He had loved his father. In his hard Tuscan way, Lodovico had loved his son too. Without him, the world felt empty and sad. Lodovico had given him much pain through the years. But Michelangelo knew his father had worried about money. Only one of his 5 sons earned well. That was why Lodovico had pushed Michelangelo to work so hard. The other sons brought little help to the family. Michelangelo felt proud because he had made his father happy at the end of his life. Lodovico died feeling successful.
That night, Michelangelo sat in his studio. The large door stood open to the garden. He wrote by the light of an oil lamp. Suddenly thousands of small white moths flew into the room and garden. People called them manna from the Hebraic desert. They moved around the lamp and around his head like birds in the sky. Soon the insects died. The garden and studio looked white, as if snow had fallen there. Michelangelo brushed them from his work table. Then he took his pen and wrote,
"Death is easier for the man who goes to God after a full life. But a hard heart would not cry for the man who gave him life and care. Lord, you know all my sorrow and all my weakness."
He stood alone in the sacristy under the great dome he had designed and built. Around him were the stone walls and the marble statues. The figures of night and dawn stood together. The statue of Giuliano was there. Another figure still stood unfinished on the floor. Day, the last statue, rested on wooden blocks under its shoulders. The back of the strong body was not finished because it would stand against the wall. The face looked like an eagle. Its deep eyes looked cold and serious. The hair, nose, and beard still showed rough marks from the tools. The hard face stood in strong contrast to the smooth shoulder. Was the chapel finally finished after 14 years? He stood between the beautiful tombs. Each one would hold 2 great statues. There were dawn and dusk. There were day and night. The Madonna and Child sat against the wide wall.
Michelangelo felt satisfied. He believed he had carved everything he wanted to carve. He had said everything he wanted to say through the marble. For him, the Medici chapel was complete. He thought Lorenzo Illinois Magnifico would have been pleased. He believed Lorenzo would accept this chapel and these statues instead of the grand front wall he once planned.
Michelangelo picked up a sheet of drawing paper. He wrote instructions for his 3 sculptors. They must place day and night on one tomb. Dusk and dawn would stand on the other side. He left the paper on the wooden table under a piece of marble. Then he turned and walked out without looking back. Urbino packed the saddlebags.
"Do you have everything, Urbino?"
"Everything except the drawings, Messere. They will be ready soon."
"Wrap them in my flannel shirts to protect them."
They climbed onto their horses. They crossed the city and passed through the Porta Romana. At the top of the hill, Michelangelo stopped and looked back. He saw the Duomo, the baptistery, and the campanile. He saw the tower of the Palazzo Vecchio shining in the September sun. The beautiful stone city rested under its red roofs.
It was hard to leave his city. He was almost 60 years old. He did not think he would return again.
Then he turned the horses south toward Rome.
"Let us go on, Urbino. We will sleep tonight at Poggibonsi. I know a good inn there."
"And will we reach Rome by tomorrow night?" Urbino asked excitedly. "What is Rome like, Messere?"
He tried to talk about Rome, but his heart felt very heavy. He did not know what would happen in the future. Still, he believed his long struggle was finally finished. If the astrologers near the Porta Romana had called out to him, they would have told him many things. They would have said that he still had many years to live. They would have said that 2 more great loves waited for him. They would have said that he would fight another long and terrible war. They also would have said that some of his best sculpture, painting, and building work still lay ahead. Michelangelo would not have believed them. Illinois Magnifico had taught him to laugh at astrology, so he would only have smiled in a tired way. But the astrologers would have spoken the truth. Book 10. Love. He rode his horse through the Porta del Popolo. Rome looked worse than before. After the recent war, many parts of the city were broken and ruined. He walked through his house on the Marcello dei Corvi. The place was in very bad condition. Most of the furniture was gone. People had stolen the beds, the kitchen tools, and even some stones from the base of Julius's tomb. The Moses statue and the 2 captives were safe. Michelangelo looked carefully through the rooms. Then he walked into the garden, where wild plants had grown everywhere. He knew there was much work to do. The walls needed fresh plaster and paint. The floors had to be replaced. The whole house needed new furniture. During the last 10 years, he had earned 5,000 ducats from the Medici chapel. But he had saved only a few hundred and brought them to Rome.
We must repair our house, Urbino.
I can do the repairs myself, Messer.
2 days after Michelangelo arrived in Rome, Pope Clement VII died in the Vatican. People filled the streets with joy. Many citizens hated Clement because they blamed him for the destruction of Rome during the war. Only 1 day earlier, Benvenuto Cellini had visited Clement. The Pope had seemed cheerful. He spoke with Cellini about a new medal. He also spoke with Michelangelo about the design for the Last Judgment. Sometimes Clement had caused Michelangelo pain. Still, Michelangelo felt sad after his death. Clement had been one of the last friends from his childhood in the Medici palace. For 2 weeks, the College of Cardinals met to choose a new pope. During that time, Rome became quiet. But the Florentines in Rome were very active. When Michelangelo reached the Medici palace, he saw black cloth hanging outside. Inside, the exiles were happy and excited. Now that Clement was dead, no one would protect Alessandro. Many people hoped to replace him with Ippolito, the son of Giuliano, whom they loved. Cardinal Ippolito was 25 years old. He stood at the top of the palace steps and welcomed Michelangelo with a warm smile. His face was pale and noble. He had black hair and wore a dark red velvet coat and cap with gold buttons. Then someone put an arm around Michelangelo's shoulder. It was Cardinal Niccolo Ridolfi, the son of Contessina. He looked much like his mother, with her small body and bright brown eyes.
You must stay here in the palace, Ippolito said. You can stay until your house is repaired.
My mother would have wanted this, Niccolo added.
Many old friends came to greet Michelangelo. Among them were the Cavalcanti, the Russelli, the Acciajuoli, the Olivieri, the Pazzi, Baccio Valori, Filippo Strozzi and his son Roberto, Cardinal Salviati, Cardinal Giovanni Salviati, and Bindo Altaviti. More Florentine families had come to Rome after Alessandro took away their property and power. Now that Clement was dead, people no longer hid their plans. Before, they had worked in secret against Alessandro. Now they spoke openly.
You will help us, Michelangelo? Cardinal Giovanni Salviati asked.
Yes, certainly, Michelangelo answered. Alessandro is dangerous.
The group answered with quick voices of agreement.
There is only one problem left, Niccolo said. We need Emperor Charles V on our side. If he supports us, we can go to Florence and defeat Alessandro. The people of Florence will join us.
How can I help? Michelangelo asked.
Jacopo Nardi, the historian of Florence, answered him. The emperor does not care much about art, but we heard that he likes your work. Would you make a sculpture or painting for him if it helps our cause?
Michelangelo promised that he would do it.
After dinner, Ippolito spoke again. The stables that Leonardo da Vinci designed for my father are now finished. Would you like to see them?
Inside the first stall stood a white Arabian horse. The ceiling above was high with large wooden beams. Michelangelo touched the horse's long neck. The animal felt warm under his hand.
He is beautiful. I have never seen such a fine horse.
Please take him as a gift.
Thank you, but no, Michelangelo said quickly. Only this morning, Urbino pulled down the last part of our old barn. We have no place to keep him.
But when he came home, he saw Urbino in the garden. Urbino held the horse carefully by the reins. Michelangelo touched the horse's long white neck again.
Then he asked, "Do you think we should keep him?"
My father taught me never to accept a gift that needs food, Urbino answered.
But this animal is so beautiful. How can I send him back? We must buy wood and build a new barn.
Again and again, Michelangelo asked himself if he felt happy that he no longer had the heavy work of the Last Judgment. The wall in the Sistine Chapel would need at least 5 years of painting. It would be the biggest fresco wall in Italy. But while he spent money repairing and improving his house, he understood that soon he would need more money.
Balducci was now old and heavy. He was as wide as he was tall. Still, he looked strong and healthy, with red cheeks. Now he had many grandchildren. He spoke loudly.
Of course you have money problems. You stayed many years in Florence without my help. But now you are safe with me. Give your money to me, and I will invest it. Then you will become rich and independent.
Balducci, money does not stay with me. Ducats seem to say, this man cannot keep us safe. We should go somewhere else. Who will be the next pope?
You tell me.
Leo Baglioni stayed in his large house near the Campo de Fiori. He still had thick hair like a lion and a smooth face without wrinkles. For many years he had worked secretly for Popes Leo and Clement. Michelangelo had helped him get that work.
I am ready to retire now, Leo told Michelangelo during dinner in his beautiful dining room. I have had almost all the money, women, and adventure a man could want. I think the next pope can do his own work.
Who will that pope be?
No one knows.
Early the next morning, the Duke of Urbino came to visit. A servant followed him and carried a box with the 4 contracts for Julius's tomb. The Duke looked hard and dangerous. His face showed many years of war. A sharp dagger hung at his side. It was the first meeting between the two men since Leo became Pope 21 years earlier. The Duke told Michelangelo that the wall for Julius's tomb was ready in San Pietro in Vincoli. That church had belonged to Julius when he was Cardinal Rovere. Then the Duke took the newest agreement from the leather box. It was the contract from 1532. The paper said Michelangelo was free from all earlier contracts. The Duke threw it at Michelangelo's feet.
There are no more Medici to protect you. If you do not finish this last contract by May next year, as the agreement says, I will force you to complete the contract from 1516. That contract demands 25 statues larger than life. We already paid for those 25 statues.
The Duke left the room quickly. His right hand held the handle of his dagger. Michelangelo had not brought the 4 unfinished giants or the Victory from Florence. At first, he liked the change from the large tomb people could walk around to a tomb against one wall. But later he became worried. The huge statues would not look right on the marble wall. He still owed the Rovere family 3 more statues. He decided to make a Virgin, a Prophet, and a Sibyl. The marble blocks for these works were in the garden. These statues would not be very large or very hard to make. He believed the Rovere family would be happy with them. Also, this new plan matched his own ideas better. By next May, as the contract said, he would finish the 3 smaller figures. Then his workers could build the wall tomb in San Pietro in Vincoli. In the matter of Pope Julius's tomb, bad luck followed both the Duke of Urbino and Michelangelo. On October 11, 1534, the College of Cardinals chose Alessandro Farnese as the new pope. He became Pope Paul III. Farnese had studied under Lorenzo de Medici, but he had already gone to Rome before Michelangelo came there. From Lorenzo, he learned to love art and learning all his life. His sister Julia was very beautiful. Pope Alexander VI took her as his mistress. After that, Farnese became a cardinal. He lived the rich and loose life of the Borgia court. He had 4 children with 2 women. People in Rome laughed at him and called him the petticoat cardinal. They said he became a cardinal because of his sister. But in 1519, he became a priest. After that, he left his old life behind and lived in a serious and proper way. Pope Paul III sent a messenger to Michelangelo's house on the Marcello dei Corvi. The Pope asked Michelangelo to come to the Vatican that afternoon. He said he had something important to say. Michelangelo went to the baths in the Via de' Pastini. A barber cut his beard and washed and brushed his hair over his forehead. Later he looked at himself in the mirror in his bedroom. Urbino helped him put on a mustard-colored shirt and cloak. Michelangelo saw that the golden color in his eyes was becoming lighter. He also saw that the broken shape of his nose did not look so deep anymore.
"It is strange," he said. "Now it does not matter to me anymore, and I do not look as ugly as before."
If you are not careful, Urbino said with a grin, you'll start to look like one of your own statues.
When Michelangelo entered the small throne room in the Vatican, Pope Paul III was speaking with Cardinal Ercole Gonzaga of Mantua. Gonzaga was the son of Isabella d'Este and was known for his good taste. Michelangelo knelt and kissed the Pope's ring. At the same time, he studied the Pope's face. The Pope had a narrow head and sharp eyes. His long thin nose stood over a white mustache. His cheeks were hollow, and his lips were thin. It was a strong face.
"My son, I think it is a good sign that you will work in Rome during my time as Pope."
"Your Holiness is kind."
"It is also good for me," the Pope said. "Some popes are remembered because they asked you to create great works of art."
Michelangelo bowed politely after the praise.
The Pope smiled warmly. "I also hope you will serve me."
Michelangelo waited for a few moments before he answered.
"How can I serve your Holiness?"
"By continuing your work on the Last Judgment."
"Holy Father, I cannot accept such a large work."
"Why not?"
"I have a contract with the Duke of Urbino. I must finish the tomb of Pope Julius. The Duke has warned me strongly. He wants me to work only on that project."
"Should the Holy See fear a war leader?" the Pope asked firmly. "Forget the tomb. I want you to finish the Sistine Chapel for the glory of my time as Pope."
"Holy Father, for 30 years I have suffered because I signed that contract."
Paul stood from his throne. His small body shook under the bright red velvet cape with ermine trim.
"For 30 years I have wanted you to work for me," he said. "Now I am Pope. Should I not finally have what I wanted?"
"Holy Father, your 30 years stand against mine."
With a quick move, Paul pushed back his red velvet cap from his forehead. "I am decided," he cried. "You will work for me, whatever happens." Michelangelo kissed the Pope's ring and walked out of the small throne room. Back at his house, he dropped into an old leather chair. Soon there was a loud knock at the door, and he sat up quickly. Urbino brought in 2 Swiss guards. They were tall blonde men in the same yellow and green clothes. The guard said that Pope Paul III would visit Michelangelo the next morning.
"I will find women to clean the house, Messer," Urbino said calmly. "What food and drink do we give the Holy Father and the men with him? I have never seen a pope near me before." Only in public processions.
I wish I had only seen popes there too, Michelangelo said. Buy passito and biscotti. Get raisin wine and cookies. Use our best tablecloth from Florence.
The Pope arrived with cardinals and servants. People in the Piazza del Foro Traiano became very excited. Paul smiled kindly at Michelangelo and walked quickly to the Moses statue. The cardinals stood around the statue in their red robes. The Pope looked at Ercole Gonzaga. It was clear that Cardinal Gonzaga was the Vatican's main art expert.
Gonzaga stepped back from the Moses. His eyes were bright with excitement. This Moses alone brings great honor to Pope Julius, he said. No man could ask for a finer monument.
Pope Paul smiled sadly. Ercole, I wish I had spoken those words first, he said. Then he turned to Michelangelo. You see, my son, I was not unfair. Paint the Last Judgment for me. I will arrange for the Duke of Urbino to accept the Moses and these two captives from you. Michelangelo had lived through 4 popes. He knew when another man had won the game. When he was young, his mind was full of huge plans. Once in Carrara, he wanted to carve an entire mountain of marble. He wanted sailors on the Tyrrhenian Sea to see it from far away. That night he turned again and again in bed. He asked himself, where will I find the strength for this work? The wall is larger than all the Sistine paintings by Ghirlandaio, Botticelli, Rosselli, and Perugino together. He would not need to lie on his back and paint a ceiling above him. But the wall would still take many years. It would use all his strength. He was 60 years old now. How could he find again the great power he had at 33? He looked tired after a night without sleep. Early in the morning he went to Mass at San Lorenzo in Damaso. There he met Leo Baglioni, who was walking home nearby. After they confessed their sins and received communion, they left the church. They stood in the Campo dei Fiori. The weak November morning light fell on their faces.
Leo, you spent the night enjoying yourself, Michelangelo said. I spent the night fighting with my soul. But you finished your confession faster than I did.
My dear Michelangelo, Leo answered, for me, things that give pleasure are good. Things that bring pain are sinful. So my conscience is clear. You look pale. I think you troubled yourself very much last night. Come inside for a cup of hot milk. We will drink to Cardinal Gonzaga's praise of your Moses. All Rome is speaking about it.
The hour with his friends made him calm. He left Baglioni's house and walked slowly through the quiet streets. He went to the Pantheon and walked around its great dome. Then he walked along the Via Recta to the Tiber River and up the Via Alessandrina to St. Peter's. Antonio da Sangallo was now the architect of St. Peter's. He was the nephew of Giuliano da Sangallo and had worked with Bramante. Michelangelo saw that very little work had been done in the last 18 years since he left Rome. Workers had repaired the huge stone supports and built only the lowest walls. People from many Christian lands had given 200,000 ducats for the church. But Michelangelo learned that much of the money went into the pockets of dishonest builders. They worked very slowly. Michelangelo thought St. Peter's might not be finished for a very long time. The small chapel of Mary of the Fever was still there. It had not yet been removed for the new church building. Michelangelo went inside and stood before his Pietà. Mary looked beautiful. She looked gentle and full of love. Her son rested on her lap, and his face looked soft and peaceful. Michelangelo fell to his knees. For a moment, he wondered if it was wrong to pray before a statue he had made himself. But he had carved it many years before, when he was only 24 years old. Strong feelings from those old days came back to him. He remembered becoming a sculptor of marble, but he could not remember the real work of cutting the stone. It felt as if another person had made the statue long ago. The people of Rome wore fine holiday clothes because it was a feast day. 12 decorated carts would travel from Capitoline Hill to Piazza Navona. This year there would be races between buffalo and horses. Later, 20 bulls would pull carts down the steep side of Mount Testaccio. At the bottom, the animals would be killed for the crowd to watch. Michelangelo remembered the little pigs he had once seen with Balducci. Without thinking about it, he arrived at the home of the Cavalieri family. The palace stood in the Rione di Sant Eustachio. It faced its own square and had large gardens around it. The Cavalieri house was square and strong, with walls like a castle. For many years, members of the Cavalieri family had worked to protect the old treasures of Rome. They cared for ancient statues, old churches, fountains, and other works in the city. It had taken Michelangelo 3 weeks to make this visit. The walk from his house to the Cavalieri Palace was only 10 minutes long. As he lifted the heavy door knocker, he wondered why he had waited so long to see Tommaso de' Cavalieri. During his difficult last year in Florence, he had often thought about returning to Rome. One reason was the chance to see his young friend again. A servant opened the door and led Michelangelo into a large room with a high ceiling. The room held one of the best private collections of old marble statues in Rome. Michelangelo walked past a statue of a faun holding grapes. Then he looked at a sleeping child on a rock with flowers in his hand. Nearby was a seahorse with a woman sitting on it and dolphins around her. As he looked at the statues, he remembered the warm letters between himself and Tommaso. He also remembered the drawings he had made for Tommaso to study. Then he heard footsteps behind him. He turned and gave a small cry of surprise. In the 2 years since he had last seen Tommaso, the young man had changed greatly. He was no longer only handsome. Now he looked more beautiful than any man Michelangelo had ever seen. He seemed even more beautiful than the ancient Greek statue of the discus thrower standing near them. Tommaso had broad, strong shoulders, a slim waist, and long straight legs.
"You have come at last," Tommaso said quietly. His voice sounded serious and polite for a man of 24.
"I did not want to bring you my troubles," Michelangelo answered.
"Friends can share troubles."
They walked toward each other across the room. Then they held each other's arms in greeting. Tommaso's eyes were now a deeper blue. His face looked thinner and finer.
"Now I know where I saw you before," Michelangelo cried. "On the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel."
"And how did I get onto the Sistine ceiling?" Tommaso asked.
"I put you there myself. You were Adam, waiting to receive life from God. Even your light brown hair falls back the same way onto your neck."
"You painted Adam many years ago," Tommaso said.
"About 24 years ago. Just when you were being born. You have made my portrait become real."
"Do you see how far I will go for my friends?" Tommaso said with a small laugh.
"I will even believe in miracles. Maybe miracles are possible. I came into your house feeling tired and sad. I spend 10 minutes with you, and I feel 10 years younger.
And your drawings gave me 10 more years as an artist. It is wonderful that an old man and a young man can give years to each other like gifts on Befana's Day."
"Do not call yourself old," Tommaso said.
His eyes became dark when he grew angry.
"I am surprised you think like that. A man is only as old as the creative power inside him."
A warm smile came to Michelangelo's face. The tight feeling in his head and chest disappeared.
"You know Pope Paul asked me to paint the Last Judgment."
"I heard the news at Mass this morning. It will complete the Sistine Chapel in a great way, like the ceiling."
Michelangelo turned away from Tommaso because strong feelings rose inside him. He stood beside a marble Venus without clothes and moved his hands over the smooth stone. A feeling of happiness filled him. Then he turned back to his friend.
"Tommaso, until now I did not think I had the courage to paint the Last Judgment. Now I know I can do it."
They walked up a wide staircase. On the stone rail, the Cavalieri family had placed some small and beautiful carvings. There was the head of a woman with a basket. There was a Roman sculpture of Emperor Augustus. There was also an open seashell with a naked figure inside it. Tommaso de Cavalieri spent half of his day working for the tax office and public building work. He spent the other half drawing. His workshop was behind the palace and looked over the Torre Argentina. The room was almost empty except for long wooden boards on stands. On the wall above the table hung drawings Michelangelo had made 2 years earlier. There were also drawings he had sent from Florence. Many sketches lay across the boards. Michelangelo looked at them carefully.
You have real talent. And you work hard.
Tommaso's face became sad.
During the last year I spent time with bad people. Rome has many temptations, as you know. I drank too much and spent too much time with women. I worked too little.
Michelangelo smiled at his friend's serious words.
Even Saint Francis was wild when he was young, Tomao, he said, using the short name to make him smile. May I work with you for 2 hours each day?
My studio is your studio. Nothing could make me happier. Look what your faith and friendship have already done for me. Now I want to begin the drawings for the Last Judgment. I will be your friend and also your teacher. You will help me make the large drawings and work with my models. Together we will help you become a great artist.
Tommaso became pale. His grey eyes looked soft and bright. He answered in a careful voice.
You are the true image of art. You care for me because I love art and want to give my life to it. But I can tell you this. I have never loved another man more than you. I have never wanted a friendship more than this.
It makes me sad that I cannot give you my past with my future.
I have very little to give you.
Michelangelo said softly. You are wrong about that. When I stand here with you at this table, I do not feel old. I do not fear death. Is there any greater gift one man can give another?
After that, they were always together. They walked arm in Piazza Navona to get fresh air. On Sundays they made sketches on the Capitoline Hill and in the Forum. After work they ate supper in each other's homes. Then they spent the evenings drawing and talking together. Their happiness spread to other people around them. Now everyone knew they were close friends, and people invited them everywhere together. Michelangelo often thought about his feelings for Tommaso. He knew he admired Tommaso's beauty. Tommaso's face and body affected him strongly. Sometimes he felt weak inside when he looked at him. He understood that his feeling was love. But he could not fully explain this love. It was not like the love he felt for his family. It was different from the deep respect he once felt for Illinois Magnifico and Bertoldo. It was not like his lasting love for Contessina. It was not like his strong passion for Clarissa. It was different from the feelings he had for other people in his life. This love came late in his years, and he could not give it a clear name.
You honor your lost youth when you look at me, Tommaso said.
Not even in my dreams did I ever look like you, Michelangelo answered with a laugh.
They were sitting near a fire and drawing. Michelangelo was planning his first design for the wall of the Sistine Chapel. Some figures would rise up toward heaven. Others would fall down toward hell.
You speak only about your outside appearance, Tommaso replied. Inside, I am simple. I would gladly trade my face for your great talent.
The color left Tommaso's face.
And it is one of the least useful gifts, he said sadly.
No, Michelangelo cried. It gives joy to all people. Why do you think I gave my life to making beautiful people in marble and paint? I love human beauty. To me, it is one of God's greatest gifts.
Your people are beautiful because you gave them souls. Your Pieta and Moses and the people in the Sistine Chapel feel and think. They know kindness and pain. That is why they seem alive to us. That is why they matter.
Michelangelo felt quiet after Tommaso spoke with such feeling.
You speak with the wisdom of an old man, he said. And I speak like a foolish young man.
He woke early the next morning and hurried to his drawing table. Before the sun reached the top of Trajan's column, Tommaso arrived with fresh bread for him. Each day a new model came. Urbino found the people Michelangelo wanted. Some were workers. Some were craftsmen. Some were scholars or noblemen. They came from many places and had many different faces and bodies. There would be many women in the Last Judgment. Because of this, women also came to pose. Some came from the public baths. Some came from houses where men paid for company. A few rich women came too. They posed without clothes because they enjoyed the experience. Michelangelo made a portrait of Tommaso. He almost never gave this honor to anyone else. He used black chalk. Tommaso had smooth cheeks and a fine face. He wore old Roman clothes and held a medal in one hand.
Do you see yourself in this picture, Tommaso? He asked.
The drawing is beautiful. But it is not me.
It is you as I see you.
It makes me sad. It shows what I have thought from the beginning. I have good taste. I can see what art is good and what art is bad. But I do not have true creative power.
Tommaso sat bent over a bench while Michelangelo stood above him. His love for Tommaso filled him with strength.
Tommaso, did I not help Sebastiano become a fine painter? Did I not help him get important work?
You have much more talent than he has.
Tommaso looked firm and serious. He believed strongly in his own ideas. Your teaching helps me understand this art better, he said. But it does not give me more skill to make great work myself. You spend too much time thinking about me. I should stop coming here.
After supper, Michelangelo sat at his long table and started to write. He wrote through the whole night. By morning, he finished 2 sonnets. Love the light giver. With your beautiful eyes, I see a lovely light. Without you, my eyes cannot find that light. When I stay near you, my heavy troubles feel easier. Alone, I cannot carry them well. Without wings, I still fly with you. Your spirit lifts me toward heaven. You change my feelings as you wish. I feel joy, then sadness again. Your will rules my own will. My thoughts live inside your heart. My words live through your breath. I am like the moon that cannot shine alone. In heaven, we only see light from the living sun. When Tommaso came to the studio, Michelangelo gave him the first sonnet. Tommaso read it slowly. His face became red. Michelangelo picked up the second paper from the workbench.
This is the second poem I wrote, he said. I saw no human beauty before I looked into your peaceful eyes. Deep inside myself, in a holy place, my soul found love.
Tommaso stood quietly with his head down. He stayed like that for a long time. Then he lifted his head. His eyes were bright and clear.
I do not deserve such love, he said softly, but I will do everything I can to deserve it.
Michelangelo smiled gently.
Let us hope we do not receive only what we deserve, he said. Then Judgment Day will be very hard for all of us.
Later, he stood alone inside the Sistine Chapel. Above him were the great paintings from Genesis. He carefully studied the altar wall. At the end of the ceiling sat Jonah on a marble throne. The Old Testament prophet watched over the judgments of Christ from the New Testament. The wall was very large. It was 55 feet high and 40 feet wide. Many different paintings and decorations covered it. At the bottom were painted tapestries like the ones on the side walls. Above the altar stood 2 frescoes by Perugino. One showed the finding of Moses. The other showed the birth of Christ. Higher up were 2 tall windows like the windows on the side walls. Near them were pictures of the first 2 popes, St. Linus and St. Cletus. At the very top were 2 lunettes painted by Michelangelo himself. They showed the early ancestors of Christ. The lower part of the wall was black from fire and smoke. The middle part was cracked and damaged. Higher up, water had ruined parts of the wall. Dust, dirt, and candle smoke covered much of the surface. Michelangelo did not like destroying Perugino's frescoes, but he would also destroy 2 of his own paintings. Because of this, no one could say he acted from anger. He planned to close the 2 windows. Then he would build a new brick wall. The wall would lean slightly outward from top to bottom. This shape would help keep dust and smoke from staying on it. Pope Paul quickly agreed to Michelangelo's plans. Michelangelo liked the Farnese Pope more each day. He even felt friendship for him. In his younger years, Paul had lived a wild life. Later, he became a scholar of Latin and Greek. He was also a good speaker and writer. He wanted to avoid the wars of Julius. He also wanted to avoid the wild parties of Leo and the political mistakes of Clement. Paul had a sharp sense of humor too. Michelangelo learned this during a visit to the Vatican. The Pope looked healthy and full of energy. His eyes were bright.
Your Holiness looks very well today, Michelangelo said.
Do not say that too loudly, Paul answered with a quiet laugh. You will disappoint the College of Cardinals. They chose me because they thought I would die soon. But being Pope is good for me. I may live longer than all of them.
He was happy during these months in the studio. Urbino had painted the walls with some color, and the room felt warm and alive. Drawing gave him strength, like food, drink, and sleep. When he drew, new ideas slowly came into his mind. He thought about the last day. He also thought about Christian faith and the suffering in the world. Why did God create the world? Did God make it and then leave it alone? God alone decided to create people. So why would he not keep the world safe forever, even when there was evil? Did he not want to do this? Before death, every person judged himself. Some people confessed their sins. Others died without regret. So maybe the last judgment had not happened yet. Maybe Christ was only now coming to judge the world. Michelangelo did not want to paint the Last Judgment as a thing from the past. He wanted to paint the first moment of it. Then he could show people judging themselves with fear and honesty. No one could hide the truth. He believed every person was responsible for his actions on earth. Each person had a judge inside himself. Could even an angry Christ punish people more than their own thoughts? Could the boatman Charon from Dante's story send people to a worse hell than the one they made inside themselves? As soon as his pen touched the paper, he searched for the shape of the human body. He used one strong line for each figure. The lines looked tense and full of movement. Again and again, he put the pen into the ink. He did not like stopping his work even for a moment. He wanted the figures and the space around them to feel joined together. Inside the body lines, he drew many small dark lines. These lines showed muscles and the strain inside the body. He wanted the human body to stand clearly apart from the air around it. He worked carefully to create this feeling. Every man, woman, and child in the painting had to look clear and important. Each person had value and dignity. This idea was part of the new learning and freedom that began in Florence after many dark years. Michelangelo Buonarroti would never turn people into a lost crowd without faces or identity, not even in heaven or hell. He would not say it openly, but his arms were tired after 10 years of carving statues in the Medici chapel. The more he studied the Sistine Chapel ceiling, the more he believed painting was also a great and lasting art. Soon he became the center of a group of young Florentines. They met every afternoon in his renewed studio at the Marcello dei Corvi house. Together they made plans against Alessandro. The leaders included Cardinal Ippolito. He was intelligent and full of energy. In Rome he shared leadership of high society with Cardinal Ercole Gonzaga. Another leader was the kind Cardinal Niccolo. Roberto Strozzi also joined them. Roberto's father had helped Michelangelo's brothers enter the wool business. His grandfather had bought Michelangelo's first sculpture. There were also sons and grandsons from old Florentine families in Rome. These families had welcomed Michelangelo years before, when Cardinal Riario made him wait for work and support. On Sunday evenings, Michelangelo often visited their homes. Young artists gathered around him with excitement. There was Pier Antonio the sculptor. There was Pierino del Vaga, a famous decorator, and his student Marcello Mantovano. Jacopino del Conti was there too. He was a young painter from Florence and had followed Michelangelo to Rome. Lorenzo Lotti also came. He worked as an architect at St. Peter's. His father had once worked for Michelangelo in Bologna. These young people believed Michelangelo was brave. They admired him because he had stood against popes. To them, he was a true son of Lorenzo the Magnificent. Florence was in a difficult time, and many people had lost hope. But Michelangelo gave them pride. They believed he stood above Europe like a great mountain. He made them proud to be Tuscans. In their eyes, he alone had created more great works than many other artists together. If Florence could create a man like Michelangelo, then it could survive Alessandro too. Michelangelo suddenly understood that he had never felt this kind of welcome before. And in the past, he would not have accepted it anyway.
My nature is changing, he said to Tommaso. When I painted the ceiling, I spoke only to Mikey.
Was it an unhappy time for you?
An artist at the top of his work lives above normal happiness.
He knew this change inside him came partly from his feelings for Tommaso. He admired Tommaso's good looks and kind spirit. He felt like a young man in love for the first time. He felt great joy when Tommaso entered the room. When Tommaso left, he felt lonely. The hours before they met again were painful. He looked at Tommaso, who was drawing carefully with charcoal. He could not tell Tommaso about his feelings. So late at night, he wrote poems instead.
Love is not always a dark and terrible sin. If love is for true beauty, it can make the heart gentle and pure.
News came to Rome that Charles V wanted his daughter Margaret to marry Alessandro. This marriage would join the emperor and Alessandro together. It would help Alessandro stay in power. The people from Florence in Rome lost hope. Michelangelo also had a personal disappointment. Friar Sebastiano had returned from a journey. He was round and heavy.
My dear friend, it is wonderful to see you again, Sebastiano said. You must come to San Pietro in Montorio. You must see how well I change your drawings into oil paintings.
Oil paintings? You were supposed to paint frescoes. Sebastiano blushed. His face became red.
Fresco painting is for you, dear master, he said. You never make mistakes. Oil painting is better for me. If I make many mistakes, I can clean them away and begin again.
They climbed up to San Pietro in Montorio, high above Rome. The air was clear. The Tiber River moved through the city under the bright sky. In the courtyard they passed Bramante's Tempietto. Michelangelo always praised this beautiful building. Inside the church, Sebastiano proudly took him to the first chapel on the right. Michelangelo saw that Sebastiano had done very good work with his drawings. The colors still looked fresh and bright. Many earlier artists had painted oils on walls, but their paintings often became dark or faded with time.
It is a new method that I invented, Sebastiano said proudly. I use rough lime mixed with resin. I melt them together over fire. Then I spread the mixture on the wall with a very hot tool. Are you proud of me?
What else have you painted after this chapel? Michelangelo asked.
Not much.
But you were so proud to create this new method.
When Pope Clement made me keeper of the seals, I no longer needed to work, Sebastiano answered. I had all the money I wanted.
Was that the only reason you painted? Sebastiano asked. He turned to Michelangelo and looked very surprised. At first, he started to feel angry. Then he saw that Sebastiano was kind and simple.
What other reason is there? Michelangelo asked. Sebastiano, you are right. Sing, play your lute, and enjoy yourself. Only unhappy people should make art if they cannot stop themselves.
The stopping of the work at St. Peter's made him feel even worse. For many months, hundreds of men had worked there. They mixed large amounts of cement. But Michelangelo could see that the church was not really moving forward. The Florentines in Rome knew money and time were being wasted. But even his 3 young cardinal friends did not know if Pope Paul understood the problem. Antonio da Sangallo had been the architect of St. Peter's for 20 years. He was very powerful now. No one wanted to speak against him. Michelangelo decided it was safer to stay quiet. But inside, he felt angry. He still believed St. Peter's was partly his work because he had helped begin the project. At last, he could stay silent no longer. He found a chance to speak to the Pope about the problem. Pope Paul listened calmly. He touched his long white beard as Michelangelo spoke.
Did you not say the same thing about Bramante before? The Pope asked. People at court will say you are jealous of Antonio da Sangallo. This makes you look bad. Paint the Last Judgment, Michelangelo, the Pope said. Let Antonio da Sangallo build St. Peter's.
I have looked bad to people for most of my life, Michelangelo answered.
Michelangelo went home feeling frustrated. There he found Tommaso waiting with Cardinals Ippolito and Niccolo. All three men were walking around the room.
You look like a group with important business, Michelangelo said.
We are, Ippolito answered. Charles V is coming to Rome. He will visit only one private person. That person is Vittoria Colonna, the Marchesa di Pescara. He has known her husband's family in Naples for many years.
I do not know the Marchesa, Michelangelo said.
But I know her, Tommaso replied. I asked her to invite you to her gathering this Sunday afternoon.
Before Michelangelo could ask another question, Niccolo spoke. It would help Florence very much if you became friends with the Marchesa, he said. Then she could introduce you to the emperor when he comes to Rome.
After the two cardinals left, Tommaso spoke again.
I have wanted you to meet Vittoria Colonna for a long time, he said. Since you last lived in Rome, she has become the first lady of the city. She is an excellent poet. She has one of the best minds in Rome. She is beautiful. She is also a saint.
Are you in love with her? Michelangelo asked.
Tommaso laughed kindly. Oh no. She is 46 years old. She had a wonderful love and marriage. Her husband died 10 years ago.
Is she from the Colonna family with the palace on the Quirinal hill above my house? Michelangelo asked.
Yes, Tommaso answered. She is Ascanio Colonna's sister. But she rarely stays in the palace. Most of the time she lives in a convent. The convent keeps the head of St. John the Baptist. She likes the simple and strict life with the mothers and sisters there.
Vittoria Colonna was the daughter of one of the most powerful families in Italy. When she was 4 years old, she became engaged to Ferrante Francesco di Avalos of Naples, the Marchese di Pescara. He was also 4 years old then. They married in a rich and beautiful wedding in Ischia when they were 19 years old. The honeymoon did not last long. The Marchese was a general for the Holy Roman Emperor, Maximilian. He had to leave for war. During their 16 years of marriage, Vittoria saw her husband only a few times. In 1512, he was hurt in the Battle of Ravenna. Vittoria cared for him until he became well again. Then he returned to the army. 13 years later, he died in the Battle of Pavia in Lombardy. People said he fought bravely there. During the long years alone, Vittoria studied Greek and Latin with great care. She became one of the best scholars in Italy. After her husband died, she wanted to become a nun. But Pope Clement did not allow it. For the next 10 years, she used her money and time to help poor people. She also helped build convents. Many young girls had no dowry and could not marry. Because of Vittoria, many of them could enter convents and live there. Her poems became very famous. Many people thought they were among the best writings of that time.
I have seen only one true saint walking on this earth, Michelangelo said. That was Prior Bicchiolini. Now I want to see what this woman is like.
After that, he did not think about Vittoria Colonna, Marchesa di Pescara, again for some time. Late on Sunday afternoon, Tommaso came for him. Together they walked along the Via dei Cavalli. On one side were the Colonna Gardens. On the other side were the Baths of Constantine. They climbed to the top of Monte Cavallo. The hill had this name because of two large marble horse tamers. Leo Baglioni had shown them to Michelangelo on his first day in Rome. The gardens of the convent of San Silvestro al Quirinale were warm in the spring sun. There were laurel trees that gave shade. Old stone benches stood beside walls covered with green ivy. Vittoria Colonna sat with about 6 men. When Michelangelo arrived, she stood up to welcome him. He felt very surprised. After hearing Tommaso speak about her sadness, loss, and holy life, he expected an old woman in black clothes. He thought he would see pain and suffering on her face. Instead, he saw a beautiful woman with deep green eyes. Her cheeks were full of color. Her warm lips opened in welcome. She looked like a young woman who loved life very much. She carried herself like a queen, but she was kind and gentle. Her simple robe was light. Michelangelo could see the shape of her strong and healthy body beneath it. Her long golden hair was tied low behind her neck. She had strong white teeth and full red lips. Her Roman nose turned up a little at the end. Her chin and cheekbones gave strength to her beautiful face. Michelangelo felt ashamed as he looked at her body so closely. He felt he was looking at her as if she were a model he wanted to paint. A loud sound filled his ears, and he could not hear her greeting.
What a terrible thing to do to a saint, he thought.
After that, the noise in his ears became softer, but he still could not stop looking at her. Her beauty was like the bright sun at midday. It filled the garden with light. At the same time, it almost blinded him. With effort, he listened as people were introduced to him. There was Lotonzio Tolomi, a learned ambassador from Siena. There was the poet Sadoleto. Cardinal Morwan was there too. So was the papal secretary Blosio, whom Michelangelo already knew from the court. A priest also sat with them and spoke about the letters of St. Paul. Vittoria Colonna spoke with a warm and beautiful voice.
I welcome you, Michelangelo Buonarroti. I feel I already know you because of your work.
My work was more lucky than I was, Marchesa, Michelangelo answered.
The light in Vittoria's green eyes became softer.
I heard that when you were young, you were proud and difficult. You did not accept praise from anyone.
What you heard is true, Michelangelo replied.
His voice was calm and firm.
Vittoria waited a moment before she spoke again. I was told that you knew Fra Savonarola.
No, Michelangelo answered. But I heard him speak many times. I heard him in San Marco and in the Duomo.
I wish I could have heard him too, she said.
His voice filled the whole church, Michelangelo said. The sound came back from the walls and stayed in my ears.
It is sad that Rome did not listen to his words, Vittoria said. Then maybe the church could have changed from inside. Now we are losing many people in Germany and Holland.
You admired Fra Savonarola? Michelangelo asked.
He died for what he believed, she answered.
Michelangelo listened carefully. He understood that these people wanted change inside the church. They strongly disliked many church practices. They hoped to improve the clergy. In Spain and Portugal, people had been punished for much smaller things. Michelangelo looked again at the Marchesa. He respected her courage. Her face shone with strong belief.
I do not want to sound rude, Signora, he said. But Fra Savonarola also destroyed many beautiful books and works of art. He called it a bonfire of vanities. Later he also suffered greatly.
I have always felt sad about that, Signor Buonarroti, she replied. I know people cannot make hearts pure by destroying knowledge and art.
Then the conversation became wider. They talked about Flemish art, which people in Rome admired very much. They compared it with Italian painting. After that, They spoke about the idea of the Last Judgment. Michelangelo spoke from the Gospel of Matthew.
When the Son of Man comes in glory with all the angels, he will sit on his throne. All nations will come before him. He will separate people from each other, like a shepherd separates sheep from goats. He will place the sheep on his right side and the goats on his left.
Later they walked down Monte Cavallo. Below them, the colors of the city became deeper in the sunset light.
Tommaso, when can we see her again? Michelangelo asked. When she invites us again, Tommaso answered.
So we must wait until then?
Yes. We must wait. She does not go out often.
Then I will wait, Michelangelo said loudly. I will wait quietly until the lady wishes to see me again.
Tommaso smiled a little. I thought she would impress you, he said.
That night, Michelangelo could not stop thinking about Vittoria Colonna. It had been many years since a woman had filled his mind so completely. Lines of poetry moved through his thoughts. Now the poems were no longer about Tommaso de Cavalieri. They were about the Marchesa di Pescara. At sunrise he got up and began to write.
My eyes can see your beauty near and far, but my feet cannot go where my eyes can go. I can see you, but I cannot reach you. We are weak and tied to this earth. We cannot follow an angel. I only want to look at you. That is all my strength can do. Let my whole body become one eye. Then no part of me will miss seeing you.
2 weeks passed before he received another invitation. During that time, he slowly began to connect her beauty with his marble statue of Night in the Medici chapel. Her strong but gentle face stayed in his mind. It was a warm Sunday in May when the Marchesa's servant, Foao, came with a message from the Marchesa.
My mistress asks me to tell you, Messere, that she is in the chapel of San Silvestro al Quirinale, he said. The church is closed and quiet. She asks if you would like to spend part of the day with her.
He felt excited. Urbino put a tub of cold water on the garden porch, and Michelangelo washed there. Then he dressed in a dark blue shirt and stockings that he had bought for a day like this. After that, he walked up the hill. He hoped to be alone with her. But when Vittoria Colonna came to welcome him, he saw that the chapel was full of people. She wore a white silk dress and a white lace covering over her head. He saw important men from the Vatican court and teachers from the university.
A Spanish painter said there was no good art in Spain because people there did not value painting and sculpture. They did not want to pay artists.
Then the men began to speak about the art in their own cities. They spoke about the portraits by Tiziano in Venice. They spoke about the wall paintings by Giotto in Padua. They spoke about the famous painting in the City Hall of Siena. They also spoke about works in Ferrara, Pisa, Bologna, Parma, Piacenza, Milan, and Orvieto. Michelangelo knew most of these works. He listened only a little because he was watching Vittoria. She sat very still under a colored glass window. The light covered her skin with many soft colors. He began to think about her life. People said she and the Marchese di Pescara had a great love. But they had lived together only a few months during their 16 years of marriage. He wondered why the Marchese stayed in the north of Italy during the long winters when there was no war. He also remembered that an old friend looked away when Michelangelo asked how the Marchese had died. Then Michelangelo suddenly noticed that the chapel had become quiet. Everyone was looking at him. Cardinal Ercole Gonzaga politely asked the question again. Would Michelangelo speak about his favorite works of art in Florence? His face became a little red, and his voice sounded uncertain. Still, he spoke about the beautiful sculptures of Ghiberti, Orcagna, Donatello, and Mino da Fiesole. He also spoke about the paintings of Masaccio, Ghirlandaio, and Botticelli. When he finished, Vittoria Colonna spoke.
We all know that Michelangelo is a modest man, she said. So we did not speak about the art of Rome. In the Sistine Chapel, he has done the work of 20 great painters. One day, people everywhere will see and understand the creation through his painting.
Her large green eyes held him completely. Now she spoke directly to him. Her voice was quiet and pure, but deep and warm. Her face seemed very close to his.
Michelangelo, do not think I praise you too much, she said softly. I do not praise you alone, except as a faithful servant. For a long time, I have believed that God gave you a special gift. I believe God chose you for your great work.
He searched for words to answer her, but no words came to his mind. He wanted to speak only about his feelings for her. His Holiness has done me the favor of allowing me to build a nunnery for young girls at the foot of Monte Cavallo, continued Vittoria.
The place I chose is near the broken portico of the Tower of Maecenas. People say Nero watched Rome burn there. I want the steps of holy women to replace the memory of that bad man. I do not know, Michelangelo, what shape the building should have. I also do not know if we can use some parts of the old ruins.
If you would like to go down to the place, Signora, we can study the ruins, he said.
You are very kind.
Michelangelo had not tried to be kind. He only hoped he could go down to the old temple alone with Vittoria. He wanted to spend an hour with her while they looked at the broken stones. But Vittoria asked the whole group to come with them down the hill. Michelangelo still managed to walk beside her. Her closeness affected him deeply. He felt her presence in his mind and body. He moved stones and looked carefully at the ruins. Then he tried to imagine where the convent should stand.
Marchesa, I think this broken portico could become a bell tower. I can make some drawings for your convent.
I did not want to ask for so much.
Her warm thanks touched him deeply. He felt pleased with himself. He thought he had found a way to break the cold distance Vittoria kept between herself and other people.
I will make some sketches in a day or two. Where can I bring them to you? He asked.
Vittoria's eyes became hard and distant. When she spoke, her voice sounded tight.
There is much work to do at my convent. Could Foao bring you a message when I am free? Maybe in a week or two.
Michelangelo returned to his studio full of anger. He moved things around the room roughly. What was this woman trying to do? Did she give him these great compliments only to make him follow her? Did she admire him or not? If she wanted his friendship, why did she push him away? Now he had to wait another 2 weeks. Could she not see how strongly he felt about her? Did she not have normal human feelings? You must understand, Tommaso said when he saw that Michelangelo was upset.
She still lives with the memory of her husband. Since he died, she has given her love only to Jesus.
Michelangelo answered, if love for Christ stopped women from loving men, there would be no people left in Italy.
I brought some of her poems, Tommaso said. Maybe they will help you understand her better. Listen to this one. For a long time, my soul stayed with earthly fame. Now I turn to the Lord, because only He can help me. I no longer call to old gods or old places. Now I seek higher and holier things.
Tommaso read another poem.
I wish a strong voice could speak the name of Jesus deep inside my soul. I want my words and actions to show true faith and hope.
Michelangelo stayed quiet for a short time. He moved his finger across the lines on his forehead as he thought.
She sounds like a woman who is deeply hurt, he said.
She suffers because of death, Tommaso answered.
I am not sure, Michelangelo said.
What do you mean? Tommaso asked.
My feelings tell me something is wrong.
After Tommaso left, Michelangelo asked Urbino to fill the oil lamp again. Then he sat quietly and studied the papers. He read a poem Vittoria had written for her husband.
I never tried to escape from your love. I accepted it and stayed faithful. Time did not change my love. Even when life became bitter, I still cared for you. But now I want freedom again. I once did not care about freedom. Now I want it very much.
Michelangelo felt confused. Why did Vittoria call her love a prison and a heavy burden? Why did she want freedom from a love that had filled her whole life? He needed the answer. Now he knew that he loved her. He had loved her from the first moment he saw her in the garden of San Silvestro.
There are ways to learn these things, Leo Baglioni told him. I know people from Naples here in Rome. Some fought beside the Marchesi. I will speak to men who still owe me favors.
It took 5 days to gather the information. When Leo came to the studio, he looked tired.
Stories came to me from everywhere, Leo said. But many people mix lies with truth. Even at my age, that still troubles me.
Urbino, please bring Signor Baglioni a bottle of our best wine, Michelangelo said.
Leo continued, first, this was not a happy love story. The Marchesi never loved his wife. A few days after the wedding, he left her. Second, he spent his time with many other women while he traveled from Naples to Milan. Third, he always found reasons to stay away from his wife. And fourth, the Marchesi betrayed both the emperor and the men who worked with him. People say he later died from poison, far from any battlefield.
I knew it. Michelangelo cried. Leo, you have made me the happiest man alive.
I am not sure about that, Leo answered.
What do you mean? Michelangelo asked.
Knowledge will make your life harder, not easier.
I think Vittoria Colonna may learn that you know the truth about her marriage.
Do you think I am a fool?
A man in love will use any way to reach a woman he wants, the other man answered.
Wants? I have not even spent 1 hour alone with her.
He sat at his long table and worked on drawings. The table was full of paper, pens, charcoal, and books. A copy of Dante's Inferno lay open beside him. Then Vittoria's servant, Foao, came into the room. He invited Michelangelo to the Colonna Gardens the next afternoon. The gardens were near the palace on the hill above his house. She asked him to come to her family home, not to a church or chapel garden. This made him hope they could meet alone. Full of hope and strong feeling, he wrote with his short old pen.
Tell me, love, when I look at my lady, do my eyes truly see her beauty? Or is that beauty inside me, making her grace seem 1,000 times greater?
The Colonna Gardens covered a large part of the hill of Monte Cavallo. Many trees grew there, and Michelangelo could see their green tops from his house. A servant led him along a path filled with the smell of jasmine flowers. Soon he heard many voices in the distance. At once he felt disappointed. He entered a cool summer house near trees, water, and a lily pond. Several men sat there talking. Vittoria came to greet him. He nodded to the men and quickly sat in a corner near the white wooden wall. Vittoria tried to bring him into the conversation, but he did not join them. Then a thought came strongly into his mind.
That is why she does not want to love again. It is not because her first love was beautiful. It is because it was painful and unhappy. That is why she gives her love only to Christ.
He looked at her very closely. His eyes were full of deep feeling.
Vittoria stopped speaking in the middle of a sentence. She turned to him with concern. Is something wrong, Michelangelo? She asked.
Then another thought came to him.
She has never truly been with a man. Her husband never shared a real marriage with her. Not when they first married, and not when he returned hurt from war. She is as innocent as the young girls she brings into her convents.
He felt deep sadness and kindness for her. He knew he must accept the story she believed about her husband and their love. Then he would try to show her that his own love could also be beautiful and true. His love for Vittoria did not change his feelings for Tommaso de Cavalieri. Tommaso still came early every morning. He brought cool milk or baskets of fruit. Then he spent 2 hours drawing under Michelangelo's careful teaching before the day became too hot. Michelangelo made him repeat his drawings many times. He never looked satisfied. But inside, he was happy with Tommaso's progress. Pope Paul had welcomed Tommaso at court. He also gave him the job of conservator of the fountains of Rome. Tommaso looked up from the drawing table. His blue eyes were serious.
Michelangelo, no engineer in Rome understands how the ancient people brought all that water into the city. And nobody wants to rebuild the aqueducts. How can people lose such important skills?
I think I do not want to become a painter now. I want to become an architect. My family has lived in Rome for 800 years. The city is part of me. I want to protect Rome and help build it again. The city needs architects very much. The full plan for the Sistine Wall was ready. Michelangelo counted more than 300 people in his drawings. All of them were moving. No one stood still. Many people surrounded Christ. Some were close to him and some were far away. On one side, bodies moved upward. On the other side, bodies moved downward. Only the clouds under Christ were empty. At the lower left side was the cave of hell and the graves of many years. The river Agony was on the right side. Michelangelo made a work plan. He would paint one normal figure each day. Very large figures would take 2 days. The Virgin Mary became a mix of many women he had known and painted before. She had something of his mother. She also looked like the women in his earlier Madonnas and the Pietà. There was also something of Eve from the Sistine ceiling. He also thought of Vittoria Colonna. Like Eve, Mary looked young and strong. Like the other women, she had a beautiful face and body. Mary turned away from her son as he judged mankind. She was not being judged herself. Perhaps she also felt sadness for the people who must suffer. God judged people, but not animals or birds. As a mother, Mary felt pain for the souls under her son's raised arm. They were afraid. Could she forget that she had carried him for 9 months? She had fed him and cared for him when he was hurt. Now her son judged the sons of other mothers. The good people would be saved. The saints would return to heaven. But there seemed to be many more sinners than good people. Everything her son did was right. Still, she felt deep sadness for the suffering that would come. Charles V did not come to Rome. Instead, he prepared ships in Barcelona to fight the Barbary pirates. The Florentine exiles sent men to speak with him. They wanted Cardinal Ippolito to rule Florence. Charles spoke kindly to them. But he delayed his decision until after the war. When Ippolito heard this news, he decided to join Charles and fight beside him. At Itri, while he waited to board a ship, one of Alessandro's agents poisoned him. He died at once. The Florentines became very sad. For Michelangelo, the loss was very painful. He had loved Ippolito's father, Giuliano. Now only Contessina's son remained from the family he loved. Niccolo felt the same sadness. During those dark days, he and Michelangelo spent much time together. By autumn, 1 year after Michelangelo arrived in Rome, the Sistine Wall was ready. The new bricks were dry. His large drawing with more than 300 people was ready to be made wall size. Pope Paul wanted Michelangelo to feel safe. He gave him an official document. It named Michelangelo the sculptor, painter, and architect of all the Vatican. He would also receive a pension for life. Each month he would receive 100 ducats. 50 came from the papal treasury. The other 50 came from the ferry across the Po River at Piacenza. Sebastiano del Piombo stood beside him near the scaffold in the Sistine Chapel.
"Do you want me to prepare the plaster, compare?" he asked. "I am very good at it."
"It is slow and tiring work, Sebastiano. Are you sure you want to do it?" Michelangelo asked.
I would be proud to help with the Last Judgment.
All right. But do not use Roman pozzolana. It stays soft. Use marble dust instead. And do not mix too much water with the lime.
I will make the surface perfect.
Sebastiano made the wall strong. But when Michelangelo came near the altar, he smelled something strange. Sebastiano had mixed mastic and resin into the lime. He had heated the plaster and spread it with a mason's tool.
Sebastiano, you prepared this wall for oil painting.
Is that not what you wanted? Sebastiano asked.
You know I paint frescoes.
But you did not tell me, Godfather. I painted the wall at San Pietro in Montorio with oils.
Michelangelo looked at the frightened Venetian man.
And because of that, you thought you were ready to paint part of this wall.
I only wanted to help.
To help? To paint the Last Judgment? Michelangelo asked.
His voice became louder.
You only know how to paint with oil. So you prepared the wall for oil paint. You wanted to work with me. What else did you do?
Well, I spoke to Pope Paul. He knows I work in your bottega. You said before that I do not paint now. This is your chance.
My chance? My chance to send you away.
You should be ashamed. Michelangelo shouted. I should pull all this plaster down on your ungrateful head.
Sebastiano hurried away.
Michelangelo knew the wall would take many days to fix. They had to scrape the surface clean. Then the brick wall needed time to dry again. After that, workers could put on a real fresco base. That would also need time to dry. Sebastiano had wasted many months of Michelangelo's work. Urbino could repair the wall well, but the trouble between Michelangelo and Antonio da Sangallo would stay for the rest of Michelangelo's life. The problem started because of Pope Paul's letter. Antonio da Sangallo was now 52 years old. He had a thin face and a large mustache like his uncle Giuliano. When he was young, he worked under Bramante at St. Peter's. After Bramante died, he worked with Raphael. He had belonged to the group that attacked Michelangelo's work in the Sistine Chapel. After Raphael died, Sangallo became the main architect of St. Peter's and one of the most important architects in Rome. Only for a few years did Baldassare Peruzzi work beside him because Pope Leo wanted it. For 15 years, while Michelangelo worked in Carrara and Florence, no one challenged Sangallo's power. Pope Paul's letter made him very angry. Tommaso first warned Michelangelo about Sangallo.
Sangallo is becoming more and more angry, Tommaso said. He does not care much that you are now the official sculptor and painter of the Vatican. He laughs at that. But your new job as official architect has made him almost mad.
I did not ask Pope Paul to write that in the letter, Michelangelo answered.
Sangallo will never believe that, Tommaso said. He thinks you want to take St. Peter's away from him.
What St. Peter's? Michelangelo asked. Those piers and foundations he has worked on for 15 years. That same night, Sangallo came to Michelangelo's house. 2 apprentices walked with him and carried lights across the Piazza del Foro Traiano. Michelangelo invited them inside. He tried to calm Sangallo by speaking about their younger days together in Florence at his uncle's house. But Sangallo stayed angry.
I should have come here the first day I heard what you told Pope Paul about me, Sangallo said. You used ugly lies against Bramante before. Now you use them against me.
I told Pope Julius that Bramante's building mix was bad and the piers would crack, Michelangelo answered. Raphael spent years repairing them. Is that not true?
You want Pope Paul to turn against me, Sangallo said firmly. You wanted him to make you the Vatican architect. You want to push me out.
That is not true, Michelangelo answered. I am worried about the building. They already paid for the materials. But no real part of the church is finished yet.
Listen to the great architect speak. I saw that small ugly dome you made for the Medici chapel.
Sangallo held his fists against his chest.
Stay away from St. Peter's. You have spent your whole life putting yourself into other people's work. Even Torrigiani could not teach you better. If you care about your life, remember this. St. Peter's is mine.
Michelangelo became angry for the first time. The mention of Torrigiani hurt him deeply. He pressed his lips together and answered in a cold voice.
Not completely. The church was mine at the beginning. And it may become mine again at the end.
Now Sangallo had openly become his enemy. Michelangelo decided he must see Sangallo's large model for the church. Tommaso arranged a visit to the office of the commissioners of St. Peter's. The model was there. They went on a religious holiday because the office would be empty. Michelangelo was shocked by what he saw. Bramant's first design had been simple and beautiful. The church had the shape of a Greek cross. It was full of light and stood clearly apart from the buildings around it. Sangallo's model was very different. He added a circle of chapels around the church. These chapels blocked the light from Bramant's design. They did not bring in new light either. There were too many rows of columns. There were many pointed parts and many small sections. The calm beauty of the old design was gone. Sangallo knew how to build forts and walls for defense. But he did not understand how to create a church with a spiritual feeling. This church was meant to be the main church of all Christianity. If Sangallo continued the work, he would build a heavy church. It would look crowded and without beauty. As they walked home, Michelangelo spoke sadly to Tommaso.
I was wrong when I told the Pope about the wasted money. That is not the worst danger.
Then you will say nothing? Tommaso asked.
I can hear from your voice that you hope I stay silent. And the Pope would probably tell me this makes me look bad. Perhaps it would. But St. Peter's will become dark like a deep cave.
All the paintings of the Last Judgment that Michelangelo had seen looked soft and unreal to him. They felt like stories for children. The figures stood stiff and still. Christ sat far away on a throne. It looked as if the judgment had already happened. Michelangelo always searched for the moment before the final action. For him, that moment held the deepest truth. He showed David before the fight with Goliath. He showed God before giving life to Adam. He showed Moses before helping the people of Israel. Now he wanted to paint the Last Judgment in the same way. The judgment would not be finished yet. Christ would arrive with great power. People from every nation and every time would move toward him in fear. They would all ask the same question.
What will happen to me?
This would be the strongest Christ he ever painted. He made him look like Zeus and Hercules, Apollo and Atlas. At the same time, Michelangelo knew that he himself would judge the people of the world through this painting. He moved Christ's right leg back, as he had done with the Moses statue. This made the body look unbalanced and full of power and tension. Christ would rule the whole wall with his terrible strength. On the ceiling, he had painted scenes from Genesis with bright and strong colors. The Last Judgment would be different. He would use softer colors, flesh colors, and brown. On the ceiling, he painted clear separate sections. Now he wanted the wall to disappear and look like endless space. When he was ready to begin the fresco, his tiredness and fear about the future disappeared. His love for Tommaso gave him peace and warmth. He also felt hope because of Vittoria. With strong energy, he began work on the wall.
Tommaso, how can a man feel happy while painting the judgment of the world when so few people will be saved? It is not because people are punished, Tommaso answered. Your happiness comes from the painting itself. The woman called Ecclesia and the sinner beside her are as beautiful as the figures on the ceiling.
Michelangelo wanted to show everything the human body could express. Christ wore only a small cloth around his body. The Virgin wore a pale purple robe. But when Michelangelo painted her beautiful legs, he covered them only with very thin cloth. All the other people were without clothes. There were men, women, children, and angels. He painted them as God made them. He had wanted to paint people this way since he was 13 years old. He did not follow the usual style of religious painting. He wanted to show strong human feeling. His painting did not look like traditional church art. He did not think of himself as a religious painter. He did not think of the Last Judgment as only a religious fresco. To him, it was about the spirit and the eternal human soul. It showed that God gave people the power to judge themselves and answer for their sins. He painted all people together, people from every race, all facing the same fate. Even the apostles and saints looked afraid. They held the objects that showed their suffering, almost as if they feared people would not know who they were. They looked shocked by this image of Christ. He looked like a mighty ruler ready to punish the guilty. During the day, Michelangelo stayed inside the Sistine Chapel. Only Urbino worked beside him on the high scaffold. First he painted the curved spaces where he had removed his earlier work. Below them was the figure of Christ. Christ stood on the rock of heaven, with a golden sun behind him like a throne. When Michelangelo stood on the chapel floor and looked up, he felt Christ's raised arm needed more power. He climbed the scaffold again. Then he made the arm larger by painting beyond the lines in the wet plaster. After that, he painted Mary beside Christ and the crowds of people around them. At night, he read the Bible, Dante, and the sermons of Savonarola that Vittoria Colonna sent him. All these writings seemed connected to him. As he read, he could almost hear Savonarola speaking. He had heard the priest preach 40 years earlier. Now he believed Savonarola truly had been a prophet. Everything the priest had said had happened. The church was divided. A new faith had grown inside Christianity. The Pope and clergy had become weak. Good morals had fallen. Violence had increased.
Rome, a great war will take away your pride and riches. A terrible sickness will make people throw away their empty pleasures. Look at your future, Florence, if you choose a tyrant. Your voice will not be free. Your life and property will belong to him. You will lose your honor in every way.
Outside the chapel, it seemed Judgment Day was also coming for Pope Paul. Cardinal Niccolo, now one of the most powerful cardinals in Rome, brought news to Michelangelo. Charles V of Spain and Francis I of France had started war again. Charles was moving north from Naples with his army. It was the same army that had attacked Rome and defeated Florence. Pope Paul had no army and no way to fight back. He was preparing to escape.
But where? Tommaso asked angrily. Will he hide in Sant'Angelo while Charles's soldiers destroy Rome again? We cannot survive another attack. The city will become only ruins. What can he fight with? Michelangelo asked. I saw the emperor's army outside the walls of San Miniato. They have cannons, horse soldiers, and lancers.
What would you use to defend yourselves?
With our hands only.
Tommaso was very angry. Michelangelo had never seen him like this before.
Pope Paul chose peace and great ceremony instead of war. He welcomed the emperor on the steps of St. Peter's. Important church leaders stood around him in beautiful robes. 3,000 brave young Romans were there too. Charles acted politely and accepted the Pope's spiritual power.
The next day, Charles visited Vittoria Colonna, the Marchesa di Pescara. She was a friend of his family. She asked her friend Michelangelo Buonarroti to come to a meeting in the garden of San Silvestro al Quirinale.
The Holy Roman Emperor was proud and formal.
Vittoria introduced Michelangelo to him. Michelangelo asked Charles to remove Alessandro from power in Florence. The emperor did not seem very interested. But after Michelangelo finished speaking, Charles moved closer and spoke warmly.
When I arrive in Florence, I can promise you one thing.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
I will visit your new sacristy. People from my court saw it before they returned to Spain. They said it is one of the wonders of the world.
Michelangelo looked at Vittoria to see if he should continue. Her face stayed calm. She was ready to risk the emperor's anger so Michelangelo could speak for Florence.
Your Excellency, if the sculptures in the new sacristy are good, it is because I grew up in Florence. Florence is the art center of Europe. But Florence can create great art only if you save the city from Alessandro.
Charles kept smiling.
The Marchesa di Pescara says you are the greatest artist in history. I have seen your Sistine Chapel ceiling. Soon I will see your Medici Chapel sculptures. If they are as good as people say, then you have my royal promise. Something will be done.
The people from Florence became very happy. Charles V kept his promise. He was deeply moved after he visited the new sacristy. He ordered the wedding ceremony of his daughter Margaret and Alessandro to take place in Michelangelo's chapel. This news made Michelangelo feel sick. He could not work. He walked in the countryside near the old tombs on the Via Appia. He felt deep disgust as he thought about the world around him. The marriage did not last long. Alessandro was killed in a house near the Medici palace. His cousin Lorenzo tricked him there. Alessandro believed he was going to meet Lorenzo's innocent sister. Florence was finally free from its cruel ruler. But Michelangelo was not free. People in Tuscany hated Alessandro even after his death. Still, his body was secretly placed at night inside the beautiful tomb under the statues of Dawn and Dusk.
All Florentines are free of Alessandro except me, he said sadly to Urbino. Now you can see what a marble carver is good for. He builds tombs for tyrants.
Revulsion passed, like joy passed. Each bad event kept him away from the Sistine Chapel for 1 or 2 weeks. Then good news gave him new strength. His niece Secca married the son of the famous Florentine writer Guicciardini. Also, Reginald Pole became a cardinal. He was the teacher and priest of Vittoria Colonna. This helped the people who wanted reform in the church. Michelangelo returned to his painting with new energy. He painted a close group of saints near the angry Christ. Catherine held part of a wheel. Sebastiano held arrows in his hand. Thin figures moved upward through the sky. Beautiful women stood among many male figures. In his free time, he tried to calm the angry Duke of Urbino. He made a model of a bronze horse for him. He also made a rich salt container. Another thing gave him comfort. Cosimo de Medici lived in the Medici Palace. He was only 17 years old. He seemed humble and decent. Many exiles also returned home. The young sons of Michelangelo's friends came to say goodbye to him with affection. Then terrible news came. Since the early death of Lorenzo Illinois Magnifico, many bad things had happened to Florence. Now another tragedy arrived. Cosimo behaved well in public, but he was becoming a tyrant. The new councils had little power. The young men of Florence formed an army. They bought weapons. They asked Francis I of France to send soldiers against Cosimo's supporters. But Charles V did not want a republic. He gave his army to Cosimo. Cosimo defeated the uprising. The leaders were killed. Many great people of Tuscany died. Almost every family suffered losses. Filippo Strozzi died in a fight with a sword. His son was also killed. Baccio Valori and his son were put to death. Many other young exiles also died. They had often visited Michelangelo's studio. They had wanted to return and fight for their city. Now they were dead in the bright years of their youth.
What was their crime? Michelangelo cried. Why did they have to die? What kind of world is this? How can people do such cruel things and receive no punishment?
Now he felt he was right to paint a strong and angry Jesus on Judgment Day. He changed the lower right corner of his drawing. On the left side, dead people rose from their graves. On the right side, he painted condemned people. Charon drove them toward the mouth of hell. Now mankind seemed to him like another kind of animal on the earth. Did people really have immortal souls? That soul had not helped much. It only seemed like another burden to carry into hell. Maybe the soul could help a person rise later to purgatory and paradise. But at that moment, Michelangelo had many doubts. Vittoria Colonna was also living in dangerous times. Giovanni Pietro Carafa had long watched her with suspicion. She studied new religious ideas and questioned parts of the church. Now he had become a cardinal. Cardinal Carafa was a religious fanatic. He wanted to bring the Inquisition into Italy. He wanted to destroy heretics, free thinkers, and unbelievers. He also opposed people like Vittoria Colonna. She wanted the church to reform itself from inside. Carafa clearly believed she and her small group were dangerous. Usually only 8 or 9 people came to their meetings, but someone there secretly informed on them. By Monday morning, Cardinal Carafa already knew everything they discussed on Sunday afternoon.
What will happen to you? Michelangelo asked with worry.
Nothing, as long as some cardinals still support reform, Vittoria answered.
And if Carafa gains control, he asked.
Exile.
Michelangelo was shocked. He looked at her pale face, and his own face became pale too.
Should you not be careful? He asked. His voice sounded hard. He did not know if he asked this for her safety or for his own feelings. She knew how important she was to him in Rome.
It would not help, she answered. You should also be careful. Her voice also sounded sharp. Perhaps she spoke for herself, or perhaps for him. Had she not shown that she wanted him near her? Carafa does not like your painting in the Sistine Chapel, she said.
How can he know about it? I keep the room locked.
He learns about it the same way he learns what we say here.
Though he allowed only Urbino, Tommaso, and the cardinals Niccolo and Giovanni Salviati into his studio while he worked on the large drawing, and only Urbino into the Sistine Chapel, many people still learned about the painting on the wall. Letters came from all over Italy. People wrote about the work and gave their opinions. The strangest letter came from Pietro Artino. Michelangelo knew him by name. Artino was a talented writer, but he was also a dishonest man. He got money and gifts from rich people by threatening them with bad stories. He wrote cruel letters about princes and cardinals. His words were sharp and clever, and people across Europe repeated them as stories for entertainment. Sometimes he lost everything because of his greed and bad behavior. But now he was important in Venice. He was close to Titian and friendly with kings.
Aretino wrote to tell Michelangelo how he should paint the Last Judgment. I see the Antichrist in the crowd with a face only you can imagine. I see fear on the faces of the living people. I see the sun, moon, and stars disappear. I see the world breaking apart. Nature becomes empty and weak. I see life and death filled with fear. I hear the words of judgment coming from the mouth of the Son of God with loud thunder.
At the end of the long letter, Artino said he had promised never to return to Rome. But now he wanted to come because he wished to honor Michelangelo's great talent. Michelangelo answered with quiet humor because he wanted the man to leave him alone.
Do not change your decision about Rome just to see my work. That is asking too much. I was happy when I received your letter, but I was also sad because I already finished a large part of the painting. Now I cannot use your ideas.
After that, Artino sent many more letters. He asked for drawings, parts of cartoons, and models.
Do I not deserve one drawing from you? You are the master of sculpture and painting. You throw many cartoons into the fire.
He even wrote to Michelangelo's friends. He contacted young Vasari, whom he knew from Venice, and other people who visited the studio near the Macello dei Corvi. He wanted their help to get sketches that he could later sell. Michelangelo answered without giving a clear reply. Then he became tired of the letters and ignored Artino completely. This was a mistake. Artino waited until the Last Judgment was finished. Then he attacked Michelangelo with 2 cruel writings. One almost ruined the 5 years of work on the painting. The second damaged Michelangelo's good name. Now time no longer felt clear to Michelangelo. Days, weeks, and months passed as 1537 became 1538. He could not say how much time had gone by. But he knew every figure on the altar wall before him. Bodies rose through the clouds toward the rocks beside the Madonna and Christ.
Christ stood with one arm raised high. He looked full of anger as he judged the world. There would be no mercy for sinners. The wicked people were already condemned. Fear filled the air.
Still, Michelangelo painted the human body with great care and love. The figures looked strong and alive. Their bodies were beautiful and powerful. They seemed greater than the frightened people on earth who looked at them. Every morning Urbino prepared fresh plaster for the wall. By evening Michelangelo filled it with another figure. Some bodies fell toward hell. Others were old portraits of Adam and Eve. Urbino became very skilled at joining the new plaster with the old plaster. No one could see the lines between them. Each day at noon, the servant woman Caterina brought hot food. Urbino warmed it again over a small fire on the scaffold and served it to Michelangelo.
Eat well, he said. You need strength. This is a torta, like the one your stepmother made. There is chicken cooked in oil with onions, parsley, eggs, and saffron.
Urbino, you know I am too busy and worried to eat during work.
And later you are too tired to eat, Urbino answered. Look at this salad. It is fresh and good.
Michelangelo laughed. To make Urbino happy, he ate the food. He was surprised because it tasted very good. It was like the food from Illinois Miglior's place. Urbino felt pleased with his plan. After many months of hard work, Michelangelo became weak and tired. Then Urbino made him stay home and rest. To help him relax, he worked with the stone blocks for the Prophet, the Sibyl, and the Virgin for the Rovere family. When the Duke of Urbino died, Michelangelo felt great relief. At the same time, he knew it was wrong to feel happy about another man's death. Soon after, the new Duke of Urbino came to the studio on the Macello dei Corvi. Michelangelo saw him standing in the doorway with his father's face.
My God, he thought. I must deal with the sons of my enemies as well as the sons of my friends.
But he was wrong about the young Duke.
I came to end this trouble between us, the young Duke said quietly. I never agreed with my father. I did not believe the unfinished tomb was only your fault.
So now I may call the Duke of Urbino my friend? Michelangelo asked.
And your admirer. I often told my father this. If you had been free to continue your work, you would have finished the tomb. You completed the Sistine Chapel and the Medici Chapel. No one will trouble you again.
Michelangelo sat down heavily in a chair.
My son, do you know what you have freed me from? He asked.
But we still hope you will finish the holy tomb of my uncle, Pope Julius, the young Duke continued. We respect Pope Paul. Because of this, we will not stop your painting work. But after you finish the fresco, we ask you to return to the monument. We ask you to work hard and make up for the lost time.
With all my heart, Michelangelo answered. You will have your tomb.
During the long winter nights, he made drawings for Vittoria. He drew a Holy Family and a Pietà. They were beautiful works. Vittoria gave him the first copy of her book of poems, Rhyme, Michelangelo wanted to give her all his love, but the relationship still felt incomplete to him. Even so, he loved her deeply. He also believed she cared deeply for him. These feelings kept his creative power strong. While he painted, he made strong country angels below Christ in the fresco. They stood on clouds and blew trumpets very loudly. The sound seemed strong enough to wake all the dead below and bring them from their graves. His brothers, his nephew Leonardo, and his niece Secca kept him informed about the family. Leonardo was now almost 20 years old. He was beginning to make money in the family wool shop. Secca gave birth to a new child almost every year. Sometimes Michelangelo wrote angry letters to Florence. This happened when no one thanked him for the money he sent. It also happened when Giovansimone and Sigismondo argued about wheat and farms. Once he asked Leonardo to send him fine shirts from Florence. But the 3 shirts were rough and poor. Michelangelo wrote that even a peasant would not wear them. When Leonardo sent good pears or Trebbiano wine, Michelangelo took some to the Vatican. He gave them to Pope Paul as gifts. The 2 men had become close friends. If Michelangelo did not visit for a long time, Pope Paul sent for him. He called him to the throne room and spoke in a hurt voice.
Michelangelo, why do you never come to see me? He asked.
Holy Father, you do not need me here, Michelangelo answered. I serve you better when I stay at my work. That is better than standing here all day like others do.
The painter Pacini comes here every day, the Pope said.
Pacini has ordinary talent, Michelangelo replied. You can find many men like him anywhere in the world.
Paul was a good pope. He chose honest and able men to become cardinals. He wanted to improve the church. Sometimes he stood against the military power of Charles. But he did not bring war or invasion to himself. He loved art and learning. Still, he had one great weakness. He loved his family too much. Like the Borgia Pope before him, he would do almost anything to help his sons and grandsons. He wanted to give power and land to his son Pierluigi. He made his 14-year-old grandson Alessandro Farnese a cardinal. He also arranged a marriage for another young grandson with the daughter of Charles V. She was the widow of Alessandro de Medici. To help this grandson, Paul took the Duchy of Camerino away from the Duke of Urbino. Because of these actions, many enemies called the Pope cruel and dishonest. By the end of 1540, Michelangelo had finished the upper 2/3 of the fresco. He asked the carpenter Ludovico to lower the scaffold. Pope Paul heard this news. Without warning, he came to the locked door of the Sistine Chapel. He had stopped using his private chapel so Michelangelo could work in peace. Urbino opened the door after hearing loud knocks. He could not refuse the Pope. Michelangelo climbed down from the lower scaffold. He greeted Pope Paul and the Master of Ceremonies, Biagio da Cesena, in a friendly way. The Pope looked at the Last Judgment. He walked slowly toward the wall and did not take his eyes away from it. When he reached the altar, he went down on his knees and prayed. Biagio da Cesena did not pray. He stood there and looked at the fresco with anger. Paul stood up again. He made the sign of the cross over Michelangelo and then over the painting. Tears were on his face.
My son, you have brought great honor to my time as Pope.
It is terrible, Biagio de Cesena said.
Pope Paul looked surprised.
And it is immoral. I cannot see the difference between the saints and the sinners. There are many naked people. Their private parts can be seen. It is shameful.
You think the human body is shameful? Michelangelo asked.
In a bath, no. But not in the Pope's chapel. This is a scandal.
Only if you want to make it a scandal, Biagio, Paul said firmly. On Judgment Day, we will all stand naked before God. My son, how can I thank you enough?
Michelangelo turned kindly toward the Master of Ceremonies. He did not want enemies for his fresco. But Biagio spoke again in a rough voice.
One day this sinful wall will be destroyed. You destroyed the beautiful paintings by Perugino under it.
Not while I live, Pope Paul cried angrily. I will punish anyone who touches this masterpiece.
They left the chapel. Michelangelo stayed behind. He rubbed the painful place under his left breast. Then he asked Urbino to prepare some fresh plaster and put it on the empty space in the lower right corner of the wall. After that, Michelangelo painted a funny but cruel picture of Biagio da Cesena. He painted him as a judge from hell. He gave him donkey ears and a large snake around the lower part of his body. The face clearly looked like Biagio, with his pointed nose and large teeth. Michelangelo knew this revenge was small. But he was an artist, and he had few other ways to fight back. Soon people heard about the painting. Biagio da Cesena asked for another meeting in front of the fresco.
You see, Holy Father, the master of ceremonies cried. The story was true. Buonarroti painted me into the fresco. He even painted a horrible snake on my body.
It's a covering, Michelangelo replied.
I knew you would not want to be painted completely without clothes.
It looks very much like him, the Pope said with smiling eyes. Michelangelo, I thought you said you could not paint portraits.
I had inspiration, Holiness.
Biagio da Cesena jumped from one foot to the other. He looked very upset as he stared at his picture above the fires of hell.
Holiness, make him remove me from there.
Remove you from hell? The Pope looked at him with surprise. If he had put you in purgatory, I would try to help you leave. But everyone knows there is no escape from hell. The next day, Michelangelo learned that luck does not stay forever. He was on the lower scaffold and painting Charon. The figure had large eyes and horns for ears. Charon hit the dead people with a whip and pushed them from his boat into the fire below. Then Michelangelo felt dizzy. He tried to catch the support rail, but he fell onto the marble floor. For a moment, he felt terrible pain. When he woke up, Urbino was throwing cold dirty water from a bucket onto his face.
Thank God you are awake. How badly are you hurt? Did you break anything? Urbino asked.
How should I know? If I am still alive, then I am very stupid. I may have broken every bone in my body. For 5 years I work on this scaffold. Then at the end, I fall from it.
Your leg is bleeding where it hit this piece of wood. I will get a carriage.
You will do no such thing. Nobody will know how foolish I was. Help me stand up. Now put your arm under my shoulder. I can ride the horse home.
Urbino helped him into bed. He gave him a glass of Trebbiano wine. Then he cleaned the wound. When Urbino wanted to bring a doctor, Michelangelo stopped him.
No doctor. People in Rome will laugh at me. Lock the front door.
Urbino used hot towels and clean bandages. Still, the wound became worse. Michelangelo got a fever. Urbino became afraid and sent a message to Tommaso.
If I let you die, Urbino said.
There is one good thing in that, Michelangelo answered. I would not need to climb scaffolds again.
How do you know? Urbino asked. Maybe in hell a man must do forever the work he hated most in life.
Tommaso brought Dr. Baccio Rontini. Michelangelo would not let them enter through the front door. So they forced open a back door. Dr. Rontini was angry.
No one is more foolish and stubborn than a man from Florence, he said.
He examined the infected wound.
Another day or two, and this could have been very bad.
It took a week before Michelangelo could stand again. He felt weak and empty. Urbino helped him climb the scaffolding. He prepared fresh plaster in the sky area below St. Bartholomew. Michelangelo painted a picture of his own tired and unhappy face. The face hung inside an empty skin. The saint held it up with one hand.
Now Biagio da Cesena does not need to feel so bad, he said to Urbino while looking at the painting. Both of us have been judged and painted here.
He painted the lower third of the wall. This was the easiest part because there were fewer people in the scene. There were graveyards and hell. Dead people rose from their graves. One skeleton tried to climb toward the sky. Other people were pushed toward the fires below. At this time, Vittoria's problems became very serious. She was one of the most important and talented women in Italy. The poet Ariosto praised her poems. The Pope praised her holy life. She was a close friend of Emperor Charles V in Rome. She belonged to the rich Colonna family and the de Vallos family through marriage. Even so, Cardinal Carafa wanted to send her away from Rome. It seemed impossible that such an important woman could suffer this treatment. Michelangelo went to Cardinal Niccolo at the Medici Palace and asked for help. Niccolo tried to calm him.
Everyone in Rome now sees that the church needs change, he said. My uncles, Leo and Clement, were too hard with people who disagreed with them. They tried to control them with punishment. But Pope Paul is sending the Marchese's friend, Cardinal Contarini, to speak with the Lutherans and Calvinists. I think we will succeed in time.
Cardinal Contarini was close to success at the meeting in Ratisbon. Then Cardinal Carafa called him back. He accused him of working too closely with Emperor Charles V. After that, he sent him away to Bologna. Vittoria sent Michelangelo a message. She asked him to come at once. She wanted to say goodbye. It was a warm day in April. New flowers and leaves were growing in the Colonna gardens. The air smelled sweet with spring. Michelangelo thought he would find her alone for this private meeting. But many people were in the garden. She stood up and greeted him with a sad smile. She wore black clothes. A black veil covered her golden hair. Her face looked pale and hard like marble. He walked close to her.
It was kind of you to come, Michelangelo.
We should not waste time with polite words. You must leave Rome, he asked.
People told me it would be better if I left Rome.
Where will you go?
To Viterbo. I lived in the convent of St. Catherine there. It feels like one of my homes.
When will I see you again?
When God decides.
They stood quietly and looked into each other's eyes. They wanted to say more but could not.
I am sorry, Michelangelo. I will not see your last judgment.
You will see it. When do you leave?
Tomorrow morning. Will you write to me?
I will write. I will send you drawings.
I will answer. I will send you poems.
He turned quickly and left the garden. Then he locked himself inside his studio. He felt empty and sad. Later, when night came, he asked Urbino to take him to the Sistine Chapel. Oil lamps shone from the windows in the Florentine area of the city. At the far end of the bridge, Castel Sant'Angelo rose like a great stone tower. Urbino unlocked the door of the Sistine Chapel. He walked ahead with a small candle. Warm wax fell onto the scaffolding to hold 2 candles in place. In the moving candlelight, the Last Judgment seemed alive. The great scene filled the chapel. The men, women, children, saints, angels, and demons in the painting seemed to move forward from the wall. Many of them looked different now in the dark light of night. It felt as if they wanted people to see them and understand their story. Then something made Michelangelo look up at the ceiling. He saw God creating the world. Words from Genesis came into his mind. The earth gave grass and plants. Trees grew fruit and seeds. Each living thing made more of its own kind. God saw this, and it was good. God made the sun for the day. He made the moon for the night. Then he made the stars. He placed them in the sky to shine on the earth. They separated light from darkness. God saw this, and it was good. God made man in his own image. He created both man and woman. God looked at everything he had made. He saw that it was very good. Michelangelo looked again at his painting on the altar wall. He saw all that he had made. He also thought it was very good. Book 11. The Dome. On All Saints' Eve, 29 years after Pope Julius opened the ceiling with a special ceremony, Pope Paul led a high mass to celebrate the completion of the Last Judgment. On Christmas Day in 1541, the chapel opened to the public. People from all over Rome came to the Sistine Chapel. They felt fear, surprise, and wonder. Michelangelo's studio at the Macello dei Corvi became full of visitors. Florentines, cardinals, court officials, artists, and students came to see him. After the last guests left, Michelangelo noticed that two groups had not come. One group was Antonio da Sangallo and the artists and architects around him. They were part of the old circle of Bramante and Raphael. The other group was Cardinal Caraffa and his followers. Soon the attacks began. A former monk named Bernardino Ochino spoke against Pope Paul. He said,
"How can your holiness allow such a shameful painting by Michelangelo to stay in a chapel where holy services are held?"
But when Michelangelo returned to the Sistine Chapel the next day, he saw 6 artists there. They sat on small stools and copied his work in drawings. The Pope supported Michelangelo. He asked him to paint 2 very large walls in the Pauline Chapel. Antonio da Sangallo had designed the chapel between the Sistine Chapel and St. Peter's Church. The chapel was heavy and dark. 2 high windows did not bring enough light inside. But the red Corinthian pillars made the walls look beautiful. Pope Paul wanted one wall to show the conversion of Paul. He wanted the other wall to show the crucifixion of Peter. While Michelangelo thought about the painting of Paul's conversion, he spent his days working with hammer and chisel. He made a sculpture of Brutus's head because the people from Florence wanted it. He also worked on the curls in Moses's hair. At the front of Moses's head, he carved 2 horns, or rays of light. Old books had said Moses had these marks. In summer, Michelangelo moved 2 blocks of marble to the brick garden terrace. There he planned to carve Rachel and Leah. They would stand beside the statue of Moses. They would show the contemplative life and the active life. In his new design for Julius's tomb, the spaces beside Moses had become too small for the heroic captive and the dying captive. Michelangelo finished drawings for a virgin, a prophet, and a sibyl for the tomb. Then he called Raffaello da Montelupo to carve them. Raffaello had worked before on the Medici chapel. The 2 captives were no longer part of the tomb design. The 4 unfinished giants and the Victory statue still stayed in Florence. Now the Moses statue alone would give greatness to Julius's tomb. Michelangelo believed it was his best sculpture. He remembered the words of the Cardinal of Mantua. The Cardinal had asked if the Moses statue alone was enough for any man's tomb. Michelangelo wondered what Jacopo Golli would think. The tomb now had only 1 large work from the 40 statues he had first promised. He decided Urbino should now work for himself.
"Urbino, you are more than 30 years old now," he said. "It is time for you to earn your own money. The Pope has agreed to pay you 8 ducats each month for preparing colors when I paint the chapel. Would you also like to take charge of building the tomb wall?"
Yes, Messere, Urbino answered. I must begin saving money before I marry. The family who bought my parents' house in Urbino has a little girl. In about 10 years, she will become a good wife.
Michelangelo missed Vittoria Colonna very much. Late at night, he wrote long letters to her. He often sent poems or drawings with the letters. At first, Vittoria answered quickly. But later, when his letters became more emotional, she answered less often. Finally he wrote and asked why.
She replied to him. "Great Messer Michelangelo," she wrote. "I did not answer sooner because your letter already answered mine. If we continue writing all the time, I will neglect the chapel of St. Catherine here. I will miss the hours I must spend with the other sisters. You will also leave the chapel of St. Paul and lose your work time. Then both of us will fail in our duty."
Michelangelo felt deeply hurt and ashamed. He felt like a small boy who had been corrected. He still wrote passionate poems to her, but he did not send them. Instead, he listened to small pieces of news from travelers coming from Viterbo. Then he heard Vittoria was sick and rarely left her room. His shame changed into worry. He wondered if she had good doctors. He wondered if she cared for herself properly. Michelangelo felt tired and empty. Still, he had many duties to finish. He prepared a new plaster wall in the Pauline Chapel. He placed 1,400 ducats in the Mornorto Bank. The money would go to Urbino and Raffaello da Montelupo as they continued work on the tomb. He drew a simple design for the conversion of Paul. The painting included about 50 figures. More faces surrounded Paul as he lay on the ground. A yellow light came down from heaven and struck him. This was the first miracle from the New Testament that Michelangelo had painted. He carved Rachel and Leah as gentle and beautiful young women. They wore heavy robes and were symbolic figures. For the first time since the Piccolo mini-statues, he worked on marble that did not truly interest him. To him, the statues felt weaker in feeling and power. They did not have the strong life and energy he wanted in his sculptures. His studio and garden became a busy place. About 6 young people worked there with Urbino and Raffaello da Montelupo. They helped finish the tomb. Michelangelo was happy to see some Jews from Rome come to the studio. Some men said their fathers or grandfathers had worked as models for his first Pietà. They asked if they could see the Moses statue. They stood quietly in front of it. They looked proud and full of wonder. Their lips moved softly. Michelangelo knew they were not praying because their law did not allow it. For him, the present and the future only meant work. He thought about how many more works of art he could still make. The conversion of St. Paul would need many years. The crucifixion of St. Peter would also take a long time. It was better to count future projects than count days. Then he did not need to think about his age every day. He liked to think about time as work and creation. First he would paint the 2 Pauline frescoes. After that, he wanted to carve a descent from the cross for himself. He would use one of his last fine blocks of Carrara marble. He believed God would not stop an artist while he was creating. Time passed for him like drinking water. A few days meant drawing a servant trying to control Paul's frightened horse. A week meant working on an angel without wings. A month meant creating Paul after the bright light struck him. A year meant painting many figures around Paul. Some soldiers looked afraid. Some tried to run away. Others looked up in shock. Michelangelo thought this was the best way to measure time. A committee of inquisition was created in Rome. Cardinal Caraffa became very powerful. He had lived as a strict and honest priest during the time of Pope Alexander VI. Many people around him had been corrupt. Caraffa said he never tried to please anyone. He often refused people who asked him for favors. He became angry easily. He was very thin and serious. Still, his strong faith in church law made him one of the most important cardinals in Rome. People respected him, feared him, and obeyed him. His Inquisition also made a list of books. The list decided which books people could print and read. Vittoria Colonna returned to Rome. She entered the convent of San Silvestro in Capeti near the Pantheon. Michelangelo thought she should have stayed safely in Viterbo. He asked many times to see her. Vittoria refused.
He said she was being cruel.
She answered that she was trying to be kind.
At last, because he continued asking, she agreed to meet him. When he saw her, he felt shocked. Her sickness and the accusations against her had changed her greatly. She looked 20 years older. Before, she had been strong, beautiful, and full of life. Now her face had many lines. Her lips were dry and pale. Her green eyes looked tired and deep in her face. The rich copper color was gone from her hair. She sat alone in the convent garden. Her hands rested quietly in her lap. A veil covered her head. Michelangelo felt deep pain when he saw her.
I tried to protect you from this, she said softly.
You think my love is so weak? He asked.
Even your kindness brings pain, she answered.
Life is cruel. Love is not cruel.
Love can hurt more than anything. I know this.
You only know part of it, he said. Why did you keep us apart? And why did you come back to this dangerous place?
I must make peace with the church, she answered. I must ask forgiveness for my sins against it.
Sins? He asked.
Yes. I disobeyed. I followed my own ideas instead of church teaching. I gave help to people who disagreed with the church.
Michelangelo could not speak for a moment. He remembered the past. He remembered Lorenzo de Medici asking Savonarola for forgiveness before he died. He remembered how Savonarola had destroyed the Plato Academy. He also remembered his brother Leonardo speaking against Savonarola because Savonarola had disobeyed the Borgia Pope. Michelangelo wondered if life and death could ever agree with each other.
My last wish is to die in God's grace, Vittoria said quietly. I must return to the church like a child returns to its mother. Only there can I find salvation.
Your illness has done this to you, he cried. The Inquisition has frightened you.
I have frightened myself inside my own mind, she answered.
Michelangelo, I respect you more than any other man. But one day, before you die, you must also ask God to save you. He listened to the bees in the flowers. Their soft sound filled the garden. His heart hurt because she felt such deep sadness. They were both still alive. But she spoke like they were already dead.
He said, My feelings for you have not changed. You never let me speak about them before. Did you think I was only a young man in love with a pretty village girl? Do you not know how important you are in my thoughts?
Tears filled her eyes. She breathed quickly.
Thank you, Caro, she whispered. You healed old pain inside me.
Then she left through a small door of the convent. Michelangelo stayed on the stone bench. Now the bench felt cold. The whole garden felt cold around him. Later, Antonio da San Gallo started building the foundations for new chapels on the south side of St. Peter's. The long fight between him and Michelangelo became worse. Michelangelo's plan showed that the north side would destroy the Pauline Chapel and part of the Sistine Chapel.
Pope Paul cried out when Michelangelo showed him the drawing. I cannot believe this, the Pope said. Does San Gallo want to tear down chapels that already stand there? Did he build them himself?
His plans for St. Peter's become larger all the time, Michelangelo answered.
How much of the Sistine Chapel would disappear? The Pope asked.
Parts with the paintings of the flood, Noah, the Delphic Sibyl, and Zacharias, Michelangelo said. The painting of God would remain.
That is good for him, Pope Paul said quietly.
Then the Pope stopped the work on St. Peter's. He said there was not enough money to continue. But San Gallo understood that Michelangelo was the real reason. San Gallo did not fight Michelangelo himself. Instead, he used his assistant, Nanni di Baccio Biggio. Biggio already disliked Michelangelo. His father had also hated him because he lost work on San Lorenzo many years before. Biggio's friend, Baccio Bandinelli, was another enemy of Michelangelo in Florence. Biggio hoped to become the next architect of St. Peter's after San Gallo. He talked against Michelangelo everywhere. He said the Last Judgment painting helped enemies of the church. He even said it pushed people toward Luther's ideas. San Gallo and Biggio worked together. With Cardinal Carafa, they made a new rule. All books and works of art had to receive approval from a church committee first. Still, many travelers entered the Sistine Chapel and fell to their knees before the painting. Like Pope Paul III, they thought about their sins. Even the poet Molzer of Modena changed his life after seeing it. Michelangelo complained to Tommaso.
When people speak about me, there is no middle place, he said. I am either the greatest master in the world or the worst monster.
The San Gallo group has made a picture of me from their own thoughts and feelings.
Mice, Tommaso answered in a calm voice. They are trying to damage the Great Wall of China.
They are more like flies, Michelangelo replied. They bite hard enough to make you bleed.
You have enough blood, Tommaso said.
Bindo Altaviti had served on the last Florentine council. He was also one of the leaders of the exiles in Rome. At court, he said that Michelangelo's defense walls at San Miniato were a work of art. Pope Paul asked Michelangelo to join a meeting about the defenses of the Vatican. The other men were already part of the group. Pierluigi, the Pope's son, was the leader. Antonio da San Gallo was the architect. The group also included Alessandro Vitelli, who knew much about war, and Montemolino, an artillery officer and engineer. San Gallo looked at Michelangelo with anger. Michelangelo kissed the Pope's ring and greeted the others. Then the Pope pointed to San Gallo's model. Michelangelo, we want your opinion, the Pope said. We have a serious problem because our defenses were too weak against Charles V. A week later, Michelangelo returned to the Pope's study after he had examined the land around the Vatican. The commission gathered to hear his decision.
Holiness, I spent these days studying the roads and hills near the Vatican, Michelangelo said. I believe San Gallo's walls cannot be defended.
San Gallo stood up quickly.
Why can they not be defended, he asked.
They protect too much land, Michelangelo answered. Some positions in the hills behind us can be broken through. The walls near Trastevere along the Tiber River can also be broken.
May I remind you, San Gallo replied in a cold voice, that people know you as a painter and sculptor?
My walls in Florence were never broken, Michelangelo said.
They were never attacked.
The emperor's armies respected them too much to attack.
And because of one small wall at San Miniato, you think you are an expert who can replace my defenses? San Gallo shouted.
That is enough, Pope Paul said firmly. The meeting is finished. Michelangelo left his criticism of San Gallo's plan. He also left detailed drawings that showed what changes were needed to protect the Leonine city and the Vatican area. Pierluigi Farnese and Montemolino agreed with Michelangelo's ideas. The Pope allowed some of San Gallo's walls near the river to be finished. He also allowed San Gallo's beautiful Doric gate to be completed. But the rest of the work stopped. Michelangelo became a consulting architect for the defense group. He did not replace San Gallo. The two men had to work together. The next problem began when San Gallo presented his design for the third-floor windows and the cornice of the Farnese Palace. He had worked on the building for Cardinal Farnese before the Cardinal became Pope Paul. Michelangelo had often seen the palace while it was being built. It stood near a piazza only 1 block from Leo Baglione's house. Michelangelo thought the palace looked heavy and old. It reminded him of a fortress from another time. The stone walls looked strong, but the building did not have enough beauty for such a great palace. Now Pope Paul asked Michelangelo to give an honest opinion about the palace. Michelangelo marked a chapter in Vitruvius's book on architecture. Then he sent the book to the Vatican with Urbino. After that, he wrote several angry pages. He tried to show that the Farnese palace had no order of any kind. He wrote that the parts of the building did not fit together well. He also said the palace lacked elegance, style, harmony, and good arrangement of space. If this part is designed very well, he thought, these top windows and the cornice can save the building. After he sent his letter, the Pope opened a competition for the top floor and the decorative cornice. Many artists began work on designs. Giorgio Vasari, Pierino del Vaga, Sebastiano del Piombo, and Jacopo Melegino all entered the competition. Michelangelo Buonarroti entered too.
This competition is too small for you, Tommaso said. These artists are everywhere in the markets of the world. What if you lose? It would hurt your name.
I will not lose, Tommaso.
His cornice looked like sculpture. It was carved and richly decorated. The arches and thin columns around the windows gave beauty to the heavy stone palace. Pope Paul studied all the drawings on his breakfast table. San Gallo, Vasari, Sebastiano, and Del Vaga stood near him. Then the Pope looked up.
I praise all these drawings, he said. They are clever and beautiful. But Michelangelo's work is the finest.
Michelangelo had saved the Farnese palace from becoming plain and dull. But people in Rome began to talk. They said he did this because he wanted to replace San Gallo as architect of St. Peter's. They said he only needed to walk into the Pope's throne room and ask for the position.
I will do no such thing, Michelangelo told Cardinal Niccolo.
One Sunday afternoon, he rode to the Medici palace on his white Arabian horse. Cardinal Carafa's commission for the Inquisition began changing old books and stopping new books from being printed. Michelangelo was surprised that people now treated his poems as important literature. His sonnets about Dante, beauty, love, sculpture, art, and artists were copied and passed from hand to hand. Some of his madrigals were turned into music. He heard that people gave lectures about his poetry at the Plato Academy in Florence. Professors at the universities in Bologna, Pisa, and Padua also spoke about his poems. Urbino put together the wall tomb of Pope Julius in San Pietro in Vincoli. He placed the statues of Leah and Rachel in the lower spaces. Above them stood the Virgin, the Prophet, and the Sibyl made by Raffaello da Montelupo. Michelangelo thought the monument was not successful, but the statue of Moses sat in the center of the marble wall with great power. Only the image of God in the Genesis painting and Christ in the Last Judgment seemed stronger. Michelangelo opened an architecture office in an extra room of the house. He gave Tommaso da Cavalieri charge of the working drawings for the Farnese palace. He finished the painting of the conversion of St. Paul. Christ leaned down from the sky and opened the heavens above. Many angels without wings stood beside him. Paul had fallen from his horse. He felt shocked and afraid after the vision. Some men tried to help him stand. Others ran away in fear. The strong horse stood between the two groups of travelers and soldiers on the ground. Above them, Christ stood between the angels. Michelangelo asked Urbino to place a fresh layer of plaster for the crucifixion of Peter. While the plaster dried, Michelangelo closed himself away from the world. He worked on the descent. In the painting, Christ was held on one side by the Virgin. Mary Magdalene stood on the other side. Behind them was a portrait of Michelangelo himself as Nicodemus. Nicodemus had helped take Christ down from the cross. In Rome, a man's name could rise or fall very quickly. When Michelangelo refused to use his success to push San Gallo out of St. Peter's, the city forgave him for criticizing the Farnese palace. Then a letter arrived from Artino in Venice. Michelangelo had never met the man, but during the past years, Artino had sent him many letters. In them, Artino praised Michelangelo greatly. At the same time, he threatened him because Michelangelo would not send him drawings as gifts. The outside of this new letter looked strange and wild. Artino had written his name across it in large writing. Michelangelo noticed it at once and opened the seal. The letter began with criticism of the Last Judgment. Artino wrote that Michelangelo should have followed his advice. He said the painting should have shown the world, paradise, and hell with more glory, honor, and fear. Instead, he accused Michelangelo of caring more about art than Christian belief. He said the uncovered bodies of martyrs and virgins were not proper. He wrote that such images should only be seen in bad places, and even their people would look away. From there, he called Michelangelo greedy. He said Michelangelo agreed to build a tomb for a pope who did not deserve it. Then he called him a liar and a thief. He said Michelangelo took large amounts of gold from Pope Julius and gave nothing to the Rovere family.
That is robbery, he wrote.
Michelangelo felt disgusted by the angry letter, but he could not stop reading.
The letter also said, "It would have been better if you had kept your promise." Then people would stop saying that only Gerard or Tommaso know how to get favors from you.
A cold feeling passed through Michelangelo. What people was Artino talking about? What favors? Michelangelo gave drawings to anyone he wished. No one had forced him. He dropped the papers and began to feel sick. During his 70 years of life, many people had criticized him. Some called him difficult, proud, and unfriendly. Others said he only liked people with great talent and intelligence. But no one had ever accused him of this before. Gerardo was an old friend from Florence. More than 20 years earlier, Michelangelo had given him a few drawings in black chalk. Tommaso de' Cavalieri was one of the finest men in Italy. He was intelligent, noble, and well educated. The accusation seemed impossible. For more than 50 years, many young men had lived and worked in Michelangelo's home. They were apprentices, assistants, and servants. At least 30 young men had grown up near him in this normal working life. From the time he worked in Ghirlandaio's workshop, no one had ever spoken badly about his behavior. If he had done wrong things, people could have used them against him long ago. The accusation about the Last Judgment painting could be answered. The claim about cheating the Rovere family could also be answered. But this new false accusation hurt him deeply. Many years earlier, Leonardo da Vinci had faced a similar public accusation in Florence. Now Michelangelo felt one of the worst pains of his life. Aretino's cruel words quickly spread through Rome. A few days later, Tommaso came to see him. His face was pale and his lips were tight. Michelangelo asked what was wrong. Tommaso moved one hand across the other as if he wanted to clean something dirty away.
Last night I heard about Aretino's letter from a bishop at court, he said sadly.
Michelangelo fell heavily into a chair.
How can anyone deal with such a man? He asked in a weak voice. No one can, Tommaso answered. People give him what he wants. That is how he became powerful.
I am sorry, Tommaso. I never wanted to bring trouble to you.
I am worried about you, Michelangelo, not myself. My family and friends know me well. They will laugh at this story and forget it. But you are respected across Europe. Aretino wants to damage you, your work, and your position. The last thing I want is to hurt you.
You could never hurt me, Tommaso. Your love and admiration gave me strength. Marchesa Victoria is sick now. Your love is the only love that helps me continue. I will also ignore Artino. People should ignore all blackmailers. If he destroys our friendship, then he has already hurt me.
People in Rome always want new scandal, Tommaso warned. They talk about scandal more than food. We must continue our lives and our work. That is the best answer to people who spread stories.
While he worked on drawings for the crucifixion of St. Peter, he tried to find a new way to paint. In the middle of the picture, men were digging a hole for the heavy cross. Peter was nailed to the cross upside down. The cross rested against a huge rock. Peter was not hurt badly yet. He looked out at the world with anger. His old face and beard showed strong judgment. He did not only judge the soldiers who directed the work. He also judged the workers who helped raise the cross. His face seemed to judge the whole world beyond them. The picture showed cruelty and power, like the Last Judgment. He finished a sketch of 2 Roman centurions. He wished he could draw horses as well as Leonardo da Vinci. Then church bells began to ring sadly across the city. His servant woman ran into the studio and cried out,
Messer, San Gallo is dead.
Dead? He was working in Terni.
He became sick with malaria. They brought his body back today.
Pope Paul gave Antonio da San Gallo a grand funeral. Men carried his coffin through the streets. Many artists and craftsmen followed behind. They had worked with him for many years. Inside the church, Michelangelo stood with Tommaso and Urbino. They listened while people praised San Gallo. They called him one of the greatest architects since ancient times. They said he helped build Rome. While they walked home, Michelangelo said, "These are the same words I heard for Bramante." But Pope Leo stopped Bramante's work. In the same way, Pope Paul stopped San Gallo's work on the Farnese Palace and the city walls. St. Peter's.
Tommaso stopped and looked at Michelangelo. "Do you think?"
"Oh no, Tommaso."
The head officer of the church building work said that Giulio Romano should come from Mantua. Giulio Romano was a sculptor and architect. He had worked with Raphael. The officer wanted him to become the architect of St. Peter's. Pope Paul said, "It will be Michelangelo Buonarroti."
No one else.
A servant quickly called Michelangelo. He rode his horse to the Vatican. The Pope stood with many cardinals and men from the court.
My son, I now appoint you architect of St. Peter's.
Holy Father, I cannot take this position.
Pope Paul smiled a little. His eyes were old but still sharp and wise.
Will you tell me again that architecture is not your work?
Michelangelo's face became red. He remembered something at once. Years before, Pope Paul had been Cardinal Farnese. He had stood in the same room when Pope Julius asked Michelangelo to paint the Sistine Chapel ceiling.
At that time Michelangelo had cried, "It is not my work." Holy Father, I may need to destroy everything San Gallo built. I may need to send away San Gallo's builders. Rome will turn against me. I still have the crucifixion of St.
Peter to complete.
I am over 70 years old. Where will I find the strength to build the greatest church in the Christian world from the beginning? I am not Abraham, Holy Father. He lived to be 175 years old.
Pope Paul did not feel sorry for Michelangelo. His eyes shone brightly.
My son, you are still young. When you reach my great age of 78, then you may speak about being old. Not before that. By then, St. Peter's will already be moving forward well.
Michelangelo gave a weak smile. He left the Vatican through the Belvedere Gate. Then he climbed to the top of Monte Mario. After he rested and watched the sunset, he walked down toward St. Peter's. The workers had already gone home. He examined San Gallo's foundations and the low walls for the circle of chapels on the south side. The many large stone supports for the long church hall and side aisles would need to be removed. The huge bases for the two bell towers would also need to go. The supports for the heavy dome would have to be changed too. Night came as he finished his inspection. He stopped in front of the chapel of Mary of the Fever. Then he went inside and stood quietly before his Pietà in the dark. He felt strong conflict inside himself. For many years, every action had slowly brought him closer to taking charge of St. Peter's. He truly wanted to save the church and make it a great monument for Christianity. He had always felt it was his church. He believed that without him, the church might never have been planned. So he asked himself if he was responsible for it. He also understood how huge the work would be. Many people would oppose him. Long years of hard work waited ahead. The end of his life would be more difficult than all the years before. An old woman entered the chapel. She placed a burning candle before the Madonna. Michelangelo took another candle from a basket. He lit it and placed it beside hers. Of course he must build St. Peter's. Life was meant for work and suffering until the very end. He refused to accept payment for his work as architect. Even when Pope Paul sent money to him, he would not take it. He painted from early morning until dinner time in the Pauline Chapel. Then he walked a short distance to St. Peter's to watch the work. The workers were unhappy with him and did not like him. But they followed the plan he gave them. Soon he discovered something troubling. Bramantes for great stone supports were still weak. Raphael, Peruzzi, and San Gallo had repaired them for many years, but the repairs were not enough. The supports could not safely carry the great dome and upper building until more concrete was added. This discovery made the building leaders and contractors very angry. They had worked under San Gallo. They created many problems for Michelangelo. At last, Pope Paul gave an official order. He declared Michelangelo the leader of the whole project as well as the architect. Everyone working on St. Peter's had to obey him completely. Michelangelo dismissed the contractors and craftsmen who still opposed him. After that, the building work moved forward quickly. People in Rome were surprised and then amazed. Michelangelo built 2 spiral ramps on each side of the hill. Animals carrying building materials could climb easily. Men on horseback could also carry supplies to the top. This made the work much faster than before, when workers carried everything on their backs. A group of Roman leaders came to visit him. They asked if he would also restore the Capitoline Hill and the area below it called the Campidoglio. Long ago, this place had been the center of religion and government for the Roman Empire. The temples of Jupiter and Juno Moneta had once stood there. Now the place was in terrible condition. The old temples were only broken stones. The Senate building looked like an old fortress. Animals walked and ate around the area. In winter the ground became deep mud. In summer it filled with dust. The leaders asked Michelangelo if he would return the Campidoglio to its old beauty.
Would I? Michelangelo cried to Tommaso after the men left. If only Giuliano da San Gallo could know about this. It was his dream. You must help me, Tommaso. Together we can make your dream of rebuilding Rome become real.
Tommaso's eyes were bright with joy.
Your teaching helped me learn this work. You will see that I will become a good architect.
We will make big plans, Tommaso. We will create work for the next 50 years. After I die, you will finish everything as we planned. Now Michelangelo worked fully as an architect. He made Tommaso his assistant. He also gave him more space in the house for architectural work. Tommaso drew very carefully. Soon he became one of the best young architects in the city. Vittoria Colonna's brother, Ascanio, had a fight with the Pope about a salt tax. His private army fought against the Pope's soldiers. Ascanio was forced to leave Rome. The Pope took all the property of the Colonna family. Cardinal Carafa became even more hostile to Vittoria. Some of her old friends escaped to Germany and joined the Lutherans. Because of this, the Inquisition became more suspicious of her. She went to live in the convent of Sant'Anna de Furnari. The convent stood deep inside the gardens and old stone halls near the theatre of Pompey. Michelangelo visited her on Sunday afternoons. Sometimes she did not speak at all. He brought sketches and tried to interest her in his new projects. But she became truly alive only when she spoke about her special visit to the Sistine Chapel. There she had stood before the Last Judgment. She also listened carefully when he spoke about the dome for St. Peter's. The idea for it was still not clear in his mind. She knew about his deep love for the Pantheon and the Duomo in Florence. Because they are like pure sculpture, he said.
And what about the dome of St. Peter's? Will it only cover the church and keep out the rain? She asked.
Vittoria, it is good to see you smile. It is good to hear you joke with me.
You must not think I am unhappy, Michelangelo. I wait with joy to meet God again.
Cara, I should be angry with you. Why do you want to die so soon, when people here love you very much? Is that not selfish? She held his hand softly. Long ago, this touch would have filled him with strong feeling. Now he only felt how thin and weak her hands had become. Her eyes shone as she spoke quietly.
Forgive me because I could not give you more. But I know you do not truly need me. A new marble sculpture of the descent from the cross, a great staircase for the Campidoglio, and a dome for St. Peter's. These are your true loves. You created great works before you knew me. You will create great works after I am gone.
Before the next Sunday visit could happen, he was called to the Cesarini Palace. It was the home of Vittoria's daughter, Margherita Cesarini. At the gate, a servant met him and led him into a garden. The Marchesa, he asked the doctor who came to meet him.
She will not live to see the sunrise.
He walked in the garden for many hours. The day slowly passed. At the 17th hour, people allowed him to enter the palace. Vittoria lay on her pillow. Her light red hair was under a silk hood. She wore a fine linen shirt with a lace collar at her neck. She looked young and beautiful, like the first time he saw her. Her face was calm. She looked free from all the troubles of the world. Donna Filippa spoke in a quiet voice. She was the abbess of Sant'Anna de Fenori. She ordered the servants to bring in the coffin. The coffin was covered with tar.
Michelangelo cried out. Why is this coffin covered with tar? The Marchesa did not die from a sickness that spreads.
We are afraid of her enemies, Signore, the abbess answered softly. We must take the Marchesa back to the convent and bury her before anyone tries to take her body.
Michelangelo wanted to bend down and kiss Vittoria on the forehead. But he stopped himself. She had only ever offered him her hand. He returned home. Pain filled his body and head. At his workbench, he began to write.
If I burned while the fire was near me, what will happen now when the fire is gone? Now I slowly become weak, like ashes little by little.
In her will, Vittoria asked the abbess to choose her grave. But Cardinal Carafa did not allow the burial. For almost 3 weeks, the coffin stayed in a corner of the convent chapel. No one touched it. At last, Michelangelo heard that Vittoria was buried inside the chapel wall. He went to the church, but he could not find the place. The abbess looked around carefully before she answered him.
The Marchesa was taken to Naples. She now rests beside her husband in San Domenico Maggiore.
Michelangelo walked home slowly and with great sadness. Life felt cruel to him. The Marchesi had stayed away from his wife during their marriage. Now they would remain together forever. And Michelangelo, who believed Vittoria was the greatest love of his life, had never been able to fully share that love. He still had much work to do. People everywhere called him master. Pope Paul gave him another important task. He asked Michelangelo to design and build stronger defenses for the Leonine city. He also asked him to plan the raising of Caligula's obelisk in the Piazza San Pietro. Duke Cosimo wanted him to return to Florence and make sculptures for the city. The King of France placed money in a Roman bank for him. The king hoped Michelangelo would one day paint or carve something for him. The Sultan of Turkey offered guards to bring him to Constantinople to work there. Whenever there was an important art project, people asked for Michelangelo's advice. In Portugal, there was a Madonna della Misericordia for the king. In Milan, there was a tomb for a member of the Medici family. In Florence, there was work for the ducal palace. People asked him about themes, designs, and artists for these projects. Most days, he worked in the Pauline Chapel. He painted the frightened faces of the women watching Peter on the cross. Then he painted the face of an old soldier with a beard. The soldier looked full of sorrow because he helped with the execution. When he became tired of painting, he returned home. There he used his hammer and chisel again. Carving gave him freedom. It helped him answer the needs inside himself. Only marble carving made him feel complete. He had felt unhappy about the statues of Leah and Rachel. He believed that work was not good enough. He feared he had become too old for strong marble sculpture. But now his chisel moved through the bright stone with life and strength. Its sound seemed to say, "Go." He painted the weak body of Christ. Behind Christ, he painted Nicodemus with a white beard, deep eyes, a flat nose, and a hood over his head. The face looked gentle and thoughtful. He did not allow anyone inside the Pauline Chapel while he worked. But many artists came to his studio. They watched him and learned from him. After many weeks and months of hard work, he often became sick. Sometimes he felt pain in his legs. Sometimes he had a sharp pain near his stomach. At other times, his chest felt weak and he could not breathe well. He also had trouble with his kidneys. During these times, he became angry and difficult. He argued with his close friends and family. He accused his nephew Leonardo of coming to Rome because he wanted the family property after Michelangelo died. He also accused his manager of selling copied prints to earn money for himself. Reinaldo Colombo was the most famous anatomy doctor in Italy. He was writing a book about the human body. In his free time, he came to Michelangelo's house and cared for him with water from Fuji. Later Michelangelo became well again. His mind felt clear once more. Then he said to Tommaso,
"Why am I so difficult with people? Is it because I am getting old so fast?" "Granacci said you were already difficult when you were 12, Tommaso answered. "That was when he first knew you." "Yes, he did say that." "May God bless him," Michelangelo said.
Granacci, his oldest friend, was dead. Balducci, Leo Baglioni, and Sebastiano del Piombo had also died. With each month, Michelangelo felt closer to death. Then Leonardo sent him a letter. The letter said that Michelangelo's brother Giovansimone had died and was buried in Santa Croce. Michelangelo was unhappy because Leonardo did not write more about the illness. He also wrote about Leonardo's future marriage. Leonardo was almost 30 years old, and Michelangelo thought he should find a wife and have sons to continue the Buonarroti family name. He wrote that there were many noble but poor families in Florence. He thought Leonardo should marry a woman from one of those families. He said there should not be a dowry because money often caused pride. He also wrote that Leonardo needed a wife who stayed at home and lived simply. He did not want a woman who went to many parties and celebrations. He believed such a life could lead to trouble. Michelangelo also wrote that the Buonarroti family was already old and noble. He said Leonardo did not need marriage to improve the family name. Tommaso de Cavalieri married when he was 38 years old. He married the young daughter of a noble Roman family. The wedding was rich and beautiful. The Pope came with his court. Many Roman nobles attended. The Florentines and artists of Rome were also there. Within a year, Tommaso's wife gave birth to their first son. Soon after the birth came a death. Pope Paul died. He was very unhappy because of problems in his family. People in Rome truly mourned him after his death. This was very different from the funeral of Pope Clement. Then the cardinals met to choose a new pope. The Florentines in Rome felt hopeful. They believed Cardinal Niccolo Ridolfi would become pope. He was the son of Contessina. Most people in Italy liked Niccolo. Only a small group connected to Duke Cosimo of Florence opposed him. But outside Italy, he had a strong enemy. That enemy was Charles V, the Holy Roman Emperor. The cardinals gathered in the Sistine Chapel. It seemed almost certain that Niccolo would become pope. Then he suddenly became very sick. By the next morning, he was dead. Dr. Reinaldo Colombo examined the body. Afterward, he came to Michelangelo's house on the Macello dei Corvi. Michelangelo looked at him with tired eyes.
"Was it murder?" he asked.
"There is no doubt," Colombo answered.
"Did you find proof?"
"Yes. I'm completely sure he died from poison. Latini, the agent of Duke Cosimo, may have had the chance to do it."
Michelangelo lowered his head in sadness.
"Once again, our hopes for Florence are gone," he said.
As always, when the outside world made him sad, he worked with marble. Now he was making the descent. He hoped his friends would put this work on his tomb after his death. But he found a strange problem. Christ's left leg did not fit well in the design. After thinking carefully, he cut the whole leg away. Christ's hand reached down and held the Madonna's hand. This hid the fact that Christ had only one leg. The College of Cardinals chose Giovan Maria de Ciocchi del Monte as the new pope. He was 62 years old and became Pope Julius III. Michelangelo had known him for many years at court. The cardinal had helped change the contract for Julius's tomb several times. During the siege of 1527, soldiers from the emperor's army caught Cardinal Ciocchi del Monte 3 times. They took him to the gallows in front of Leo Baglioni's house. Each time, he escaped at the last moment. His greatest interest in life was pleasure.
He should have taken the name Leo XI, Michelangelo said to Tommaso. He will probably say, God saved me 3 times from death so I could become pope. Now I will enjoy my life. He will be good for artists, Tommaso answered. He likes artists very much. He wants to make his small villa near Porta del Popolo into a large and beautiful palace.
Soon Michelangelo received an invitation to dinner at the Villa di Papa Giulio. The villa was already full of old statues, columns, and paintings. Many artists were there too. Most already had work from the Pope. Among them were Michelangelo's friends Giorgio Vasari and Cecchino Rossi. Vasari was the new architect for the villa. He and Rossi had once saved the arm of the David statue. Guglielmo della Porta and Annibale Carracci were also there. But the new pope still said nothing about continuing the work on St. Peter's. Michelangelo waited with worry. Julius III had a long nose that pointed down. Most of his face was hidden by a thick grey beard. He ate huge amounts of food. He pushed food into the opening in his beard while he ate. Suddenly the Pope asked everyone to be quiet. The guests became silent. Michelangelo, he called in a loud friendly voice. I have not asked you to work for me because I respect your age.
There are only 12 years between us, Holiness, Michelangelo answered with a small smile. We all know you want to make your time as Pope great. So I do not think I can refuse work because of my age.
Julius laughed at the sharp answer. You are very important to us, dear master. I would gladly give some years from my own life to you. Michelangelo watched the Pope finish a large plate of stuffed goose. He thought, we people from Tuscany eat lightly. That is why we live so long.
Then he said aloud, I thank you for your offer. But for the good of the Christian world, I cannot let you make that sacrifice.
Then, my son, if I live longer than you, which is likely, I will preserve your body and keep it near me. It will last as long as your work. Michelangelo no longer wanted to eat. He wondered if he could leave. But Julius was not finished speaking. There are some things I want you to design for me, the Pope said. A new staircase and fountain for the Belvedere. A front for a palace at San Rocco. And monuments for my uncle and grandfather. But he still said nothing about St. Peter's. Later the Pope took his guests into the vineyard for music and plays. Michelangelo quietly left. The only thing he wanted from Julius was confirmation that he would remain the architect of St. Peter's. The Pope delayed his decision. Michelangelo kept his drawings and plans secret. He gave the builders only the instructions needed for the next part of the work. He had always liked privacy while he worked. Now he also had a good reason to keep things secret. But this caused problems for him. A group of removed contractors complained against him. Baccio Biggio led them. They persuaded Cardinal Cervini, who controlled the building accounts, to listen to them. A written complaint was given to the Pope. Michelangelo was called to the Villa di Papa Giulio. You are not afraid to face your critics? Julius asked.
No, Holiness, Michelangelo answered. But I want the meeting to happen inside the church building itself.
A large group gathered in the place that would become the new chapel of the kings of France. Baccio Biggio began the attack.
Buonarroti destroyed a more beautiful church than the one he can build.
Now let us hear your criticism of the present building, the Pope replied calmly.
One official cried out. Holy Father, huge amounts of money are being spent, and we are not told why.
Nor has anyone told us how the building will continue.
That is the architect's work, Michelangelo replied.
But, Holiness, Buonarroti acts as if this matter has nothing to do with us. We are completely useless.
The Pope stopped himself from making a joke. Cardinal Cervini lifted his arms and pointed at the arches above them.
Your Holiness, look at these large arches. They are at each end of the chapel and across the building. We think this design, especially in the south part, will allow too little light inside.
The Pope looked over his thick beard.
I think this criticism may be right, Michelangelo.
Michelangelo turned to Cervini and answered quietly. Monsignor, above those windows in the stone roof, there will be 3 more windows.
You never told us that.
I was not required to tell you.
We have the right to know what you are doing, Cardinal Cervini said angrily. You are not always right.
I will never promise to explain my plans to your lordship or to anyone else. Your work is to provide money and make sure nobody steals it. The building plan is my responsibility alone.
Silence filled the huge building area. The walls, arches, and stone columns rose high into the open sky. Then Michelangelo turned back to the Pope.
Holy Father, you can see with your own eyes how much good work I have done with this money. I have refused all payment. If this work does not help save my soul, then I have spent much time and effort for nothing.
The Pope placed his hand on Michelangelo's shoulder.
Your future in this world and the next world will be safe. You are the greatest architect of St. Peter's. He turned to the group of men who accused him. He spoke in a strong voice. And he will stay there as long as I am Pope. This was a victory for Michelangelo. But he also made a new enemy, Cardinal Michelangelo Cervini. To make Baccio Biggio happy, Pope Paul took away Michelangelo's work on the Ponte Santa Maria. Biggio removed the old stone supports to make the bridge lighter. He finished the bridge with cement and small stones. One day Michelangelo crossed the bridge on horseback with Vasari.
Giorgio, this bridge is moving under us, he said. Let us ride faster or it may fall while we are still on it.
Vasari repeated the joke around Rome. Biggio became very angry.
What does Buonarroti know about bridges? He asked.
At the start of 1551, Julius II finally gave Michelangelo the official job as architect of St. Peter's. But after a few months, Michelangelo had to stop all the work there. Julius spent huge amounts of money on the Villa di Papa Giulio. He also spent a lot on parties and entertainment. Because of this, there was no money left for St. Peter's. Now Michelangelo became very angry. He spoke to Tommaso while they worked over their drawing boards.
How can I go to Julius and say, Holiness, you spend too much on pleasure? You are making us poor. You must stop so we can finish St. Peter's.
He would send you to a prison in Sant'Angelo, Tommaso answered.
Then I will stay silent, Michelangelo said. Even if it hurts me.
Later that day, he was still upset when he worked on the Descent sculpture. His chisel hit a hard stone inside Christ's arm. Sparks flew from the marble. In anger, he struck the arm many times. Then the arm broke and fell to the floor. He put down his tools and left the house. He walked past the shops in Trajan's market. They looked like dark holes in the stone wall as the road went up the hill toward the Temple of Mars. He felt unhappy because he had broken the arm. Soon he decided to begin again with a new work. This time he would make an entombment. He entered a stone yard near Caesar's Forum. There he found an old block of pale limestone from the Palestrina area. The stone had deep holes in it. Still, he sent it to his studio and began to think about the design. In this new work there would be no Nicodemus. Christ would have a large head, arms, and chest. The legs would fall down under the heavy weight. Only Mary's head and hands would be seen as she tried hard to hold her dead son. After this, he felt calmer and stronger. Then he returned to the Macello dei Corvi. Urbino waited for him with a worried face.
Messer, I do not want to bring you more trouble, but I must leave you now.
Leave me?
You remember the girl I chose in Urbino 10 years ago?
Michelangelo shook his head with surprise. Had 10 years already passed?
She is 18 today. Now we must marry.
But why must you go? Bring your wife here, Urbino. We will prepare rooms for you and buy furniture. Your wife can have her own maid.
Urbino looked very surprised. Are you sure, Messer? I am 40 now. I must have children soon.
This is your home. I am your family. Your sons will be like grandsons to me. He gave Urbino 2,000 ducats in cash so he could live independently. Then he gave him more money to prepare a room for his bride and buy a new bed. A few days later, Urbino returned with his wife, Cornelia Colonelli. She was a kind young woman. She managed the household well and kept everything in good order. She cared for Michelangelo like a daughter cares for her husband's father. 9 months later, they gave their first son the name Michelangelo. Michelangelo wrote to his nephew in Florence. He told him to buy a fine house in their part of the city. The house should cost between 1,500 and 2,000 ducats. He promised to send the money as soon as Leonardo found the right house. After Leonardo moved into a good home, Michelangelo wanted him to find a wife and begin a family with sons. Leonardo chose Cassandra Ridolfi. She was a distant member of the family where Contessina had married. Michelangelo was very happy about the marriage. He sent Cassandra 2 rings. One had a diamond and the other had a ruby. Cassandra sent Michelangelo 8 beautiful shirts as a gift in return. Their first son was named Buonarroti after Leonardo's father. The next son was named Michelangelo, but the child died soon after birth, and Michelangelo felt deep sadness. To rebuild the Campidoglio, Michelangelo used the old Roman stone building where the salt tax office had once been. Many years earlier, people had turned it into a strong senatorial building. He changed it into a grand palace for officials. Beautiful stairways rose from both sides to the main entrance in the center. Then he designed 2 matching palaces for the 2 sides of the square. For centuries, the square had been a market. He made the piazza level and covered it with patterned stones. After that, he searched for a perfect work of art for the center of the square. He thought about the Laocoon. He thought about the Belvedere torso and the huge stone head of Augustus. But none of them seemed right. Then he remembered the bronze statue of Emperor Marcus Aurelius. The statue stood in front of St. John in Lateran for many centuries. Christians believed the statue was Constantine, the first Christian emperor. Because of this mistake, no one destroyed it. He put the statue on a low platform. People could see it closely when they walked near the palaces. The statue looked very real. Marcus Aurelius seemed ready to ride across Rome after coming down the Senate steps. In March 1555, Tommaso, Vasari, Raffaello da Montelupo, Aminati, and Daniele da Volterra gave him a party for his 80th birthday. The walls of the studio were full of drawings and plans. It looked as if he still had work for another 80 years. 2 weeks later, Pope Julius III died. He could not stay alive longer for his friend Michelangelo. Michelangelo felt worried when Cardinal Marcello Cervini became pope. Cervini had once checked the money and work for St. Peter's. Now he took the name Marcellus too. Michelangelo thought calmly about the problem. He believed this was the end of his work. He had once told Cardinal Cervini that the plan for St. Peter's was not his concern. Now, as pope, it was very much his concern. Michelangelo did not waste time feeling sorry for himself. Instead, he started to finish his business in Rome. He made plans to move his bank account and his marble to Florence. He left Urbino in the house because Cornelia was pregnant again. He burned his early drawings for St. Peter's and the Dome. Then he prepared his saddlebags. But after only 3 weeks as Pope, Marcellus died. Michelangelo went to church. There he thanked God because he did not feel happy about Cervini's death. 3 weeks later, he thought it might have been better if he had returned to Florence. Cardinal Giovanni Pietro Carafa became Pope Paul IV. No one understood how he became Pope. He was a hard and angry man. He did not accept people who disagreed with him. Pope Paul IV knew many people hated him.
I do not know why they chose me as Pope. So I think God chose me, not the cardinals.
The new Pope said he wanted to remove all heresy from Italy. He brought strong religious courts into Rome. Men from the Board of Inquisition punished many accused people. They questioned people harshly and sent some to dark prison rooms. Others were killed in public places. At the same time, the Pope gave important positions to members of his family. He made one nephew a cardinal. He also gave lands and titles to other relatives. Michelangelo thought he could easily become a victim of the Pope's anger. Still, he did not try to leave Rome. For some time, the Pope left him alone. Then one day, Michelangelo was called to meet him. Pope Paul IV received him in a small and plain room. The walls were white. There was only a little hard furniture inside. The Pope's face looked cold and serious.
Buonarroti, I respect your work, the Pope said. But the Council of Trent believes your painting on the altar wall is against the Church. It should be destroyed.
The Last Judgment? Michelangelo asked.
He stood in front of the Pope's wooden chair. At once he felt weak and empty. Slowly he sat on the edge of a bench and looked at the white wall without speaking.
Many church leaders believe your painting insults holy things, the Pope said. They agree with a writing by Artino of Venice.
He was a blackmailer, Michelangelo said.
He was also a friend of Titian, Charles V, Benvenuto Cellini, the late King Francis of France, and Jacopo Sansovino, the Pope answered. Copies of his writing are moving through Rome. I believe the Council of Trent has read it too.
The Pope gave Michelangelo the paper. Michelangelo began to read.
How can you place such pictures inside God's holy church? They are above the altar of his Son. This is the greatest chapel in the world. Cardinals, bishops, and the Pope himself come there to pray and worship the body and blood of Jesus.
He suddenly lifted his head.
Holy Father, this attack came after I refused to give Arantino some of my drawings and paintings. That was his way to hurt me.
Good people are shocked by the naked saints and martyrs. There are many men and women with no clothes.
Those people do not understand true art, Holy Father.
Do you say your Holy Father does not understand? Because I am one of those people.
The fresco is not evil. No wall has ever shown more love for God.
Very well. I will not order the wall to be destroyed. We will cover it with white paint. Then you can paint something else over it. Make something simple and religious that everyone will like. And do it quickly. Michelangelo felt too hurt to answer. But Rome did not stay quiet. His friends and supporters began to fight to save the wall. Some cardinals helped him, led by Ercole Gonzaga. Every day Tommaso brought news about new supporters. A French ambassador joined them. A bishop from Venice also helped. Then a noble family from Rome gave support too. After that, an unknown messenger brought a plan that many people in Rome thought was very good. Daniel da Volterra came to the studio with excitement on his face. He had studied painting with Sodoma and architecture with Peruzzi. Now he was one of Michelangelo's strongest supporters.
Master, the Last Judgment is saved.
I cannot believe it. The Pope agreed?
He agreed not to destroy it. There will be no white paint.
Michelangelo fell into his leather chair and breathed hard.
I must go and thank every person who helped me.
Master, Daniele said quietly, looking away, we had to pay a price.
What price?
To con the Pope, they made an agreement. The wall will stay. But clothes must be painted over the naked bodies.
Clothes? You mean calzone?
Yes. Only a few women may stay bare above the waist. Everyone else must be covered from the hips to the knees. Especially the people whose backs face the chapel. Some saints must wear robes. And Saint Catherine and the Virgin must have heavier clothing too.
If I had spent my life making sulfur matches, Michelangelo said angrily, I would suffer less now.
Daniel shook with worry.
Master, we must try to think calmly about this. The Pope wanted another painter to do the work. But I persuaded him to let me do it. I will damage the wall as little as possible. If a stranger does it, the painting may suffer more.
Adam and Eve sewed fig leaves together and covered themselves.
Do not be angry with me. I am not part of the Council of Trent.
You are right, Daniele. We must give these private parts to the Inquisition. I spent my whole life showing the beauty of the human body. Now people say the body is shameful again. They want to destroy beauty like in the old bonfires. Do you understand what this means, Daniele? We are going back to the darkest and most ignorant times of the past.
Listen, Michelangelo, Daniele said softly. I can paint thin cloth and soft coverings that match your colors.
I will use very thin paint, he said.
Then the next pope can remove all the clothes without hurting the painting under them.
Michelangelo shook his head.
Go then, and cover them with cloth, he said.
Trust me, Daniele answered. I will be smarter than the Pope in every way. This work is very delicate. It will take months, maybe years before I even begin.
Daniel worked hard, but he had little new ideas. He also worked very slowly. People said he never finished work while the person who ordered it was still alive.
Maybe by that time Carafa will be dead, he said. Maybe the Inquisition will also be over.
The best way for Michelangelo to forget fear was to take his hammer and chisel and carve stone. He had recently bought a strange piece of marble. It was uneven at the top and bottom. Instead of cutting it into a straight shape, he decided to use its unusual form. He wanted to make a curved design. He began to carve inside the center. At the same time, he wondered if the marble itself could help him decide what to create. But the stone stayed cold and silent. It did not give him answers. Stone alone could not make art. Still, the difficult shape gave him new energy. Life was as important at 80 as it was at 35. But it was harder. Sigismondo died in Settignano. He was the last living brother. Michelangelo had now lived longer than all the men of his generation. Another sad thing was the illness of Urbino. Urbino had stayed with him for 26 years. Even when he was dying, Urbino showed his good heart.
It makes me sad to die, Urbino whispered. But it hurts me more to leave you alone in this dangerous world.
At the same time that Urbino was buried, his wife Cornelia gave birth to their second son. Michelangelo kept Cornelia and the boys in his house until Urbino's will was finished. He became the guardian and teacher of the two children. Later, Cornelia took the boys to her parents' home in Urbino. After they left, the house felt empty. He continued the work on the great tribune of St. Peter's. He also carved his new Pietà. He bought another farm for Leonardo. Then he sent Cornelia 7 spans of light black cloth because she had asked for it. He also began to look for poor people he could help. He hoped these good acts would help save his soul. Soon he had to stop the work at St. Peter's again. People feared an attack from the Spanish army. Michelangelo decided that the years after 80 were not pleasant years. When he left Florence at 60, he had feared that his life was ending. But love had made him feel young again. His 60s passed quickly. During his 70s, he had been busy every day. He worked on the frescoes in the Pauline Chapel. He carved the Descent. He began his new work in architecture. He also worked on St. Peter's. There was never enough time to finish everything he wanted to do. But now he was 81 and moving toward 82. The hours felt painful as they passed. His eyes were weaker. His steps were less steady. Small illnesses slowly took away his strength. They also made it harder for him to finish St. Peter's and build its great dome. Then he became very sick with kidney stones. Dr. Colombo helped him recover. Tommaso also cared for him day and night. Still, Michelangelo had to stay in bed for many months. When he finally recovered, he slowly climbed the scaffolding again. There he discovered a terrible problem. The new superintendent had misunderstood his plans. Serious mistakes had been made in the building work. Michelangelo felt deep shame and regret. This was his first great failure in 10 years of construction. Now Baccio Biggio had a reason to attack him again. The mistake was very serious. Michelangelo could not defend it or explain it away. He went to see the Pope at once. But Biggio had arrived before him.
It is true, Pope Paul asked when he saw Michelangelo's face. The chapel must be pulled down?
Most of it, Holiness, Michelangelo answered.
I am saddened, the Pope said. How could this happen?
I have been ill, Holy Father.
I understand, the Pope answered. Biggio says you are too old to carry such a great responsibility.
He thinks you should not carry this heavy work anymore.
That is kind of him. He and his friends have wanted to take this heavy work from me for many years now. But did not Biggio's Ponte Santa Maria fall down in the flood? Do you really think Baccio Biggio is better on his best days than I am on my worst days?
No one doubts your skill. Michelangelo stayed quiet for a short time. Then he spoke again.
Holy Father, for 30 years I watched good architects build foundations. But they never raised St. Peter's above the ground. In the 10 years since I became the architect, the church has risen high like a great bird. If you remove me now, the church will suffer greatly.
The Pope smiled a little.
Michelangelo, as long as you are strong enough to fight, you will remain the architect of St. Peter's.
That night, people met in the house on the Macello dei Corvi. Michelangelo had almost died. Because of this, Tommaso, some old friends, and the Cardinal of Carpi wanted him to build a full model of the dome. Until now, he had only made small drawings and parts of plans.
If we lost you last week, Tommaso said directly, how would anyone know the dome you wanted to build?
The cardinal added, you once said you wanted to build so much of the church that no one could change the design after your death.
Yes, that is what I hope, Michelangelo answered.
Then give us the dome design, Latino cried. There is no other way.
You are right, Michelangelo said with a tired sigh. But I have not yet found the final shape of the dome. First I must discover it. Then we will build a wooden model.
Everyone left except Tommaso. Michelangelo walked to his drawing table and sat on a wooden chair. He spoke while he moved his pen across a clean sheet of paper. The Pantheon and the Duomo in Florence both had two domes. One dome stood inside the other. Together they supported each other. The inside of his dome would be like sculpture. The outside would show architecture. A dome was not only a roof. Any roof could cover a building. A dome was a great work of art. It joined sculpture and architecture together. It changed the space around it and reached toward the sky. It was a great roof made by man. It was created to reflect the great roof of heaven. In the minds of men, the perfect dome went from one side of the world to the other. It covered everything with beauty. People thought it was the most natural shape in building. They also thought it was the closest shape to heaven. It was like the sky above human life. The dome of a church did not fight against the dome of the sky. It was the same shape, but smaller. It was like a son and his father. Some people said the earth was round. For a man who only traveled between Venice and Rome, this was hard to believe. At Master Urbino's grammar school, he learned that the earth was flat. They taught that the world ended where the sky touched the land in a great circle. But he always noticed something strange about the horizon. When he walked or rode toward it, the horizon moved away at the same speed. His dome must be like that too. It could not have a clear end. A man standing under it must never feel close to its sides. The sky was perfect. No matter where a man stood on earth, he was always in the center of it. The dome of heaven spread around him in every direction. Lorenzo Illinois Magnifico, the Plato 4, and the humanists taught him that man was the center of the universe. This idea felt most true when he looked up at the sky. Then he felt alone under the sun, clouds, moon, and stars. It seemed that he held up the sky like a pole holding a great cloth. He knew that if this support disappeared, the heavens would fall. If people removed the dome shape from the world, what would remain? Only a flat surface. It would be like the flat board his stepmother Illinois Migliore used to cut hot bread from the oven. It was easy to understand why men placed heaven in the sky. It was not because they saw souls rise there. It was not because they saw paradise above them. They believed heaven must live in the most beautiful shape known to man. He wanted his dome to feel holy too. It should not only protect people from rain, heat, thunder, or lightning. It should be so beautiful that it helped people feel God's presence. He wanted to create a living form. People could see it and feel it. They could also enter it. Under his great dome, a man's soul could rise to God. It could rise like a soul leaving the body at death. He thought this was the closest a man could come to God while still alive on earth. With his huge dome, he wanted to show God's image. He wanted this as much as when he painted God on the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel. Saving his own soul became part of building the dome for St. Peter's. For his last great work, he chose the hardest task of his life. Many years had passed since Granacci took him through the street of the painters. Then Granacci brought him to the studio on the Via del Tavellini.
He said, "Signor Ghirlandaio, this is Michelangelo. I told you about him."
His mind and hands worked with strength and clear purpose. After many hours of drawing, he rested by working on his curved block of stone. At first, he planned a Christ figure with the head and knees turned in different ways. Later he changed the design. Now the head and knees turned in the same direction. But they stood opposite the Virgin's head above Christ's shoulder. This gave the work stronger contrast. He cut a large figure from the curved block. Then he stopped for a time. After that, he returned to work on the dome. He searched for perfect balance. He wanted perfect lines, curves, shape, size, space, and beauty. He wanted to create the feeling of endless space. He hoped to make a work of art greater than the time in which he lived. He put away his charcoal and drawing pens. Then he began to shape wet clay. He thought clay could move more freely than drawn lines. During many weeks and months, he made many models. He destroyed them and started new designs. He felt he was moving closer to the truth. First he found greatness in size. Then he found depth. Then he found majesty. Then he found simplicity. But the work still came more from art than from the spirit. At last, the answer came. It came after 11 years of thinking, drawing, praying, hoping, despairing, testing, and rejecting ideas. He created something from his imagination. It carried parts of all his arts together. It was huge in size, but it also seemed light and delicate, like a bird's egg in a nest. The dome rose high toward heaven. It seemed light and graceful. yet it could carry its great height of 335 feet with ease. Its shape was like a pear. It reminded him of the breast of the Medici Madonna. It was a dome unlike any other.
It has arrived, Tommaso said softly and with joy when he saw the finished drawings. Where did it come from?
Where do ideas come from, Tommaso? Michelangelo asked. When Sebastiano was young, he asked me the same question. I can only give you the same answer. I am not wiser now at 82 than I was at 39. Ideas are a natural part of the mind, like breathing is a natural part of the lungs. Maybe they come from God.
He hired a carpenter named Giovanni Francesco to build the model. The model was made from lindenwood. It was very small compared to the real project. The great dome would stand on strong stone supports and arches. These arches would stand on a wide round base made of cement. The base would be built from brick and covered with travertine stone. The outside ribs of the dome would also use travertine from Tivoli. Strong iron frames would hold the supports to the base. The columns and the long stone beams would also be made from travertine. 8 ramps around the lower base would help workers carry materials. Donkeys could walk up the ramps to bring supplies to the dome walls. The engineering drawings took many months to finish. Michelangelo had great skill, and Tommaso had become very experienced. All the work was done in the Marcello dei Corvi studio. Everything stayed very private. Michelangelo shaped the inside dome himself. For the outside dome, he let Francesco paint the design. The carved decorations were made from clay mixed with sawdust and glue. He also called a trusted woodcarver from Carrara named Battista. Battista cut the small statues and the tops of the columns. He also carved the faces of the apostles with beards. Pope Paul IV died suddenly. After his death, Rome became very violent. Michelangelo had never seen such anger after the death of a pope. A crowd pulled down a new statue of Cardinal Caraffa. They dragged the head through the streets for hours. People shouted angry words at it. Later they threw the head into the Tiber River. Then the crowd attacked the offices of the Inquisition. They freed the prisoners and destroyed many records and documents. Many people had been accused of heresy. The College of Cardinals was tired of fighting and death. They chose Giovanni Angelo Medici as the new pope. He was 60 years old and came from a lesser branch of the Medici family in Lombardy.
Pope Pius IV had studied law. He was calm and careful. As a lawyer, he was an excellent negotiator. Soon people across Europe trusted him as an honest man.
The Inquisition, which many Italians disliked, was ended. Through many meetings and written agreements, the Pope brought peace to Italy and nearby countries. He also made peace with the Lutherans. The Church used careful diplomacy. At the same time, it made the Catholic Church strong again in Europe. Pope Pius IV gave Michelangelo his position again as the architect of St. Peter's. He also gave him money to continue the work on the great arches under the Drum. The Pope asked him to design a new gate for the city walls too. The gate would be called Porta Pia. Michelangelo knew time was short. He was now almost 85 years old. With enough money and many workers, he thought he could finish the Drum in 2 or 3 years. He could not know how long the full dome would take. There were still windows, columns, and decorations to complete. Still, he believed he could finish everything in 10 or 12 years. Then he would be 100 years old. Almost nobody lived that long. But even with many health problems, he still felt strong. He often suffered from stones, headaches, stomach pain, and aches in his back and sides. Sometimes he became weak and dizzy and had to stay in bed for several days. Even so, he did not feel that his strength was leaving him. He still walked in the Campagna. When he looked in the mirror, he saw healthy color in his face. His hair was thick and black, though there was much white in it now. His beard was also black and white. His eye stayed sharp and clear. He believed he would finish the dome. His father, Lodovico, had lived to 90 years old. Michelangelo thought he was stronger than his father by at least 10 years. But he still had one more hard problem to face. Baccio Biggio had risen to an important position in the superintendent's office. He prepared papers and numbers to show how much money Michelangelo's sickness had cost because of problems with the chapel. He used his knowledge in a clever way. He even made Michelangelo's friend, the Cardinal of Carpi, believe that work at St. Peter's was going badly. Biggio wanted to take Michelangelo's place when Michelangelo became too weak to work. Michelangelo soon did not have the strength to climb the scaffolding every day. One of his young helpers, Pierluigi Gaeta, became assistant to the clerk of the works. Each night, Gaeta brought Michelangelo detailed reports. Later, someone killed the clerk of the works. Michelangelo asked for Gaeta to get the job, but Baccio Biggio received the position instead. Gaeta lost his work completely. Biggio started to remove important beams. He took down scaffolding and prepared the building for a new plan. Michelangelo was almost 88 years old. The news upset him so much that he stayed in bed. He even moved his bed into his studio.
"But you must get up," Tommaso cried. "If you do not, Biggio will destroy the work you have done."
"He who fights foolish men wins nothing important," Michelangelo answered.
"Forgive me, but this is not the time for old sayings," Tommaso said. "This is the time to act. If you cannot go to St. Peter's today, you must send someone for you."
"Would you go, Tommaso?" Michelangelo asked.
"People know I am like a son to you," Tommaso answered.
"Then I will send Daniele da Volterra," Michelangelo said. "For many years he has dealt well with the court because of the painted clothing in the Last Judgment. He should also be able to deal with the men in the office."
But the guards did not let Daniele da Volterra enter. Baccio Biggio received full power over the building work. One day Michelangelo saw the Pope crossing the Campidoglio with his men.
Michelangelo shouted in a hard voice, "Holiness, you must make a change. If you do not, I will return to Florence forever. You are letting them destroy St. Peter's."
Pope Pius IV answered in a calm court voice. "Slowly, slowly, Michelangelo. Come with me into the senatorial palace so we can talk."
The Pope listened carefully.
Then he said, "I will call the members of the building committee who are against you. I will also ask my relative, Gabriele Cerboloni, to go to St. Peter's and examine their complaints. Come to the Vatican Palace tomorrow."
Michelangelo arrived too early to see the Pope. He walked into the Stanza della Segnatura. Raphael had painted the room during the years when Michelangelo worked on the Sistine Chapel ceiling. He looked at the 4 frescoes. First he studied the school of Athens. Then he looked at Parnassus, the dispute, and justice. Before this day, he had never looked at Raphael's work without dislike. He knew he could never paint pictures like these. But now he saw how beautiful they were and how carefully Raphael had painted them. Michelangelo understood that Raphael was the greatest master of beauty and gentle feeling. He left the room thinking quietly about these things. When servants brought him into the small throne room, he saw the Pope there. The members of the building committee also stood around him. These were the same men who had dismissed Gaeta and refused Daniele da Volterra. A few minutes later, Gabriele Cerboloni entered the room. "Holiness, I cannot find any truth in this report by Baccio Biggio. It is false. It is made in a bad way and only helps himself."
Pope Pius spoke like a judge giving a decision. "Baccio Biggio is removed from St. Peter's now. In the future, no one may change Michelangelo Buonarroti's plans in any way."
As the great church continued to rise with its huge columns, arches, and walls, Michelangelo worked in his studio every day. He finished designs for the Porta Pia. At the Pope's request, He also changed part of the old baths of Diocletian into the church of Santa Maria degli Angeli. Several years had passed since he last worked on his curved piece of marble. One afternoon, he rested on his bed and thought deeply about the sculpture. Then he understood something important. He did not only need a new shape for the figures. He needed a new kind of sculpture. He stood up and took his heaviest hammer and chisel. First, he removed Christ's head. Then he carved a new head and face from the marble near the Virgin's shoulder. After that, he cut Christ's right arm away from the body above the elbow. The arm and hand still stayed connected to the marble support below. Then he changed part of Christ's left shoulder and chest into the Virgin's left arm and hand. Christ's long legs now looked too large for the body. They made up most of the figure, but the new thin shape gave the sculpture youth, grace, and calm beauty. At last, Michelangelo began to feel pleased with his work. Through the long figure, he felt he had shown a truth about people. The heart could grow tired, but people would still continue forward through the world with young strength.
If only I had 10 more years, or even 5, he cried to the statues around him. I could create a whole new kind of sculpture.
Suddenly, darkness came over him. After some time, he woke again, but he felt confused. He picked up his chisel and looked at the calm face of Christ. His thoughts were broken and unclear. He could not remember what he had been doing with the marble. He knew something had happened, but he could not think clearly.
Did I fall asleep? He wondered. Am I still not fully awake?
Then he felt weakness and numbness in his left arm and leg. One side of his face also felt heavy and loose. He called his servant. When he asked her to bring Tommaso, he heard that his words sounded strange and unclear. The old woman looked at him with wide eyes.
Messer, are you all right? She asked.
She helped him into bed. Then she put on a shawl and went out into the streets. Tommaso came back with Dr. Donati from the Cavalieri family. Michelangelo saw their faces and understood that something serious had happened. But they acted as if he was only too tired.
Dr. Donati gave him a warm drink. He mixed bad-tasting medicine into it.
Rest cures everything, the doctor said, except old age.
I have heard you speak about old age for many years, Tommaso answered. I do not believe it anymore.
He put another pillow under Michelangelo's head.
I will stay here until you sleep.
Later, Michelangelo woke up. Outside the window, the night was dark and quiet. He slowly sat up. The pain in his head was gone. Now he could clearly see the work that still needed to be done on the Pietà. He stood up and put a candle on his cap. Then he went back to carving. The confusion in his mind had disappeared. It felt good to move his tools over the marble again. He watched the stone carefully as he worked. The small pieces of marble flew away from the sharp tool. His cuts moved across the side and shoulder of the statue. The lines on the marble looked soft and smooth. At dawn, Tommaso carefully opened the street door. Then he suddenly laughed.
You rogue, he said. You pretended to be very sick. When I left at midnight, you were sleeping deeply. I thought you would sleep for many days. Now I come back a few hours later and find this white marble dust everywhere.
Does it not smell wonderful, Tommaso? Michelangelo asked. When the white dust fills my nose, I breathe best.
Dr. Donati says you need rest.
In the next world, my dear, Michelangelo answered. Paradise already has many sculptures. There will be nothing for me to do there except rest.
He worked all day. Then he ate supper with Tommaso. After that, he slept for a few hours. Later he woke again, fixed another candle to his cap, and started polishing the statue. First he used pumice and sulfur. Then he used straw. He made the long legs of Christ smooth and soft like fine cloth. Soon he forgot completely about his illness. 2 days later, he stood in front of his marble statue. He decided it was now safe to cut away the extra arm and hand. He wanted to free the long figure more clearly from the stone. Then he became sick again. He dropped his hammer and chisel. He walked badly to the bed and fell to his knees. His face rested on the blanket. When he woke up, many people were in the room. Tommaso was there. Dr. Donati and Dr. Fedelissimi stood near the bed. Gaeta and Daniele da Volterra were there too. Some friends from Florence also came. In front of him was the arm from the statue. It seemed full of life. A vein showed inside the elbow. The vein looked strong and alive. Even though the arm was still not fully free from the marble, it looked real. He could not destroy it. Many years under the ground had not destroyed the Laocoon statue either. He looked at the vein inside his own elbow. It looked thin and weak. Then he thought,
Men die. Only works of art live forever.
He said he wanted to sit in a chair near the fire. One time, when no one watched him, he put a robe on his shoulders. Then he went outside and walked in the rain toward St. Peter's. One of his younger apprentices, Calcagni, met him in the street.
Master, should you walk outside in this weather? He asked.
Calcagni helped him return home. But the next day at 4 in the afternoon, he dressed again. He tried to get on his horse for a ride. His legs were too weak. People from Rome came to say goodbye to him. Many could not enter the house. They left flowers and gifts by the door. Dr. Donati tried to keep him in bed.
Do not hurry me, he said to the doctor. My father lived to be 90 years old. I still have 2 more weeks to enjoy this healthy life. As long as you feel so strong, Tommaso said, why not take a carriage ride tomorrow morning? The last work on the drum is finished. To celebrate your 90th birthday, they will ring the dome bells for the first time. Grazie a Dio. Thank God. Now no one can change it. But even so, it is sad to die. I would like to begin again. I want to create new forms and figures that I have never imagined before.
His amber-colored eyes stayed calm and steady. I like to work best with white marble. You had your fun. That night, he could not sleep in his bed. He thought, life was good. God did not make me and then leave me alone. I loved marble and painting. I loved architecture and poetry. I loved my family and my friends. I loved God, the earth, the sky, and people too. I loved life fully. Now I also accept death because it is the end of life. Illinois Magnifico would be happy. The wish to create always stayed stronger than the wish to destroy. Then a great darkness came over him. Before he lost consciousness, he thought, I must see Tommaso. There are still things to do. When he opened his eyes again, Tommaso sat beside the bed. Tommaso put one arm under him and helped him sit up. He held Michelangelo close.
Tommaso. I am here, caro. I want to rest in Santa Croce with my family. The Pope wants you to rest in your own church, St. Peter's. It is not my home. Promise me you will take me back to Florence. The Pope may not allow it, but I will hide your body in a wagon with goods and take you there. My will, Tommaso.
His voice became weak.
I give my soul to God. I give my body to the earth. I give all I own to my family, the Buonarroti. It will all be done. I will finish the Campidoglio exactly as you planned it. With St. Peter's at one end and the Capitol at the other, Rome will always belong to Michelangelo as much as to Caesar or Constantine. Thank you, Tommaso. I am tired.
Tommaso kissed Michelangelo on the forehead and left the room in tears. Evening was coming. Alone in the room, Michelangelo began to think about all the beautiful works he had made. He saw them clearly, one after another, as if they were new again. The sculptures, paintings, and buildings passed through his mind as quickly as the years of his life. He saw the Madonna of the Stairs and the Battle of the Centaurs that he made for Bertoldo and Illinois Magnifico. He remembered the Plato group laughing because the works looked too Greek. He saw Sts Proculus and Petronius that he made in Bologna for Aldovrandi. He remembered the wooden crucifix for Prior Bicciolini. He saw the sleeping Cupid that he used to trick an art dealer in Rome. He saw the Bacchus he carved in Jacopo Golli's garden. Then came the Pietà for St. Peter's, made for Cardinal Grosle di Dionigi. He saw the great David for Florence and Gonfalonier Soderini. He remembered the Holy Family that Agnolo Doni asked him to paint. He saw the drawing for the Battle of Cassina, made to compete with Leonardo da Vinci. He remembered the Madonna and Child for the Merchants of Bruges, carved in his first studio. He saw the bronze statue of Pope Julius II that later was destroyed. Then he saw Genesis on the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel, painted for Julius II. He remembered the Last Judgment, painted for Pope Paul III. He saw the Moses for the tomb of Julius. He remembered the 4 unfinished giants in Florence. He saw dawn and dusk, night and day, in the Medici Chapel. He remembered the conversion of Paul and the crucifixion of Peter in the Pauline Chapel. Then came the Campidoglio, Porta Pia, and the 3 Pietàs he made for himself. At last, all the pictures stopped. Only St. Peter's stayed in his mind. St. Peter's. He entered the church through the great front door. In the bright Roman sun, he walked slowly down the wide nave. Then he stood under the great dome, above the tomb of St. Peter. Peter! He felt his soul leave his body. It went up into the dome. Then it became part of the dome. It became part of space and time. It became part of heaven and God.